through the world of Naruto. My inaugural assault on Konoha incited an overwhelming wave of panic among all the ninjas. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, "This cannot be. How was Uchiha Madara here? He's been dead for decades." Meanwhile, Might Guy and others fervently denied my identity. Surely the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara perished long ago in his battle against Senju Hashirama. However, upon hearing the name Hashirama, a sudden tremor coursed through my body. Because of the nearly complete absorption of Uchiha Madara's memories, a surge of murderous intent and battle fervor became uncontrollable that I realized the peril and attempted to retreat. Kakashi promptly discerned my condition and swiftly gestured to the other elite ninjas nearby, commanding them to prepare. But alas, it was too late. "Do not utter that name in my presence." With that, a tremendous explosion reverberated as an immense chakra erupted forth. In an instant, everyone was hurled out of the barbecue restaurant. Hashirama. I had already reached the opposite bank. With a furious roar, a colossal blue Susanoo, towering several meters high, shattered the roof, ultimately crushing the entire barbecue restaurant beneath its feet. Witnessing this scene, the likes of Akimichi Chai and Narashikaku were left in a state of shock. The streets descended into chaos as villagers from the surrounding areas fled in a panic. Simultaneously, in the Hokage building, Tsunade, who had been engrossed in paperwork, sensed the disturbance and rose in confusion, gazing out the window. Upon seeing the gigantic blue Susanoo, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Is it the Susanoo spoken of by my grandfather and great-grandfather? Why has it suddenly appeared in the village? Just as Tsunade was engulfed in uncertainty, several Umbu ninjas knelt on one knee, declaring, "Hokage-sama, we have an enemy invading Konoha. What do we know about the intruder?" Tsunade inquired sharply. "We are currently unaware of their origins, but their attire resembles that of samurai armor from the Warring States period." At the mention of Warring States armor, Tsunade was taken aback, then cast another glance outside. "Wait, that is a double-faced, four-armed blue Susanoo. This is impossible." Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of excitement overwhelmed her, and she smashed her fist down onto the nearby desk. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, I, positioned in the head of the massive blue Susanoo, bellowed in fury. In a sudden motion, I clenched my enormous hand, conjuring a chakra blade that instantly materialized in my grasp. With a swift and powerful strike, I cleaved the distant statue of the first Hokage in two, shattering the adjacent statues of the second and third Hokage as well. The sheer destructive force left Tsunade and the Umbu ninjas, who had now emerged from the Hokage building, gasping in disbelief. The might of this strike was comparable to that of Ensrank Jutsu. "What terrifying destructive power!" exclaimed Might Guy solemnly as he stood nearby. "Red Bean, immediately report the situation here to Lady Tsunade. We shall hold the line for now." As Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, the earth began to tremble beneath his palms. In an instant, a colossal earthen wall, resembling the head of a dog, erupted from the ground, surging toward the immense blue figure of the false farmer at its center. Meanwhile, Might Guy had already unleashed the sixth gate of the 8 gates of might. The remaining elite shinobi immediately dispersed, launching their own ninjutsu at the formidable blue false farmer. Observing the titanic earth wall barreling toward me, I gazed through my eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A disdainful smile gracing my lips. 3 enormous chakra blades coalesced within the additional 3 hands of my Susanoo, transforming it into a 4-armed behemoth wielding 4 colossal chakra blades. In the next moment, the impending earth wall was effortlessly cleaved into fragments. Kakashi, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed in admiration. Before he could finish his sentence, Asuma Yufei unleashed a fire-release technikia, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. I regarded this with scorn, dismissing it as mere child's play. With a swift motion, I countered, dispersing the oncoming flames with a single strike. Meanwhile, on a distant street, 12-year-old Sasuke Uchiha looked up in astonishment, beholding the towering blue Susanoo. As he drew nearer, he recognized my presence within it, my eyes gleaming with the same crimson brilliance as that man. No, this was a far more terrifying manifestation of ocular power and chakra. Who could I possibly be? At that moment, Sasuke, filled with uncertainty, suddenly noticed his own Sharingan, the double Tomo, involuntarily activating. It was then that I, lost within the memories of Uchiha Obito, was drawn to his familiar chakra, regaining my composure and spotting Sasuke atop a distant rooftop. As I locked eyes with him through my Mangeki Sharingan, He felt as though he had become the prey of a ferocious, ancient beast. Just as our gazes met, the Akimichi chai beneath me underwent a transformation, enlarging dramatically. Simultaneously, Yamanka Ino, a member of the allied shinobi forces, prepared to unleash a new secret technique against me within the Susanoo. However, a mere glance from my Manjiki Sharingan rendered him motionless, ensnared in an illusion. Nara Shikaku, employing his shadow manipulation technique, controlled the now-rolling chai, propelling him toward my Susanoo like a yo-yo. Observing this, I disdainfully commanded him to roll away, then directed my Susanoo to deliver a powerful kick, sending the meatball flying with tremendous force. Yet this was not the end. I swiftly conjured 800 chakra blades, launching them toward the enormous meatball in the sky. In the next moment, a massive arm plummeted to the ground, landing beside Kakashi and his comrades, eliciting gasps of shock from all present. On the lofty rooftop, Sasuke gazed in. Astonishment, his heart racing. That individual possessed immense strength, igniting his curiosity. Before him loomed the colossal Susanoo, a spectacle of formidable ninjutsu. At that moment, the sound chimed. Congratulations, host, for defeating and severing Akimichi Ding's arm. You have earned a basic achievement lottery opportunity. Upon hearing this, I merely cast a cursory glance at the empty system notification, devoid of any shock. Ever since I had traversed into the world of Naruto, I had awakened an achievement sign-in system. By vanquishing, killing, or subduing certain powerful adversaries, I could accrue additional sign-in opportunities. Before I could fully process this, the system initiated my first free sign-in. Little did I anticipate that I would inadvertently secure the battle template of Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha. In pursuit of extra sign-in chances, I immediately donned Madara's template and launched an assault on Konoha. As I gazed down at the multitude of Konoha ninjas, a disdainful smile graced my lips. How will you amuse me? Witnessing my elevated presence, Kakashi, once known for his calm demeanor, furrowed his brow in concern. What shall we do about Asuma? He seems to possess a monstrous strength. Sensing the chakra emanating from within the Susanoo, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This terrifying chakra resembled that of a humanoid-tailed beast. And let us not forget the arrival of my azure beast, the Night Fury. Behold my tide peacock. Suddenly, a voice resonated, echoing the fervor of boundless youth. It was Might Guy, having opened the sixth gate. His fists ignited the air, producing flames that released a colossal blue shockwave. The farmer was forced to retreat several steps. However, I swiftly countered, wielding a massive chakra lance. I struck forth. In an instant, I severed all of Might Guy's fiery onslaught. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I promptly conjured 800 hooks of chakra, launching them toward Might Guy. Fortunately, with his speed and reflexes heightened by the sixth gate, he narrowly evaded my barrage. Yet, the hundreds of houses behind him were not as fortunate, shattering into fragments in an instant. In the midst of this chaos, numerous Umbu members arrived. Kakashi-senpai, what transpired here? Inquired a masked figure, seemingly the Umbu captain. Simultaneously, some Umbu ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu began attending to the injured Akimichi Dingza. Kakashi, his expression grave, responded, "You may find this hard to believe, but our enemy is indeed the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing this, the Umbu captain and every surrounding Umbu member were struck by disbelief. They attempted to lift their gazes to behold me within the massive Susanoo. However, Kakashi urgently shouted, "Do not look into his eyes," and proceeded to explain the terrifying Genjutsu stemming from the Manjiki Sharingan. The Umbu ninjas hastily averted their gazes. Observing this scene from within the head of the Susanoo, I let out a cold chuckle. "A rabble. What use is it to bring more of you? Let me demonstrate the essence of true ninjutsu." In the next instant, I unleashed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. My cheeks puffed as I formed hand seals, and in a flash, a terrifyingly high-temperature flame erupted from my mouth, pouring down like an overwhelming sea of fire. The former red, unable to contain their astonishment, marveled at the vastness of the technique. Yet, they quickly regained composure, swiftly joining the ranks of numerous ninjas proficient in water release to execute the water shock barrier. The collective deluge from dozens of ninjas barely managed to withstand my onslaught of Great Fire Annihilation. The thick white steam obscured much of the view, but in that critical moment, Might Guy of the Leaf Hurricane's sixth gate unleashed his taijutsu, instantly summoning a whirlwind of ferocity. However, as he dispersed the steam, a scythe-like weapon suddenly lunged towards his throat. It was I who had departed from the agricultural village of Tsukasa, now wielding a scythe procured from an unknown source. Be careful, Kakashi, came the worried voice. Upon hearing this, Guy reacted with remarkable speed to defend himself, yet ultimately, he was unarmed and still suffered a wound from my scythe to his abdomen. In retaliation, I was temporarily kicked aside by Might Guy, landing atop a rooftop. Might Guy, you are impressive, but if you wish to contend with me, your azure steam is insufficient. I looked down with a serene smile at Might Guy on the street below. However, before I could finish my thought, a sudden cacophony of avian cries erupted behind me. It turned out that Kakashi had been utilizing a shadow clone, while his true self lurked in the shadows, poised for an opportunity to ambush me. In the next moment, Kakashi charged with a lightning blade, successfully piercing my heart. Well done, Kakashi, exclaimed Might Guy, unable to suppress his excitement. Yet no sooner had he spoken than I, pierced through the heart, transformed into a cloud of white mist. Kakashi, aghast at this sight, instinctively attempted to retreat with utmost urgency, but it was too late. I had already appeared before him, and in a swift motion, I extracted his left Sharingan eye with a sickening squelch. Witnessing this, both Might Guy and the former Red, along with others, gasped in alarm, rushing forward to rescue Kakashi. However, I did not pause in my actions. My scythe swung menacingly towards Kakashi's head. The rushing comrades were filled with desperation, yet even Might Guy, having opened the sixth gate, could not reach in time. Just as I was about to deliver the fatal blow to Kakashi, I was unexpectedly propelled away. Kakashi regained his composure, realizing that in that precarious moment, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had arrived just in time and kicked me aside. She then moved forward, pressing her hand against Kakashi's bleeding left eye, swiftly employing medical ninjutsu to treat his injury. Hokage-sama, I deeply regret that the Sharingan was taken, Kakashi expressed with sincere remorse as the healing commenced. Countless shadow ninjas followed Tsunade onto the battlefield. Just then, a massive skeletal hand, composed of blue chakra and towering at 2.5 meters, suddenly blasted away the debris that lay scattered. I stood protected by the first stage of Susanoo, with one hand gripping my scythe and the other clutching a Freedomo Sharingan, powerful eye belonging to Uchiha Obito. In the next moment, that Sharingan vanished in a thin air, appearing within the confines of the achievement sign-in system. Tsunade, who had just healed Kakashi's eye injury, gazed at the incomplete blue void on my body, her brow furrowed in concern, pondering who I truly was. She held onto a flicker of hope, wishing that the resurrection of Uchiha Madara was not a reality. That moment, I cast a scornful glance at Tsunade, remarking, I hear Hashirama's granddaughter has become the fifth Hokage. I wonder how much of his power you have inherited. With that, I swung my scythe lightly, and in the next instant, I charged towards the multitude of ninjas. His speed was astonishing, leaving the surrounding ninjas in shock as they scrambled to subdue the invading enemy. Following Tsunade's command, a group of shadow ninjas advanced, but merely upon confrontation, over a dozen of them were sent flying. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground base, the atmosphere shifted. What has transpired outside? What was that tremor? Danzo ordered his nearby root guards to investigate. Just as one of the guards prepared to move, 3 root ninjas suddenly appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee, urgently declaring, Lord Danzo, it's dire. Outside is the legendary Uchiha Madara. He is not dead. He is currently slaughtering the shadow ninjas in Konoha. At this revelation, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Outside, the once thriving Konoha was now a scene of devastation. Countless civilians fled in panic, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of Konoha's shadow ninjas. I drove my scythe into the ground, then smirked coldly. Perhaps due to absorbing Uchiha's memories, I felt no discomfort at all, even after mercilessly eliminating hundreds of Konoha shadow ninjas. Tsunade was astounded by how effortlessly I dispatched so many in just 10 seconds. This display of power utterly intimidated every Konoha ninja present, their faces betraying their fear. With my crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan wide open, I disdainfully asked, Are you too afraid to even dance the simplest of steps? Tsunade interjected, demanding, What are your true intentions, Madara? To which I murmured softly, My purpose is, of course, to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to Uchiha Madara. If triggered by the memories flooding my mind, I tightened my grip on the scythe. Finally, I declared, Everyone leave at once. I have no intention of slaughtering you, Konoha. However, Tsunade, upon hearing this, directly refused me with a swift punch. It was impossible that As Tsunade completed her statement, Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy stepped forward with resolute expressions. Even Akimichi Choji, who had recently lost an arm, stood before me once more, having undergone a brief treatment and returned to his massive form. Seeing this, I fell silent, gripping my scythe weapon and charging forward. Asuma was the first to unleash a fire-based ninjutsu. Observing this, I leaped into the air, issuing a sharp admonition against showing off in front of the masters, while simultaneously stowing my scythe in the internal space of my system. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming inferno of great fire destruction surged forth, breaking through Asuma's fire technique and racing towards the assembled Leaf Ninjas. Although Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others managed to evade the onslaught, some of the Umbu and civilian ninjas were tragically reduced to charred remains. Meanwhile, I had retrieved my scythe once more, and, as Asuma regained his footing after dodging, I appeared before him in an instant. As Asuma prepared to defend himself with kunai against my scythe, I merely smiled. Utilizing the formidable insight of my Manjiki Sharingan, the scythe's trajectory, initially aimed at Asuma, abruptly altered. Instead of a smooth cut, it transformed into an upward strike, causing Asuma to clutch his throat and collapse to the ground. The mournful cries of Asuma Sensei resonated from Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, as the 12 young ninjas had been drawn to the scene. This moment was also witnessed by the distant figure of Kurinai Yui, who stood there, stunned. Damn it! Guy, enveloped in azure steam, charged at me in fury. During this time, Kakashi once again gathered his strength, intending to flank me alongside Guy. What you said before about fighting me, that steam of yours is still insufficient, I declared haughtily, engaging in a flurry of strikes with Guy. I must admit, even in the sixth gate, while he remained no match for me, he was enough to delay me momentarily. At that moment, Kakashi surged forward wielding Raikiri, but I regarded him with disdain. With a roar, a powerful surge of energy and chakra erupted from within me, manifesting the second stage of Susanoo. The overwhelming force repelled both Guy and Kakashi. As this transpired, Mitarashi Anko unleashed a special ninjutsu, sending multiple venomous snakes towards me from her hands. That I scoffed at her foolishness and, with a mere thought, waved my colossal Susanoo's hand, effortlessly dispelling her assault. You have little time left. Depart from Konoha, swiftly otherwise. I'm issuing my final ultimatum, I proclaimed, my gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sasuke's positions. The powers of Shura and Indra in this life seemed formidable as well. Though my resolve was firm, I maintained a facade of calm. Yet just then on the other side, Tsunade suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. You have become complacent, she remarked. Your second-tier defense is still inadequate. Under the force of Tsunade's furious strike, a crack appeared. I feigned a look of surprise and said, "Is that the strength of the mighty Hiration? It seems you have yet to master it." With that, Susanoo instantly regained its full form. Witnessing this, Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration and attempted to strike again. However, in the next moment, she was interrupted by the immense chakra of Susanoo, forcing her to retreat. At that moment, Might Guy suddenly appeared behind my blue Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, he delivered a powerful kick to Susanoo's back, the force rivaling that of Tsunade's previous attack, perhaps even surpassing it, as two cracks emerged on Susanoo's form. Meanwhile, Kakashi had gathered numerous Leaf Ninjas adept in earth techniques, who simultaneously unleashed their jutsu upon me. With a resounding roar, Susanoo found itself trapped amidst an enormous array of earthen walls. Tsunade, seizing the moment, signaled, and a multitude of fire-style ninjas unleashed a barrage of fire techniques at the Susanoo encased by the earthen barriers. Do you see? This is the strength of our will of fire, Tsunade exclaimed, observing Susanoo being entirely engulfed by molten rock. Kakashi, you two did excellently. It was indeed Nara Shikaku who conceived this plan for a combined assault, with Kakashi executing it as the strategist of a leaf. Shikaku could only devise such a method to effectively strike at me for the time being. Among the observing ninjas on the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke found it hard to believe that the legendary strongest of their clan could be defeated in such a manner. At that moment, Kakashi approached Tsunade, hesitating to speak that he was deeply unsettled, but just as he was about to say something to her, a colossal blue chakra blade suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Tsunade, piercing through her chest. Lady Hokage, Kakashi gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. The surrounding Umbu and civilian ninjas gasped in horror. Grandma Tsunade. Naruto, too, was taken aback. What's happening? Though Uchiha Madara was not particularly skilled in earth techniques, it did not mean he was incapable of them. The so-called "will of fire you speak of" is worthless in my eyes. As I watched Tsunade impaled by my second-tier Susanoo blade, I crossed my arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Let go of Grandma Tsunade. Naruto suddenly charged into the fray, quickly summoning shadow clones and gathering a Rasengan in his right hand. Hearing the commotion, I opened my Sharingan to glance at Naruto. Kill the traitor. In that instant, the nine tails sealed within Naruto awakened, a chilling power surpassing even my own chakra. How could Madara still be alive? The nine tails was drenched in sweat, filled with trepidation, as it sensed Naruto charging towards that individual. The nine tails forcefully pulled Naruto into the ceiling space. Hey, Nine Tails, what are you doing? Bring me back. I must rescue Granny Tsunade. Suddenly, Naruto found himself in the ceiling space. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly pointed at the nine tails, shouting, "Shut up, you little brat. Keep me away from that man." The nine tails roared in anger, questioning why Naruto was still asking. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent back to the outside world by the nine tails. As he returned, he heard a warning from the nine tails echoing in his mind. "You little brat, if you dare to harm me and become a pet of that man, I will tear you apart." I glanced at Tsunade, who was feigning death atop my Susanoo's chakra blade, and then, as if noticing something, shot a glance at Naruto. "Don't rush, Nine Tails. I will place the collar on you shortly." Damn it. The nine tails roared in fury from within Naruto. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been listening to my conversation with the nine tails, suddenly sprang into action. She severed the chakra blade of the second stage with one hand, declaring, "Do not lay a finger on Naruto." Simultaneously, she advanced, delivering a powerful punch to the second stage in front of her. However, to everyone's astonishment, I chose to step out of the second stage and met Tsunade's punch with my own. Seeing this unfold, all the Leaf Ninjas were taken aback. The Hokage's fist had been blocked. How could this be? Even Tsunade herself was left in shock at that moment. Tsunade shouted angrily. At the same time, bang! She stepped forward and delivered a heavy kick to the Susanoo second stage in front of her. Instantly, several cracks appeared on the not-so-sturdy Susanoo second stage. Such strong power, truly worthy of the Hokage. My guy couldn't help but exclaim. Tsunade wanted to completely shatter the Susanoo in front of her, so she continued to throw heavy punches. Die. Bang. However, what no one expected was that Chen Yiban actively released his Susanoo at this moment, and also collided fists with the furious Tsunade. In an instant, when the two powerful fists met, the chakra erupted, creating a violent force that swept in all directions. But Tsunade's punch was blocked. How could this be? All the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Even Tsunade herself had a look of disbelief as she stared at Chen Yiban in front of her. She couldn't believe it. How could someone dare to match her strength head-on, even not losing to her at all? Tsunade found it hard to believe. For this, if it were Hashirama, I wouldn't confront him like this. But you, just a mere sand grain, not even half my match. Chen Yiban looked at the shocked Tsunade with his pair of scarlet Sharingan, his gaze extremely disdainful. Then, boom, the terrifying chakra concentrated on his fist. In an instant, he suppressed Tsunade, who had always prided herself on her strength. Nanny. Being pushed back repeatedly, Tsunade's face was filled with disbelief. Did she lose in the one thing she had always been proud of, strength? How could? Chen Yiban, at this moment, nimbly dodged as if no one was attacking him. Then, crack! With his pair of scarlet Sharingan, after dodging, Chen Yiban made a simple and direct move to grab something invisible. But soon, with the failure of a certain ninjutsu, a somewhat sickly-looking Konoha ninja was now being grabbed by Chen Yiban's large hand, wearing black gloves by the throat. The Moonlight Gale from the original story, in the plot, wasn't he supposed to have just died at the hands of the Sunagakure ninja? How is he still alive? Is there a slight change in the plot? It doesn't matter. It's better that he's not dead, giving me another chance for a reward draw. Humans always say they like the light, but they always use unseen dark means. Looking at the Moonlight Gale, whom he had by the throat, Chen Yiban spoke lightly, as if to himself. Gale. At this moment, among the Konoha ninjas, a beautiful figure with purple hair anxiously looked at Chen Yiban holding the Moonlight Gale. Let him go. In the next second, she charged at Chen Yiban with a katana in hand. Perhaps in her eagerness to save her lover, she completely disregarded any sword techniques or ninjutsu as she rushed over. During this time, the Moonlight Gale was also desperately struggling, waving the blade in his hand towards Chen Yiban's neck. But, whoosh, Chen Yiban's movements remained simple and swift. directly grabbing the opponent's hand. Then, with a thud, Chen Yiban used the Moonlight Gale's own hand to drive his weapon into his own throat. In an instant, the blade pierced through from the front to the back of his neck. Ugh! The Moonlight Gale instantly coughed up blood, and his body quickly went limp and fell to the ground. In response, Yuzuki Yugao was halfway running. If she just stared blankly at the Moonlight Gale, slowly collapsing. Bastard! Next to them, Naruto Uzumaki shouted angrily. He even foolishly thought about rushing up to hit Chen Yiban. Fortunately, Niji, Tenten, and Shikamaru, along with other Konoha ninjas, stopped the impulsive Naruto. Calm down, Naruto. We cannot be a match for such a strong opponent. In this kind of battle, we can only watch. Shikamaru grabbed Naruto's shoulder and persuaded him. If possible, Shikamaru also wanted to take revenge for Asuma himself. But it's impossible. The gap in strength is too great. That kind of enemy, even Tsunade and Kakashi, wouldn't dare to claim they could defeat. Naruto, don't go interfere with Hokage-sama and Kakashi-sensei. Sakura Haruno helplessly came over and punched Naruto. On the other side, Kurenai Yuhi glanced at Yuzuki Yugao, who was standing not far away in a daze, and then looked at Asuma on the ground. A hint of tears welled up in her red eyes. In response, Chen Yiban didn't care who he had killed. He only knew that the system prompt in the void told him. He had gained another chance for a basic achievement sign-in. 8 gates, the 7th gate. The Gate of Shock. Open. Watching Chen Yiban continuously slaughter 2 of his known friends, along with dozens of Konoha Umbu ninjas, my guy was completely enraged and directly opened the 7th gate. You are unforgivable. Daytime Tiger. Chapter 13. The Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuga clan, thousands of ninjas. Kai. Looking at my guy, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of death, Kakashi was moved. At this moment, the azure steam surrounding Might Guy was incredibly dazzling. The chakra emanating from his body was even more astonishing, causing the surrounding ninjas to gasp in shock. Teacher Guy. In the distance, Lee was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in his eyes. That kind of power. Niji couldn't help but activate his Byakugan, and he could see even more clearly how powerful and vast Might Guy's chakra was at this moment. Oh, Chen Yiban has also noticed Might Guy's state at this time. Just the 7th gate? Still not red steam, it seems. I've underestimated him. Or perhaps, you can only open up to the 7th gate at most? At this moment, Chen Yiban still wore a calm smile, seemingly unconcerned about the immense chakra emanating from Might Guy. Swish, however, Chen Yiban still advanced his Susanoo. He unleashed Susanoo's 3rd stage. That is, the gigantic Susanoo with 2 legs for arms and dozens of meters tall that erupted when they were at the barbecue shop. This will be enough. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yiban's lips, and then, Bastard faced the power of the azure beast from Konoha, Day Tiger, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Might Guy leaped up, coming face to face with Susanoo. He threw a punch. Roar. In an instant, the punch Might Guy threw unleashed a violent air cannon. Miraculously, it took on the form of a white tiger. It roared towards the massive Susanoo 3rd stage in front of him. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban, whoosh 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 whoosh, the 4-armed Susanoo simultaneously manifested 4 yin-yang orbs. Instantly, 4 shots were launched. Following that, seeing the rushing day tiger air cannon, Chen Yiban thought, and Susanoo immediately hurled out the 4 yin-yang orbs. Clash. Suddenly, the 4 yin-yang orbs collided with the day tiger's air cannon. The resulting shockwave sent all surrounding ninjas flying far away. Wow. Awesome. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim as he was blown away. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Ino worriedly rushed to Tsunade's side. Ino, I'm fine, Tsunade replied. Lady Tsunade, you're the seal on your forehead. Have you activated Creation Rebirth? Ino looked at Tsunade in surprise. At this moment, the diamond crystal on Tsunade's forehead had vanished. Her entire body was covered in a certain black chakra rune. It was Tsunade who had unlocked the In seal, storing chakra for many years, and activated Creation Rebirth to heal the wound on her chest that had just been pierced by Chen Yiban's Susanoo. At this time, Tsunade no longer responded to Ino, her gaze fixed on the surging clash between the 4 yin-yang orbs and the day tiger. During this, when 1 yin-yang orb hit the day tiger, the effect was minimal. The day tiger continued to charge with great momentum. However, when 2 yin-yang orbs hit, the day tiger's speed noticeably slowed. With 3 and 4 orbs, the day tiger almost slowed to a crawl. It was actually being blocked. At this moment, Might Guy's body was flushed red, blue steam constantly evaporating. Yet, he displayed a look of surprise. His understanding of the legendary Ninja Uchiha Madara's strength deepened. Truly, the legendary ninja Ashura, Uchiha Madara. However, my youth has not yet come to an end. Morning Peacock. With all 7 gates opened, Might Guy unleashed the taijutsu he could use at the 6th gate. Morning Peacock. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, countless red air cannons surged forward like peacocks. Then they charged towards the 4 yin-yang orbs. Interesting. Chen Yiban smirked coldly. Following that, he had Susanoo's 4 massive hands condense 4 chakra blades, continuously slashing out fierce beams of light. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides continued to unleash their attacks. The powerful shockwaves ripped apart all Konoha buildings within hundreds of meters. Not good. Everyone retreat. At this moment, Tsunade realized that the 2 central forces were about to completely collapse and explode. So she immediately looked at all the Konoha ninjas around her, urging them to flee. At the same time, Tsunade herself quickly moved back. Sure enough, soon, boom, a violent explosion erupted. The shockwave unleashed instantly shattered all Konoha buildings within a kilometer radius. Kakashi, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, Naruto, Niji, and many other Konoha ninjas, even using all their strength to leap away for a long distance, were still blown away and crash into things. Kakashi finally grabbed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to take cover under a wall from the impact, while he couldn't help but worry about Might Guy in his heart. In response, thud, with all 7 gates opened. The flushed Might Guy was now using both hands to block the intense shockwave that fell onto the ground not far from Kakashi. Might Guy panted heavily, feeling quite exhausted. Kakashi called out. Brow strong teacher. Naruto also chimed in. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were both astonished as they watched Might Guy at this moment. They probably never expected that Might Guy would possess such an incredible secret technique. Kakashi, Day Tiger, and Morning Peacock couldn't do anything against the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. At this time, Might Guy glanced at Kakashi not far away and spoke towards Chen Yiban's direction. Simultaneously, Might Guy was already making a decision in his heart. I'll say it one last time. Leave Konoha, and I won't kill you. At this moment, floating above Susanoo's head, Chen Yiban coldly stared at Tsunade and Might Guy with his pair of scarlet Sharingan. Damn it. How did my granduncle fight such a being one-on-one? Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. Might Guy had opened all 7 gates, yet he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. Looking at Chen Yiban, who was in Susanoo's head, he had not suffered any damage at all. In fact, Susanoo hadn't even been broken. Uchiha Madara, truly strong enough to induce despair. Swish, 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 swish. Just then, more Konoha ninjas became aware of the battle and arrived at the scene. Among them were the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, who was known for his Byakugan, comparable to the Uchiha clan Sharingan, had also brought many Byakugan ninjas to the battlefield. In an instant, the number of ninjas surrounding the battlefield reached no less than 1,000. Chapter 14. Question. To use or not to use? Susanoo. Naruto-kun. Just now, Hyuga Hinata, who followed her clan leader Father Hyuga Hayashi to this battlefield, couldn't help but look over at Uzumaki Naruto, who was not far away with Kakashi and the others. That is, looking at the dozens of meters tall blue Susanoo, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but frown. Then he said, Lord Hokage, the current situation is, the opponent is indeed the legendary ninja. Hyuga Hayashi turned to face Tsunade, wanting to say something but hesitating. To this, Tsunade spoke, the only opponent my great-grandfather ever faced. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade looked at the towering blue Susanoo and spoke. At the same time, she looked at the thousands of elite ninjas from various clans who had come to the battlefield. Everyone, I regret to inform you that the man atop that blue Susanoo ahead may be the strongest enemy Konoha has faced in the past 50 years. His name, Uchiha Madara. Whether we can protect Konoha depends on all of our strength this time. Tsunade was doing her best to boost morale at this moment. She was also informing the newly arrived ninjas from the Hyuga clan, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, and many other Konoha families about the current dire situation. The legendary ninja. Uchiha Madara. How is that possible? Didn't he die long ago? Yes. How could such a powerful being still be alive? Moreover, that blue monster feels so cold and powerful. Can we really defeat such an enemy? He's a super strong being who is on par with the first Hokage, known as the god of ninjas by everyone. Hearing Tsunade's words, countless ninjas at the scene expressed their disbelief. At this moment, so many mobs have come. It seems my situation is very unfavorable. Inside the blue Susanoo, Chen Yiban crossed his arms in front of his chest. However, while he spoke of his unfavorable situation. The smile at the corner of his mouth was not one of worry, but of extreme disdain. Chen Yiban completely looked down on all the ninjas of Konoha. Damn it. Tsunade also noticed the contempt on Chen Yiban's face and couldn't help but clench her fists in indignation and unwillingness. At this moment, so what if it's the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara? We have many partners by our side now, and you are all alone. Kakashi stepped out from behind a wall and said in a slightly elevated tone. Oh, Chen Yiban's smile grew wider, and he continued to mock. Is that so? Saying this, in the next second, he slowly formed hand seals inside the Susanoo. Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, dozens of identical figures began to appear out of thin air beside Chen Yiban. One by one, they quickly leaped down from the Susanoo, landing in front of the Konoha ninjas. Indeed, a full 30 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones. It was clear, didn't you say I was all alone? Now, what about it? Shadow clones. Why does this damn guy also have them? Naruto exclaimed wide-eyed. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke's emotions were very complex at this moment. Sakura looked at the dozens of meters tall Susanoo, unable to hide her fear in her eyes. Question: are these shadow clones using or not using Susanoo? Inside the head of Susanoo, Chen Yiban, with his pair of red Sharingan, asked all the Konoha ninjas with a faint smile. This, Tsunade thought of something, feeling extremely shocked, as if to deliberately confirm Tsunade's shocking guess. Swish, 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 swish. All 30 shadow clones unleashed blue power, ultimately merging into one giant blue Susanoo after another, each dozens of meters tall. They were almost identical to Chen Yiban's original Susanoo behind, and the 30 directly blocked the entire field of vision ahead. All that remained was a sea of blue. How is this possible? Tsunade, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, Ino, and every Konoha ninja were all in disbelief at this moment. They were extremely shocked. How can there be so many? This is too exaggerated. During this period, Kakashi couldn't help but want to slap himself. Damn it, why did I say so much earlier? To this, boom, 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 boom. The Konoha ninjas, amidst their shock, had numerous openings. What could 30 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones do? They immediately attacked with blades or unleashed Susanoo's chakra blades. Suddenly, they began attacking fiercely. The chakra blades of Susanoo were incredibly fast and deadly. In an instant, there were cries of anguish. The chakra blades of Susanoo cut down countless lives. Slaughtered 10 Konoha ninjas, achieved a basic achievement once. Congratulations on obtaining basic achievement lottery once. Slaughtered Akimichi Dingza, achieved a medium achievement once. Congratulations on obtaining medium achievement lottery once. Slaughtered. Akimichi Dingza had already lost an arm to Chen Yiban's original body, and now he fell under the siege of 2 Susanoo, pierced through his enlarged heart by several giant blue chakra blades, collapsing. That, not far away, Akimichi CHG, who was also fighting, cried out in grief. Damn it. In the next moment, he swallowed a pill and rushed in to rescue. CHG, don't be impulsive. Shikamaru shouted loudly. The rational him knew that these lower ninjas could not contend against a legendary super strong being like Uchiha Madara. However, CHG had already lost control and couldn't be stopped. Boom! In the next second, Asuma easily sent the transformed CHG flying with a single punch. Although the transformation was powerful, it depended on who you were facing. Swish! In the next moment, that Susanoo continued to swing its blade towards Akimichi CHG, preparing to send the father and son down to meet their end. Ugh! CHG was already spitting blood and unable to dodge. He was truly about to become a victim under Susanoo's blade. Wishbone! A green figure appeared just in time, kicking away the Susanoo's chakra blade. It was none other than Might Guy, Daytime Tiger. Roar! Immediately, Might Guy unleashed the super taijutsu of the 8 gates, Daytime Tiger, directly pushing back the Susanoo in front of him, saving Akimichi CHG. However, there were still 30 Susanoo 3rd stage on the battlefield, continuously slaughtering Konoha ninjas. 8 trigrams, air palm. Hyuga Hayashi and his clansmen were currently fighting against so many Susanoo, but it was extremely strenuous. Damn it, Tsunade was still fighting. However, the Susanoo 3rd stage was something she could no longer easily shake. Ugh! In the next second, an Amaterasu blade directly pierced Tsunade's abdomen. If it weren't for creation rebirth being constantly activated, Tsunade would have been dead long ago. Indeed, a bunch of rabble. Chen Yiban's original body coldly observed. At this moment, Maite Kai seemed to have made a certain decision, gazing unwaveringly at the body of Chen Yiban. Chapter 15. Might Guy's 8 Gates fully open. Chen Yiban unleashes Susanoo. Complete form. At this moment, Chen Yiban, who was embracing his arms in the Susanoo, also noticed Might Guy's transformation. It seems you finally made up your mind. I must say I'm looking forward to it. With a pair of scarlet, blood-like Sharingan eyes. A smile appeared on Chen Yiban's lips. The power of Uchiha Madara he had acquired was too strong, and at this moment, Chen Yiban inexplicably yearned for a true opponent who could make him face reality. To this, Kakashi. Might Guy suddenly called out from not far away, looking at Kakashi, who was struggling to fend off Chen Yiban's shadow clones with his Susanoo. Meanwhile, Kakashi was already heavily injured. His arms and abdomen were bleeding and damaged. But he still persisted, gathering chakra with the other Leaf ninjas to unleash ninjutsu attacks on those Susanoo. Third stage. Then, he suddenly heard his dear friend's voice. Guy. Kakashi took a step back to distance himself from the Susanoo. Third stage, and looked toward Might Guy in the distance. Kakashi, this time let us say I won. Might Guy said suddenly as he and Kakashi exchanged glances from afar. Might Guy and Kakashi were lifelong rivals. They had been engaged in various long-term competitions. During this time, one could say Might Guy lost more than he won. However, Might Guy felt that this time, he should count it as a win for himself. Guy, what are you trying to do? Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. Just then, clang. All of Chen Yiban's shadow clones, Susanoo, third stage, stopped their attacks. Even whoosh, 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 all vanished. The chakra returned to Chen Yiban's main body. Chen Yiban understood what Might Guy was trying to do. Therefore, he naturally gathered all his power into one. Because what he was about to face was likely a level of physical technique on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Even possessing the full power of Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban did not dare to be the slightest bit arrogant. At this moment, one could say that the only person in the Leaf Village who could make Chen Yiban feel the need to face him seriously was none other than Might Guy. Thus, Chen Yiban withdrew the shadow clones that were toying with many Leaf ninjas. He concentrated all his strength on his main body. This could be considered a sign of respect for the strongest physical technique opponent that was about to come. Guy, have you already reached that level? Seeing all of Chen Yiban's shadow clones disappear, Tsunade jumped not far from Might Guy, looking at him with a mix of surprise and hope. Hokage-sama, please have everyone at the scene keep their distance. Because the Azure Beast of the Leaf wants to unleash all his youth for the Leaf. Might Guy had already slowly crouched down, gathering strength. To this, Chen Yiban could have interrupted Might Guy. But Chen Yiban did not. However, he would not do nothing. Hiss! Suddenly, blood flowed from Chen Yiban's right eye in the head of Susanoo. He had actually dug out his original right eye, Manjiki Sharingan. Then, without anyone noticing, he placed it into his internal space. At the same time, he performed a simple medical ninjutsu and pressed it on the bleeding right eye. The next second, after retracting the medical ninjutsu, when Chen Yiban moved his hand away, a 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in the eye socket of his right eye. Thus, Chen Yiban's left eye was in the Manjiki state, while his right eye was in the ordinary 3-tomo state. Clearly retracting the power of the shadow clones to enhance his main body's combat power. Why then did he switch to an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, thereby reducing his combat power? Guy-sensei. Over here, Lee seemed to understand Might Guy's determination, looking at his mentor and father figure with tears in his eyes. To this, Lee, courageously pursue your youth. Might Guy glanced at his disciple in the distance. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless Leaf ninjas, the 8 Gates formation. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, opened. Might Guy roared as he reached peak power. Boom! In an instant, scarlet steam erupted explosively. Might Guy seemed to transform into a blood-soaked figure, looking as if he had been roasted alive. Guy-sensei. Lee was in tears. Clang. At this moment, the powerful chakra erupting from Might Guy continuously shook the air, forming strong winds that swept in all directions. Guy, as he raised his hand to shield himself from the strong wind, Kakashi looked in shock at the blood-red figure. Memories of the first time he met Might Guy with his father during childhood involuntarily surfaced in his mind. At that time, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki, said Might Guy would undoubtedly become a very powerful ninja in the future. Young Kakashi had been skeptical, but at this moment, father, you were right. Kakashi's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Meanwhile, this power members of the Hyuga clan, such as Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, and Hinata, all opened their Byakugan, staring in amazement at the blood-red steam erupting from Might Guy. Guy Tsunade looked at him with admiration. At the same time, she felt deep regret, because she knew what would happen after the 8 gates were opened. However, this chakra was truly too powerful. Even a legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, could not possibly withstand the absolute power that Might Guy was about to unleash at the cost of his life. To this chakra, this blood-red steam, I acknowledge you. You Guy, now let us dance. In the Susanoo, 3rd stage, Chen Yiban inexplicably felt excited. Clang! In the next moment, Chen Yiban's left eye, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, suddenly activated. I will fight with all my might. Boom! Suddenly, Chen Yiban's Susanoo, 3rd stage grew larger. Finally, it transformed into a bloated Susanoo state, reaching a height of over 80 meters. At the scene, countless leaf ninjas were left dumbfounded. However, it was not over yet. Steady! Chen Yiban slowly revealed a smile, and at the same time, his right hand lightly clenched into a fist. Whoosh! Clang, clang, clang. The bloated Susanoo suddenly expanded in size, even taking on the form of blue armor, until finally the Susanoo, complete form, that had appeared in the original series stood tall before every leaf ninja. Chapter 16. Chen Yiban's excitement. Because Chen Yiban currently possesses only one eternal kaleidoscope. At this moment, the Susanoo complete form is only about 130 meters tall. It is not exceeding 200 meters like Uchiha Madara in the original story. However, compared to the Susanoo 3rd stage that was only about 40 meters tall just now, the current Susanoo complete form is already sufficiently massive. It can be said to have increased in size by more than 3 times. So big. Tsunade, at this moment, looked ahead at a Susanoo complete form with disbelief on her face. This, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, and countless elite ninjas from Konoha were all dumbfounded. The gap in strength is too vast. Uchiha Madara, is he really still human? Yuhi Kurinai couldn't help but murmur to herself. Is this the strongest of our clan from the past? If I had such power, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened. He yearned to possess such overwhelming strength. Then, to take revenge on that man. It's terrifying like a tailed beast. Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but exclaim. The so-called wisdom seems too powerless in the face of absolute strength. Nara Shikaku clenched his fists, looking both unwilling and helpless. Compared to this guy, Orochimaru is nothing at all. Mitarashi Anko, in a state of bewilderment, couldn't help but express her feelings. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, Anko certainly knew how terrifying Orochimaru's strength was. Especially recently, Orochimaru had plotted the invasion of Konoha. He even caused the death of the strongest Hokage in history. The 3rd Hokage. Such an Orochimaru exudes an extremely terrifying, oppressive aura. And, looking at the more than 130 meters tall Susanoo complete form, in front of him, Anko thought, who is Orochimaru? At this moment, in Konoha, on the rooftop of a building far from the battlefield, that is, Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a large group of root ninjas, was watching the battlefield from a distance. At this moment, Danzo saw the enormous and terrifying Susanoo complete form. Instantly, even I, Shimura Danzo, this old schemer, couldn't help but look on in disbelief. And behind him, that group of root ninjas were all stunned. 2 faces and 4 arms. It really is the legendary. By now, Danzo had to believe that the legendary ninja Azura, Uchiha Madara, had truly been resurrected. As a former disciple of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Danzo naturally had some understanding of the legendary Uchiha Madara. At the very least, he had seen the illustrations of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Finally, on the battlefield, Madara, the fully opened 8 gates guy, with his entire body flushed red, stared ahead at Chen Yiban. Then sunset. Boom, guy charged out. The target was Chen Yiban inside the Susanoo complete form. Everyone, fall back, temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. At this moment, realizing what Guy had just instructed everyone to do, Tsunade immediately turned around and shouted to all the Konoha ninjas beside her. Guy! Kakashi glanced at his friend as courageous, blood-red silhouette. In the end, Kakashi chose to trust his longtime rival and dear friend, Guy. Soon, countless Konoha ninjas began to quickly retreat, temporarily leaving the battlefield. To this, come on, please me. Chen Yiban's left eye, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, erupted with powerful scarlet pupil power as he grinned and shouted. Then, with a thought, the massive Susanoo complete form-faced 8 gates guy. At the same time, within the Susanoo, Chen Yiban quickly formed 3 hand seals. Clang! A certain technique was activated. Almost simultaneously, the gigantic fist of Susanoo clashed with 8 gates guy. But sunset, Bang! The huge fist of the Susanoo complete form shattered. During this, Sunset unleashed a violent gale that instantly tore apart the land beneath the Susanoo, which was over 100 meters. Ha! As expected of the power beneath the scarlet steam, Chen Yiban's smile remained, showing no signs of panic. The next second, he directly infused chakra and pupil power to restore the fist of the Susanoo complete form. But, boom 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 boom, Eight Gates guy showed no signs of stopping, not giving Chen Yiban any reaction time, unleashing countless terrifying kicks that bombarded the Susanoo complete form relentlessly. Crack! In the end, even the Susanoo complete form showed many cracks, with some parts severely damaged. You this guy, ha! Chen Yiban's face was filled with inexplicable excitement. Eight Gates Guy Sunset was already so powerful. What if it were Night Guy? It's truly shocking and inexplicably thrilling to anticipate. Meanwhile, Teacher Nara, come on. Naruto Uzumaki saw that Eight Gates Guy could actually suppress the Susanoo complete form that was as big as a tailed beast and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. I can't see his movements at all. Uchiha Sasuke, with his Scarlet Sharingan, couldn't he capture the current state of Gai's figure? Guy, show the power of youth that you speak of. Kakashi's eyes were filled with recognition and trust for his dear friend. Guy, break that bastard's shell. Tsunade shouted loudly, fists clenched. At this moment, crack. Guy felt as if his bones were being torn apart by a powerful force, as if cracks were forming in his bones. Fully opened Eight Gates indeed bore an enormous burden. Therefore, in pain, Guy's movements became slightly sluggish. In response, Chen Yiban instantly seized the opportunity. You should still be able to keep dancing, right? Don't let me down. Clang. Pupil power and chakra surged wildly, and the broken parts of the Susanoo complete form instantly restored. At the same time, clang boom. The blade of the complete Susanoo was suddenly drawn out. A slash, like a ray of aurora. It flickered between heaven and earth within Konoha. It slashed toward Eight Gates Guy. Sunset. Eight Gates Guy did not dodge, but instead kicked out the sunset again to protect Konoha as much as possible. Instantly, boom, the two immense powers collided. It was like a nuclear explosion. A mushroom cloud appeared. During this, the Susanoo complete form was forced back by the powerful shockwave. Ha ha ha, refreshing. You made me feel the excitement I had when fighting Hashirama. Come on, continue to please me. Stabilizing the Susanoo complete form. Chen Yiban's face was filled with a mad battle intent. On the other side, Eight Gates Guy was filled with pain. He was nearing his limit. Even Sunset was failing. Then, Chapter 17, I will call you the strongest. As expected of the red steam, you should still be able to continue dancing, right? Come on, keep pleasing me. After stabilizing the complete body of Susanoo, Chen Yiban's face was filled with a crazy battle intent. At the same time, the area on the complete body of Susanoo that had just been shattered by the evening elephant was quickly restored to its original state under the powerful release of chakra and ocular power, with just a thought from Chen Yiban. Damn, I can't believe he can't be killed even like this. At this moment, Tsunade among the crowd was shocked. My guy had already opened all 8 gates. Yet he still couldn't do anything to that bastard Uchiha Madara. The legendary ninja, the former Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, was actually so strong and terrifying to this extent. What methods and strength did my granduncle use back then to suppress such a terrifying opponent? Tsunade felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. Facing the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, even she, who was once called one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and had now become the 5th Hokage, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Uchiha Madara is really too strong. This kind of battle is simply. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, who were nearby, were all astonished and shocked. The battle just between Chen Yiban and Might Guy was truly breathtaking. Whether it was Chen Yiban's complete body of Susanoo or Might Guy's evening elephant, the visual impact was at the top level. Before this, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, the 3 Konoha genin, couldn't even imagine that there could be ninjas in this world with such intense strength. This must be a power that surpasses that of a Hokage, right? So amazing. However, it was very likely that this legendary enemy, Uchiha Madara, was currently standing unscathed in front of the complete body of Susanoo that was over 100 meters tall. This gave everyone present a sense of despair. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hizashi looked at Chen Yiban, who had instantaneously restored his complete body of Susanoo, with eyes full of amazement. It is said that opening all 8 gates of the 8 gates of death can instantly grant a power that surpasses that of a Hokage. But facing the fully open Might Guy, he still seemed so unharmed. Strong. Too strong. Such an enemy is simply not something they can contend with. Even the Hyuga clan, who possessed the Byakugan, felt too insignificant at this moment. Shippuden, I'm sorry. I can't even avenge you. At this moment, Yuzuki Yuin couldn't help but kneel down and cry. Chen Yiban is too powerful. Yuzuki Yuin knew that no matter how hard she worked, she would never possess the strength to fight him. Look at the posture of that complete body of Susanoo. It's simply a god. The revenge for Moonlight Shippuden, Yuzuki Yuin knew. She couldn't achieve it. Similarly feeling this way were Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Kurenai Yuhi, who were not far away. Looking at Asuma's corpse, Chen Yiban killed Asuma Suratobi first, then cut down Akimichi Choza, completely turning into a deadly enemy of the entire Konoha. Since the evening elephant was ineffective, there was only the last move to use. After resting for a dozen seconds, Might Guy, with all 8 gates open, once again clenched his fists and stood in front of Chen Yiban. Ha ha! Within the complete body of Susanoo, Chen Yiban laughed madly. Good. Very good. At this moment, Chen Yiban seemed to have encountered an opponent for the first time in his life. What he displayed was a crazy battle intent. Guy. In the distance, Kakashi looked at his dear friend Might Guy, whose body was covered in blood-red steam, with a worried expression. Kakashi knew his dear friend Might Guy was preparing for a desperate fight, and with all 8 gates open, it was already destined for Guy's death. Key. The next moment, one could see Might Guy's body slightly bending. Jing. A large surge of blood-red energy immediately erupted behind Might Guy. It quickly coalesced into a massive blood-red dragon head. Teacher Guy. Lee was shocked as he looked at his mentor. The 8 gates of death. Might Guy's final roar in his life. Roar. Behind him, the blood-red giant dragon of night, Guy, immediately opened its massive mouth and let out a roar towards the sky. Boom! An incredibly strong wave of energy surged outwards in all directions. Could there really be a move stronger than the evening elephant? Tsunade couldn't believe it. This power. Guy, this time I lost. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh sadly. He knew that after this, his dear friend would surely fall. But seeing such terrifying power, if Guy falls, then the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara would definitely not survive either. Because this Night Guy felt 100 times stronger than the evening elephant, and the evening elephant had almost completely shattered the opponent's complete body of Susanoo. This time, it would definitely defeat the enemy. That guy actually possessed such terrifying strength. Mitarashi Anko was also filled with amazement and admiration. Guy, I beg you, kill that demon. Yuzuki Yuin shouted with all her might. Guy, today everyone in Konoha will witness your strongest power, the enemy in front of you. I beg you. Tsunade also took a step forward and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Hiya! Might Guy gathered all of his blood energy. Boom! The already enormous blood-red dragon head actually expanded once again. Roar! The blood dragon let out an even more imposing roar. At this moment, this power. Ha ha ha! I completely acknowledge your strength, you Guy. Among all the opponents I've faced in my memory, I am willing to call you the strongest in taijutsu. Within the complete body of Susanoo, at this moment, Chen Yiban felt a hint of the breath of death. But Chen Yiban was not afraid. Instead, he was crazily excited, because he knew he wouldn't die. Night Guy. The next moment, one could see Might Guy merging with the blood-red dragon head into one. Then, carrying the massive blood-red dragon head, surging with killing intent, he charged forward towards Chen Yiban within the complete body of Susanoo. In response, Chen Yiban would not sit idly by. Just as he was about to swing the massive Susanoo sword, he discovered that the entire Susanoo seemed to be stuck and difficult to move. The space was distorted just like in the original work. Chen Yiban glanced at the situation around him and saw that the space surrounding the complete body of Susanoo was indeed all distorted. No wonder Susanoo was having difficulty moving. Roar! In that instant, Night Guy had already appeared in front of the complete body of Susanoo. Chapter 18. The back mountain of Konoha split in two. Boom! In the next moment, as Night Guy kicked Susa's complete form, with a loud crash, Susa's complete form shattered directly. At the same time, bang! The moment Susa's complete form shattered, Chen Yiban, who was originally inside the tall Susa, was immediately unable to dodge and was kicked. Wow! Immediately, Chen Yiban spat out a mouthful of blood. During this time, it felt as if all the bones in Chen Yiban's body had shattered. This all happened in an instant. However, the power of Night Guy was not yet finished. It directly kicked Chen Yiban, crashing through everything. In the end, a thunderous shockwave erupted, and finally, Everyone on the scene was shocked to see. All the stone statues of the previous Hokage had completely disappeared. Previously, Chen Yiban had only destroyed the statue of Senja Hashirama and slightly damaged a few others, but had not completely destroyed them. But at this moment, they had completely vanished. Moreover, in their original positions, there appeared a super trench approximately 80 meters wide, over 100 meters deep, and more than 1,000 meters long. It was indeed the super ravine created by Night Guy. This. Countless people on the scene were dumbfounded. The entire Konoha, whether ninja or civilian, everyone looked at that towering ravine, astonished and dazed. The 8 gates of Duinjia, with all 8 gates opened, actually had such power. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo and a group of root ninjas were equally shocked. The back mountain of Konoha was simply split in two. Kakashi was also extremely shocked, but once he regained his senses, Kakashi immediately leaped up, ready to save Might Guy. Although he knew, Might Guy was already beyond saving. Kakashi also wanted to find his dear friend immediately. Everyone, Tsunade also quickly reacted, waving her hand and ordering, if Uchiha Madara is still alive, kill him, and find and rescue our hero of Konoha, Might Guy. Yes, Hokage-sama. Immediately, Konoha ninjas responded excitedly. In the next moment, countless ninjas rushed towards the back mountain of Konoha. Among them were Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikako, Narashikamaru, and many other Konoha ninjas. Even some bold civilians couldn't help but rush over to see the battlefield situation firsthand. At this moment, countless people admired and even began to worship the invincible Might Guy who had just opened all 8 gates. Everyone at this moment wanted to welcome back their hero of Konoha. However, shortly after, a group of ninjas quickly jumped into the massive ravine that had been split in two. Everyone, from a distance, saw an unbelievable scene at the end of the huge ravine. You almost really killed me. Haha. In a red armor, long hair flowing down to his waist, Chen Yiban wore an evil smile while holding a scythe weapon. And everyone saw the blade of the scythe completely pierced through Might Guy's heart. During this time, Might Guy's entire body was charred like coal. It was indeed after the 8 gates of Duinjia had opened. All his life force had been nearly drained. Then, after being pierced through the heart by Chen Yiban, Might Guy finally extinguished his last breath. Guy, the first to arrive here, Kakashi, had a face full of disbelief at the scene before him. How could this be? Tsunade, astonished and unable to believe, took a step back. Her figure staggered slightly. A hint of despair appeared in her heart. Why? Why couldn't such a terrifying move as Night Guy kill Uchiha Madara in front of him? How strong is this man? Might Guy had just opened all 8 gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia. That was a power that could be said to surpass the Hokage dozens of times in an instant. Yet, it couldn't kill the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Moreover, looking at the other party, still in his red armor, long hair flowing, he was completely unscathed. How is this possible? He is not human. He is a demon. Yuzuki Yugao, holding a katana, seemed to have completely lost the strength to grip it, and it ultimately fell to the ground. It was just like the feelings of countless people at this moment. After their hopes were shattered, they fell into despair. How could such a powerful teacher with thick eyebrows? Uzumaki Naruto, at this moment, felt a bit of self-doubt. Is this the true power of my Uchiha? Uchiha Sasuke looked longingly at Chen Yiban, who still had the scythe embedded in Might Guy's heart. The current Sasuke was in the most desperate period for power. Looking at Chen Yiban like this, Sasuke longed to become as strong as him. Such power could definitely kill that man. At this moment, looking at the lifeless Might Guy, Chen Yiban slowly pulled the scythe out of his heart. Swoo! After the heart was pierced, only a few thin streams of blood flowed from Might Guy's body. It was indeed the earlier Night Guy that had drained Might Guy of too much life force and blood. Congratulations, you have slain 8 gates Guy, achieving a super achievement once. Congratulations on receiving Super Achievement Lottery once. Temporary classification of achievement and lottery levels. Initial, intermediate, high super. In response, Chen Yiban glanced at the system prompt that only he could see in the void. A super lottery. Indeed a pleasant surprise. He smiled lightly and moved on. Then, you are a respectable opponent. I have to admit, just now your power was enough to kill me. But, Chen Yiban, with one eternal Manjiki Sharingan and one 3-Tomo Sharingan, looked at the already fallen Might Guy and muttered softly. Just at that moment, whoosh, the 3-Tomo Sharingan in Chen Yiban's right eye, originally crimson, suddenly turned gray. It lost its light. You thought I would come to Konoha without any plans? After saying this self-talk, Chen Yiban dug out the three-tomo Sharingan that had lost its light from his right eye and casually tossed it away. Gai-sensei. At this moment, Lee impulsively opened the 8 gates of Duanjia. Then, he charged at the red-armored Chen Yiban. Oh, Chen Yiban, who had just taken out his original right eye eternal Mangeki from the internal space of the system, saw Lee charging over fiercely before he could even put it on. Ha! Chen Yiban let out a disdainful laugh. Chapter 19. The Eternal Kaleidoscope That Cannot Be Closed. Bang! The powerful blue Susanoo emerged and swung its massive arm, sending Rock Lee flying. Rock Lee, Naruto, Uzumaki, Ten, and Neji rushed forward to catch the flying Rock Lee. Meanwhile, protected within the skeletal frame by the newly appeared new second stage, Chen Yiban calmly placed the right eye, the Eternal Kaleidoscope, that he had just retrieved from the system space back into its original eye socket using a rather rough medical technique. Clang! In an instant, the two Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan were united. An incredibly powerful ocular ability and chakra surged around Chen Yiban's body. Ninetales, it's time to put a collar on you. With a pair of wickedly evil crimson eyes of the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Chen Yiban seemed to see the Ninetales sealed inside the little brat through Naruto Uzumaki. This ocular power. Damn it, Madara, he has regained that power for back then. The Ninetales was filled with rage. Then, the Ninetales spoke to Naruto Uzumaki, little brat. Get out of here quickly. Do you hear me? No way. I can't leave Konoha at this time. I want to become Hokage. I won't run away. Naruto Uzumaki's determination was firm. You foolish, self-righteous little brat. The Ninetales was so angry he wanted to cry. Clearly, these Konoha ninjas had no capability to contend with Madara. If it didn't leave soon, the Ninetales would definitely end up being used as a pet by Madara, just like before. My medical ninjutsu isn't enough after all. Chen Yiban felt that he could no longer close the Eternal Kaleidoscope in his right eye. Obviously, the meridian connections in his right eye were not perfect enough, leading to the current situation where Chen Yiban's right eye Eternal Kaleidoscope had to remain open. As for this, the medical master, Tsunade, right? Perhaps you could be of some use to me. Chen Yiban suddenly glanced in Tsunade's direction, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Remember, in the system's internal space, there seems to be Ashura's flesh and blood, right? It must contain Ashura's chakra, without a doubt. If I can get it, this woman Tsunade might be useful again. However, this woman clearly won't obey easily. No, wait, she will obey. With that ability, it should be possible. I just need to plan a bit. But it should be soon. It's all under control. I can capture her first. The next moment, Chen Yiban dismissed the second stage of Susanoo and began stepping forward slowly. Wielding a scythe-like weapon, tap, tap, towards Tsunade and the other Konoha ninjas at the exit of this massive chasm. At this moment, Chen Yiban's primary target, control Tsunade. Everyone be careful. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade stood in front of everyone at this moment. Hokage-sama, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurinai, Yuzuki Yugugo, and many other Konoha ninjas looked at Tsunade. Then, if it comes to it, I'd rather die, you bastard. Mitarashi Anko stepped forward to Tsunade's side. I'm not strong enough, but I will do my utmost to take revenge for the wind. Following her was Yuzuki Yugugo. For our village, Konoha. Lastly, Narashikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, Yuhi Kurenai, Akimichi Choji, Narashikamaru, and many other Konoha ninjas all stepped forward to stand beside Tsunade. Huh? Chen Yiban paused. He seemed a bit surprised that the Konoha ninjas still had courage to resist him and had not yet given up hope. Do you see? This is the strongest power we inherited from our granduncle. The will of fire. Damn you, Madara. At this moment, Tsunade proudly clenched her fists. Is that so? Chen Yiban's gaze returned to calm, but it seems the first to be dealt with should indeed be you, the so-called fifth Hokage. Swish, after saying that, Chen Yiban immediately flashed towards the opposite side. His speed was like lightning. During this time, several Umbu ninjas bravely stepped forward to obstruct Chen Yiban's advance. Bang, bang, bang. Poof. Chen Yiban seemed like a red rose on the battlefield, constantly flying amidst many Konoha Umbu ninjas, his scythe-like weapon taking away one life after another. Even a casual punch or kick could kill many Konoha Umbu ninjas. Raikiri. At this moment, Kakashi unleashed his lightning attack from the side to ambush Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban easily dodged Kakashi's Raikiri with a sidestep. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Several ninja dogs burrowed up from the ground, Kakashi summoning beasts, including Pakin, lunged at Chen Yiban. Tricks of a bug. Chen Yiban directly kicked Kakashi away. Then, with his scythe-like weapon, he slashed, poof, poof, poof. All of the ninja dogs turned into white mist and disappeared. Blood from the dogs dripped to the ground. Packin'. Kakashi, who was kicked away, struggled to get up. Bastard. At this moment, Tsunade leaped down from above and aimed a kick directly at Chen Yiban. Bang! Chen Yiban blocked with the handle of his scythe, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. However, as Tsunade landed, bang! Chen Yiban gathered chakra in his leg, wearing ninja boots, and kicked back at Princess Tsunade. Although Tsunade quickly blocked with her hands, she was still sent flying by Chen Yiban's monstrous strength that was no less than hers. Zing! At this moment, a cold light surged from behind Chen Yiban, attacking his vulnerable spot at the back of his head. In response, Chen Yiban tilted his head slightly to dodge. Then, moving as fast as lightning, he turned around, tap. A large hand wearing a brown glove easily grasped the opponent's throat. Chen Yiban saw that the opponent was actually a woman. Purple hair. It was Yuzuki Yugugo. You want to dance as well? Chen Yiban said. Demon. Yuzuki Yugugo, like the previous Moonlight Gale, desperately swung her katana towards Chen Yiban, who was right in front of her. Yet, just like history repeating itself, Chen Yiban caught the incoming katana. Then, poof! He directly thrust it into Yuzuki Yugugo's abdomen. Instantly, blood gushed out. Gale! Yuzuki Yugugo's expression was filled with pain. In response, Chen Yiban simply threw the beautiful woman, who was losing her life, away. Nearby, Kakashi and many other ninjas could only watch in shock, unable to save her in time. You all, struggling in vain, are truly ugly. Chapter 20. You are just a woman. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. And at this moment, several Konoha ninjas simultaneously released fire release ninjutsu toward Chen Yiban in front. In response, Chen Yiban, who had just ruthlessly eliminated a certain Umbu ninja, cast a cold glance with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Another trick to show off in front of the master. He was too lazy to even activate Susanoo for defense. Whoosh! In the next second, he took out another weapon from the internal space of the system, aside from the scythe. It was Uchiha Fan, and then, whoosh, all the dragon fire techniques were absorbed. Immediately after, he flipped the Uchiha Fan, Uchiha, Milkshake, boom! With an even more violent fire release power. It rebounded back. In an instant, it killed dozens of Konoha ninjas. At this moment, Chen Yiban held a scythe in one hand and the Uchiha Fan in the other. Two classic weapons in hand. An invincible momentum. Bang, 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 bang. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Slaughtered 10 Konoha ninjas. Achieved a primary achievement once. Congratulations on receiving. Primary achievement lottery once. Slaughtered 20 Konoha ninjas. Achieved a primary achievement twice. Congratulations on receiving. Primary achievement lottery twice. Slaughtered. Chen Yiban had transformed into a demon and a Shura on the battlefield. A frenzied slaughter of living beings. It was as if all life before him had turned into mere data and tools for gaining achievement lotteries. Just like the Shura of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara. Even more so than that Uchiha Madara from the original story. Madara, you bastard. Watching Chen Yiban continuously slaughter Konoha ninjas, Tsunade once again furiously activated her full monstrous strength with a kick called Painful Sky Kick. In response, Chen Yiban had just beheaded another Umbu ninja and then smoothly turned around. Throwing a punch, bang boom, combining fists and feet. Chen Yiban's fist surprisingly did not fall behind at all. How is this possible? Seeing that the opponent could actually withstand her Painful Sky Kick with a punch, Sundara was astonished, angry, and filled with unwillingness. But before Tsunade could take any further action, boom! Chen Yiban directly grabbed her fair ankle and mercilessly slammed her down onto the ground. Instantly, the ground sank down into an incredibly large pit. The shockwave sent many surrounding ninjas flying. At this moment, even in the regenerative state of the 100 heal technique, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Enlargement technique. A ninja from the Akimichi clan, having grown gigantic, came forward to rescue Tsunade. However, Chen Yiban casually formed hand seals without even looking. In the next second, dozens of shadow clones of Chen Yiban appeared out of thin air beside him. And, whoosh whoosh whoosh, each shadow clone released a powerful blue chakra, condensing into Susanoo, second stage, thus blocking all Konoha ninjas, including the Akimichi clan, from getting close. Just then, bang! Tsunade suddenly launched a surprise punch at Chen Yiban, but Chen Yiban sidestepped and directly blocked it with one hand. He then grabbed Tsunade's fair wrist. preventing her from retreating. Tsunade activated her chakra, unleashing her monstrous strength to break free. But she found that Chen Yiban's strength was above hers, and she couldn't retract her fist at all. I said, the only one who can slightly suppress me is Hashirama, and you are just a mere woman. Chen Yiban looked down at Tsunade, his gaze filled with disdain. Additionally, while fighting her, Chen Yiban temporarily put his weapon back into the internal space of the system. During this time, Tsunade saw this and was surprised. But now was not the time to care about that. Shut up. Tsunade felt anger at Chen Yiban's words. Immediately, she swung her other fist, wanting to continue attacking Chen Yiban up close. But, boom, as soon as she raised her fist before it could fall, Chen Yiban's iron fist, wearing a brown glove, had already heavily struck her in the abdomen. Tsunade instantly bent over and spat out blood. Although the 100 heal technique heals quickly, it couldn't outpace the brutality of Chen Yiban's punch. Hokage-sama. Around, Kakashi, Hinata Hizashi, Narashikaku, and many other Konoha ninjas voiced their concerns. However, all of Chen Yiban's shadow clones were releasing Susanoo, second stage, firmly protecting him. For a moment, no one could break through to rescue Tsunade. Too weak. Is this what they call the fifth Hokage? Chen Yiban had already grabbed Tsunade by the throat, lifting her up with a pained expression while mockingly looking at her. The immense pain in her abdomen left Tsunade somewhat speechless. Looking at the pair of Crimson Eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Chen Yiban's eyes, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a chill. In response, next, I might need to use you. So, like the Nine Tails, submit. Chen Yiban slowly raised his 2 fingers, staring at Tsunade with his Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He was indeed preparing to cast an illusion on Tsunade, using the Eternal Mangeki to control her. At this moment, even Tsunade couldn't help but feel an inexplicable fear in her heart. Super large, Rasen Shuriken. Suddenly, with a shout, a swift figure launched a powerful attack at Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban had just been about to use Eternal Mangeki Sharingan to control Tsunade, although he didn't expect anyone to be able to bypass his shadow clone's defenses. When the opponent's attack landed on him, Chen Yiban still instantaneously released the blue Susanoo skeleton. He defended it. Of course, Chen Yiban was still pushed back a considerable distance by the sudden attack, while inside Susanoo. Chapter 21. The dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. Is it him? Inside the skeletal structure of Susanoo, Chen Yiban opened his pair of Crimson Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and looked at the figure that had just blasted through him. Seeing that familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette, Chen Yiban was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his icy demeanor. During this time, Jeriah, at that moment, Tsunade also looked at the figure blocking her with an expression of surprise. Sage of the Frog. Reporting in, the person struck a classic pose, appearing before everyone at this moment. Indeed, just like Tsunade, he was also known as one of the 3 legendary ninjas. Jeriah, the Sage of the Frog. Unexpectedly, this guy stayed in the village after bringing Tsunade back to Konoha to become the 5th Hokage. Or did he rush back after hearing something? Chen Yiban thought, whatever, it doesn't matter. A mere Jeriah can't change anything. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan coldly gazed at Jeriah, who had just blasted him with a giant Rasen Shuriken. Chen Yiban's crimson gaze was filled with murderous intent. Lord Jeriah. At this time, Kakashi also spotted Jeriah and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, Jeriah held the title of Sage, and his strength was indisputable. His arrival should greatly reduce the pressure on Kakashi and the others. It really is Lord Jeriah. Then, many Konoha ninjas around, upon seeing Jeriah, also showed expressions of joy. Even Hyuga Hizashi, Narashikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, Midarashi Anko, and other Konoha Jonin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Tsunade, pull yourself together. At this moment, Jeriah turned to look at Tsunade behind him. You don't need to say it. Tsunade showed a proud smile. Then, she slowly straightened up and walked to Jeriah's side. The injuries Chen Yiban had caused Tsunade were now completely healed by the mystical palm technique. Be careful, Jeriah. The enemy before us is very likely the legendary ninja. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade warned Jeriah beside her. It was truly hard to believe. However, the chakra from the opponent that shocked even me made it impossible not to believe. Jeriah showed a bitter smile. At the same time, that guy. Jeriah saw the body of Might Guy at the end of the massive chasm behind Chen Yiban. He couldn't help but show a bit of shock. Guy opened all 8 gates but still couldn't kill that damn Madara in front of him. Tsunade clenched her fists and angrily shouted, What? guy opened the 8th gate of death. Jeriah was increasingly shocked, and still couldn't kill the enemy in front of him. Saying this, even Jeriah couldn't help but look at Chen Yiban in disbelief. How could anyone survive the 8th gate of death? The legendary Uchiha Madara. What exactly is he? Jeriah was no longer calm at this moment. Perverted sage. Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki, blocked by dozens of shadow clones of Chen Yiban Susanoo, also saw Jeriah and shouted loudly. Perverted sage, hurry and defeat that bastard. Avenge teacher Kurenai and Uncle Asuma. Naruto continued to shout at Jeriah from a distance. Naruto! Jeriah was momentarily stunned, then looked at Tsunade beside him. Asuma, too. Yes. Tsunade nodded. The third Hokage. Jeriah couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Not long ago, the third Hokage was just killed by that Orochimaru guy. Now the old man's descendants also. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara? I'm really curious about what kind of power he possesses. Finally, anger appeared on Jiraiya's face as he stared at Chen Yiban and the blue Susanoo. Just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, many root ninjas from Konoha appeared outside. And whoosh, an old figure, with strength surpassing other Konoha ninjas, secretly bypassed the blockade of Chen Yiban's dozens of shadow clones of Nu and finally landed beside Tsunade and Jeriah. It was Shimura Danzo. This old schemer actually took the initiative to appear. Did he come to the battlefield as Konoha's final support after seeing Tsunade perform poorly? How ridiculous. This old man at this time is still thinking about his beloved position of 5th Hokage. Danzo. Upon seeing Danzo's appearance, both Tsunade and Jeriah were also surprised for a moment. With enemies attacking Konoha, how could I stand by and do nothing? In front of all the Konoha ninjas, Danzo displayed a righteous demeanor. TCH. Tsunade and Jeriah couldn't help but roll their eyes internally. However, at this moment, more support is definitely better. After all, the enemy before us is not an ordinary existence. Was he that little brat from the Shimura clan? At this time, looking at Danzo, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke from within Susanoo, arms crossed. I remember during my era with Hashirama, you were still not weaned, right? And now, you dare to speak boldly in front of me? Chen Yiban stared at Danzo with his blood-red, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, gazing at him indifferently. Although I don't know how you still exist in this world and maintain such a youthful appearance. However, your era has already passed. I, Shimura Danzo, am no longer just that little brat from back then. In response to Chen Yiban's disdain, Danzo retorted. Is that so? Chen Yiban suddenly revealed a dark, sinister smile. In the next second, Chen Yiban exchanged glances with his dozens of shadow clones. Instantly, the dozens of shadow clone Chen Yiban that were originally blocking many Konoha ninjas immediately withdrew Susanoo's second stage. Then whoosh whoosh, whoosh, they all leaped up and stood beside Chen Yiban. Leave Konoha or die. The main body of Chen Yiban, with blood-red, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, spoke coldly at this moment. This was his last shred of mercy. This is impossible. Tsunade's attitude remained firm. To this, Jeriah glanced at Tsunade beside him and smiled. No matter what, I'm a member of Konoha, and at this moment I, the Sage of the Frog, am willing to follow the orders of the 5th Hokage. Jeriah naturally chose to support Tsunade. Root ninjas. Danzo merely shouted lightly, and immediately, the many root ninjas outside all gathered behind him. Thus, it was self-evident. Without Chen Yiban's shadow clones blocking, Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hizashi, and countless other Konoha Jonin and Umbu ninjas also timely gathered behind Tsunade and Jeriah. At this moment, including Danzo, everyone seemed to unite against a common enemy. To this, do you know? When a person's attention is too focused on one person, blind spots in your other areas will also appear. At this moment, Chen Yiban smiled, revealing the taste of conspiracy. Chapter 22. You are unqualified to dance before me. Blind spot? What does that mean? Tsunade, Jeriah, Shimura Danzo, and others looked puzzled at Chen Yiban's words. In response, Chen Yiban only smiled sinisterly and did not answer or explain. Stop bluffing. Facing all of our Konoha ninjas. Even if you're the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, you won't get a good outcome. Danzo seemed a bit smug. Uchiha Madara's power displayed just now was indeed extremely strong. Even the 8th gate guy, who opened all 8 gates, couldn't kill Uchiha Madara and was easily killed in return. However, Danzo at this moment slowly stroked his bandaged right hand with his left hand, as well as his similarly bandaged right eye. A wave of confidence suddenly surged in his heart. Even the eyes of this man in front of me are the best Uchiha ocular power. If I could obtain them, Danzo actually thought this way. Is that so? Chen Yiban's cold smile remained unchanged. Seeing this, Jeriah felt inexplicably uneasy. The enemy before him was the legendary ninja, the former Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Jeriah felt it was time to summon those two beings. Everyone, do not let your guard down, the opponent may. At this moment, Tsunade wanted to remind the many Konoha ninjas around her. However, just as Chen Yiban said, everyone had focused too much on Chen Yiban alone. For a moment, no one thought, goof. Two root ninjas, holding butcher knives behind Danzo, instantly severed Danzo's right arm, while the other simultaneously beheaded Danzo. What? Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurinai, and all Konoha ninjas were shocked. Until just now, the smug Danzo's headless corpse fell. What are you doing? Tsunade shouted furiously, glaring at the two root ninjas holding Danzo's right arm and head. Lord Danzo. Nearby, a group of root ninjas also looked incredulous. In response, swish, one of the two root ninjas holding Danzo's right arm and head suddenly unleashed a powerful blue chakra. Then, a blue and towering Susanoo Stage 3 instantly formed, protecting the two of them within its massive body. This is Susanoo. Among the shocked crowd, Tsunade suddenly realized, bastard, it turned out to be the enemy's people in disguise. As expected, shoo. The two root ninjas transformed into Chen Yiban, who was dressed in red armor with long flowing hair. It really was two shadow clones of Chen Yiban. Damn, when did? Jeriah couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Elder Danzo, even. Yuhi Kurinai couldn't believe that Elder Danzo of Konoha was actually killed like that. At this moment, still the same question. Do you really think I came to Konoha without any plans or preparations? Just see Chen Yiban's main body. Seeing that the shadow clone succeeded, still had his hands crossed in front of him and laughed coldly. As a time traveler, how could Chen Yiban not understand Konoha? How could he not know the secrets of Danzo? How could he not know he possessed Uchiha Shurasue's Manjiki Sharingan? How could he not know that this old schemer had transplanted an entire right arm with 10 3-tomo Sharingan to activate Uchiha's secret technique? Izanagi? He knew. Chen Yiban knew everything. So, before entering Konoha, that is, before coming here, Chen Yiban had already formed a preliminary plan in his heart. Danzo guy, these two. Chen Yiban had considered them both. These two shadow clones were actually sent out by Chen Yiban to hide among the crowd before the battle even began. Just now, they used transformation jutsu to become root ninjas and directly mixed in with the group of root ninjas behind Danzo. Until the plan succeeded, Danzo beheaded. It must be said, Chen Yiban was also quite the schemer. Mainly, it was indeed as Chen Yiban said, Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, and others were too focused on the situation with Chen Yiban himself. They never thought that their own companions nearby could be enemies. This point included Danzo, who had already been decapitated. He only realized it at the moment of death. Unfortunately, it was too late. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. How could he do such shameless things? At this moment, there was Yuhi Kurinai, staring fiercely with her eyes wide open at the main body of Chen Yiban and the two shadow clones of Chen Yiban. However, as a ninja, Kurinai's words at this moment were somewhat double standard. This is what it means to be a villain, isn't it? Chen Yiban smirked slightly and said with a faint smile, during this time, with a lowly creature like you, do you really think you can dance before me? The shadow clone of Chen Yiban holding Danzo's head looked disdainfully at the head of Danzo in his hand. On it, Danzo died with his eyes open. Izanagi, he didn't have time to activate. Koto and Tsukumi, likewise. Perhaps Danzo didn't expect that Chen Yiban, like him, possessed the attributes of an old schemer. In fact, Chen Yiban was even more scheming than him. Danzo returned Danzo's corpse. At this moment, Jeriah suddenly made a move. He launched a Rasengan to attack the shadow clone of Chen Yiban's Susanoo Stage 3. Bang! Unfortunately, Susanoo of even the first stage couldn't be broken by an ordinary Rasengan, let alone Stage 3. Aside from creating a sound, it had no effect. Instead, Susanoo Stage 3 punched Jeriah back, then immediately, other blue giant hands quickly gathered 8 palms of the Bagwazang that had been used not long ago and swung it toward Jeriah. Swish! The 8 palms of the Bagwazang. Both speed and power were extremely formidable. Facing this blow, even Jeriah was greatly shaken. Boom! In the end, he barely dodged. However, being too close and the suddenness of the situation caused Jeriah's arm to be grazed by the 8 palms of the Bagwazang in the moment he turned to dodge. Blood immediately flowed. Jeriah, are you okay? Seeing Jeriah retreat, Tsunade couldn't help but step forward to express her concern. During this time, her hands didn't slack off. quickly using healing ninjutsu to treat Jiraiya's arm injury. It must be said, fortunately, not long ago, Tsunade had just overcome her blood phobia. Otherwise, let alone treating Jeriah, she would probably have trembled all over at the sight of blood. It's just a small injury. Jeriah looked at Tsunade in front of him and forced a smile. Meanwhile, Earth release, Fire release, Lightning release, Multiplication technique, 8 trigrams palm, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Jeriah, and many other Konoha Nin and several Umbu ninjas were now bombarding the nearby Susanoo Stage 3 with various ninjutsu. The 2 shadow clones of Chen Yiban within Susanoo Stage 3 did not take them seriously at all. Dong dong. 2 shadow clones controlled the towering Susanoo of the 3rd stage, moving towards Chen Yiban's main body not far away. During this time, various ninjutsu bombarded the Susanoo, but it was all in vain. Until they got annoyed, the shadow clones focused their thoughts, and the Susanoo directly swung the 8-pointed Magatama, unleashing a powerful chakra slash. The Konoha ninjas suffered heavy casualties once again. Chapter 23, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Kodoamat Sukuyami. Seeing that Chen Yiban shadow clones were so powerful, killing countless Konoha ninjas, ninjutsu, Hell Swamp, Jeriah immediately performed one of his special ninjutsu. Suddenly, the Susanoo 3rd stage that enveloped the 2 Chen Yiban shadow clones suddenly sank underfoot. The 2 shadow clones looked down and saw the ground had indeed turned into a swamp, like a muddy pit, slowly engulfing the entire Susanoo. It even seemed as if it was going to swallow the entire Susanoo. This move was originally used by Jeriah against Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. Unexpectedly, using it on Susanoo at this moment had a remarkable effect. Everyone, hurry up and take advantage of this. Seeing the Susanoo 3rd stage being obstructed, Tsunade immediately waved her hand and shouted to the countless Konoha ninjas around her. Instantly, countless Konoha ninjas unleashed a series of ninjutsu, attacking the Susanoo trapped in the Hell Swamp. There are all kinds of techniques like wind release, fire release, water release, and so on. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, although the Susanoo 3rd stage was not broken, it truly lost its balance and fell. Thus, the Hell Swamp was quickly about to engulf the entire Susanoo 3rd stage. This thing is really large. Jeriah continuously released chakra, increasing the power of the Hell Swamp. It was determined to swallow the entire Susanoo 3rd stage. In the end, Tsunade directly delivered the finishing blow, leaping high into the air and coming down with a heavy punch on the Susanoo 3rd stage. This thoroughly smashed the Susanoo 3rd stage into the Hell Swamp. Tsunade then leaped back at the last moment, returning to the crowd. "Tsunade, you did it." Next to her, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. Tsunade also returned a stunning smile. At this moment, many Konoha ninjas showed smiles. Truly, it was not easy. They had finally won. "Tsunade, the battle is not over." Just then, Jeriah suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, all the previously joyful people were momentarily shocked. Then, they looked towards the far side of the huge chasm. Sure enough, the real Chen Yiban was still standing there alive. Just now, the grand effort they made to defeat was merely a shadow clone of his. Moreover, at this very moment, there were still more than 10 shadow clones of Chen Yiban beside his real body. Haha, how ridiculous. A ninja couldn't help but let out a desperate laugh. They couldn't win. They simply couldn't win. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, was too strong. It was as if they were not even in the same dimension. These Konoha ninjas simply couldn't contend. Helpless. Their hearts were truly filled with a sense of powerlessness. Did you notice? Just now, I was too embarrassed to interrupt your ecstatic celebration. Chen Yiban, within his own Susanoo 2nd stage, hugged his arms in front of him, looking with a mocking expression at the hundreds of Konoha ninjas across from him, watching them win against one of his shadow clones, yet celebrating as if they had truly achieved victory. Chen Yiban found it amusing and funny. "Bastard, don't get too cocky," Naruto Uzumaki said angrily. The real Chen Yiban coldly smiled disdainfully. Then, "How long are you two going to keep pretending?" Suddenly, Chen Yiban said inexplicably. The Konoha ninjas were a bit confused upon hearing this. Could it be? Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, Narashikaku, and the others thought of something. But before they could do anything, boom, the Hell Swamp, which had just swallowed a whole Susanoo 3rd stage and was reinforced and sealed by Jeriah, exploded. Yellow smoke billowed, clang clang, clang clang, until 2 giant blue bodies, each dozens of meters tall, climbed out of the Hell Swamp together. The onlookers were astonished. Just now, one was sealed. At this moment, 2 actually came out. "All right, There were indeed 2 shadow clones of Chen Yiban inside that Susanoo. But do you really have a play like this? Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, the 2 shadow clones that had just leaped out of the Hell Swamp, controlling the huge Susanoo third stage, began a massacre towards the Konoha ninjas in all directions, as if taking revenge. The Tomo of the 8-pointed star, the giant chakra blade, kept launching attacks. Instantly, many Konoha ninjas suffered countless casualties again. Stop! Jeriah angrily formed hand seals and then shouted, "Fire release! Fire dragon flame bullet!" Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge fire dragons appeared, attacking the 2 Susanoo third stage from the front, left, and right. Fire release! Great fire destruction! The 2 shadow clones inside the 2 Susanoo third stage slowly formed seals, and then they unleashed a torrent of flame arrows from their mouths. It was as if gunpowder had been ignited, instantly breaking through Jeriah's fire dragon flame bullets. Then burning countless Konoha ninjas. Even the power of Jeriah's original fire dragon was borrowed to burn his own people in Konoha. Damn it! Water release! Jeriah's face was filled with surprise and anger as he quickly performed a large-scale water release ninjutsu to counter the terrifying fire arrows of great fire destruction at this moment. Konoha ninjas who could use water release also began to perform water release techniques. In the end, they barely managed to withstand the terrifying high-temperature fire arrows from the shadow clones of the 2 Chinybin. However, a large amount of steam filled the scene, obscuring everyone's view. They could no longer see the giant figure of the Susanoo third stage, turning the tide, until a member of the Hyuga clan released a secret technique at this moment, dissipating all the steam that blocked their vision. Turning the tide. The powerful secret technique of the Hyuga clan had now fallen to this. They could not hold back against the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, and must not lose sight. During this time, boom, boom. At this moment, the 2 shadow clones of Chinybin had already moved in thought and jumped to Chinybin's side. The real body had obtained the items. Then, withdrawing the Susanoo, the 2 shadow clones each handed over what they had to the real body, Chinybin. What they were giving to the real Chinybin at this moment was Shimura Danzo's entire right arm and his entire head. Too slow, the real Chinybin said lightly. His movements did not slow down as he first grabbed Shimura Danzo's right arm, which had a total of 10 Sharingan from the Uchiha clan members, all 3 Tomo. Swish! Without saying a word, Chinybin directly stored it in the internal space of the achievement sign-in system. Additionally, this is Uchiha Shursue's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kodoame Tsukumi. Unwrapping the bandage over the right eye of Shimura Danzo's head, Chinybin opened his pair of eternal kaleidoscope eyes to see another person's kaleidoscope Sharingan in one of Danzo's eyes. It was indeed the Kodoame Tsukumi that Shimura Danzo had taken from Uchiha Shursui in the original story. The ocular power indeed seemed a bit special. Chapter 24. The Art of Summoning. Slug. Jeriah. That is the head and arm of Elder Shimura Danzo, but why? Why does he have a Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? That is, Shursui. It's the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, countless Konoha ninjas were shocked. They looked at the head of Danzo Shimura in Chinyibin's hand, along with the many scarlet eyes on his arm. Many Konoha ninjas were stunned. Even those from a Hyuga clan with good eyesight saw that the right eye of Danzo Shimura was actually the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, known as Shunshin Shursui. How could it be? How could an elder of Konoha have the Sharingan of the Uchiha? And even the Manjiki of Uchiha Shursui. It really is the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi also opened his Byakugan and saw the right eye of Danzo Shimura's head that Chen Yiban was holding in the distance. It was indeed the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. That bastard Danzo! Tsunade and Jeriah immediately thought of something. They couldn't help but curse out loud. Beside them, how could this be? How could our Uchiha's eyes? Uchiha Sasuke, at this moment, looked at the head of Danzo Shimura in Chen Yiban's hand and the bizarrely disappeared right arm that was full of Sharingan. His face first showed shock, unable to believe it. Then it was pure anger. The many Sharingan on Danzo Shimura's right arm, it was easy to guess where they came from. The Uchiha Massacre Knight. Bastard. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists in anger. To this, are you shocked? At this moment, Chen Yiban had already activated the Manjiki Sharingan, Kodoame Tsukumi, and after throwing away Danzo Shimura's head, he looked at the shocked Konoha ninjas across from him. Especially Uchiha Sasuke. Then, no need to be shocked. No need to wonder. Because, since the founding of Konoha, it has always owed a debt to the Uchiha. Now, it has only directly turned from debt to persecution. under the gaze of everyone. After Chen Yiban stored Konoha Mitsukami into the system's internal space, he spoke coldly. Stop spouting nonsense and misleading people. Tsunade retorted sharply. Chen Yiban's pair of scarlet, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan did not look at her, but unexpectedly turned to the furious and shocked Uchiha Sasuke at this moment. You should be one of the few remaining Uchiha, right? How about it? Uchiha Jr., do you want to come to my side? Chen Yiban said this with a slight smile. Looking at Sasuke with his cold, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan, Izuna, seeing the face of Uchiha Sasuke, which was extremely similar to someone in his current memory, Chen Yiban's heart stirred. Sasuke would never associate with someone like you. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward with an angry expression. Is that so? Chen Yiban's eternal Mangeki gaze still only looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke clearly showed a hint of hesitation. He was indeed moved by Chen Yiban's words. It was normal. The current Sasuke craved power, and Chen Yiban had shown invincible power from beginning to end. Moreover, at this moment, everyone saw Chen Yiban as Uchiha Madara. Sasuke felt the same way. So, this is a sense of kinship from the same clan. In contrast, Shimura Danzo, as an elder of Konoha, had taken a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan that was exterminated. Sasuke had originally planned to leave Konoha to find Orochimaru. Now, hearing Chen Yiban's words, how could Sasuke not be moved? Chen Yiban also noticed Sasuke's wavering and couldn't help but smile. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. All the shadow clones around him instantly disappeared, and all the power was once again concentrated on Chen Yiban's main body. I will ask you one last time. Leave Konoha, or choose death. Standing in the body of Susanoo's second stage, with his eternal Mangeki eyes, Chen Yiban looked so cold. Madara, what do you want to do? Jeriah shouted angrily. Jeriah, it's useless to say more to this kind of person. Let's work together. Tsunade said on the side. At the same time, ninja art, summoning technique. Pooh. As Tsunade bit her thumb and slapped the ground, a huge white mist suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone at the scene saw Tsunade standing on the head of a suddenly appeared gigantic slug, nearly 100 meters long. That is Tsunade's summoning beast, the slug. Looking at the giant summoning beast, slug, Kakashi couldn't help but speak out. It was that time. Uzumaki Naruto recalled the scene not long ago when Tsunade and Jeriah fought Orochimaru. Naruto was seeing the summoning beast slug for the second time. Tsunade, seeing that Tsunade had summoned the slug with the summoning technique. Jeriah couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, ninja art, summoning technique. Jeriah also bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. Pooh, the giant summoning toad, Gamabunta, made its entrance. Wow, so big. No wonder they are among the legendary Sannin. So strong. This is great. We still have hope. The surrounding Konoha ninjas looked as if they had grabbed a lifeline, desperately searching for hope in life. This scene was indeed a bit nostalgic. Jeriah, glancing at Tsunade on top of the giant slug, couldn't help but sigh. But the Sannin is still missing one person. Jeriah, why did you call me over again? At this moment, Gamabunta looked a bit displeased as he glanced at Jeriah, standing on his head. He almost couldn't help but throw him off. Tsunade, it's nice to see you again. The slug was much gentler. You even summoned the slug? And this is Konoha. Jeriah, what kind of enemy are you facing? Seeing the slug, Gamabunta went from displeasure to a bit of surprise. At the same time, Bunta looked at the current environment. Then, holy crap, when did this 1,000-meter long, nearly 100-meter wide trench come about? Is this really Konoha? Bunta was a bit confused. To this, Bunta, slug, both of you look at that person over there. Can you recognize who that is? Jeriah said seriously while standing on Gamabunta's head. Two hearing this. Both Bunta and the slug were taken aback for a moment. Then, they looked over. Feels a bit familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Bunta smacked his lips and murmured. The opponent seems to have a very strong aura. The slug also said timely. Wait, this is... Suddenly, Gamabunta thought of something. Holy crap. Chapter 25, Uchiha Madara's Chakra. The Chakra of God. At this moment, Fukasaku finally seemed to have realized something. Then, the pipe that looked a bit pretentious in his mouth suddenly fell to the ground. Fukasaku's face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Chen Yiban across from him. How is this possible? He shouldn't have. The enormous Fukasaku's voice trembled with uncertainty. You recognize who that man is? The slug hadn't reacted yet. Until, Uchiha Madara. He is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Among the crowd, someone couldn't help but shout loudly at that moment. Nani. Upon hearing this, the living slug, which is the slug, immediately trembled all over. It really is Uchiha. Fukasaku was completely stunned. Jeriah, what is going on? Could it be that the other party is really the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Fukasaku no longer had the arrogance he had when he first appeared before Jeriah. He even seemed to show a hint of fear and unease. He should be the legendary one. As for why he is still alive, I can only say that I am not very clear about it right now. Jeriah shook his head. Then he smiled wryly. This is really giving me a headache? Damn it. If it really is the legendary Uchiha Madara, then it's not just a simple headache, Jeriah. To be honest, Fukasaku was a bit tempted to retreat. Although Mount Myaboku is on good terms with Jeriah and Konoha, and Fukasaku is Jeriah's summoning beast. But damn it, how can Fukasaku fight against the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? Do you know what the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was like? Fight him? Are you kidding me? Lady Tsunade, that man over there, really is. The slug's tone also seemed a bit strangely soft as it asked Tsunade above its head. Please, Konoha ninjas, help treat them. Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Chen Yiban across from her. Gulp. The slug looked at Chen Yiban again, then couldn't help but nervously swallow. All right, Lady Tsunade. Saying this, the next moment it immediately split itself, transforming its gigantic body of 100 meters into many small slugs. Then it began to crawl towards the many injured Konoha ninjas in all directions. Just now, facing Chen Yiban, Konoha ninjas suffered countless casualties. There were deaths, serious injuries, and light injuries. At this moment, the slug was indeed very useful. However, after splitting off so many subbodies, the slug under Tsunade shrank to less than 30 meters. Upon seeing this scene, it really is a futile resistance to reality. Across from him, Chen Yiban, dressed in red armor with long flowing hair, stood with his arms crossed, his crimson eternal Mangeki Sharingan faintly looking at Jeriah, Tsunade, and their summoning beasts. Those eyes indeed looked just like the legends. Fukasaku saw the pattern of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Chen Yiban's pupils, and instantly the last shred of hope in his heart vanished. Immediately, Fukasaku looked up at Jeriah above him. Jeriah, what are you waiting for? Why not call over the boss and the big sister and then enter Sage mode? The one across from us is very likely the legendary one. And Fukasaku certainly did not believe that the people here could contend against the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, only by summoning the two great toads of Mount Myaboku, who are Fukasaku's superiors, and having Jeriah enter Sage mode. Might there be a glimmer of hope? Hey, Fukasaku. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki, who was nearby, saw Fukasaku and waved to greet him. Shut up, brat. Fukasaku shot a glare at Naruto. He had no mood to deal with Naruto at this moment. Meanwhile, Fukasaku, I know. I summoned you out first to have you block that guy over there, while I summoned the two great toad sages. Jeriah glanced at the enormous Fukasaku beneath him and said, Jeriah, you bastard. Shouldn't I be thanking you for thinking so highly of me? Fukasaku gritted his teeth. Ahaha. Jeriah indeed felt a bit embarrassed. Idiot, hurry up. If he really is Uchiha Madara, how long do you think Fukasaku, can hold him off? Fukasaku shouted angrily. Living slug, let us buy some time for Jeriah. Tsunade glanced at the slug that was still 30 meters in size beneath her and said, All right, Lady Tsunade. The slug nodded. During this time, the slug and Fukasaku, two gigantic summoning beasts, appear to be unafraid of all life forms. But, at this moment, both the slug and Fukasaku were nervously staring at Chen Yiban across from him. Afraid? Maybe. Facing this legendary figure, among all the ninjas in the ninja world, who could not be afraid, aside from the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama? Let's skip it. This game should actually be over. Just then, while Jeriah and Fukasaku were discussing, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke coldly. Then, amidst the attention of the crowd, Chen Yiban slowly uncrossed his arms. Next, I will show you what Uchiha Madara's power is, the power of a god. The true Susanoo complete body, with a pair of eyes as crimson and eerie as blood. Chen Yiban's face was cold. Even in the next second, Zhenzheng, the terrifying ocular power combined with unmatched chakra, surged wildly from Chen Yiban's body. Swisheng set. In an instant, a form exceeding 230 meters of Susanoo, complete body, stood between heaven and earth. It appeared before all the people of Konoha. The size of the complete Susanoo, even standing at the very edge of Konoha village, could be seen as an incredibly massive superform. With both eternal Mangeki Sharingan gathered, the complete Susanoo, its size now directly exceeded 230 meters. nearly 100 meters taller than the 140 meters of a single eternal Mangeki Sharingan just now. This, at the scene, Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and countless Konoha ninjas widened their eyes. So big. The summoning beast slug exclaimed in a daze. Jeriah, I really thank your ancestors for 8 generations. The pipe that Fukasaku had just picked up fell again. Chapter 26, One sword, that's all. Bastard. Does it have to be this exaggerated? At this moment, the giant toad Winta, whose size exceeds 50 meters, looked shocked at the over 230 meters tall Susanoo complete form in front of him. As a summoning beast, although a bit smaller than a slug, Winta considered himself big enough. However, looking at this Susanoo complete form in front of him, Winta exclaimed, Okay, I'm the little brother. Meanwhile, how could this be? Tsunade also wore an expression of disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Yiban's power was terrifying to this extent. Just now, the 140-meter Susanoo had already been astonishing, and now, over 230 meters. This is just ridiculous. That previous Susanoo seemed like Winta, and the slug could still fight against it. If Jeriah entered Sage Mode again, there would definitely be more hope. But now this. Damn it, it feels like a single step could crush all of us and the summoning beasts. It's just absurd. The only one that can stop me is Hashirama. Unfortunately, he is no longer in the human world. Inside the gigantic head of the Susanoo's diamond-shaped crystal, Chen Yiban's voice suddenly echoed. During this time, as he spoke, one of the giant hands of the Susanoo pressed down on the Susanoo sword at his waist. Then, boom, a sword was drawn and slashed out like a blade. The blue and white sword light flashed like a terrifying thunderbolt, heading straight towards all the leaf ninjas on the opposite side. Not good, quick. Tsunade and Jeriah both looked horrified, but before they could say more, they saw clang boom. Ugh. Screams continued. However, more people were directly turned to ashes under the sword light. Not even a scream could be heard. After being blasted away, Jeriah spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he felt an excruciating pain in his right side. Looking down, he saw that his entire right hand had been severed, obliterated, because at the last moment, Jeriah had pushed Tsunade away with his right hand. Although he managed to avoid that astonishing sword in time, his entire right hand was gone. Bang! On the other side, Winta, who had narrowly avoided the death sword by jumping away, was still thrown back by the terrifying residual force of the sword light, crashing into many buildings in the Leaf Village. Cough, cough. Winta also coughed up blood from the injuries. He could barely hold onto the sword in his hand. Bastard, that was close. Almost killed me. Winta weakly complained while coughing up blood. On the other side, Tsunade was pushed away by Jeriah in time, and thanks to her Baikugo technique. She seemed to be fine as she stood up from the ruins of the Leaf Village. Then, she stared blankly with wide eyes at the scene before her. A chasm about 70 meters wide, stretching several thousand meters long and unfathomably deep. At this moment, it cut through the entire Leaf Village. It truly split the entire Leaf Village in half. Meanwhile, countless severed limbs and arms of Leaf ninjas were falling into the abyss. This scene filled Tsunade's eyes with red bloodshot veins. Lady Tsunade. At this moment, the summoning beast slug came to Tsunade's side. Because it could split, the slug had sustained the least damage. However, it wasn't completely unharmed. At least many of its own offspring that had split off at the beginning had been vaporized into nothingness under that astonishing sword. Now, standing next to Tsunade, the slug also saw the unfathomable chasm before them, and the countless severed limbs. The slug was so horrified that it couldn't speak. Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Ino and Choji looked at their fallen comrades on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. I'm sorry. The slug's offspring can't save the dead. Not long after, the still-living Narashikaku covered his injured abdomen and slowly walked over, then squatted down quietly to look at his deceased son. On the other side, Niji, Tenten, and Lee couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Hyuga Niji lying on the ground. It seemed that just moments ago, Niji had used all his strength to activate the Byakugan to help Tenten and Lee reduce the danger, and at the critical moment, he had sacrificed himself while they survived. Meanwhile, a slug split body was equally powerless. However, one area had sustained the least damage. That was crack. Kakashi removed the massive earthen wall. Then, together with his disciples Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, they looked in shock at the scene around them, especially that chasm that split the Leaf Village. An unfathomable gorge. Could such power be blocked by just one earthen wall? Kakashi noticed that the damage on his side was the least. Could it be Sasuke? Kakashi glanced at Sasuke Uchiha beside him in surprise, recalling what Chen Yiban had said to Sasuke earlier, and couldn't help but speculate. The only reason that could explain this was that he had held back against a fellow Uchiha clan member. This kind of power. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha looked at the power that had split the Leaf Village with a sword. He truly couldn't believe that this was a power a human could possess. The legendary ninja, the former strongest patriarch of his clan, had become so shockingly powerful. It was simply unbelievable that the scene before him was real. How could the village become like this? Sakura Haruno stared blankly at the divided Leaf Village. Beside her, Naruto Uzumaki had already lost control and rushed out. Soon, Shikamaru. Naruto saw Nara Shikamaru's corpse. And Hyuga Neji, Naruto-kun. Not far away, Hinata Hyuga walked over with her father, Hayashi Hyuga, and then was shocked to see Neji lying on the ground covered in blood, immediately covering her mouth in shock. Perverted sage. Turning around, an enraged Naruto Uzumaki was now anxiously looking at Jeriah, who had lost his entire right arm. Perverted sage. Naruto rushed over to support Jeriah. Perverted sage, you. After witnessing the deaths of Shikamaru and Neji, Naruto felt an inexplicable fear that the perverted sage might also die. Especially the bloody scene on Jiraiya's right side was too terrifying. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm the Toad Sage. Jeriah, I want to die just like this. Jeriah forced a smile and reached out to pat Naruto's head. At this moment, Naruto had tears streaming down his face. Afterwards, the surviving Kakashi, Yugao Yuzuki, Kurenai Yui, Hayashi Hyuga, Nara Shikaku, and others huddled together again. At this moment, clang ding, the Susanoo complete form marched forward with incredibly heavy steps, slowly approaching the last surviving Leaf Ninjas at this moment. Bastard. Naruto's eyes began to turn red. Chapter 27. Naruto Uzumaki's Loss of Control. Seven Tails. Ding dong, ding dong. The complete body of Susanoo, with its footsteps echoing, advanced step by step towards the remaining Konoha ninjas at the scene. Its massive form emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura, causing many ninjas present to involuntarily retreat, some even collapsing to the ground. We can't possibly win. Some Konoha ninjas began to feel despair as they watched the over 230-meter-tall, complete Susanoo approach them slowly. Countless ninjas felt hopeless. The power was on an entirely different dimension. At this moment, Yui Kurenai couldn't help but kneel on the ground, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. Damn it. Meanwhile, Tsunade looked at the entire Konoha that had been terrifyingly sliced in half, gritting her teeth in despair, feeling powerless. Kakashi remained silent, feeling the same deep sense of helplessness in his heart. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, was too powerful. They simply couldn't compete against him. Finally, the complete body of Susanoo stood tall before all the remaining Konoha ninjas. Its terrifying momentum presented an overwhelming trend, leaving countless Konoha ninjas with no courage to resist. To this, finally, are you no longer stubbornly resisting? The diamond-shaped crystal atop the gigantic Susanoo saw Chen Yiban, who stood with his arms crossed, speak coldly. But just as Chen Yiban finished speaking, a beast-like roar echoed throughout the devastated Konoha. Oh, Chen Yiban looked down, seeing an uncontrollable figure, and couldn't help but smile with interest. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki had 4 tails of the 9-tails fox appearing behind him. He had entered a beast-like state. Kid, to no longer become a puppet under that bastard Madara's eyes, I'll help you this once. The 9-tails spoke from within the 4-tails Naruto. It was Naruto. Kakashi turned his head and saw the red beast-like figure. Naruto. The closest to the 4-tails Naruto at this moment was the one-armed Jeriah. However, Jeriah now felt somewhat powerless to stop Naruto's loss of control. Moreover, if Naruto viewed the Susanoo before him as an enemy, then temporarily losing control might not be so bad. Just as Jeriah was lost in thought, whoosh, the 4-tails Naruto indeed charged towards the gigantic, complete Susanoo. Interesting. Chen Yiban smiled faintly from within the crystal at the head of Susanoo. Roar. The 4-tails Naruto, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, roared as he sprinted with both hands and feet on the ground. He unleashed overwhelming speed and power, surging towards the gigantic, complete Susanoo. Bang! However, a giant claw made of tailed beast chakra struck the huge calf of the complete Susanoo, only making a light sound. That tickles. Chen Yiban, with a pair of eternal kaleidoscope eyes, looked down with a scornful expression as he held his arms crossed. Roar! the Four Tails Naruto appeared increasingly furious, letting out another roar towards the sky, and the fifth tail emerged. Instantly, even more terrifying tailed beast chakra enveloped Naruto Uzumaki. He was filled with beastly ferocity. At the same time, Naruto's skin began to show signs of peeling. That is, Naruto. On the side, Uchiha Sasuke looked shocked at the moment. Seeing Naruto filled with powerful, tailed beast chakra, he couldn't believe that Naruto Uzumaki possessed such terrifying chakra power. Naruto, Haruno Sakura, also looked very surprised. The fifth tail has appeared. It can't continue like this, Naruto. Kakashi appeared anxious and worried. Naruto, cough cough. Jeriah, who was now seriously injured, was coughing up blood. Naruto. Tsunade looked at Naruto with 5 tails, her gaze complex, knowing that if all 9 tails emerged, Naruto would be doomed. However, at this moment, facing the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, such a terrifying enemy, it seemed they should put life and death aside and strive for survival, right? So thinking this, Tsunade's gaze on Naruto with 5 tails appeared very complicated. Glancing again at the severely injured one-armed Jeriah, Tsunade felt that Naruto's power might truly be the last hope for Konoha. Jeriah, hang in there. Quickly, Tsunade immediately rallied from despair and came to Jiraiya's side. Then, she performed her superb medical ninjutsu to heal Jeriah's wounds. To this, Tsunade, help me. Jeriah looked at the woman he loved in front of him, pleading. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who was already healing Jeriah and was shocked at his severed arm, couldn't help but pause slightly. Coming to her senses, Tsunade seemed to understand something and wiped away the blood from Jeriah's severed arm. Seeing this, knowing that Tsunade understood his thoughts, Jeriah couldn't help but smile through the pain. Then, ninja art, summoning technique. On the other side, at this moment, the beast-like Naruto, with 5 tails behind him, continued to surge with power. Soon, the 6th tail appeared. Roar, a terrifying beast-like roar echoed from Naruto's mouth, reverberating throughout Konoha. Countless people were shocked. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked on in astonishment. He actually had 6 tails if this continues. Kakashi was worried about his student, yet felt powerless at this moment. At this time, hiss, the 6 tails Naruto opened his mouth and began rapidly gathering tailed beast bomb, aimed at the complete Susanoo. Boom, soon, a tailed beast bomb directly shot towards the gigantic complete Susanoo right in front of him. This time, it did cause Chen Yiban's complete Susanoo to slightly shift its massive blue leg back. But that was it. Chen Yiban, arms crossed, continued to watch quietly. He was waiting for Naruto to explode into complete loss of control with 9 tails. At that time, it would be the moment to put a collar on the 9 tails. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a crystal necklace around Naruto's neck began to emit energy, attempting to bind him. Or rather, attempting to suppress Naruto's loss of control at this moment. But ka-clang. Just like in the original plot during the Pain's invasion of Konoha arc, the 6 tails Naruto grabbed the necklace around his neck and crushed it with a light squeeze. Instantly, the sealing power vanished. Roar. Behind Naruto, the 7th tail slowly emerged. Chapter 28, 9 tails. It's time to wear the collar. 7 tails. Looking at the beastly Naruto with 7 tails, Kakashi's one eye was filled with suspicion. As soon as the 7 tails appeared, a layer of skeletal armor began to form around the uncontrolled Naruto, further strengthening the defense. Roar. After that, he charged toward the gigantic Susanoo complete body. Bang, bang, bang. With incredible speed, he continuously swiped his claws, attacking the complete Susanoo. During this time, the tailed beast bombs were also being launched recklessly at the complete Susanoo. However, they couldn't inflict any effective damage on the gigantic Susanoo complete body. Instead, crack. When the 7-tailed Naruto climbed up the massive body of the Susanoo, Chen Yiban's mind moved. The giant hand of Susanoo immediately grasped the out-of-control beastly vortex Naruto firmly. Roar. The 7-tailed Naruto roared at Chen Yiban while in the grip of Susanoo's hand. You dance quite well, but I have lost my patience. Chen Yiban, with his pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, spoke coldly. Then 9 tails. Let me put the collar on you directly. With a hand seal, he prepared to unleash the power of the eternal Mangeki against the 7-tailed Naruto, fully activating the tailed beast's power within Naruto, in order to extract the 9 tails fox from his body. However, Supergiant Rasengan. Suddenly, a figure leapt up and struck the giant wrist of the complete Susanoo with a massive blow. Although it couldn't break the hand of the complete Susanoo, it forced the Susanoo to loosen its grip, allowing the 7-tailed Naruto to escape. Chen Yiban's eyes narrowed as he looked coldly. It was Jeriah. However, at this moment, Jeriah looked completely different and somewhat ugly. He seemed like a toad. Additionally, two small figures were standing on his shoulders. This, has he entered Sage Mode? Chen Yiban frowned slightly. He was somewhat annoyed by the interference. Just then, boom boom boom. Three gigantic figures, each wielding huge weapons, suddenly attacked the legs of the complete Susanoo. Under Chen Yiban's unintentional relaxed resistance, the complete Susanoo took a small step back. Then, Chen Yiban looked down with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Three enormous toads came into view. It turned out to be the three brothers from the original series, Fukasaku, Shima, and Jeriah. Fukasaku had just been summoned by Jeriah. The other two, along with the two small toads on Jiraiya's shoulders, were clearly summoned from the Mount Mayaboku Toad Clan. Annoying, Chen Yiban said coldly. Then he suddenly kicked out. Bang bang bang. Wow. The three giant toads were immediately sent flying. In the end, they all fell to the ground in disarray. Our three simultaneous full power attacks only forced this giant to take a small step back. Its casual strike. At this moment, the disheveled Fukasaku, Shima, and Jeriah looked uncertainly at the complete Susanoo, which was 4 to 5 times taller than them. Sage Art, Toad Song. Just then, the two toad sages on Jiraiya's shoulders unleashed the sage technique of Mount Mayaboku. Wah wah wah, instantly. A sound with illusionary properties began to impact Chen Yiban on the complete Susanoo. However, the complete Susanoo was too tall. The power of the Toad Song was greatly diminished. Moreover, with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the immensely powerful spiritual world, Chen Yiban was not afraid of the Toad Song at all. Noisy, Chen Yiban shouted coldly. He then intended to slash out with the sword of Susanoo to finish Jeriah. But, boom, a tailed beast bomb, countless times larger than the previous one, suddenly came crashing toward the complete Susanoo from the side. This forced Chen Yiban to change his strategy and slash at the incoming tailed beast bomb. Clang boom. The tailed beast bomb was cut open, and a terrifying explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud quietly rose. Whoosh! Inside the crystal of the complete Susanoo's head, Chen Yiban, unharmed, controlled Susanoo's giant hand to execute an air slap, clearing the dust. Instantly, he saw the beastly Naruto with 8 tails. 9 tails, do you think you can escape? Come here and obediently submit to my ocular power, Chen Yiban said with a wicked smile. Facing the siege of multiple powerful foes, Chen Yiban remained relaxed and at ease. However, some pesky flies were still bothersome. Chen Yiban slowly formed seals. 5 shadow clones appeared beside him. Get rid of those flies. I'm going to put the collar on the 9 tails. Looking at the 5 shadow clones, the main body Chen Yiban said. In response, all 5 shadow clones nodded in unison. The next moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, the 5 shadow clones leapt down from the head of the giant complete Susanoo. Then, 3 faced Fukasaku, Shima, and Jeriah. 1 faced Sage Mode Jeriah. The last shadow clone slowly approached all the Leaf Village ninjas, including Tsunade, Kakashi, and others. Don't get in the way. 5 to 5 shadow clones of Chen Yiban spoke coldly at the same time. Bastard. Looking at the shadow clone of Chen Yiban in front of them, Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, Fukasaku, and Shima couldn't help but curse in anger and helplessness. On the other side, all right, no one is disturbing anymore. Time to put on the collar. The main body Chen Yiban looked at the beastly Naruto, who now had 8 tails, not far away from him, inside the crystal of the complete Susanoo. Damn it, Madara! In the ceiling space, Kurama roared angrily. Roar outside. The beastly Naruto also roared at the complete Susanoo. Just now, that extremely massive tailed beast bomb had been cut open by the sword of Susanoo. Kurama's recognition of the power of the complete Susanoo had undoubtedly increased another level. Boom 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 boom. Next, the uncontrolled 8-tailed Naruto continuously launched multiple-tailed beast bombs at the complete Susanoo. It looked like Prince's battle tactic. In response, the complete Susanoo walked straight toward him. While walking, it casually swatted away the small-tailed beast bombs as easily as a human swatting away mosquitoes. In response, Naruto, Kakashi, Jeriah, Tsunade, and others were worried about Naruto at this moment, because Naruto had already manifested 8 tails. If he grew 1 more, it would be irreversible. However, just as Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, and others were about to make a move, they saw whoosh 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 whoosh. The 5 shadow clones Chen Yiban, each at different positions, simultaneously unleashed their chakra to activate Susanoo 3rd stage. Instantly, 5 dozens of meters-tall blue bodies stood in front of everyone. I said, don't get in the way. 5 Chapter 29, the fourth Hokage. Damn it. Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, Fukasaku, Shima, and the others looked angrily at the Susanoo's third stage of Chen Yiban's shadow clone in front of them. Uchiha Madara, Susanoo, is slightly different from others. It has a lower body that can stand up in the third stage. With a height of over 30 meters, it is extremely large. At this moment, it gives everyone present a strong sense of oppression, although it does not compare to the complete form at over 230 meters. However, it is enough to block Sage Mode Jeriah and Tsunade, Fukasaku, Kakashi, and others. Two of us, let's use that move. At this moment, looking at the Susanoo third stage blocking his path, Sage Mode Jeriah spoke up. Hearing this, the two toads on Jeriah's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima, seemed to understand the move Jeriah was referring to. Quickly, Sage Art, 5 right gate. Fukasaku used wind release, Shima used fire release, and Jeriah spat out oil. Boom! The combination of 3 energies instantly erupted into a fierce flame, as if to devour everything. In response, swish, Chen Yiban's shadow clone merely thought, and the Susanoo immediately flicked its hand to throw out a powerful 8-board shuriken. Instantly, with a swish, it split the surging 5 right gate in half in an instant. At the same time, the 4-armed Susanoo third stage did not idle. Another 3 arms reached into the void. 3 chakra blades immediately appeared in the 3 large hands. Then, the 3 large hands slashed out together. Instantly, 3 sharp blade lights shot out. Ultimately, the 5 right gate was completely shattered. Moreover, one last blade light broke through the 5 right gate and charged straight at Jeriah. Jeriah had no choice but to dodge urgently. Now with only one hand, even in Sage Mode, Jeriah's strength was still diminished. After dodging the 8-board shuriken, Jeriah glanced at the situation of others. He found that Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others were also blocked by 2 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones Susanoo. It turned out that only 2 shadow clones of Chen Yiban were obstructing the 3 brothers Fukasaku, Shima, and Jeriah. This situation was not good. Naruto. Jeriah worriedly looked in the direction of Naruto Uzumaki. Over there, Chen Yiban's main body complete form, had already grabbed Naruto's neck, who had 8 tails. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was almost completely beastified. Clang. Before Jeriah could look any longer, the shadow clone of Chen Yiban next to him again commanded the Susanoo, leaping up with a large foot straight to kick. Jeriah retreated again to dodge, then shouted, Sage Art, Frog Call. Fukasaku and Shima, the 2 toad sages, launched Frog Call at the Susanoo of Chen Yiban's shadow clone in front of them. They had used it against Chen Yiban's main body before, but the effect was minimal due to the sheer size of the complete Susanoo. However, now that the shadow clone Susanoo was only at the 3rd stage and not too high, and being so close, it should have had some effect. Yet, boom, boom, boom. Before the frog call could fully resonate, the Susanoo 3rd stage immediately unleashed a series of 8-board shurikens. In an instant, Jeriah was once again overwhelmed and had no strength to counterattack. The others were also attacked by several 8-board shurikens and chakra blade lights, causing them to flee in all directions. They could not break through the block of 5 shadow clones of Chen Yiban. They even felt as if they were being chased and beaten. Damn it, can we not even handle Uchiha Madara's shadow clones? Jeriah, unwilling, shouted angrily. The next moment, an enormous Rasengan was condensed in his remaining left hand. Super, big ball Rasengan. Painful sky kick. On the other side, Tsunade also attacked in frustration. Let us 3 brothers teach you what is righteousness. Fukasaku led his 2 toad brothers to begin counterattacking. Bang, bang, bang. However, the 5 Susanoo 3rd stage easily blocked Jeriah, Tsunade, and Fukasaku's attacks with their hands. Moreover, boom, ugh. They were punched flying. Seeing the scene, we can't even beat his shadow clone. Damn it. From all directions, countless Konoha ninjas seemed to truly fall into despair. Should we just leave the village? Some even suggested this. Leaving the home they had lived in for half their lives, it was evident how much despair Chen Yiban had instilled in the Konoha ninjas. They truly felt powerless. It was still that phrase. The legendary ninja, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, is too powerful. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban's main body stared with a pair of blood-red eternal Mangeki Sharingan, gazing at Naruto Uzumaki, who was being choked by his complete Susanoo with 8 tails. During this time, the uncontrollable Naruto Uzumaki, still trying to gather a tail beast bomb while being choked, was met with Chen Yiban's thought. One hand of the complete Susanoo continued to choke his neck, while the other hand gently squeezed and exploded the still-forming tailed beast bomb. It's over. Clang. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Activate. Then, in a dim ceiling space, little brat, that's right, come over here. Quickly, tear off and undo the seal. Inside the ceiling space, Kurama was continuously enticing the now uncontrollable Naruto Uzumaki. He wanted him to tear off the sealing paper and undo the seal. However, Naruto could tear the paper, but the seal seemed not so easy to break. Just as Naruto Uzumaki, with red pupils, was slowly approaching to really reach out and rip off the sealing paper, snap. A hand grabbed Naruto Uzumaki's hand and pulled him back. During this time, Naruto Uzumaki was also awakened to consciousness by clear power. Then, Naruto Uzumaki looked in surprise at the warm figure in a divine robe before him. Boom! At that moment, inside the ceiling space, Kurama excitedly slapped his paw on the ceiling giant door. Sister, forever! Chapter 30. The man sitting on the Nine-Tails' head. Roar. As soon as he saw the figure dressed in the ceremonial robe, the Nine-Tails immediately stepped forward in anger and roared, seemingly wishing to tear apart the person who had suddenly appeared before him. You, who are you? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who had regained his consciousness, looked at the man in front of him with a surprised expression. The fourth Hokage, how could he be here? Looking at the man in front of him, who wore a ceremonial robe and had hair the same color as his own, Naruto was somewhat taken aback. Naruto, this isn't a place for talking. Let me reinforce the seal on the Nine-Tails first, then we can talk somewhere else. Breeze Watergate looked at his son, Naruto, who was now around 12 or 13 years old, with a gentle smile in his eyes. To this, Naruto still looked dazed and confused. Boom! Indaime. Beside them, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but angrily pound on the giant ceiling gate, clawing at Watergate outside the door. The Nine-Tails, seeing the Nine-Tails in front of him, Watergate's expression was also quite complex. He couldn't help but think of Kushina. Then, coming back to his senses, Watergate wanted to use the last bit of his remaining power to reinforce the seal on the Nine-Tails. Boom! However, just as Watergate was about to move, a sudden burst of blue energy sent him flying. Due to the suddenness of the event, Windaimi didn't even have time to react. Also, because Windaimi was no longer a living person, he was just a chakra consciousness. During this time, after being knocked away, Windaimi stood up again and looked up, only to instantly see a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan appearing before him. Not good, Windaimi instinctively exclaimed in his heart. Clang, sure enough, in the next moment, the powerful ocular power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan erupted. My guy was the first. Shimura Danzo, that rat, was the second. You, Watergate, are the third. Now, release the seal. A figure dressed in red armor, with long hair reaching her waist, Chen Yiban, stared at the controlled Windaimi with her eternal Mangeki Sharingan wide open. What Mdara? Seeing Chen Yiban, the Nine-Tails no longer angrily pounded on the ceiling gate, but instead involuntarily took a step back. But at this moment, Windaimi had already stepped forward to release the seal on the Nine-Tails. Damn it, Mdara! The Nine-Tails roared again. The Nine-Tails almost cried. It would have been great if the seal had been released just now. Now, with that bastard Mdara coming in, if the seal was released now, the Nine-Tails, would definitely become a pet under that man's terrifying ocular power again. How could this be? During this time, Mdara, as Windaimi was already in the process of unsealing, Naruto saw Chen Yiban and immediately reacted with furious impulsiveness, swinging his fist. Don't interfere. Chen Yiban's ocular power erupted. Boom! In an instant, Naruto was suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Damn it! Naruto gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Roar beside him. The Nine-Tails also roared at Chen Yiban in defiance. Don't worry, Nine-Tails. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Yiban's cold face as he glanced at the Nine-Tails inside the sealing gate. As he watched the seal being gradually undone, the Nine-Tails really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, just as the seal was about to be completely undone by Windaimi, countless chakra chains surged forth, binding towards Chen Yiban. Clang. Chen Yiban still calmly unleashed the powerful ocular power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, shattering those chakra chains. At the same time, the super insight of the eternal Mangeki easily found the attacker. Swish. A huge blue skeletal hand suddenly appeared and quickly grabbed the woman, squeezing her tightly. Uzumaki Kushina, you don't count as the fourth. Chen Yiban's eternal Mangeki Sharingan looked coldly at the woman caught by the skeletal hand. Watergate, Naruto. Kushina looked tearfully at her husband and son. In response, boom. Chen Yiban's thought moved directly extinguishing this chakra consciousness of Kushina. After all, she wasn't a real living person. If Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina were truly alive, Chen Yiban might have some interest in fighting them. But just a part of a chakra consciousness. Chen Yiban expressed no interest. He crushed it directly. At the same time, crack, the nine-tailed seal was completely undone. In an instant, Naruto felt as if his heart had suddenly stopped beating. Outside, huff huff, Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, Hinata Hisashi, and all the others, including the three brothers Gamabunta, faced 5 of Chen Yiban's shadow clones and were each panting heavily. Lord Hokage, our chakra is... Kakashi looked towards Tsunade in front of him. Wanted to say that everyone's chakra was nearly depleted. Damn! Tsunade felt that the 100 healing mark on her body wouldn't hold out much longer. Hey Jeriah, are you okay? Sage Fukasaku felt that Jiraiya's breath was growing weaker. I'm fine. Jeriah forced a smile. The opponent truly lived up to their legendary status. They were too powerful. Hey, Jeriah, don't push yourself too hard. Sage Shima also advised. In response, Jeriah, in sage mode, shook his head. I can't give up on the village. Seeing this, Fukasaku and Shima sighed and no longer persuaded him. They only looked at Jeriah with concern, feeling that this time, it truly was a life-and-death situation for Jeriah. Damn it, this is just unreasonable. How could someone's shadow clone be this ridiculously strong? Meanwhile, Yutaka Ajimane was sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Kakashi, Hinata Hisashi, and the others expressed their deep agreement. Are these 5 guys really just shadow clones? Damn, they're a bit too outrageous, especially after fighting for so long. How can these 5 shadow clones maintain the Susanoo 3rd stage state? Damn, you guys are just shadow clones. Can you get a grip on your positioning? Don't act like you're cheating or something. Okay. Roar. Just then, a chilling roar suddenly echoed from afar. At the same time, boom, a massive object fell to the ground, shaking the earth. Then, everyone looked up. Instantly, everyone had a dumbfounded expression. They saw that the Nine Tails had completely reappeared in the world. And Chen Yiban, with her eternal Manjiki Sharingan wide open, was sitting on the head of the Nine Tails as it descended from the sky, appearing before all the ninjas of Konoha. This scene left everyone present completely stunned. We are finished. Chapter 31. Those who stand in my way shall die. Roar. Before countless Konoha ninjas and many Konoha civilians in the distance, the Nine Tails, with the pattern of the Sharingan in its eyes, let out a fierce roar. Instantly, the chilling and violent aura frightened countless ordinary ninjas into retreat. They had no courage to fight. The morale of the Konoha ninjas had completely collapsed. Some civilians were so terrified by the Nine Tails that they collapsed to the ground. It must be said that in terms of intimidation, the Nine Tails as a monster was even more effective than the complete body of Susanoo. Although the complete body of Susanoo looked larger than the Nine Tails. Perhaps monsters like the Nine Tails naturally exude brutality and ferocity. Just a glance from afar could make someone wet their pants. During this time, Tsunade, Jeriah, Fukasaku, Shima, Kakashi, Asuma, Hinata Hisashi, Nara Shikaku, and many other powerful figures couldn't help but feel their hearts race as they looked at the enormous Nine Tails. Do you have any last words? Seated cross-legged on the head of the Nine Tails, Chen Yiban, with his waist-length hair and eternally crimson Sharingan, smiled at every Konoha ninja and several toads from Mayaboka Mountain before him. As he spoke, Chen Yiban even rested his chin on one hand, exuding an incredible sense of laziness. This small action inexplicably plunged the already desperate Konoha people into utter despair. That's enough. That's enough. We can't win at all. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to live. I want to leave Konoha. I want to leave too. We can't win. We can't win at all. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I can't die. In despair, the psychologically fragile Konoha ninjas and countless nearby civilians knelt down. Lord Madara, please don't kill me. At this moment, some kneeling Konoha ninjas and civilians directly begged Chen Yiban for mercy. You all. Tsunade's face showed anger. However, when she tried to scold them, she couldn't bring herself to do it in the end. Because when she thought about it, they really hadn't done anything wrong. Who doesn't want to live? If there was even the slightest hope of defeating the enemy, Tsunade believed that these people in Konoha wouldn't want to humbly beg for mercy from their enemy. Wasn't it all just a matter of having no choice? Indeed, it is still true. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, too strong enough to make everyone present feel despair. This absolutely includes Tsunade, because she also understood the The current Chen Yiban had become even more invincible. The original Chen Yiban was already overwhelmingly powerful. Now, he had forcibly unsealed Naruto and controlled the Nine Tails. Such an enemy. Tsunade really didn't know how the currently demoralized Konoha people should resist. Madara, are you really going to go for complete annihilation? Tsunade seemed to muster the last bit of her strength and stepped forward to shout. Tsunade. At this moment, Jeriah, who was extremely weak, also came to Tsunade's side at the right time. Tsunade, little Jeriah, is almost at his limit. The sage Fukasaku on Jeriah's shoulder looked at Tsunade. Jeriah. Tsunade worriedly came over to support Jeriah, only to find Jeriah couldn't even maintain sage mode anymore. And that severed arm, which had just stopped bleeding, was once again bleeding profusely due to the battle with Chen Yiban's shadow clone Susanoo. Jeriah had already been severely injured under the attack of the complete body of Susanoo, and at this moment, he was just holding on. Jeriah had done his best. It's not that Jeriah is weak, but the enemy is ridiculously strong. Tsunade, take everyone and leave Konoha. I will hold off the enemy. At this moment, Jeriah's face was pale, but his eyes were resolute and determined. He was indeed prepared to sacrifice himself to save the others in Konoha. In response, Tsunade said nothing, only using the remaining chakra in her body to heal Jeriah. Lady Tsunade, please let me help. Nearby, a slug moved its body to Jeriah's side, starting to use its abilities to heal him. Thus, Tsunade stopped using her medical ninjutsu. Madara, if you really want to take revenge on history, then, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, I am willing to face your revenge alone. But the others in Konoha are innocent. I hope you want to go for total annihilation. Tsunade stood alone in front of the Nine Tails and then stared directly at Chen Yiban on the head of the Nine Tails. Tsunade. Jeriah wanted to stop Tsunade. Innocent people? But at this moment, Chen Yiban finally spoke up to rebut Tsunade. When an avalanche occurs, do you think there is any snowflake that is innocent? At these words, Tsunade was left speechless. However, she still unwillingly asked, then what do you want? Do you really intend to slaughter the thousands of people in Konoha? In response, Chen Yiban did not immediately reply. During this time, Kakashi, Jeriah, Hinata Hizashi, Narashikaku, and others remained silent. Because at this moment, apart from Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, others might not have the qualification to speak with Chen Yiban, and the lives and deaths of everyone in Konoha were now in Chen Yiban's hands. During this time, Chen Yiban sat atop the fierce Nine Tails, his eternally crimson Sharingan scanning the countless Konoha ninjas and civilians in all directions, looking at their varying postures, but all filled with despair. Those who kneel can stay. Those who do not wish to obey me can leave. Of course, you could try to resist again. Perhaps you might be able to kill me? Finally, Chen Yiban stood up slowly from the head of the Nine Tails and spoke. At the end, Chen Yiban wore a cold, contemptuous smile. And how many Konoha ninjas and civilians dared to resist Chen Yiban now? Lord Madara, I am willing to serve you. And I'm also willing to submit to you, Lord Madara. And I also, countless Konoha ninjas, having lost the courage to resist, faced Chen Yiban on the head of the Nine Tails and directly knelt down like this. As the ninjas did so, the Konoha civilians following suit were even more numerous. Seeing this scene, Tsunade lowered her head. She did not blame these civilians and ninjas. They were actually just trying to survive. They were not wrong. However, regarding Chen Yiban, Tsunade still wished she could bite him to death. And then, one after another, more and more Konoha ninjas and civilians knelt before Chen Yiban on the massive head of the Nine Tails to show their submission. During this time, looking at Chen Yiban, who seemed to have already killed Naruto and countless Konoha ninjas, Ayame, the daughter of Ichiraka Ramen in the original story, seemed unwilling to kneel before him. Stubbornly, she stood straight like a crane among a flock of chickens among the kneeling crowd, until Uncle Ichiraku came over and forcefully pulled her down to kneel with him. Ayame still knelt, feeling indignant. In the end, Tsunade was seen supporting the severely injured Jeriah with a gloomy expression, preparing to leave Konoha. Not long ago, I had just returned to become the fifth Hokage of Konoha, but unexpectedly, is it fate playing tricks? Tsunade knew that Chen Yiban would definitely not allow her, the so-called fifth Hokage, to stay. So Tsunade chose to leave. Moreover, not everyone chose to submit to Chen Yiban. Many former Konoha Jonin, like Kakashi, Narashikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, and others, still followed Tsunade's side. However, did I say you could leave? Chen Yiban, with his arms crossed in front of him on top of the Nine Tails' head, looked at Tsunade, who was turning to support Jeriah and prepare to leave, with a crimson smile. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, and the others were all taken aback. What do you want? Tsunade immediately turned back, her beautiful eyes glaring at Chen Yiban with great vigilance. Could he really want to wipe us out? Tsunade couldn't help but think. You're useful to me. So, Haruno's granddaughter, right? You can't leave. Chen Yiban continued to smile lightly with his arms crossed. You. Tsunade immediately glared fiercely at Chen Yiban from a distance. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't beat him. It was really just as he said. Why? Why Tsunade? Jeriah, with a pale face, couldn't help but step forward to ask. A wise person may make mistakes, while a fool may gain something. I have to admit, this woman's medical ninjutsu is indeed impressive, Chen Yiban said with a faint smile. His right eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan couldn't freely open and close after the eye swap due to his lack of skill. And this problem, for Tsunade, the medical master, was definitely a piece of cake. But besides that, the Ashura flesh stored in a compartment of the system space containing Ashura chakra was something Chen Yiban could not afford to miss. So, he needed Tsunade again. It could be said that it wouldn't matter if everyone in Konoha left, but Tsunade had to stay. As for the concern that she might be disobedient or take the opportunity to make small moves, why did Chen Yiban want to assassinate Shimura Danzo and take his head? Wasn't it because of Uchiha Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami? It's the same thing. Chen Yiban had already planned almost everything before coming to Konoha today. My guy was the first. Shimura Danzo was the second. Minato Namikaze was the third. The fourth was her, Tsunade. Chen Yiban knew what he wanted, and his goal was clear. And those who stand in my way shall die. Chapter 32. Tsunade no more. Konoha night. After the flames of war subsided, villagers and ninjas in the village began to repair the damaged houses one after another. At this moment, inside the Hokage building, Elementary Achievement Lottery, 113 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 5 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time. Looking at the information interface displayed in the void that only he could see, Chen Yiban felt particularly quiet in the Hokage building. After conquering Konoha, Chen Yiban came alone to the Hokage building to rest. During this time, no one dared to disturb him. Thus, Chen Yiban began to review today's achievements. Still quite rich, but it feels lacking. Although not many masters were killed, they should have all been defeated by me. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be just this. However, Chen Yiban still felt a bit dissatisfied. In response, although the Konoha Jonin were no match for you, they did not concede defeat. Nor did they kneel before you in submission at the end. Nor did they fall and lose their fighting spirit. To be counted for an elementary achievement lottery, at least they need to be elite Chunin level, and there needs to be 10 of them. The achievement sign-in system unexpectedly provided an answer to Chen Yiban's doubts and dissatisfaction. Is that so? Chen Yiban murmured lightly. In other words, although Kakashi and the others couldn't defeat Chen Yiban, they neither conceded nor kneeled to beg for mercy at the end. Therefore, Chen Yiban did not receive the achievement lottery from many Konoha Jonin. All right, I understand it simply. Finally, he sat down in the Hokage's position. Looking again at the more than 100 lottery draws of varying levels in the void, there are a bit too many useless low-level lotteries. Can this be exchanged for something else? Sitting in the Hokage position that originally belonged to Tsunade, Chen Yiban propped his chin with one hand, sounding quite lazy. Yes, 10 elementary lotteries can be exchanged for 1 intermediate lottery, 10 intermediate lotteries can be exchanged for 1 advanced lottery, and so on. The system responded again. Then, let's exchange the 113 elementary lotteries for 1 advanced lottery and 1 intermediate lottery, Chen Yiban decided directly. Then, he proceeded with the advanced lottery and super lottery. Chen Yiban continued to add. After the low-level lotteries were exchanged for advanced lotteries, elementary achievement lottery, 3 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 6 times. Advanced achievement lottery, 3 times. Super achievement lottery, 1 time. Lottery begins. Congratulations. You obtained part of Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood from the advanced lottery pool. Congratulations, you obtained Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Mastered. Congratulations. You obtained 8 Gates of Bypass Technique. Mastered. Congratulations, you obtained Rin-negan Eye Technique, Heavenly Hand Power. From a super lottery pool. Oh. Chen Yiban lazily propped his chin with one hand, looking at the lottery prompts in the void, and couldn't help but smirk. Hashirama's cells? Unfortunately, I already have Assuras. As for the 8 Gates of Bypass, while combined with his Izanagi, it might bring surprises. Not bad. Flying Thunder God. Also acceptable. Lastly, the super lottery actually drew the Rin-negan technique heavenly hand power. Very good. It's just a pity that I still haven't unlocked the Rin-negan. At this moment, Chen Yiban put down his hand that was propping up his chin, his face showing a sense of regret. It seems, integrating Ashura's power or the power of Hashirama obtained now cannot be delayed. As for the Rin-negan, I must unlock it. This requires Tsunade's help. Saying this, Chen Yiban touched his right eye. At this moment, the right eye was still in the state of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, unable to be freely opened or closed. There's no way, my medical skills aren't that great. During the day, in order to deal with Might Guy's Night Guy, Chen Yiban replaced his original right eye with A3 Tomo Sharingan from the system space to perform Izanagi. Although he successfully killed Might Guy in the end, due to Chen Yiban's insufficient skills, after replacing it back, he could no longer freely close it. This also needs her to help. Chen Yiban murmured to himself softly, and the next moment directly said, "You can come in now." Suddenly, Chen Yiban, with his eternal Mangeki in his right eye and normal black pupil in his left eye, looked at the closed door, speaking as if talking to the air. However, creak, outside, a voluptuous figure seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. Upon hearing Chen Yiban's words, she promptly pushed open the door. "Tsunade," she said. "So what do you want me to do?" Tsunade strode into the room, glaring at Chen Yiban, who was sitting in her original Hokage position. During this time, noticing Chen Yiban's right eye was a Mangeki Sharingan, while the left was a normal pupil, Tsunade felt a bit strange. But she didn't think too much about it. At this moment, about this, a cold, sinister smile appeared on Chen Yiban's face. Then he said lightly, "With your current attitude, I can't let you start performing on me. So, crack." Saying this, Chen Yiban's right hand glowed with rough medical ninjutsu's green chakra, and he actually pressed down on his right eye again. In an instant, blood flowed from the eye socket. A sense of horror inexplicably emerged. "You, what are you doing?" Tsunade was shocked and confused, watching Chen Yiban's self-harm-like behavior. However, wait, could it be? Tsunade was still quick-witted and quickly seemed to remember something. That bastard Danzo somehow got his hands on Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and then you. So you intend to? Saying this, Tsunade immediately closed her eyes, even turning her head away, trying not to face Chen Yiban's gaze. In response, yes. You still have a bit of cleverness, you guessed right. It is indeed that Uchiha Jr.'s Mangeki Kodo Sukuyami, but Hashirama's granddaughter. Do you think you can still resist me now? Chen Yiban directly admitted with confidence. He even threatened her in such a straightforward manner. During this time, Chen Yiban smiled, yet with blood flowing from his right eye socket, he appeared extremely dark and terrifying. You, Tsunade, you're even more of a bastard and shameless than that guy Shimura Danzo. Tsunade's heart was filled with extreme anger. But can I resist? I can't resist. Finally, with a bit of helplessness and powerlessness, Tsunade sighed softly and slowly began to open her beautiful eyes again. Those who recognize the times are wise. The smile on Chen Yiban's lips deepened. Then, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in his right hand disappeared into thin air. And after pressing down on the eye socket and quickly pulling away his right hand, Mangeki Sharingan. Kodo Sukuyami. Chapter 33. Eye of Rebirth Awakening. 3 days later, inside the hospital of Konoha, Jeriah, who was severely injured and had lost his arm, was lying in a hospital bed, unconscious. It wasn't until 3 days had passed that Jeriah slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw the person he most wanted to see, Tsunade. Tsunade. Jeriah was momentarily dazed, then suddenly reacted, waking up and trying to sit up urgently. Ouch! However, moving his right arm caused him great pain. Don't move. Your injury has just stabilized. Tsunade, sitting beside him, looked at Jeriah on the hospital bed. Hearing this, Jeriah calmed down a bit, but seeing his missing right arm, Jeriah couldn't help but feel bitter. Tsunade Madara, what does he want from you? Jeriah then began to ask about Tsunade's condition. Don't worry, he hasn't done anything to me. Tsunade shook her head lightly. But didn't he say that because of your excellent medical skills? So, Jeriah, who had just woken up, had a lot of concerns. In response, Tsunade's expression remained calm, but her eyes showed a hint of helplessness. That was 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Jeriah was taken aback, then realized, I actually slept for 3 days? If it weren't for me treating you, I might have slept for 7 days and nights. Tsunade smiled slightly. Tsunade, how can you still smile? What does he want from you? Jeriah asked anxiously. Tsunade sighed slightly and said, what I know is, he asked me to correct the incorrect meridians linked to his Sharingan, and also, Tsunade hesitated. What else? Jeriah pressed. to transplant the cells of 2 people into him. Tsunade continued. Transplant cells from 2 people? Jeriah was stunned. One of them, I'm not very sure. But if I'm not mistaken, one of them should be my grandfather's cells. Tsunade suddenly said. What? The cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Jeriah was shocked. Yes, I feel that it is my grandfather's cells. Tsunade also had a serious expression at this moment. Madara, does he want to obtain the legendary wood release powers of the first Hokage? Jeriah began to speculate. And the other person's cells, even you don't know who they are. For someone like Madara to take notice, they must be extraordinary. The chakra contained in that unknown person's cells feels no less than my grandfather's, even stronger. Tsunade lowered her head at this moment. What? Jeriah was repeatedly shocked. At the same time, Jeriah couldn't help but blame. Tsunade, I'm not criticizing you. How could you? Don't say that. Tsunade, with downcast eyes, directly said 3 words. Hearing this, Jeriah was immediately stunned. He instantly understood why Tsunade would transplant someone else's cells for Madara. That bastard Madara. Jeriah couldn't help but slam his remaining left hand on the hospital bed. On the other side, inside the Hokage building, Chen Yiban had occupied this place and closed himself off for 3 days. As a result, during these 3 days, Tsunade could only handle official business in a temporary office. And today, in the dimly lit Hokage building with closed doors and windows, Jing, a pair of enchanting light purple eyes with rippling circular patterns, opened at this moment. It seemed like they had just reached this state. Awakening. My Rin-negan. Finally awakened. Chen Yiban had a sinister smile on his face, unable to hide his excitement. At this moment, in his eyes were light purple. Rin-negan. Ha 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 ha. As one of the 4 who possessed the power of the Uchiha clan, Chen Yiban now revealed an excited, maniacal laugh. This eye is finally like it should be. Unable to resist, Chen Yiban reached out to touch his eyes. His excitement was overwhelming. I never expected that the powers of Otsutsuki, Ashura, and Hashirama would converge in me, allowing me to awaken the Rin-negan in just 3 days. That's much faster than the original series, where Uchiha Madara awakened it on the brink of death. Good. Very good. This power of the eyes. No. My chakra has also received a significant boost. Ha ha ha. Chen Yiban felt his ocular power and chakra surging, becoming even more excited, laughing uncontrollably. The next moment, limbo, border jail. Suddenly, Chen Yiban's Rin-negan opened wide. He activated his own Rin-negan ability. However, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Yet, despite the apparent lack of any event, in Chen Yiban's Rin-negan gaze, he could clearly see, for Limbo, shadows appearing beside him. So it's indeed Limbo, border jail. It seems it's because I obtained the combat template of Uchiha Madara. But that's also good. Chen Yiban thought to himself, laughing. By the way, system, please fuse heavenly hand power for me too. It should be possible, right? Thinking of this, Chen Yiban suddenly seemed to be talking to the air in the dim Hokage building room. Yes, and I will perform a perfect fusion for you. Fusion starting now. In the void, only Chen Yiban could hear and see the system's response. And with Azheng, the next second, Chen Yiban felt his Rin-negan's ocular power raging. Soon, he felt he had gained a new Rin-negan technique, heavenly hand power. This feeling is really comfortable. Ha ha ha. Chen Yiban was ecstatic. An hour later, it was around noon, almost lunchtime. Creak, the door to the Hokage office finally opened. Then Chen Yiban slowly walked out. At this moment, he had concealed the Rin-negan, and his eyes returned to their normal black state. As he opened the door of the Hokage office that he had occupied for several days, Chen Yiban suddenly saw a small figure waiting outside the door. It seemed like it had been waiting for him. Senpai Madara. Seeing Chen Yiban finally come out of the room, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward, looking visibly delighted. Then he bowed to Chen Yiban. Chapter 34. Does the second pillar want to be a disciple? You are that Uchiha Jr., the only Uchiha clan member in Konoha before. At this moment, looking at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, Chen Yiban said in his usual black eyes, Yes, Senior Madara, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke said respectfully to Chen Yiban in front of him, I know you're the second pillar. Chen Yiban couldn't help but think to himself. At the same time, sure enough, he looks just like Izuna. Because of Madara's memories, Chen Yiban felt a complex gaze when he looked at Uchiha Sasuke at this moment. However, soon, Chen Yiban regained his composure. So, you've been waiting for me out here? Chen Yiban asked, looking at the second pillar in front of him. To this, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Yiban and said, As the former clan leader, I would like to take you as my master. Seeing this, Chen Yiban was momentarily stunned. To be a disciple? This second pillar really knows how to make things interesting. Moreover, you're calling me clan leader? Chen Yiban looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was currently kneeling, with a somewhat teasing gaze, and continued, "What a clever little Uchiha Jr." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. After all, calling Chen Yiban clan leader indeed had the meaning of flattering and elevating Chen Yiban. However, seeing Chen Yiban's demeanor at the moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt that he might have been a bit too clever for his own good. But, Senior Madara, I genuinely hope to become your disciple. I seek power. I want to take revenge on someone. Uchiha Sasuke pressed his forehead against the ground and performed an even greater act of respect towards Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban could guess that the person Uchiha Sasuke was referring to should be Uchiha Itachi. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry. Chen Yiban did not directly refuse or accept the second pillar's request to be his disciple. Instead, he bypassed Sasuke and walked towards the Hokage building's exit. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination, and he immediately got up and jogged to catch up with Chen Yiban's footsteps. Soon, the two walked out of the Hokage building and arrived at the outer gate. Madara, Lord Madara, with the outer gate. Two Konoha ninjas were on their routine duty. Upon seeing Chen Yiban's appearance, both of them instantly showed visible tension and kneeled on one knee to salute him. Chen Yiban replied. During this, his footsteps did not stop as he continued walking until he completely left the Hokage building. Uchiha Sasuke, however, stopped and glanced at the two kneeling ninjas. The second pillar felt that their strength should be at least Chunin or even elite Chunin. They could be considered minor powerhouses, but in front of that man, what does it matter if they are Chunin or even Jonin? They can only kneel and submit or die. This is what it means to be an absolute powerhouse. Uchiha Sasuke thought, looking at Chen Yiban's figure clad in red armor, with long hair reaching his waist, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart, and also yearning for the possibility of becoming as strong as that man in front of him someday. Thinking this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but show a smile that was rarely seen on his face. Then, he jogged with more determination to catch up with Chen Yiban. Thus, the second pillar seemed like a little tail, closely following behind Chen Yiban. Konoha had already begun repairing and reconstructing the streets, showing some signs of the vibrant scenes from few days ago. At least those who should do business continued their trade, those who should sell continued to sell, and those who should buy continued to buy. It was as if nothing had happened before. Of course, it would be even better if the bottomless abyss created by the complete body Susanoo could disappear. Also, the 1-kilometer trench kicked out by Kakashi in the back mountain of Konoha had not been dealt with yet. Moreover, where do you think Chen Yiban's more than 100 beginner lotteries came from? That was through killing, or rather, knocking others down and making them lose their combat ability. In the battle from few days ago, not counting civilians, just among the ninjas, Konoha lost at least 300 ninjas. This included many excellent ninjas from Konoha, such as Might Guy, Asuma Suratobi, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Niji Hyuga, and so on. There were even Shimura Danzo from the Elder Council. Speaking of which, the other two members of the Elder Council had also been missing these days. Chen Yiban thought that when he saw them again, he would directly send them to the afterlife with a single strike from Susanoo. At this moment, they had already walked to a street that had somewhat recovered its previous vibrancy. Chen Yiban noticed that most of the Konoha ninjas or civilians would immediately bow and salute upon seeing him. However, the fear, dread, and hatred hidden in their eyes. Chen Yiban could see it all. Recalling what Uchiha Sasuke had said not long ago about revenge, it was clear that the only thing that could be inherited was hatred. Chen Yiban smiled and continued walking. During this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who was closely following Chen Yiban, naturally noticed the many strange gazes from the Konoha civilians and some ninjas around. Moreover, because he shared the surname Uchiha, possessed the Sharingan, and was currently following Chen Yiban, some people even couldn't help but direct their hatred towards Uchiha Sasuke as well. Uchiha Sasuke coldly smiled and passed by. He didn't care about the gazes of others at all. The second pillar was almost unaffected, continuing to closely follow behind Chen Yiban. During this time, Chen Yiban noticed the state of the second pillar, seeing him disdainfully facing the gazes of those people. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile faintly in his heart. This kid's mindset is actually not bad. Finally, amidst the continuous bowing and saluting, as well as the gazes filled with hatred and fear, Chen Yiban walked slowly and eventually arrived at a place to eat noodles. Yes, it's your Raku ramen. Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara? Upon seeing Chen Yiban's arrival, the uncle of Ichiraku, who is humorously referred to as Otsutsuki Ichiraku by netizens from another world, suddenly looked nervous. Hey, what are you doing here? At this time, Ichiraku's daughter, Ayum, suddenly stepped forward across the counter and shouted at Chen Yiban. Ayum, don't be rude. Uncle Ichiraku hurriedly came over to cover his daughter's mouth and apologized to Chen Yiban, saying, Lord Madara, please forgive us. No worries. Chen Yiban smiled and continued. May I ask, do you have anything to eat? Chen Yiban glanced at Uncle Ichiraku and casually asked. Yes, our shop serves noodles. Lord Madara, what flavor do you like? Uncle Ichiraku pushed Ayum aside and stepped forward to greet him. At this moment, he was afraid that if Chen Yiban was unhappy, he would release Susanoo and stomp his ramen shop flat. Chapter 35. Kill anyone who blocks the way. It tastes good. Soon, Chen Yiban finished a big bowl of Ichiraku ramen and then put down the bowl and chopsticks with a faint smile. Next to him, Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly finished the ramen in his bowl as well. The culprit who caused Naruto to be unconscious in the hospital and killed so many of our Konoha people. At this moment, SHBU was glaring at Chen Yiban with great resentment. To this, Chen Yiban inexplicably praised SHBU. You are very brave. Are you mocking me? Say, wupoted. SHBU, shut up. Uncle Ichiraku picked up a wooden stick nearby, ready to teach his headstrong daughter a lesson. Naruto, is that the blonde kid who was the original Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? At this moment, Chen Yiban suddenly asked. Hearing this, Uncle Ichiraku stopped intimidating his daughter. Yes, Senpai Madara. That guy was my teammate before. Uchiha Sasuke timely explained to Chen Yiban. In fact, Chen Yiban certainly knew about Uzumaki Naruto. He was just a bit curious and surprised. That kid is still alive? Chen Yiban was a little curious and surprised. He had forcibly taken the Nine Tails from Uzumaki Naruto. How could the other party still be alive? Could it be that at this time, Uzumaki Naruto could still meet the spirit of that dead old man, the sage of six paths, and then gain the power of the old man? Thinking of this, Chen Yiban's gaze slightly sharpened. Sasuke, take me to see that kid. And one more thing. Sell the ramen bill. At the hospital, in a certain ward. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the ward door was opened. Sasuke, the one who opened the door, was Haruno Sakura. And upon seeing it was the Uchiha, her face instantly showed surprise. But, you Uchiha Madara. Uchiha, in the next moment, Haruno Sakura's face turned to one of terror, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Sakura, what's wrong? From inside the ward, Tsunade's voice rang out. Hokage-sama, it's Uchiha Madara. At the entrance, Haruno Sakura took several uncertain steps back and pointed at the door outside. What? Three surprised voices rang out in the ward. Indeed, Jeriah, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Then, tap, tap, with a few footsteps, Chen Yiban, dressed in red armor and with long hair reaching his waist, walked into the ward. Uchiha Madara. Instantly, Tsunade, Jeriah, and Kakashi in the ward all appeared on high alert. Haruno Sakura was too frightened to speak. Madara, what are you doing here? Jeriah, covering his right side, wrapped in bandages, looked extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kakashi were ready to attack at any moment. To this, Chen Yiban scoffed, don't waste your effort. If I really wanted to do something, do you think you three could stop me? He disdainfully glanced at the three. Hearing this, the three felt both angry and helpless because Chen Yiban was indeed speaking the truth. Clearly, two of them were among the legendary Sannin of the ninja world, and Kakashi was known as the copy ninja. They were all powerful figures with great fame. Yet at this moment, in front of this man in red armor, the three felt utterly weak, almost comically so. Even their resolve to resist seemed a bit ridiculous. Damn it, Jeriah said, looking unwilling. Madara. Tsunade wanted to say something. But, don't worry, I'm just here to see how a Jinchuriki can still live after losing their tail beast. Chen Yiban directly spoke. Saying this, he walked straight towards the hospital bed that was blocked by the three. During this time, Jeriah, Tsunade, and Kakashi all tried to stop Chen Yiban. Boom! Without saying another word, Chen Yiban unleashed a terrifying chakra that pressed down on the three of them. As for Haruno Sakura, Chen Yiban almost completely ignored her. In an instant, Jeriah, Tsunade, and Kakashi felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on them, leaving them unable to move. In just a few seconds, Chen Yiban had already reached the side of the hospital bed and saw Uzumaki Naruto lying on it. Clang, his pair of Sharingan, which could be freely opened and closed, activated into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Then he activated his powerful insight and slight X-ray vision. and began to analyze the situation inside Uzumaki Naruto's body. There really was still a spark of life. Not long after, Chen Yiban closed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, revealing a hint of surprise. Uzumaki Naruto really wasn't he facing a death crisis? Could it really be the protagonist as Halo? Meanwhile, Chen Yiban also timely released the chakra suppression on Tsunade and the others. Instantly, Tsunade, Jeriah, and Kakashi felt a wave of relief. Realizing this, the three looked at Chen Yiban behind them with uncertain gazes. His power seems to have become even stronger. The three secretly exclaimed in their hearts. And now, Chen Yiban possessed the powers of Otsutsuki Ashura and Senju Hashirama, and even opened the Rin-negan. The gap between him and Tsunade, Jeriah, and Kakashi had already become vast. If Chen Yiban wanted to, he could instantly kill the three of them right now. Senpai Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, seeing Chen Yiban approach Uzumaki Naruto, couldn't he help but speak up. Are you worried about him? Chen Yiban looked at the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto on the bed, then turned to Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Uchiha Sasuke was a bit reluctant to admit it. Seeing this, Chen Yiban withdrew his gaze. Then, he contacted the achievement check-in system in his mind. What will happen if I kill the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto? If you do not intend to leave this world immediately, it is recommended to spare his life for now. The consequences of killing the world's protagonist are unpredictable. Is that so? Chen Yiban took one last look at Uzumaki Naruto on the hospital bed. I hope you want to block my way next. Otherwise, I want to care whether you are the protagonist of the world or not. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, Chen Yiban slowly turned and walked out of the ward. Instantly, Jeriah, Tsunade, Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and the others all let out a heavy sigh of relief at once. Damn, it felt like they could hardly breathe when that guy was around. Especially for the weakest, Haruno Sakura. Her fear of Chen Yiban was simply beyond words. Chapter 36. Uchiha Madara's Resurrection? Shocking the entire ninja world. Chen Yiban has been in seclusion at the Hokage building for 3 days and nights. During this time, the entire ninja world has already been in an uproar. Sachikage-sama. Urgent report. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, an IWA ninja knelt before Inoki. Nearby, Kurozetsu was speaking with her grandfather, the Tsuchikage, when she saw the ninja delivering the urgent report and couldn't help but be taken aback. Curiosity arose. Urgent report. Those two words are not said lightly. What is the urgent report about? Is it related to the ninja world or our own Iwagakure? Old Inoki was also a bit curious and surprised at this moment. Urgent report? What urgent report? The IWA ninja replied. Tsuchikage-sama, it's about the ninja world. An external message says, the legendary ninja, the former Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, has returned. The IWA ninja continued to kneel, his tone carrying a hint of shock as he reported. Hearing this, Inoki was instantly stunned in his position as Tsuchikage, the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara? Kurozetsu displayed a curious expression. Didn't they say he was dead? What does it mean that he has returned? Kurozetsu looked at the IWA ninja, curiosity mixed with a hint of doubt. However, she didn't notice the unusual expression on Inoki's face in the Tsuchikage seat. The moment he heard the words Uchiha Madara has returned, Inoki was momentarily lost in thought. In his mind, there is no such thing as an alliance. Bowed down to the power of Konoha. The image of the former Uchiha Madara with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was vivid in his memory. At this moment, Inoki was in a daze, until old man, hey old man, Kurozetsu's shout woke Inoki from his stupor. Coming back to his senses, Inoki saw his granddaughter Kurozetsu handing him a confidential report. Our external line sent an urgent intelligence about the so-called Uchiha Madara. Speaking of which, everyone talks about how powerful Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara once were. Were they really that formidable? After handing the confidential report to Inoki, Kurozetsu seemed a bit unconvinced. She felt she was definitely not inferior to anyone. One must say, young and reckless. To this, you wouldn't understand just how strong those two were back then. Inoki looked at the confidential report in his hand, but his eyes still seemed to be immersed in bad memories. Then, Inoki opened the report. After a glance, the blue Susanoo, it really is that guy. Wait. Inoki's expression changed repeatedly. The shock on his face was completely uncontainable. Old man, does it really need to be like this? Kurozetsu was a bit unconcerned, until she somewhat disrespectfully leaned forward to take a look at the contents of the confidential report. Uchiha faced thousands of Konoha ninjas, led by Princess Tsunade alone. then activated the massive complete Susanoo, a blue-armored giant over 230 meters tall. The complete Susanoo, with just one sword, split Konoha in half, creating a massive chasm about 100 meters wide, several thousand meters long, and bottomless. Konoha suffered countless casualties. In the end, Konoha fell to Uchiha Madara. Additionally, the Nine Tails was also extracted from the Jinchuriki by Uchiha Madara. This. Kurozetsu was stunned. Are you kidding me? Is this information sent by external personnel? Damn it, even novel writers wouldn't dare to be this exaggerated. Kurozetsu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Beside her, Inoki's face had already turned a shade of liver color. The Nine Tails. You got the Nine Tails again. It is said that the former Uchiha Madara combined the Susanoo and the Nine Tails to become. How is that possible? He should have been dead, having perished in the fight against Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Why? Why is he appearing now? At this moment, Inoki looked as if he couldn't believe reality. Damn, I'm almost old and dead. The Uchiha Madara, who is older than me, has come back young, reappearing in the world? Isn't this nonsense? Meanwhile, lightning, wind, water, the other three great nations also received the information. Even some small countries caught wind of it. Even some wandering, stateless ninjas heard the rumors about the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, resurrecting and returning to the ninja world, having taken Konoha. In an instant, in just 3 days and nights, due to Chen Yiban's actions, the entire ninja world was in turmoil. At this moment, in a dark place. White Zetsu, is that true? A man dressed in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a brown spiral mask, glanced at a seemingly empty place, as if asking the air. However, whoosh, a few seconds later, a white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. I don't know. That person looks exactly like Lord Madara, just younger. Moreover, that guy's eyes are indeed Lord Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even the various states of Susanoo are exactly the same as those of the former Lord Madara. It's as if Lord Madara has truly regained his youth and resurrected. It's simply unbelievable. As the white Zetsu slowly emerged from the image, he looked at Uchiha Obito, who was wearing the spiral mask, and continuously chattered. Resurrected? Uchiha Obito's right eye, the Kimui Sharingan, slightly narrowed. He didn't genuinely wish for Uchiha Madara to be alive. He wanted to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan gradually with his own abilities. Obito didn't trust Madara. However, White Zetsu, do you think that is him? Uchiha Obito suddenly asked. Hearing this, a black thing emerged from the ground beside them. Black Zetsu, that guy is definitely not Lord Madara. At least, not the Lord Madara we know. As soon as Black Zetsu appeared, he immediately denied it. Oh! Uchiha Obito's Sharingan glimmered with interest as he looked at Black Zetsu, signaling him to continue. Well, we all know, Lord Madara's eyes have already turned into Rin-negan, and they are still in that person's eyes. I just went to the Akatsuki organization and saw that the Rin-negan is still there. So, based solely on this point, it's enough to conclude that the person who has appeared now is definitely not Lord Madara. And one more thing we all know. Lord Madara had transplanted Hashirama cells, which allowed him to use would release. However, that guy did not use would release in the battle at Konoha 4 days ago. You might say that just because he didn't use it doesn't mean he can't. However, coincidentally, I was in Konoha 4 days ago and happened to see that person from a distance. Although I didn't dare to get too close, I still felt that guy does not have the aura of Hashirama-S cells. So, based on these 2 points, it can be completely concluded that guy is a counterfeit. I just don't know what means he used to possess the same powerful strength and abilities as the former Lord Madara. All of a sudden, Black Zetsu spoke eloquently, but was also curious about how the Chan E class in Konoha possessed powers and abilities similar to those of the former Uchiha Madara. After listening to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito felt much more at ease. However, it seems I need to pay a visit to Konoha. Obito still wanted to confirm with his own eyes that the other party was truly not Uchiha Madara. Moreover, even if he wasn't really Uchiha Madara, the power possessed by the Chan E class still made Obito wary. It would be best to eliminate them, to prevent any interference with the Moon Eye plan. Another strange place. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shadows like phantoms through a special ninjutsu allowed everyone's consciousness to gather in this same place from thousands of miles away for a meeting. At this moment, numerous figures, both shadows and real entities, stood atop the finger of a gigantic, humanoid, dead tree-like monster. Have you heard? Everyone, the biggest news circulating in the ninja world recently. As they arrived at the meeting place, atop the finger of the outer path golem, among the crowd, Deidara couldn't help but speak first. Having just left Konoha not long ago, he was rushing back to the organization and hadn't had any free time to listen to the news. Beside Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame sneered coldly, showing his fangs. Nearby, Uchiha Shisui remained indifferent, quietly observing everyone on the scene as if it had nothing to do with him. It's about Itachi. Suddenly, from a main seat, Pain spoke up. He was actually looking at the indifferent Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, the crowd, including Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori, Haiden, Kazudidara, and Conan, turned their gazes toward Uchiha Itachi. During this time, hearing Pain's words, Uchiha Itachi also glanced at Pain with a hint of confusion. I've also heard about this matter. It indeed has some relation to Itachi. Moreover, to be honest, it's quite hard to believe. Among the crowd, Kakuzu suddenly interjected. Seeing this, both Hoshigaki Kisame and Itachi felt a bit curious. Until, isn't it about the rumored resurrection of Uchiha Madara? How could it compare to Lord Evil God? Haiden directly revealed the answer. What? Upon hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame's expression froze. Even Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. A figure of a man wearing a vortex mask unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 37. Spirit Beast. 9 Tails. In the land of fire, Konoha. After leaving the Konoha hospital, Chen Yiban headed straight for the back mountain of Konoha. During this time, Uchiha Sasuke followed closely behind him like a little shadow. What level is your Sharingan now? Chen Yiban suddenly asked as they walked. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Senior Madara, I currently only have the double tomo. The second pillar said, somewhat lacking in confidence. Double tomo, huh? Chen Yiban murmured. Come find me again when you reach the level of triple tomo. With that, Chen Yiban glanced back at the second pillar. Senior Madara, I. Uchiha Sasuke felt a bit unwilling. To sever the ties with your previous companions should allow your Sharingan to evolve, Chen Yiban said as he walked away. Leaving behind those words, it implied that Uchiha Sasuke should sever ties with Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi. Well, wasn't the second pillar in the original story upgraded to triple tomo during the fierce battle with Naruto when he left Konoha? So why not recreate that moment in a different way? After all, the conditions Chen Yiban had already stated. Whether to act or not was up to the second pillar himself. Anyway, Chen Yiban wasn't forcing him. Everything was his own choice. In response, Uchiha Sasuke touched his eyes. Naruto. The second pillar's gaze slightly shifted. But in the end, all that remained was overwhelming hatred. What I need now is not bonds, but power. The power to take revenge on that man. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke made his decision at that moment. Meanwhile, a pair of double tomo Sharingan had appeared in the second pillar's eyes, rapidly spinning the tomo. It seemed like it was about to reach a new level at any moment. However, it seemed it wasn't the right time yet, as the tomo finally stopped. Still just double tomo. But it was close. Afterwards, the second pillar chose to leave and no longer followed Chen Yiban. Once the triple tomo Sharingan awakened, the second pillar would come to find him. With that, Chen Yiban was once again alone as he walked towards the back mountain of Konoha. Soon, he arrived at a valley beside the huge ravine kicked out by Might Guy's Night Guy. Madara, Lord Madara, 5 at the side of the valley. 5 Umbu ninjas from Konoha were standing guard. Upon seeing Chen Yiban's arrival, the 5 Umbu ninjas immediately bowed respectfully, a hint of awe in their demeanor. If one were to ask why they were here, it was because, in the middle of the valley, a giant beast with 9 tails was currently lying there. It was none other than the 9-tails fox, Kurama. During this time, on top of the 9-tails head, a person who looked exactly like Chen Yiban was sitting there. Clearly, it was Chen Yiban's shadow clone. A few days ago, after the battle had paused, Chen Yiban had sent a shadow clone to take Kurama to the back mountain. He just didn't expect that several days would pass in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, the 9-tails, controlled by the shadow clone of Chen Yiban, roared as the real Chen Yiban arrived late. You're too slow, real body. The shadow clone of Chen Yiban seemed a bit angry. Indeed, after all, it had been waiting on top of Kurama for at least 3 days and nights in boredom. The shadow clone was already showing emotions. Shut up. The real Chen Yiban replied indifferently. Oomph. The shadow clone had a proud expression. Since the real body is here, then. Huff. The shadow clone impatiently chose to disappear. It was just like those office workers in another world who, after working overtime for a night, couldn't wait to leave at the exact moment their shift ended. In response, Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Then he asked, Did Tsunade arrange for you to come here? Chen Yiban's bright black eyes glanced indifferently at the 5 Umbu ninjas beside him. To which they replied, "Yes, Lord Madara," because the fifth Hokage said, "For safety's sake so." Suddenly, the five Umbu ninjas looked at the real Chen Yiban with a hint of uncertainty in their tone. They were all afraid that Chen Yiban would be displeased and then annihilate them with a single strike. "All right, you can leave now." Chen Yiban was not so petty. He waved his hand lightly, letting them go. "Yes, Lord Madara." The five Umbu ninjas immediately felt as if they had been pardoned, bowing deeply to Chen Yiban once more. Then, swish, 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 they seemed to be just like the shadow clone of Chen Yiban a moment ago, unwilling to stay even a second longer, fleeing in a hurry. Damn, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, along with the Nine-Tails Fox. At this moment, they were both in this valley. One could only ask, what could be more terrifying than this? Nine-Tails. Finally, once again alone, Chen Yiban looked at the huge Nine-Tails before him. Seeing that the other S-pupils were still under the control of his ocular power, Chen Yiban thought. Ding! The Manjiki Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He withdrew the ocular power from Kurama, allowing the Nine-Tails consciousness to regain clarity. Roar! Matter! As soon as Kurama regained its rationality, it roared angrily at Chen Yiban. At the same time, it fiercely clawed at Chen Yiban. The sharp fox claw seemed determined to pierce through Chen Yiban's body and not relent. However, swish bang, the two-armed Susanoo second stage instantly manifested and easily swatted away Kurama's claw. Kurama, do you want to continue being lost under ocular power, becoming a mindless tool? Or do you want to obediently submit? Chen Yiban, with his Manjiki Sharingan, coldly spoke as he stared at Kurama. To which Kurama replied, "Submit to you? Matter. Stop dreaming. Roar." The Nine-Tails swore to never submit. Truly a foolish beast. Within the Manjiki Sharingan, there was a hint of rude arrogance and prejudice. Matter. Kurama's resentful gaze glared fiercely at Chen Yiban. In the next moment, it even wanted to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Ding, however, as the ocular power of the Manjiki Sharingan slightly radiated, the pattern of the triple tomo reappeared in Kurama's pupils, and it became unable to move entirely. How can this be? Kurama gritted its teeth. How could it, the strongest tailed beast with 9 tails, always be toyed with by this bastard Matter? Damn it, damn it. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban thought, System, although I have obtained Uchiha Madara's combat template, I have not made a summoning contract with Kurama. So, is there a way for me to summon Kurama anytime and anywhere? Also, is there a better form of summoning and control? As he looked at the immobile Nine-Tails Fox before him, Chen Yiban was secretly contacting the achievement check-in system. Soon, consuming one medium achievement lottery can establish a soul contract with a Nine-Tails Fox, forcefully making it your spirit beast. Consume 3 medium achievement draws to create a special space for imprisoning beast pets. Chapter 38 would release. After that, 2 more days passed. During this time, although Chen Yiban had already vacated the Hokage building, allowing Tsunade to return to her office and continue her duties as Hokage, he still remained on the rooftop of the Hokage building for these 2 days. Day and night, Chen Yiban sat cross-legged. He was indeed performing the final stabilization work for his body after merging the powers of Otsutsuki Ashura and Senju Hashirama. Additionally, the power of his Rin-negan was continuously sublimating. Even the power of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan was significantly strengthened. Thus, Chen Yiban sat alone on a rooftop for 2 days and nights, conducting the final stabilization of his own power. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office below, every time Tsunade finished her work and glanced at the rooftop, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of indignation in her beautiful eyes. Tsunade even suspected that Chen Yiban was intentionally positioning himself above her, the Hokage. Anyway, every time Tsunade thought about that guy being right above her on the rooftop, it felt as if someone was hovering over her. Unpleasant. Very unpleasant. The main issue was, no one in Konoha could defeat him. So, the feeling of displeasure could only be endured, and it was becoming increasingly intolerable. Tsunade even considered whether to relocate the Hokage office. Really, however, in these 2 days there was one piece of good news. That is, Naruto, that kid, is truly lucky. He woke up yesterday. Also, Jeriah's injuries have basically stabilized. It's just that his right hand is indeed gone. At this moment, in the hospital ward, Perverted Sage, is the village okay now? Naruto, lying on the hospital bed, looked at Jeriah beside him and asked with concern. Don't worry. That guy didn't completely annihilate us in the end, although the losses were heavy. Fortunately, we weren't completely wiped out, Jeriah replied with a. During this time, he glanced at his right arm, which had been severed, and his expression darkened slightly. Perverted sage. Your hand. Naruto looked at Jeriah with concern. To this, Jeriah said, well, facing an opponent like Madara, being alive, is already a blessing. It's probably very difficult to come out unscathed, right? Haha. Jeriah tried to lighten the mood. That damn guy is actually staying in the village and refusing to leave? Naruto said indignantly. Don't think too much about it. If it weren't for his last shred of compassion, the entire Konoha would probably have been displaced. I don't know what happened during the Warring States period. Why Madara would say that Konoha owes the Uchiha. Jeriah, with only one hand left, stroked his chin and said, it must be that damn guy talking nonsense. Naruto hated Chen Yiban, so he didn't believe anything he had said back then. Just then, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Kakashi walked in with a basket of fruits, smiling. Haruno Sakura followed behind him. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Naruto smiled. Well, it seems you're recovering quite well, Kakashi said with a relieved smile. Kakashi-sensei, your Sharingan. At this moment, Naruto noticed that Kakashi's left eye seemed to have been replaced with an ordinary brown eye. Was the former Sharingan Kakashi no longer in existence? Well, that Sharingan was taken by Madara. Then the Hokage helped me replace it with a decent eye, Kakashi said after putting down the fruits. Is that so? Naruto nodded slightly. He felt that after Madara's attack on Konoha this time, everyone had lost something. Could it be that Konoha really owed the Uchiha? So the opponent came to collect the debt? By the way, where's Sasuke? At this moment, Naruto tried to sit up from the hospital bed and asked again. During this time, Kakashi helped Naruto sit up, but when he heard Naruto's question, he was a bit unsure how to respond. Seeing this scene, Naruto felt a bit uneasy and then looked at Haruno Sakura beside him. Sakura, how is Sasuke? Upon hearing this, Sakura looked dejected. Sasuke has been in the former Uchiha clan's territory these days, not seeing anyone. Why? Naruto was puzzled. Regarding this, that day, the elder Shimura Danzo revealed a whole hand full of Sharingan, and even that right, I was the Manjiki Sharingan of the late Uchiha Shisui, all Uchiha eyes. Plus, with Madara's extreme remarks that day, Sasuke should have been affected. He might even be doubting Konoha and not trusting it anymore. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The problem was indeed a bit complicated. As a teacher, Kakashi didn't know how to handle it at the moment. He thought it was best to let Sasuke calm down for a few days. Sasuke. Naruto had a bad premonition in his heart. Just then, tap, tap, with a light sound of footsteps at the door appeared Uchiha Sasuke, wearing clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest, arriving at the hospital ward. Sasuke. In an instant, Sakura was the first to exclaim in surprise. Sasuke, you bastard. I've been in the hospital, and you only come to see me now. Naruto also smiled happily, but complained slightly. Kakashi and Jeriah couldn't help but feel a bit happy to see these three kids. However, I am here to sever ties with you. Uchiha Sasuke said such a sentence. You, what did you say? Naruto stared blankly at the door at the two pillars. Sasuke. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a shocked expression. Kakashi and Jeriah also felt that the situation seemed a bit serious. This kid has indeed begun to distrust Konoha and started to doubt the village. At this moment, from now on, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will no longer be a member of Team 7. In fact, I will no longer be a member of Konoha. I am Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. I will only be Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of determination. He had made up his mind. For the sake of power, he will sever ties with Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura. Everything to gain the strength necessary to take revenge on that man. Moreover, Konoha cannot be trusted. Thinking back to a few days ago, Shimura Danzo's right eye and that whole hand full of Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke wished that he had been the one to kill Shimura Danzo at that time. And Shimura Danzo was an elder of the Konoha ninja village. Did the actions of Shimura Danzo really go unnoticed by the third Hokage? Is that possible? Hypocritical Konoha. Hypocritical will of fire. All a bunch of wolves and tigers coveting the power of the Uchiha. So be it. In the future, when we meet, we can be enemies, but we will no longer be companions. Uchiha Sasuke said this and turned to leave. Stop. Sasuke, are you serious? Uzumaki Naruto, excited, tried to get out of bed to stop the two pillars from leaving. But at that moment, Naruto was still very weak and couldn't even stand up for now. Sasuke, are you really going to find that guy Madara? Kakashi stepped forward and spoke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused slightly. Then he replied, Shun Ti, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and he is Uchiha Madara. We are both Uchiha. Sasuke, with a cold expression, turned to look at Kakashi. During this time, a pair of double Tomo Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes without anyone noticing. The Tomo were spinning at high speed, until finally, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan completely stabilized in Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi was taken aback. As the Sharingan evolved, looking at the dark and evil power in Sasuke's eyes, Jiraiya's expression became serious. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura looked at Sasuke in surprise at that moment. I have completely severed the ties between us. Uchiha Sasuke, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan open, took one last look at the few people present. Then, he turned around and left completely. Sakura chased after him, but she found that his figure was already gone from the hospital. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, after Tsunade finished her basic duties as Hokage, she glanced at the time and prepared to get something to eat. As she was leaving, Tsunade shot a glare at the man dressed in red armor, with long hair flowing in the wind on the rooftop. Chen Yiban had his eyes tightly closed, feeling, gathering, and stabilizing the increasingly powerful energy within him. For 2 days and nights, Chen Yiban maintained this state. Just as Tsunade left not long after, whoosh, a figure leaped from the wall of the Hokage building. It landed on the rooftop, not far from the seated Chen Yiban. Senior Madara, I have done it. It was Uchiha Sasuke, looking eager and hopeful at Chen Yiban. Senior Madara, my Sharingan has reached the level of 3 Tomo. Sasuke continued, a bit excited as he showcased his 3 Tomo Sharingan in front of Chen Yiban. And Chen Yiban sensed the power of his evolved eyes. Ding, remaining still, his eyes still closed, he simply made a hand seal with one hand. The next moment, creak, a human-shaped wooden figure quickly condensed and emerged from Chen Yiban's body. When it landed, a wood clone that looked exactly like Chen Yiban stood straight in front of Uchiha Sasuke. This is the legendary wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Sasuke looked at the wood clone in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Chen Yiban had actually obtained the power of wood release. That is the bloodline technique of the first Hokage, known as the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. How could Senior Madara have this power? This is so sudden. Chapter 39, Uchiha Obito, almost became a fifth. It seems that Black Zetsu's information was incorrect. Suddenly, while Uchiha Sasuke was still shocked by the appearance of the wood clone, a strange male voice unexpectedly rang out not far away. Who? Uchiha Sasuke's pair of Sharingan immediately focused in that direction. He saw a figure dressed in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a brown whirlpool mask, standing on the edge of the rooftop opposite him. The person was actually Uchiha Obito. However, the second pillar still did not recognize him. Black Zetsu said you lacked Hashirama cells and couldn't use wood release. It seems he was wrong. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, who had suddenly appeared on the Hokage building's rooftop, looked at the 2 Chen-I clones not far away with the Sharingan in his right eye visible from the mask, murmuring to himself. In response, you've been observing me for 2 days, and now you've finally decided to show yourself? The real Chen-I clone finally opened his eyes and spoke, revealing a hint of disdain in his calm gaze as his dark pupils glanced at Uchiha Obito across from him. Oh, hearing this, Obito, wearing the whirlpool mask, pretended to be surprised. You've always known of my existence? Huh. Chen-I sneered coldly, not answering the question. Senior Madara. At this moment, the second pillar looked at Chen-I with questioning eyes. Sasuke, this is none of your business. Leave with the wood clone. He will temporarily guide your training. Chen-I said lightly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but glance at the wood clone beside Chen-I. Using wood clone to guide his training? Yes. Teacher. Sasuke nodded to Chen-I while cleverly calling him teacher. Upon hearing this, Chen-I glanced at the little brat. All right, come with me. The wood clone, a bit impatient, jumped out first. So fast. Uchiha Sasuke was surprised to find the wood clone's speed was extremely quick. Realizing this, the second pillar hurriedly jumped up to follow. Thus, on the Hokage building's rooftop, only Chen-I and Uchiha Obito remained. The two faced each other. You actually think you can guide that little brat, Uchiha Sasuke? Do you really think you're Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito circled around, trying to probe Chun-Yi's identity. During this time, Uchiha Obito was unaware of Chun-Yi's true identity, but Chen-I knew all about Uchiha Obito. The next moment he said, I am not. Could it be that you are? Oh, Obito. Chen-I directly revealed Uchiha Obito's name, too lazy to banter further. You, what did you call me? Suddenly, Obito across seemed a bit flustered. Ha! Chen-I laughed. What? Have you worn the mask for so long that you really think you're someone else? Uchiha Obito. This time, Chen-I stated Obito's full name. Hearing this, the right eye that was exposed from Uchiha Obito's mask showed a look of suspicion. Are you really that person? No. It's impossible. I saw him die with my own eyes. Moreover, no one can resurrect him. So you cannot be him. Uchiha Obito appeared a bit out of control. His previously hoarse voice returned to that of a normal adult man, but due to excitement, it sounded slightly deranged. It seems, have never admitted that I am him, Chen Yi said with a mischievous smile. But, Clang, although he said this, a pair of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan suddenly appeared in his eyes. It really is that person's eyes. How is this possible? Feeling the powerful pressure of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Obito looked incredulous. Surprised? Then let me show you something even more shocking. Chen Yi had a bit of a mischievous smile. Immediately, whoosh, a purple light flashed. Rin-negan, activate. Suddenly, Nanny, this is impossible. Uchiha Obito, astonished, took several steps back without realizing it. He even instinctively activated Kemui intangibility. At this moment, in the shadows, Rin-negan. How could he also have Rin-negan? This is impossible. Clearly, Madara's Rin-negan is currently still with Nagato. Who exactly is he? The shadowy Black Zetsu was equally shocked. But it really looks like Rin-negan. This familiar pressure of Rin-negan's ocular power. At this moment, the white Zetsu merged with Black Zetsu couldn't help but say. Black Zetsu also truly felt. Chen Yi's eyes are indeed Rin-negan. Not fake, but this only made them feel astonished and incredulous. PF50, Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. Uchiha Obito, for some reason, severed an arm. At this time, did you actually dodge the originally fatal blow? What a pity. Almost. You were that fifth one. Chen Yi, with a pair of purple Rin-negan, had a cold smile, as if looking down from a height. What's going on? Black Zetsu and white Zetsu, for a moment, were both confused and bewildered. In response, you actually placed a clone in the Kamui space? Uchiha Obito at this time was holding his severed arm in pain, his face filled with uncertainty. Just now, a clone of Chen Yi had ambushed Uchiha Obito in the Kamui space. If Obito hadn't sensed it in time, he should have been decapitated right now. It turns out there was a problem in the Kamui space, but why? White Zetsu was astonished and curious, puzzled, until Black Zetsu, who was merged with him, solemnly and suspiciously said, "It's Kakashi's left eye's Sharingan." Oh yes, Kakashi's eyes Obito's. Later, it was taken away by this person who impersonated Madara. White Zetsu exclaimed in realization. Ha! Chen Yi's Rin-negan revealed disdain and contempt as he looked at the currently pained Uchiha Obito with his severed arm. Why do you know that Kakashi's eye is connected to mine? Moreover, Kakashi's eye shouldn't be a Mangeki, right? Uchiha Obito felt that he had indeed been in a perilous situation just now, filled with suspicion, and couldn't help but keep guessing. Simultaneously, Obito was now temporarily afraid to easily enter the intangible state. Damn, a clone of Chen Yi in the Kamui space almost took his life. You have too many questions. Chen Yi activated the Rin-negan technique directly. Rin-negan Tensei, Border Hell, Chapter 40 Decapitation Obito. In the next moment, the invisible, grave shadow directly decapitates Uchiha Obito. But, whoosh, the decapitated Uchiha Obito does not die. His head and body vanish in an instant. Then, he fully recovers. Immediately after, Uchiha Obito looks at Chen Yiban, who has a pair of light purple Rin-negan, with an expression full of extreme astonishment. The next second, he turns around and runs away. Izanagi? This is a bit troublesome. Chen Yiban's Rin-negan looks at the fleeing Uchiha Obito, revealing a charming smile. Although he speaks of trouble, there is not a trace of genuine concern on Chen Yiban's face. Instead, there's a hint of amusement, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, after escaping from the Hokage building and jumping to the ground, shouts this. Soon, the originally possessed Uchiha Obito's body is temporarily taken over by the vortex White Zetsu Akatsuki. And with a swish, he uses White Zetsu's special ability to directly merge into the ground and escape underground. In response, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Chen Yiban arrives at the edge of the railing, looking down at the spot where Obito just left. Ha! Obito, you cannot escape your fate. Chen Yiban shows a cold smile, as indifferent as the Grim Reaper. Izanagi, because the conditions for using it vary for each person, the invincibility time after activating Izanagi also differs. For example, for Obito, in the original story, during the Akatsuki organization Conan's 600 billion explosive tags bombardment, even when Kamui was about to reach its time limit, he used Izanagi to escape a calamity. Therefore, Obito's Izanagi should have an invincibility time of at least 3 minutes. If not 5, 3 minutes. Chen Yiban lets him escape, just waiting for those 3 minutes to pass. At that time, the second backup plan left in the dark can be activated. Obito, you are destined to become the fifth. On the other side, with the help of White Zetsu Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito quickly escapes from Konoha. He arrives outside of Konoha. During this time, some may wonder, why not use Kamui to leave? Obito, damn, there's an enemy clone in the Kamui space. If I don't find a way to deal with it, how can I dare to go in temporarily? Asking Akatsuki for help is a last resort. As for confronting Chen Yiban head-on, Obito thinks it's unthinkable. Just now, he was almost decapitated by the opponent's clone in the Kamui space. Later, he was truly decapitated by some invisible, intangible thing he couldn't comprehend. Obito guesses that it is the unique ocular technique of the opponent's Rin-negan. If he hadn't secretly activated as an Aji, he would have lost his life just now. Damn, it felt like all my information was thoroughly grasped by the opponent. The guy on the other side is really sinister. Even more sinister than me, Obito. At this time, nearly 2 minutes have passed. Akatsuki, keep going. Reaching the outer wall of Konoha, Uchiha Obito still feels it's not safe enough. He continues to let White Zetsu Akatsuki burrow underground. Yes, yes, yes. Akatsuki nods repeatedly. Then, they continue to move away from Konoha, until they are more than 10 kilometers away from the Hidden Leaf Village. Feeling completely free of the enemy, Obito finally dares to let Akatsuki return to the surface. At the same time, Izanagi has long since reached its time limit and lost its effect. Back on the ground, Uchiha Obito covers his severed left arm and can't help but let out a slight sound of pain. Obito, this time you've really suffered a great loss. Who is that guy who looks exactly like Madara? He actually possesses real Rin-negan. White Zetsu Akatsuki can't help but speak up. I don't know. Uchiha Obito replies coldly. At the same time, he removes the brown vortex mask, revealing his somewhat terrifying right face. At the same time, aside from the Kamui Sharingan in his right eye, Uchiha Obito's left eye is a lightless eye. Previously, it was an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, because he just activated his Izanagi. The Sharingan in his left eye lost its light. Crack! In the next moment, Obito digs out the lightless eye from his left socket. Then, he takes out a bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle is a new 3-tomo Sharingan soaking in liquid. It is indeed prepared to replace his left eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash in red armor appears out of nowhere. Obito, Chen Yiban, with a cold smile and a pair of Rin-negan, looks at the Uchiha in front of him. Flying Thunder God technique? How is that possible? Obito thinks in disbelief. At the same time, Obito realizes that something is wrong and prepares to desperately enter the intangibility again. But, snap, an invisible and undetectable presence instantly decapitates Uchiha Obito. It is indeed Wheel Grave Shadow. Afterwards, with a bloodied parabolic arc, Uchiha Obito, his head falls to the ground. Crack! The invisible Wheel Grave Shadow digs out Uchiha Obito's Kamui Sharingan from his right eye. Then, it is handed to Chen Yiban in front of him. Chen Yiban, with a pair of Rin-negan, receives the Kamui Sharingan and directly places it into the internal space of the system. On the other side, White Zetsu Akatsuki is still not dead and seems to want to escape at this moment. Will Grave Shadow takes it down, then a fire release turns it to ashes. Congratulations, you have slain Uchiha Obito, achieving a high-level achievement once. Congratulations on receiving high-level achievement lottery once. Congratulations, you have slain Akatsuki White Zetsu, achieving a medium-level achievement once. Congratulations on receiving medium-level achievement lottery once. Your current various lottery counts: primary achievement lottery, 3 times. Medium achievement lottery, 3 times. High achievement lottery, 1 time. In the void, only Chen Yiban can hear and see the system prompt appearing in a timely manner. Chen Yiban glances at it and temporarily skips it. Then he looks at the side of Uchiha Obito's body, which is separated from the head. Do you know? In the Kamui space, although my clone's attempt to decapitate you failed, it left a Flying Thunder God mark on you. So, Obito, you are destined to become the 5th. Looking at Obito's corpse, Chen Yiban reveals a certain answer. It turns out that the failed ambush by his clone in the Kamui space still left a Flying Thunder God mark on Obito. Truly, the main body is cunning, and the clone is equally cunning. Chen Yiban uses the information gap to scheme against the previous Might Guy, Shimura Danzo, and now Uchiha Obito, among 5 others, leading them to their demise. Fire release. In the end, Chen Yiban performs a fire release ninjutsu on Uchiha Obito's corpse. A simple cremation to avoid polluting the environment with the corpse in the wild. After this, He retracts, will grave, and whoosh, flying thunder god technique leave. Thus, only 2 flames remain slowly burning in the place. However, not long after Chen Yiban left, the body of white Zetsu and black Zetsu slowly emerge from the underground. The eternal kaleidoscope of Lord Madara, the Rin-negan, and even the ability to use the boundary of the wheel tomb. At this moment, it also exhibited the flying thunder god technique that even Lord Madara did not possess. Who exactly is this person? The body of white Zetsu couldn't help but be half shocked. I don't know, but this person has seriously affected the progress of the Moon Eye plan. The other half of his body, black Zetsu, had a gloomy expression. Oh, Obito has been killed. Can the Moon Eye plan continue? White Zetsu spoke softly. In response, black Zetsu clenched his fists in anger. There's still Nagato. On the other side, after Chen Yiban had activated the flying thunder god multiple times, he crossed 10 kilometers and returned to the rooftop of the Hokage building in Konoha. At the same time, he saw Tsunade, who seemed to have just eaten her fill, preparing to return to the Hokage building to continue handling Hokage duties. Due to the destruction caused by Chen Yiban a few days ago, the already busy Hokage duties had even more documents to process. For example, the funding documents for the reconstruction of the streets and houses in Konoha that were destroyed by Chen Yiban a few days ago. Even which houses to repair first, and which ones later had to be considered and approved by Tsunade. As such, Tsunade had indeed been very busy these days. During this time, Tsunade continuously cursed and scolded Madara, Hashirama's granddaughter. Suddenly, downstairs, just as Tsunade was about to step into the Hokage building, she heard the voice of the person she hated most in her life. Madara, Tsunade thought to herself. Then, she looked up and indeed saw Chen Yiban standing on the railing of the rooftop, now with his eyes back to normal black pupils, looking down at her. Why don't you just fall to your death? Looking at Chen Yiban above, Tsunade secretly cursed again in her heart. What do you want? You jerk. Then, Tsunade still responded with a shout. However, Chen Yiban seemed to ignore Tsunade's verbal attack, his expression cold. Come up. What do you want to do? Tsunade was very reluctant. I said come up. Don't make me say it a third time. Chen Yiban's voice was still cold, but this time, it clearly carried a hint of threat. You. Tsunade shot a glare full of indignation at the man above. Fine, you bastard. Unable to hold back her curses, the next second, Tsunade lightly leaped up. She jumped onto the rooftop of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, the 2 Umbu ninjas guarding the entrance of the Hokage building watched as their Hokage did whatever someone else said. Neither of them dared to utter a word, and they even felt a bit anxious. Fortunately, their 5th Hokage soon went up. The 2 Umbu ninjas felt a sense of relief inexplicably. What do you want from me again? Do you know that because of you, my Hokage duties have increased at least 3-fold these days? I'm so busy, I don't even have time to sleep properly. As soon as she arrived on the rooftop, Tsunade pointed at Chen Yiban and complained incessantly. It's so noisy. After listening, Chen Yiban replied indifferently. You. Oomph. Tsunade looked as if she wanted to bite the man in front of her to death, but Chen Yiban went straight to the point. Whoosh, he took out the Kimui Sharingan from the system space. And a bloody kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Tsunade was taken aback. Having previously discovered Chen Yiban's ability to conjure various items and weapons out of thin air, Tsunade had long been curious. Now seeing this man conjuring an item again, and it was a kaleidoscope Sharingan, she was even more surprised. In response, with the medical ninjutsu, is there any way to integrate the ocular technique of this kaleidoscope Sharingan into my eyes? Chen Yiban finally stated his purpose for seeking Tsunade. It turns out, he wanted to merge the ocular technique, Kamui. In fact, Chen Yiban had found the system. However, it unexpectedly required the consumption of 3 medium achievement lottery draws. Damn! A few days ago, creating an independent beast pet space for Chromo only consumed 3 medium lottery chances. Why is merging this ocular technique so expensive? Scamming system. Finally, at this moment, Chen Yiban thought of Tsunade, the medical master. He wondered, could she have a way? Maybe it could save him 3 medium lottery draws. However, do you think I'm a god? No matter how powerful I am, I can't do something like this. Tsunade stared at Chen Yiban in disbelief. At the same time, also, where did you get this kaleidoscope Sharingan? As far as I know, there are very few Uchiha left in this world. Besides that brat Sasuke in Konoha and you, this annoying guy, there's that insane Itachi Uchiha outside. Could this be Itachi's eye? But when did you leave Konoha to meet Itachi Uchiha? Tsunade suddenly asked curiously. Can you do it either? Chen Yiban almost didn't listen to the latter part of Tsunade's question. It was as if he only heard Tsunade say that she couldn't integrate the Kimui Sharingan's ocular technique into his eyes. However, clang suddenly. Chen Yiban activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hey, what do you want to do? Tsunade couldn't help but take a step back. I don't believe what you said. I need to confirm. Chen Yiban spoke calmly with his Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan wide open. You bastard. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration and humiliation. But there was nothing she could do. In the end, Chen Yiban directly unleashed the powerful ocular power of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He controlled Tsunade. However, the final answer was still unable to do it. It seems. I can only ask the system for help. 3 medium lottery draws it is. In the end, Chen Yiban had no other choice. Bang! But at that moment, Tsunade suddenly threw a heavy punch at Chen Yiban's cheek. However, Chen Yiban blocked it with one hand without even looking. Ah, there was a mosquito on your face just now. Tsunade smiled charmingly. Hearing this, Chen Yiban looked at her with his Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 41, the second target. Xiao. In Konoha, on a large river not far from the Uchiha clan land. Clang. Bang. It was seen that Mokutan clone Chen Yiban was engaged in combat with Uchiha Sasuke in the river, with the water surface serving as their battleground. It appeared that the Mokutan clone was effortlessly defending while Uchiha Sasuke struggled to attack with kunai. Fire style great. Meanwhile, Sasuke prepared to unleash a ninjutsu against the Mokutan clone. But whoosh bang! The Mokutan clone, Chen Yiban, flashed and accelerated, kicking Sasuke away with a force he couldn't counter. Zulfust! I just evolved into the 3-Tomo Sharingan, yet I can only catch a glimpse of the opponent's movements. Sasuke was kicked in the abdomen and, astonished, flew back 7 or 8 meters before landing in the water. The fire-style ninjutsu he intended to release was interrupted. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke stood back on the water surface using the chakra water walking skill. Come again. Seeing Sasuke drenched, the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban signaled him to continue attacking. Damn! Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yiban's power. Even a clone could easily suppress him. But when he thought about it, it made sense. After all, just a few days ago in the Konoha battle, Chen Yiban could block countless Konoha ninjas, including Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, with just a shadow clone. Although Chen Yiban used a clone to guide his training, it felt a bit like a trick. However, after fighting, Sasuke realized just how powerful Chen Yiban's clone was. Even if it's a clone, having such a strong master to guide him. I can definitely become stronger quickly. Senior's Mokutan clone. I'm preparing to use my current strongest move. Please be careful. Uchiha Sasuke grasped his right wrist with his left hand, and his right palm opened like a 5-clawed claw, quickly gathering chakra from his body. Zzz. It was indeed lightning style. Chidori. Since the plot had just passed the Chunin exams not long ago, it was just the right time for Uchiha Sasuke to learn lightning style Chidori. Oh. The Mokutan clone Chen Yiban's mouth slightly curved up, showing a hint of interest. Then, the next second, whoosh, the right hand of the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban slowly raised, and pure, attribute-less chakra began to rapidly gather in his palm. Soon, a round chakra sphere quickly formed. That is, Naruto's. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. It was indeed the Rasengan that the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban was currently gathering. Rasengan. Naruto. Gradually, Uchiha Sasuke found himself momentarily mistaking the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban for Naruto Uzumaki. This time, I will definitely not lose like on the rooftop that day. Sasuke recalled something, and the gaze of his 3-Tomo Sharingan became fierce. Whoosh! The next second, he charged towards the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban with Chidori in hand. His 3-Tomo Sharingan wide open, moving at high speed. Lightning style, Chidori. Sasuke shouted angrily. Ha! The Mokutan clone, Chen Yiban, smiled. He controlled his chakra to be roughly the same as Sasuke's while performing Rasengan. Then boom! Chidori and Rasengan collided with each other. Ugh! Uchiha Sasuke flew back. Just then, a figure identical to the Mokutan clone Chen Yiban appeared, catching the flying Sasuke. It was indeed Chen Yiban body arriving just in time. I still lost? Uchiha Sasuke's mouth bled as he fainted onto Chen Yiban. Are you familiar with it? Not necessarily. Looking at the fainted Sasuke with a bit of blood on his mouth, the body of Chen Yiban's gaze turned towards the Mokutan clone in front of him. He noticed that the Mokutan clone, which had maintained a similar chakra level to Sasuke, had a slightly damaged right hand after the exchange. Rasengan and Chidori each had their merits. They just had slightly different lethality. Chen Yiban's mind moved. The next second, the Mokutan clone turned into wood and sank into the river. About 3 hours later, by the riverside, Uchiha Sasuke slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to see a figure in red armor next to him grilling fish. It was Chen Yiban's Mokutan clone. "You're awake." Chen Yiban, who was grilling fish, glanced at the recently awakened Sasuke. At the same time, the Mokutan clone has been dispelled. Chen Yiban added, Sasuke opened his eyes wide and then surprisingly asked, "Are you the real Chen Yiban now?" "Ah." Chen Yiban smiled lightly. Saying this, he handed a grilled fish to Sasuke. "Have some." "Thank you, Chen Yiban." Sasuke looked a bit flustered as he hurriedly took the grilled fish. Hiss. Just as he sat up from the ground, Uchiha Sasuke felt a dull pain in his chest. He couldn't help but recall the scene of his clash with Chen Yiban's Mokutan clone's Rin-negan, ultimately losing. Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned a bit gloomy. Seeing this, Chen Yiban, who had already eaten almost half a fish, understood what the kid was thinking. Didn't the person who taught you that lightning-style technique tell you its characteristics? As he slowly chewed on the fish, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke up. "Chen Yiban." Sasuke looked at him. In response, watch. Chen Yiban didn't say much, directly walking to a nearby cliff. Then boom! A Rin-negan quickly formed and struck the cliff. Soon, a pit about 4 to 5 meters wide and over 2 meters deep appeared in the tall cliff. I control my chakra to be at a similar level to yours, and then used this so-called Rin-negan. Now, you attack this cliff with your Chidori and see the effect. Turning to Sasuke, Chen Yiban said this. After finishing, he didn't forget to take another bite of the grilled fish in his other hand. Yes, Chen Yiban. Sasuke seemed to understand something. Soon, zzz, lightning-style Chidori struck the same cliff, but at a different spot. Instantly, a hole just over 2 meters wide, but nearly 5 meters deep was created by Sasuke. Sasuke nearly fell into the cliff. Chen Yiban, I understand what you mean. Thank you. The next moment, Sasuke, with a big smile, leaped out of the pit and returned to Chen Yiban's side. In response, Chen Yiban smiled and said nothing, turning to sit down and continue eating the fish in his hand. Naruto, that day on the rooftop. I didn't lose to you. Like Chen Yiban said, it's just that Chidori and Rin-negan have different lethality. Sasuke thought to himself, regaining his confidence.
He felt that the dull pain in his chest was no longer there. This was also what Chen Yiban aimed for. A ninja who is growing cannot lose confidence.
3 days quickly passed. On this day, at the Konoha cemetery, in front of a tombstone, Asuma, Yuhi Kurina placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone, her eyes involuntarily glistening with memories. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Why Kurinai turned around to find it was Nara Shikaku. He was also holding fresh flowers and placing them in front of Asuma's tombstone. Seeing this, Kurinai asked Shikaku, I heard that Shikamaru. Have you thought about going to find that man for revenge? Nara Shikaku immediately replied, I have thought about it. Kurinai wanted to say something more, but Shikaku suddenly added, but I want to do that. Why? Don't you want to avenge Shikamaru? Kurinai was puzzled. Upon hearing Shikamaru's name, a hint of sadness appeared in Shikaku's eyes. However, he continued, we cannot be that person's match. Attacking him would only provoke him further. You and T want to see the people of Konoha truly slaughtered, right? As he spoke, Shikaku looked directly at Kurinai. If revenge were truly possible, Shikaku would certainly welcome it. But the enemy is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Is there really a possibility of success? If we fail, what would the consequences be? Would the entire Konoha's civilians and ninjas have to pay the price for his failed revenge? Under Shikaku's steadfast gaze, Kurinai ultimately turned away in disappointment. Sigh. Later, looking at Asuma's tombstone, Shikaku also lowered his head and sighed. Shikamaru, will you understand me? Meanwhile, not far from the Uchiha clan's land, on the great river, clang, clang, the sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously. It was still Sasuke battling against the wooden clones of Chen Yiban. Although he still couldn't defeat Chen Yiban's clones, Sasuke had made significant progress in just a few days. At least, the recently awakened three-tomo Sharingan was becoming increasingly adept. Moreover, these days, he had been fighting on the water surface. Sasuke's chakra control had also improved a level. Previously, under the overwhelming attacks from the wooden clones, Sasuke often lost control of his chakra and fell into the water. Now, such situations had become rare. During this time, while the wooden clones and Sasuke were fighting on the river surface, Chen Yiban's main body was sitting cross-legged on the riverbank. since his Rin-negan had just awakened. The powers of Shura and Senju Hashirama were still having effects within him. The power within Chen Yiban grew stronger day by day. Until today, he felt that the Rin-negan and the powers of Shura and Senju Hashirama inside him had basically stabilized. He felt it was time to proceed with his other plans. Konoha had been initially settled by Chen Yiban. However, a mere Konoha was not enough. Chen Yiban wanted to learn from the Qin Emperor of another world and unify the nations. He remembered seeing a comment while watching videos in another world. Originally, Uchiha Madara could be the Hokage version of the Qin Emperor. Oh, why not? Just think about it. Unifying the entire ninja world. What level of achievement would that be? What kind of rewards would the system give? Chen Yiban expressed. I will look forward to it. At this moment, Chen Yiban exhaled slowly at the riverbank, his bright and ambitious black pupils gradually appearing as his eyelids slowly opened. Konoha the first, then for the second. Akatsuki, Chen Yiban revealed, a faint smile filled with ambition. Just then, lightning release, Chidori. Two Sasuke and the wooden clone of Chen Yiban simultaneously unleashed Chidori on the river surface. Boom, in the end. The wooden clone was damaged a bit, but Sasuke returned with his right hand covered in blood to apply medicine. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile lightly at the sight. Sasuke really was practicing like his life depended on it. Was he eager to become stronger to take revenge on Itachi, Uchiha? Indeed, in this world, the power of hatred is more significant than one can ignore. Although Chen Yiban knew the truth about Itachi, Uchiha, he felt it would be better for Sasuke to find out later. For now, let him maintain this hatred as motivation for his training. Sasuke, I might need to leave for a few days. Looking at Sasuke applying medicine, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke. Teacher, are you leaving Konoha? Sasuke asked in surprise. Yeah, because I want more than just Konoha, Chen Yiban smiled. Teacher, Sasuke looked at Chen Yiban in a daze, as if he hadn't quite grasped Chen Yiban's meaning at that moment. Teacher, can I go with you? Sasuke then looked at Chen Yiban with hopeful eyes. Come with me? Chen Yiban pondered for a moment. If it's Akatsuki, Itachi Uchiha is there. Oh, saying goodbye to my brother. Interesting. With Itachi's temperament, he would definitely block my path. Perhaps Itachi's death could allow Sasuke to awaken his Manjiki. With that thought, the next second, Chen Yiban nodded to Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Instantly, Sasuke revealed a rare smile that was seldom seen. Chapter 42. Susanoo vs. Pain's Six Paths Conan. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Today, after handling a morning full of official duties, Tsunade has finished work. However, just as she steps out of the Hokage building, Tsunade instinctively turns back to glance at the rooftop of the Hokage building. She notices that the red figure that had been there for the past few days seems to be gone. Where did that guy disappear to? I hope he doesn't cause any more trouble. For some reason, she has a bad feeling. Tsunade looks towards the direction of the rooftop and mutters to herself. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, has returned to the ninja world. His every move will bring some change to the entire ninja world. There's nothing to be done. His strength is too overwhelming. He has that capability. Moreover, the Nine Tails that was originally sealed within Naruto has now been taken by him. I can't imagine what kind of terrifying power he has now with the strength of the Nine Tails fox added to his already formidable abilities. Tsunade shakes her head, not daring to think further. It would be great if my grandfather were still alive. The legendary ninja world Azura, Uchiha Madara, seems to have only been suppressed by my grandfather in the past. After muttering a couple of words, Tsunade finally turns around and walks away. At this moment, far outside the land of fire, at the junction of the wind, earth, and fire countries, Rain Village. This village is indeed a bit special. It almost has a year-round rainy season. Because of the constant rain, the buildings in this village have a distinctive style, almost like a steel metropolis. The houses that catch the eye are all steel buildings. The scenery is unique. During this time, on the streets of this steel ninja village, there are quite a few ninjas and villagers walking around with red umbrellas. The atmosphere and economy of the entire village seem to be quite good. It seems that the leader of this village has managed Rain Village very well. Tap, tap. Meanwhile, on the road originally filled with ninjas and civilians of Rain Village, two figures, one large and one small, appear. Is a teenage boy and an adult man. The adult man has long hair down to his waist and wears ancient Warring State-style red armor. The boy is dressed in black tight clothing, with a bright clan emblem on his back. Additionally, both of them are wearing straw hats, shielding them from the wind and rain, while also obscuring their originally striking features. This large and small pair are none other than Chen Yiban and Uchiha Sasuke. They have now arrived at the Rain Village where the leader of the Akatsuki organization is located. Chen Yiban's target is indeed the original series Nagato, the man behind the Akatsuki. Let's deal with the leader of the Akatsuki first, and then tackle the others. Also Nagato's Rin-negan. Teacher, why are we coming to this village? Uchiha Sasuke asks curiously after admiring the village's unique architectural style. The leader of this village is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Oh, you should already know. Chen Yiban replies directly. Upon hearing Akatsuki, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widen. Teacher, is it the Akatsuki that Itachi Uchiha is currently part of? Sasuke is a bit excited and even inadvertently interrupts Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban, with a cool expression under his straw hat, gives a faint smile. Yes. Teacher, are we going to eliminate this organization? Uchiha Sasuke can't help but ask again, his mind already conjuring the image of his current enemy, Itachi Uchiha. Teacher, can you not touch that guy Itachi Uchiha? Suddenly, Sasuke, who is shorter than Chen Yiban, requests. Oh, you want to kill him with your own hands, don't you? Chen Yiban glances at the 12 or 13-year-old boy beside him. Yes, teacher. Sasuke nods firmly in acknowledgement. With your current strength, it's almost impossible to achieve. Chen Yiban shakes his head with a smile. I know, but I believe that with your guidance, I will soon gain the strength to defeat that man. Sasuke declares with determination. Seeing this, Chen Yiban can't help but look at Sasuke a couple of times. He indeed shows a bit of willpower and courage, and his confidence is sufficient. It resembles the beginning of a powerful ninja. Moreover, in this world, Uchiha Sasuke is currently the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. If Sasuke can awaken Indra's power, then defeating Itachi Uchiha in a fair fight is certainly not impossible. However, I don't necessarily have to kill. If I can resolve things with words later, I might not even have to act. Chen Yiban says slowly while walking at a leisurely pace. At the same time, swish, 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 swish. At this moment, 6 figures seemingly descend from the sky, landing on the street in front of Chen Yiban and Sasuke. They block the path of the two on the street. The pedestrians who were originally there have unknowingly almost all disappeared. This entire street, which was bustling just moments ago, has suddenly become eerily quiet. Chen Yiban has actually noticed this early on. He just doesn't care at all. At this moment, the surroundings have become so quiet that only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground and a slight breeze can be heard. Besides that, there is the inexplicable sense of pressure and a hint of mystery emanating from the 6 purple-eyed figures opposite them. Sasuke feels a bit apprehensive, but because his teacher is Chen Yiban, he feels that there is nothing to be afraid of in this world. But, teacher, their eyes seem to be. Sasuke notices the purple eyes of the 6 figures opposite. Sure enough, it's Pain's 6 paths coming. Chen Yiban smiles faintly under his straw hat. At this moment, the ones blocking the path are indeed the Pain's 6 paths that invaded Konoha in the original series. They're also the ones who killed Jeriah in the original series. Speaking of which, Chen Yiban feels like he has inadvertently changed the plot. Can it be said that he indirectly saved Jeriah's life? Although because of him, Jeriah has already lost an entire right arm. Alright, let's not digress. Sasuke, can you protect yourself? Chen Yiban suddenly speaks. Don't worry, teacher. Although I still don't have the strength to kill that man, I have become stronger under your guidance. Uchiha Sasuke activates his 3-tomo Sharingan. Swish. At this moment, beside the original Pain's 6 paths, a figure resembling an angel with wings lands beside the 6. It is indeed Conan. Sharingan. The newly arrived Conan sees the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan opposite and can't help but murmur. At this time, that's good. Hearing Sasuke's response, Chen Yiban slowly removes the straw hat that shielded him from the wind and rain. Instantly, he reveals a head of beautiful, flowing long hair and a pair of equally blood-red, mysterious, and beautiful Mangeki Sharingan. Seeing this, that is, a Mangeki Sharingan of the same level as Itachi Uchiha, moreover his posture. Conan exclaims in her unique voice, Uchiha Madara. In the 6 paths of pain, the Deva Path Pain seems to be helping Conan complete her sentences at this moment. He utters a name that cannot be ignored. Who was that man wearing the brown vortex mask before? Conan recalls Uchiha Obito. After all, Obito had always appeared before Nagato and Conan as Madara. But now, it seems that the current Chen Yiban is the true Uchiha Madara. Do you want to dance? At this moment, Chen Yiban opens his pair of scarlet, Mangeki Sharingan, and looks at the 6 paths of pain and Conan across from him. In response, Deva Path Pain's Rin-negan eyes slightly narrow. Intruder, you have entered the realm of God. Deva Pathpain looks at Chen Yiban and speaks thus. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban immediately laughs. God? Are you talking about God in front of me? The rain gradually drenches Chen Yiban's long hair that reaches his waist, but the aura of his Mangeki Sharingan, beneath his cold smile, becomes even more intense. Conan feels as if the surrounding air has suddenly turned cold. Submit to me for the unification of the ninja world. Thus, I can promise not to kill you. Chen Yiban's Mangeki Sharingan coldly gazes at the 7 figures across from him. The Mangeki Sharingan directly stares at the Rin-negan, and Chen Yiban's aura is evidently stronger. You? Even if you're the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, so what? Conan shows a cold and arrogant expression. At the same time, she glances at Pain. The Rin-negan is the true power of God. The Rin-negan, the power of God, this is not wrong. But it also depends on who wields it. Chen Yiban finally smirks wickedly. Then, roar, the tall blue Susanoo, 3rd stage rises directly from the ground, letting out a beast-like roar. Is this the power that can destroy everything? The Susanoo, manipulating the person behind Pain, Nagato, at this moment can't help but whisper. On sight, Conan also looks at the dozens of meters tall Susanoo 3rd stage with a grave expression, feeling the chilling chakra. Conan can't help but feel astonished. So much chakra. Uchiha Itachi had always kept his trump card hidden. So this is probably the first time she has seen something like Susanoo with her own eyes. Shinra Tensei. At this moment, Deva Pathpain's eyes narrow as he directly unleashes one of the basic abilities of the Rin-negan against the 3rd stage. Zing! Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force surges and crashes into the dozens of meters tall Susanoo. In response, Chen Yiban, at the head of Susanoo, thinks, and Susanoo immediately brings its hands together. Zing boom, blocking the repulsive impact of Shinra Tensei. It actually blocked Shinra Tensei. The animal path among the 6 paths of pain speaks in a low voice. And the next second, roar. Unexpectedly, Susanoo not only blocks Shinra Tensei, but also lets out a roar and then swipes. The Yata mirror is directly thrown towards the 6 paths of pain from the side. Shinra Tensei. At a critical moment, Deva Pathpain releases Shinra Tensei again, just in time to repel the Yata mirror. The force is quite strong, repelling the Yata mirror. Deva Pathpain is somewhat surprised by Susanoo's power. Be careful. Suddenly, Conan exclaims. Swish, swish, swish. But Susanoo slashes out countless astonishing blue blades of light, constantly flying towards the 7 people over here. Instantly, the 6 paths of pain scatter in all directions. Conan even spreads her paper wings and flies into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. However, the steel buildings in front suffered as Susanoo's blades of light sliced through, leaving them shattered. Seeing this scene, Conan's face turns furious. The next second, she directly releases a special paper jutsu. Countless small paper cranes fly towards the tall Susanoo 3rd stage. Then, boom, 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 it's explosive text. At this moment, the Susanoo, which has no way to dodge, is continuously exploding. However, afterward, the blue tall Susanoo 3rd stage stands unharmed in front of everyone. It actually has no effect. Conan is slightly surprised. Universal pull. Suddenly, Deva Pathpain pulls together the countless fragments of shattered steel houses as if they are a giant iron block, then violently hurls it towards Susanoo. Bang! Susanoo 3rd stage, however, just uses one punch to smash that giant iron block. Rin-negan summoning technique. On the other side, the animal path among the 6 paths of pain begins to summon a summoning beast. Roar! It is a giant wild bull, which, upon appearing, rushes wildly toward Susanoo 3rd stage. Bang! The 4-armed Susanoo 3rd stage raises 2 hands to block, stopping the charging giant wild bull. Immediately after, zing, 1 slash. It directly cuts it in half. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, countless artillery shells come crashing down. It's the Azura path. Susanoo 3rd stage's 4 enormous arms strike in succession. Soon, it breaks those artillery shells. Zing! Suddenly, laser cannons are coming too. Susanoo 3rd stage can't help but bring its hands together to block. Then, under the powerful impact of the laser cannon, the ground beneath Susanoo's feet plows back 7 or 8 meters before finally sinking under this intense laser cannon strike. Although the laser cannon is powerful, it still cannot break through the strong defense of Susanoo 3rd stage. Turtle shell. Conan coldly remarks. The enemy is indeed very strong, but the teacher is stronger. Sasuke hides behind Susanoo 3rd stage, watching intently. At the same time, Sasuke looks at Chen Yiban with full admiration and respect. Chapter 43. Rin-negan versus Rin-negan? You want to unify the entire ninja world? At this moment, Pain's Devapath opened his Rin-negan patterned eyes, staring at the immense third stage where Chen Yiban stood. Chen Yiban was speechless. In response, Pain's Devapath continued. What will happen after unification? People cannot understand each other. The only way is to make everyone feel the same pain. With the power of my Rin-negan, before long, Pain's Devapath slowly began to condense a black core object in his hand. That was. Meanwhile, Conan's expression changed in shock. Nagato, you can't use that technique in the village. But the opponent might really be the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. His strength is formidable. It must be done to make him feel pain. Pain's Devapath had a cold expression. What does the man with the legendary eyes want to do? Over here, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Pain's Devapath's actions and couldn't help but feel curious. Is it the Planetary Devastation? The head of Susanoo third stage, Chen Yiban, casually crossed his arms over his chest, seemingly unconcerned. You actually know about Planetary Devastation? Suddenly, Conan looked at Chen Yiban in astonishment. Nagato rarely uses Planetary Devastation, and before this, he had never performed it in front of anyone. How does the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, know of this technique's existence and can accurately name it? Feel the pain. Just then, Pain's Devapath quickly threw the black core object high into the sky. Nagato. Conan's face showed shock. How could Nagato really use Planetary Devastation in the village, where there are countless Rain Village ninjas and civilians? Could the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, really be strong enough to force Nagato to this extent? Whoosh! However, in the midst of Conan's doubts, the core of Planetary Devastation in the sky began to unleash an incredibly powerful gravitational force. On the ground, many steel structures began to shake. Especially the massive fragments of steel buildings shattered by Susanoo third stage were directly pulled upwards. What's happening? Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke felt his body being drawn upwards. He immediately retreated in urgency. Chakra beneath his feet began to grip the ground. Meanwhile, Conan took the opportunity to spread her paper wings and fly away while the gravitational pull of Planetary Devastation had not fully manifested yet. What has Lord God done? The ninjas and civilians of the village, seeing the core of Planetary Devastation from afar, were still curious and amazed. They didn't know that their doom was approaching. Of course, if Chen Yiban were indifferent. But it was said that although the Rin-negan is a divine power, it depends on who wields it. Chen Yiban, with his pair of scarlet, Manjiki Sharingan, looked proud. Calling Nagato, you said you wanted to feel pain? Huh, I also want you to feel despair. Murmuring to himself, Chen Yiban slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, clang, the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan had transcended into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. At the same time, Susanoo, complete form. Clang, terrifying chakra and immense ocular power erupted wildly in an instant. Soon, a terrifying blue armored giant over 200 meters tall appeared in everyone's sights. Is it the enemy invading the village? Seeing Susanoo, complete form, the ninjas and civilians of Rain Village were stunned, just like the people of Konoha before. One by one, they were dumbfounded. Recently rumored, Susanoo, complete form, actually achieved such a level. In the distance, Conan, flying in the air, also wore an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Chen Yiban saw the black core of Planetary Devastation right in front of him within the diamond-shaped crystal of Susanoo's head. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Immediately, Susanoo, complete form, extended its giant hands and seized the floating black core. Then, boom, crush, the fragments, along with some steel debris that had just been pulled up, fell back to the ground. Planetary Devastation was actually, Conan muttered in a daze. Madara, controlling Pain's six paths from afar. The figure of the Vortex Nagato also showed a look of surprise. He never expected the power of Susanoo to be this formidable. Teacher. The second pillar once again gazed at Chen Yiban's Susanoo, filled with admiration. In his heart, he couldn't help but yearn for such supreme Uchiha power. Can you submit? Standing within the enormous head crystal of Susanoo, Chen Yiban coldly spoke with his pair of eternal Manjiki. Rin-negan, Unifying Technique. In response to Chen Yiban, however, was the roar of the animal path summons among Pain's six paths. The next second, several three-headed hellhounds charged forward, foolishly resisting. Chen Yiban's voice was cold. Then, whoosh, as the hellhounds charged forward, Chen Yiban controlled Susanoo, complete form, to slowly extend its hand, and in almost an instant, sucked all the hellhounds into the darkness. Indeed, Kamui. Following that, the actions of Susanoo, complete form, did not stop. Clang boom. A terrifying sword strike belonging to Susanoo, like when it once split Konoha, was unleashed. Boom! With a blade light passed, everything was shattered into fragments, until a chasm several thousand meters long appeared, splitting the entire Rain Village in two. The scene was reminiscent of when Konoha was split in two earlier, now replayed in Rain Village. Ugh! At this moment, Conan staggered up from the ruins, spitting blood. She had just been blown away by the residual force of that strike and crashed into a steel building. Even just the residual force caused Conan to spit blood and suffer injuries. Just like back then in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke stood behind Susanoo, his eyes wide as he watched the scene unfold that had occurred in Konoha not long ago. The power of this Susanoo is simply pain. At this moment, Conan wanted to know if Pain's Deva Path or Yahiko's body had not been completely destroyed. Just then, whoosh, Chen Yiban surprisingly appeared in front of her as if he had instantaneously moved from the towering body of Susanoo. Indeed, Chen Yiban moved a distance within Susanoo and then tens. At this moment, Conan looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Yiban in disbelief. Moreover, his eyes, Rin-negan. Conan saw that Chen Yiban now had a pair of light purple eyes with circular ripples exactly like Nagato's, and she couldn't help but feel even more shocked and incredulous. By the time she quickly reacted and wanted to run, it was already too late. Crack. Ah. The scene shifted, and with Conan's cry of pain, she was firmly pinned to the ground by 4 black rods. The beautiful angel has fallen. With a pair of light purple Rin-negan, Chen Yiban slowly stepped forward. Then, tap. A foot clad in black ninja boots directly stepped on Conan's head. You. In pain and humiliation, Conan glared fiercely at Chen Yiban, who was stepping on her head with a look of great hatred. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, the disheveled pain of the 6 paths flew up from the abyss, sliced by the complete Susanoo, and unleashed a technique using his Rin-negan against Chen Yiban. Shinra Tensei. However, Chen Yiban slowly raised his hand and countered with the same ability. Boom! In the end, Pain was inevitably blasted away, crashing into many steel structures in the Rain Village. Pain was pinned down by his limbs, and Conan was worried about Pain, or rather, Yahiko's corpse. Crack! At this moment, Chen Yiban pointed one hand straight down at Conan, who was under his foot. At the same time, a black rod slowly extended from his palm. How? You, whose name is Nagato, are you going to choose to watch this beautiful paper angel die? With the black rod aimed at Conan beneath him, Chen Yiban issued a death threat. You, as the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, how can you? Conan mocked Chen Yiban, but before she could finish, Chen Yiban stepped hard on her little head again. You, bastard. At this moment, Conan wished she could kill Chen Yiban immediately. On the other side, Conan. Yahiko, I once failed to protect you. Now, I absolutely cannot let Conan be harmed. I cannot. In a hidden place somewhere in the Rain Village, the emaciated Nagato murmured to himself. Let her go. Then, Pain of the 6 paths appeared back in front of Chen Yiban, but there was no longer any intention to attack. Good. It seems you have understood reality. With a pair of light purple Rin-negan, Chen Yiban wore a cold smile of satisfaction. Chapter 44. Rin-negan is innate. Congratulations. You have defeated Pain of the 6 paths other than the Heavenly Path, achieving a medium achievement. Congratulations on receiving medium achievement lottery 10 times. Congratulations, you have defeated Akatsuki's Conan. Achieving a medium achievement. Congratulations on receiving medium achievement lottery 2 times. Current lottery counts. Beginner achievement lottery 3 times. Medium achievement lottery 12 times. High achievement lottery 1 time. At that moment, as the battle ended, a system prompt appeared in the void. Chen Yiban glanced at it lightly. Oh, everyone gets 2 medium achievement lotteries. It really took me by surprise. Chen Yiban couldn't help but mutter to himself. During this time, his pair of light purple Rin-negan stared straight at the Pain of the Heavenly Path before him. You, why do you have Rin-negan? This question surprised both Conan from earlier and Nagato at this moment. Therefore, through Pain of the Heavenly Path, Nagato couldn't help but ask Chen Yiban his doubts. Besides him, how could anyone else possess the eyes of God? In response, Chen Yiban suddenly revealed a hint of disdain. Nagato, do you really think your Rin-negan was born from you? Finally, Chen Yiban did not answer, but countered with a question. What do you mean? The hidden Nagato was stunned. And, Chen Yiban, I can't be bothered to tell you too much. I'll give you 2 choices. Watch or die. Or, hand over your Rin-negan. Chen Yiban pointed the black rod in his hand at Conan under his feet, being so aggressive. No, Nagato, don't worry about me. You can't give the eyes of God to someone like him. Conan exclaimed anxiously. The next second, did I allow you to speak? Chen Yiban directly stepped on Conan's face. What met him was Conan's glare, as if she wanted to tear him apart. At this moment, Conan, the pain of the heavenly path, looked at Conan under Chen Yiban's foot. In the end, let her go. I agree. Yeah. Just as the pain of the heavenly path nodded in agreement, the next second, it suddenly seemed to scream in great pain towards the sky. What happened? Pain. Nagato, what's wrong? Conan, stepped on by Chen Yiban, looked worriedly at the pain of the heavenly path in front of her. Chen Yiban was also a bit puzzled. What's going on? Bang. The next second, the pain of the heavenly path collapsed to the ground. Oh, Conan, do you know what is going on? Chen Yiban looked at the pain of the heavenly path, who suddenly fell to the ground, and couldn't help but frown slightly, then glanced at Conan under his feet. Nagato. Conan didn't want to pay attention to him at all. If it weren't for her limbs being pinned down by the black rod, Conan would have flown back to see what happened to Nagato. Tell me, where's that guy Nagato now? Chen Yiban moved his foot away, continuing to question with his light purple Rin-negan. However, Conan just glared at him fiercely, remaining silent. Woman, you are exhausting my patience. Chen Yiban began to slowly extend the black rod in his hand, preparing to threaten Conan with death. Yet, even as the black rod was about to pierce into her skull, Conan still looked fearless. You woman, made Chen Yiban somewhat admire her. If it weren't for the fact that it was now Rin-negan and he couldn't be bothered to transform into Sharingan, he would have directly used Genjutsu. Rin-negan is innate. Suddenly, from afar, a piercing scream erupted from the tallest steel building in the Rain Village. Hearing this, Chen Yiban and Conan both looked towards that direction in surprise. Rin-negan is innate. Nagato, what have you done? Conan's face was filled with shock and doubt. Rin-negan is innate. Who is that guy resurrecting? Chen Yiban looked astonished. The situation on the field suddenly became uncontrollable. It was somewhat beyond Chen Yiban's expectations. How could Nagato activate? Rin-negan is innate. And at this moment inside that tallest steel building, the originally emaciated Nagato seemed to have lost most of his life force. His hair completely gray. His face was ashen. At this moment, he slowly lowered his hands that had just made seals to cast a technique. Nagato, this is your final value. A dark figure beside him controlled the previous Nagato. And crack. Boom. In the center of the room, a standing coffin was placed. And at this moment, it seemed to have been kicked open from the inside by some existence. Tap, tap. A powerful body slowly stepped out of the coffin. Nagato. It seemed to have grown quite a bit. A pair of Sharingan seemed to reflect infinite cold power. Lord Madara, Kaguya, no longer caring about Nagato's life or death, looked delighted and bowed before the true Uchiha Madara. Kaguya, what stage is that planet now? Uchiha Madara, with a pair of transplanted 3-tomo Sharingan, looked at Kaguya before him. Lord Madara, during the execution of that plan, unexpected special obstacles have arisen. Kaguya's face showed seriousness and difficulty. Uchiha Madara's expression instantly turned cold. Special obstacles? How special? Uchiha Madara coldly stared at Kaguya. Also, where's that little brat Obito? In response, Lord Madara, it's like this. On the other side, Chen Yiban sensed something. I didn't expect the situation to suddenly turn like this. Kaguya, if I'm not mistaken, you bastard are the one causing trouble, right? Chen Yiban revealed a bitter smile. Immediately after, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 black rods that pinned Conan to the ground all flew back at Chen Yiban's thought. Conan didn't understand his meaning. However, at this moment, she was more concerned about Nagato. So, straining her severely damaged body, Conan tried to spread her paper wings. She was indeed preparing to fly to that tallest steel building to check what happened to Nagato. I advise you, it's best not to go to that place now. Chen Yiban suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Conan didn't even look at him, slowly flapping her paper wings. She was about to leave. However, tap, tap. At this moment, on the top of the tallest steel building, a figure dressed in red armor, with a pair of crimson pupils, slowly walked to the edge of the building's railing. Just as Conan flew up, she saw this scene from afar. Madara. Conan was shocked and lost her color. Then she shouted, You bastard, what'd you do to Nagato? Turning back, Conan glared angrily at Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban. Chapter 45. Uchiha Madara versus Uchiha Madara? At this moment, 2 individuals who look almost identical have met. Both have light purple eyes, and they gaze at each other from a considerable distance. It's actually real. It truly is. An unpredictable and special existence, isn't it? The real Uchiha Madara stand with his arms crossed in front of him, his Rin-negan eyes looking at the figure that is almost identical to his own in the distance. The 2 individuals have eyes that are almost the same. Rin-negan. At this moment, Chen Yiban opens his Rin-negan and sees the other person also opening their Rin-negan on top of the tallest steel building, essentially confirming what just happened. However, it really is a surprise. I didn't expect these two to meet under such circumstances. Madara. At this time, the confused Conan, without understanding the situation, charges at Chen Yiban, unleashing countless paper bombs. Chen Yiban, feeling helpless, lightly performs a Shinra Tensei, directly repelling all the paper bombs. At the same time, he sends Conan flying, landing on the ground not far away. Stupid woman, the person opposite is not me. Chen Yiban slowly lowers his hand that performed the Shinra Tensei and says, "That is, a clone of the teacher?" Uchiha Sasuke, hiding nearby, also looks surprised at the two identical individuals. He truly did not expect that they are fundamentally different people. At this moment, Shinra Tensei? Uchiha Madara sees Chen Yiban using Shinra Tensei to repel Conan, and his gaze shifts slightly. It seems that the Rin-negan of the other party is not fake. This is getting interesting. Kurozetsu, that guy over there, right? You said the other party can even perform? Limbo? Turning back, he glances behind him. Yes, Lord Madara. I still can't understand his origins. Kurozetsu immediately steps forward to report. Indeed. Incredible. Uchiha Madara still stands with his arms crossed, gazing at Chen Yiban, who also possesses Rin-negan. Then, no problem. After we take him down, we should be able to ask clearly. Also, I want his Rin-negan. Uchiha Madara slowly forms hand seals, a sinister smile on his face. Would release. Birth of the tree world. In the next second, the ninjutsu is unleashed. Suddenly, countless massive tree roots erupt from the ground like supergiant pythons, and then rush towards Chen Yiban in this rain village. Nani, Conan, and Uchiha Sasuke both look shocked, especially the still young Sasuke, watching the massive and rapidly approaching wood release. He is so stunned that he can't help but step back several paces without realizing it. Meanwhile, under the impact of the gigantic wood release, the steel buildings in the rain village are almost completely destroyed. During this time, who knows how many ninjas and civilians have been injured or killed. Run away. Countless ninjas and civilians in the rain village start to flee frantically in the opposite direction of Uchiha Madara's wood release. You could say, they are running towards Chen Yiban's direction. However, they did not expect. Wood release, birth of the tree world. Chen Yiban also unleashed the same ninjutsu. Boom, crack, crack. Again, countless massive wood releases erupt from the ground around Chen Yiban. Then they surge forward to meet the incoming attack. The rain ninjas. They are in despair. However, as they close their eyes waiting for death, in the end, they find that Chen Yiban's wood release bypasses them. Then it collides with Uchiha Madara's wood release. Then, bang, crack, crack, pointing at each other. Neither side is yielding. Countless wood releases, no matter how strong, continue to shatter under the mutual onslaught. However, more of Uchiha Madara's wood release is breaking apart. Chen Yiban's wood release is superior. On the rooftop, Uchiha Madara furrows his brow slightly. Bang! In the end, Chen Yiban's wood release breaks through Uchiha Madara's wood release. It then rushes towards Uchiha Madara on the steel building. With his Rin-negan eyes wide open, Uchiha Madara lets out a sinister laugh. Swish! He leaps directly into the air. In the end, he uses Chen Yiban's wood release to continuously leap from the massive trees, charging towards Chen Yiban. During this time, Uchiha Madara's speed is extremely fast, and his movements are incredibly agile. The countless massive wooden trunks of the wood release can't even touch him. Seeing this, Chen Yiban directly stops the wood release and then, swish, jumps up to meet him. Madara. At this moment, Kurozetsu behind them throws two objects to the charging Uchiha Madara. The charging Uchiha Madara catches them effortlessly. They are his two former weapons, Uchiha Fan, Shura Scythe. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's smile broadens by a fraction. Imposter. How far can you dance? Uchiha Madara, holding the two classic weapons, is almost face to face with Chen Yiban, who actively comes to fight. Uchiha Madara directly swings his Uchiha Fan and Shura Scythe forward. Clang. But he discovers that the sound of their weapons clashing is metallic. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara sees, with his Rin-negan, that Chen Yiban also has an Uchiha Fan and a Shura Scythe, almost completely identical. How is that possible? At this moment, even Uchiha Madara is a bit stunned. Then, realizing, bang, 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 the weapons clash, fiercely chopping at each other. Identical weapons clash continuously. Despicable imposter. Gradually, Uchiha Madara angrily realizes, damn, this imposter seems to be even stronger than him. Limbo border jail. At this moment, Uchiha Madara angrily releases Limbo shadows to assist him. Seeing this, Chen Yiban also, limbo, border jail. Suddenly, the scene becomes lively among the countless massive wooden trunks of wood release. Limbo versus Limbo. Uchiha Madara versus Chen Yiban. All the onlookers in the Rain Village without Rin-negan can only see two identical individuals madly chopping at each other. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara can both see with their Rin-negan during the battle, their own limbo and the opponent's limbo, as well as themselves and each other, all fighting fiercely. Susanoo complete form. Uchiha Madara converts his Rin-negan to Sharingan and unleashes Susanoo. Chen Yiban follows suit. Boom boom again. Two enormous Susanoo, complete form, exchange blows with each other. Then, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo steps back 5 paces. Chen Yiban's Susanoo steps back 2 paces. You bastard. Uchiha Madara seems to be a bit anxious. Uchiha Madara, damn it, whatever I use, you just follow suit, and that's fine. But why is your power even stronger than mine? Conan, Uchiha Sasuke, and the crowd in the Rain Village. What is happening now? Are they fighting themselves? Chapter 46, Red Flash. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who seemed a bit angry and embarrassed, Chen Yiban maintained a blank expression. However, in his heart, a cunning person like him was already filled with countless thoughts. A plan slowly emerged in his mind. Kurozetsu, you mastermind, this time I will make you dig your own grave. Chen Yiban already had a plan in mind. You, who exactly are you? Opposite him, Uchiha Madara, in his complete Susanoo, with eyes filled with anger, stared at Chen Yiban with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In response, Chen Yiban, who also activated his complete Susanoo, had many thoughts in his heart. But on the surface, he still wore a blank expression. This only made Uchiha Madara more displeased. After all, Chen Yiban looked almost exactly like him. Damn it. Clang. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara angrily controlled his complete Susanoo, drew his sword, and swung it. In response, Chen Yiban also executed the same attack, swinging his sword. Boom! Instantly, as two terrifying Susanoo blades clashed, a tremendous energy exploded in the middle like a peace weapon, instantly flattening numerous steel buildings within hundreds of meters in the Rain Village. The strong shockwave swept out in all directions. Wow! Under the shock, countless ninjas and civilians from the Rain Village were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Conan and Uchiha Sasuke desperately gathered chakra beneath their feet to increase their grip, preventing themselves from being swept away by the wind. At the same time, both Conan and Uchiha Sasuke were puzzled yet shocked by the battle between Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara. The scale of this battle was terrifying. Even Conan, who had witnessed the power of Nagato's Rin-negan, couldn't help but feel astonished at this moment. The battle between two Uchiharas felt even more terrifying than Nagato's Rin-negan power. Everyone, evacuate the village. Conan, propping herself up, shouted for the people of Rain Village to leave. Cough cough. As she spoke, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth due to her injuries. Would release. Would Dragon Technique. Chen Yiban, through his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, directly predicted Uchiha Madara's movements and simultaneously released the same ninjutsu as his opponent. Whoosh! In the next moment, wood dragons emerged, spiraling from both Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Then, they charged towards each other. Roar. Thus, the two wood dragons roared and clashed together. However, bang! Chen Yiban's wood dragon quickly defeated and destroyed Uchiha Madara's wood dragon. Then, it charged towards the Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo in front of him. Swish! Uchiha Madara, sensing the movement of his complete Susanoo's diamond crystal above, commanded it to slice the wood dragon into pieces. Just a mere imposter. How can his power be stronger than mine? Uchiha Madara seemed unable to accept this. Indeed, in Uchiha Madara's eyes, Chen Yiban was just an imposter. Yet the power he displayed was surprisingly beyond that of the real Uchiha Madara. Who could accept that? Huh. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara let out an angry roar. Then, he commanded his complete Susanoo to charge forward. However, Chen Yiban did not retreat, but advanced, also commanding his complete Susanoo to meet the attack. Immediately, clang clang, the two Susanoo swords clashed together. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept again in all directions. Fortunately, the ninjas and civilians of the Rain Village had already evacuated. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties. The two complete Susanoo seemed indifferent to the impact due to their massive sizes. The two Susanoo swords were now locked in combat. Both Uchiha Madaras, with their eternal Manjiki Sharingan, were almost face to face, staring at each other. In their gaze, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in Chen Yiban's eyes suddenly burst forth with a crimson glow. It flashed by. It felt as if nothing had happened. Oof. Then, seeing that his Susanoo, complete body, could not do anything against Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort. He then withdrew his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, replacing it with a pair of light purple Rin-negan. Seeing this, Chen Yiban also transformed his eyes into Rin-negan. Thus, the Susanoo disappeared. The two Uchiha Madaras, due to the Rin-negan's ability, were now suspended in the air, facing each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's right-hand Shura scythe was thrown towards Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban, with the Uchiha fan in his hands, faced the incoming scythe. He lightly waved the fan to deflect Uchiha Madara's scythe. Whoosh! But at that moment, a black object shot towards him. It was the black rods of the Rin-negan. Clearly, the scythe was a feint, and the black rods were Uchiha Madara's true attack at this moment. However, whoosh! The black rods pierced through Chen Yiban's body, but did not injure him at all. Looking at Chen Yiban's eyes, one had already turned into the light purple Rin-negan, while the other was still the crimson Sharingan. Suspended in the air together. Uchiha Madara frowned. Oh, Obito's Mangekyou ability. How could you? Uchiha Madara's Rin-negan gaze looked coldly at Chen Yiban before him. How that guy, after obtaining Obito's eyes, managed to integrate others' ocular techniques into his own? On the ground, Kurozetsu looked up at the battlefield above, also somewhat surprised. Chen Yiban's eyes actually possessed Uchiha Obito's Kamui, intangibility, which was another person's Mangekyou Sharingan ability. Yet at this moment, Chen Yiban clearly had his own eyes capable of activating Rin-negan. Why could he use someone else's Mangekyou ocular technique? Ocular technique transplantation? This is simply unprecedented. Furthermore, Madara seems to be somewhat outmatched against him. How could this be? Who exactly are you? Kurozetsu, seeing that even Uchiha Madara was somewhat struggling against Chen Yiban, clenched his fists in anger. At this moment, Uchiha Madara flew back to the top of the previous steel building. Kurozetsu, what is going on? Uchiha Madara questioned Kurozetsu behind him. Lord Madara, regarding this, I didn't know before. The opponent is truly very strange. Kurozetsu slowly stepped out of the shadows, explaining to Uchiha Madara. In response, Uchiha Madara deeply looked at Kurozetsu. Get ready. Then, as he withdrew his gaze, Uchiha Madara tossed the Uchiha fan and Shura scythe in his hands back to Kurozetsu, as if to say these weapons can no longer deal with the enemy. Kurozetsu felt a bit flustered under Uchiha Madara's gaze, and upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words and seeing the two weapons he had previously given back to Madara, he didn't think much and reached out to catch them. Whoosh! But in that instant, a red flash suddenly appeared before Kurozetsu. Chapter 47. For the unification of the ninja world. The two Uchiha Madaras joined forces. Crack, 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 hiss, 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 at the moment when Black Zetsu caught Uchiha Madara's two weapons, and just as a flash of red light suddenly appeared in that fleeting moment, Black Zetsu was first captured by an invisible and formless existence. Then, countless black rods pierced into Black Zetsu's body mercilessly. It was Rin-negan Rin-negan. Rin-negan Black Rod. Oh, what? You. At this moment, Black Zetsu was still a bit slow to react, until the Rin-negan lifted him off the ground. Filled with black rods, Black Zetsu finally saw a figure before him with one Rin-negan eye and one Sharingan eye. Uchiha Chuni had suddenly crossed several hundred meters to appear right in front of him. Flying Thunder God? You. Did you secretly add the Flying Thunder God seal to Lord Madara's weapon? Black Zetsu looked at Chun Yi in surprise. In his heart, he hoped that the real Uchiha Madara would come to save him soon. Secretly? Who said I added it secretly? Madara, don't you know? Chun Yi looked at the now bound Black Zetsu with a wicked smile as he asked the last question with a hint of confusion. Until, thud, another black rod pierced into Black Zetsu's heart from behind. The binding force on Black Zetsu suddenly became heavier. And behind Black Zetsu at this moment, are you still calling me Lord Madara? Black Zetsu, calling me Lord Madara with your mouth, but treating me as your first pawn to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki in your heart. Is that right? Uchiha Madara, at this moment, held a black rod completely pierced into Black Zetsu's heart. Black Zetsu this time. Let me, Madara, say a heartfelt and sincere word to you. With a pair of light purple Rin-negan eyes, Uchiha Madara looked coldly at Black Zetsu, who was pierced by the black rod in his hand. Madara, you. Black Zetsu was shocked at this moment. How could I have known? Is that so? Uchiha Madara, however, smiled slightly as he glanced at Chun Yi in front of Black Zetsu, and then continued, perhaps I should really thank him. During this time, Chun Yi looked at the scene before him with a smile in his eyes. Alright, this thing is ultimately a disaster. Let me completely imprison it. Chen-I prepared to reach out and send Black Zetsu into a place of absolute despair for eternal confinement. Wait, I have one last question I want to ask it. Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen-I paused in his movements. Then he smiled faintly. Who told you we are now the best partners? Chen-I tacitly agreed. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but show a barely noticeable smile. Madara, Lord Madara, you must not be tempted by him. Don't you want to open the eye of the moon and bring true peace to the world? Black Zetsu, in despair, couldn't help but struggle to survive. But the Rin-negan and the Rin-negan black rods held him tightly. Peace. Uchiha Madara suddenly became angry. Stab. Another black rod pierced into Black Zetsu's heart. Ugh. Black Zetsu felt a sharp pain. You mean turning all humanity into white Zetsu is the kind of peace you're talking about? Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, with killing intent in his Rin-negan, continued. I originally wanted to ask one last thing. What was the original content on the stone tablet? But suddenly, I lost interest. Saying this, Uchiha Madara glanced at Chen-I. You take action. Wait, Madara. The God Tree can also adjust its program. It doesn't have to turn humans into white Zetsu. Black Zetsu became anxious. But it turns out that everything he just said to me was true. Black Zetsu, you really were deceiving me. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally had to believe some secrets that Chen-I had revealed to him through the eternal Mangeki Sharingan I technique. In an instant, anger and despair filled Uchiha Madara completely. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara wanted to vent his anger. But, whoosh, Chen-I timely sent the now powerless Black Zetsu into the pet space subspace for eternal confinement. What are you doing? Uchiha Madara looked at Chen-I with dissatisfaction. Chen-I found it a bit amusing. Alright, don't act like a childish brat. We finally caught it. We can't let it escape accidentally. That would be a loss. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. I don't need you to teach me that. Uchiha Madara turned away a bit pridefully. Seeing this, Chen-I couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then crossed his arms in front of him, watching Uchiha Madara over there. Chen-I knew. At this moment, he had learned the truth and must be filled with disappointment and great loss in his heart. Sure enough, Hashirama, have I really made a mistake? My dream has shattered. As Chen-I approached, he heard Uchiha Madara standing on the top of a tall building, looking at the entire Rain Ninja village below, somewhat self-pitying. What? Are you going to jump down? Chen-I spoke out, and comforted. It's useless. You and I both possess Hashirama's power. Jumping down like this won't kill us. Let us try a different way. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's Rin-negan immediately turned cold as he glanced back at Chen-I. Thus, Chen-I became serious and said, this failure doesn't mean that everything has failed. Do you remember when Konoha was first established? Was there anything wrong with the ideas back then? Let this world submit to our power. Let the entire ninja world achieve unification. This is the most practical way to achieve peace in the real world. The contradictions brought about by Hashirama indirectly triggered the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars, during which countless lives were lost. Do we really have to wait for the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Fifth Shinobi World War, and enact? Unification is the most practical and long-lasting peace, and the two of us have the ability to achieve this, don't we? Chen-I looked at Uchiha Madara. Finally, he slowly extended his right hand towards him. After considering Chen-Yi's words, Uchiha Madara's Rin-negan returned to its normal black pupil state. Snap! Uchiha Madara grasped Chen-Yi's hand. Thus, at this moment, the two Uchiha Madaras exchanged smiles. From this moment on, the two Uchiha Madaras would fight side by side for the unification of the entire ninja world. So tremble. World of Ninjas. Chapter 48. The latest forbidden technique? Whoosh! At this moment, two Uchiha Madaras leaped down from the steel skyscraper. They quickly crossed several hundred meters. Bang boom. They almost landed simultaneously. Dust exploded into the air as the dust settled. Nearby, Shao Nan and Uchiha Sasuke saw two almost identical Uchiha Madaras standing side by side in front of them. Teacher. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, a bit stunned as he spoke. Shao Nan was also confused about what had just happened. How did two Uchiha Madaras start fighting? Did they suddenly start battling their own shadow clones? It couldn't possibly be that there are really two Uchiha Madaras, right? At this moment, standing side by side with Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara noticed the appearance of Sasuke. He couldn't help but be momentarily distracted. Izuna? He indeed saw the figure of Uchiha Izuna on Sasuke. He called Uchiha Sasuke, but he only looked like Izuna. He was not Izuna. Chen Yiban glanced at the Uchiha Madara beside him and smiled faintly. Not Izuna. Uchiha Madara seemed to fall into some kind of memory for a moment. After we unify the entire ninja world, relying on the power of the Rin-negan, we might be able to resurrect Izuna. Chen Yiban suddenly spoke as he looked at Uchiha Madara, whose gaze was lost in memory. Resurrect Izuna. Uchiha Madara's black eyes widened suddenly. Then yes, that's right. I want to resurrect Izuna. In the ninja world that we will unify, I must let Izuna see it, even if it costs me my life. Uchiha Madara shouted, clenching his fists. Chen Yiban nodded in agreement. Let the two of us bring this chaotic world to be unified by force. Upon hearing this, Uchiha nodded seriously to Chen Yiban beside him. At the same time, in illusion space just now, he said the first step isn't to capture the tailed beasts and conquer the 5 major ninja villages, but to first deal with the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization that Nagato formed now, it's very special. Uchiha Madara looked at Chen Yiban beside him and asked. But at that moment, teacher, Uchiha Sasuke, ran over to the two Uchiha Madaras. However, after running over, Sasuke looked at the two Uchiha Madaras in front of him and was momentarily unsure of which one to speak to. Teacher, did you use your clone again? The battle just now was really so strong. Looking at the two Uchiha Madaras in front of him, Sasuke thought that one of them was just a wood clone or something similar. He even thought that Chen Yiban was just having a moment of inspiration, sparring with his own clone. Wood clone. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly at Sasuke's words. Kid, which one do you think is the real one? Uchiha Madara seemed to want to tease Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke really couldn't tell which one was his previous teacher. The main reason was, after Uchiha Madara was resurrected, his body had miraculously returned to a youthful state. He looked almost the same age as Chen Yiban's founding Madara template. Thus, at this moment, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara looked almost identical. As such, Sasuke opened his 3-tomo Sharingan. But he couldn't distinguish which was the real one and which was the clone, because both were real people. Haha, don't tease this kid anymore. At this moment, Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle, then said, Sasuke, we are both real people, and neither of us is a clone. Chen Yiban casually said to Sasuke, who had his 3-tomo Sharingan wide open. Teacher, Uchiha Sasuke was even more confused upon hearing this. Just then, whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Numerous explosive tags came flying in like birds, causing a series of violent explosions. Indeed, Shounen had gone to see Nagato, discovering that he was dead. So, at this moment, she angrily flew back, ready to fight to the death with the two Uchiha Madaras. In response, after a series of explosions, as the dust settled, a huge blue second stage appeared. It was the Susanoo released by Uchiha Madara, protecting himself, Chen Yiban, and Sasuke within the Susanoo second stage, and scathed. You, looking for death? Uchiha Madara coldly glanced at Shounen, who was currently flying in the air with a pair of paper wings. Cough, cough. You killed Nagato. Shounen coughed blood in midair. Soon, it seemed she had already exhausted her last bit of strength, her paper wings dissipating, and the next moment she fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Although she safely landed on the ground, Shounen covered her mouth and still appeared heavily injured, coughing up blood. You dare to attack me. That's brave, but that's all I can praise you for. Uchiha Madara looked disdainfully at Shounen over there. Then with a thought, Susanoo immediately opened one giant hand. An innate panel's tomo quickly formed. However, thud. At a critical moment, Chen Yiban suddenly placed a hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder, stopping him. Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to look at Chen Yiban inquiringly. Uchiha Sasuke also glanced at Chen Yiban, although at this moment, he still didn't know which of the two was the ancestor he previously called teacher. I recently obtained a very interesting jutsu, a forbidden technique, and I want to test its effect. Facing Uchiha Madara's questioning gaze, Chen Yiban slowly spoke. Oh, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Let's see. Uchiha Madara withdrew the 8 panels tomo. He even removed Susanoo. Since black Zetsu appeared just now, there should be white Zetsu nearby. Summon a few. They will be useful later. Chen Yiban instructed, looking at Uchiha Madara with his deep black eyes. Then, he stepped forward, walking toward Shounen, who was weakly half-squatting on the ground. During this time, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Madara, then at Chen Yiban, who was walking away. In the end, Sasuke chose to follow and see. Quickly gather all the members of the current Akatsuki organization. Can you do that? Chen Yiban coldly asked Shounen, who was half-squatting on the ground. In response, Shounen remained silent, taking out several kunai and shuriken with explosive tags, intending to throw them at Chen Yiban. Right now, she was too weak to use her paper jutsu. I can resurrect the one named Nagato. Just as Xiao Nan was about to throw her kunai and shuriken, Chen Yiban suddenly said. Instantly, Xiao Nan froze. Chapter 49. From now on, we are your new leaders. At this moment, on the highest point of the original steel building, with the technique of life rebirth, 5 white Zetsu simultaneously cast the rebirth forbidden technique on the corpse of Vortex Nagato lying on the ground. Beside them, Conan looked on with hopeful eyes. Clang! In the next moment, a faint light of life was transmitted from the 5 white Zetsu to the deceased Vortex Nagato. Slowly, Vortex Nagato was beginning to recover his vitality. His white hair was gradually regaining its red color. During this time, Chen Yiban was forming seals to control the 5 white Zetsu, making them use the sacrifice oneself to save others' forbidden technique of life rebirth. It had been mentioned before, the achievement sign-in system provides 1 free lottery chance every day. Moreover, there is no level restriction on the lottery. Anything could be drawn. However, Chen Yiban had mostly drawn a pack of napkins in the past few days. Until yesterday, Chen Yiban drew life rebirth. In the original story, the old man from Tsunade, Chiyo, used this forbidden technique to save Gaara, who had been extracted of the one-tailed beast. It was quite an interesting move. Moreover, if this technique could save Nagato at this moment, Chen Yiban felt that he could use this technique to exploit bugs in the future, allowing for repeated uses of reincarnation rebirth without dying. Therefore, at this moment, Vortex Nagato was Chen Yiban's test subject. Oh, at this time, Uchiha Madara, with his arms crossed, was controlling a dozen white Zetsu nearby. Seeing the changes in Vortex Nagato, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. If it works, then Izuna could also be. Uchiha Madara thought, revealing an extremely excited and sinister smile. He began to expect the success of this forbidden technique, just like Conan did. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke, standing at the entrance, appeared somewhat bored as he quietly watched the scene unfold. The young Sasuke was still naive and had not realized. If life rebirth could successfully revive Vortex Nagato, then in the future, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku could also potentially be revived. Madara. At this moment, Chen Yiban suddenly shouted. However, the life force of the 5 white Zetsu was a bit insufficient. Vortex Nagato was almost truly revived. Here it comes. Uchiha Madara smiled excitedly. His crimson Sharingan slightly narrowed. In the next second, another 5 white Zetsu walked over and stood before Chen Yiban. Clang! Chen Yiban's Sharingan immediately controlled the new 5 white Zetsu. With the technique of life rebirth. 5 then, the nearly dried up 5 white Zetsu were discarded. The new 5 took their place, continuing to cast the forbidden technique. Nagato. Conan looked at the Vortex Nagato, who had basically regained his vitality. Her face filled with surprise. 3 days later, the leader of the Akatsuki organization issued an urgent command. All Akatsuki members, assemble. And they must come in person, not in shadow clone form. Thus, 3 days later, in a dark underground base, 3 days' time, they could have made a lot of money. All the Akatsuki members who had gathered in the base were now complaining a bit. They felt that they had been suddenly summoned, which delayed their opportunity to make money. One of my art pieces was almost completed. Deidara also expressed some dissatisfaction. Only explosions are the highest form of art. Deidara smiled. It hadn't been long since Itachi and I returned to the organization. Is the leader going to give us a mission again? Kisame glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him, also somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi remained silent with his eyes closed. He was actually very worried about the current Konoha, especially after hearing that Uchiha Sasuke was mingling with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha's 1 against 7 made him worry that his little brother would be led astray by others. TCH, Haiden looked lazy. Thus, in this underground base, a group of Akatsuki members, each with their own posture, had gathered here at this moment. Swish, shortly after, Conan, dressed in a long robe with a black background and red clouds, with a pair of paper wings on her back, quickly flew into the center of the base from the entrance. Hey, Bayako, where's the leader? Why did he call us over, but he isn't here? As soon as they saw Conan, Haiden and Deidara were the first question. During this time, Kisame, Kakashi, Scorpion, and Uchiha Itachi, though silent, also looked at Conan with inquiring eyes. After all, hadn't Conan always come with the leader pain before? Why was she alone this time? Where was the leader? In response, Conan said nothing but looked toward the entrance, as if someone was coming in from outside. Sure enough, tap, tap, the calm and steady footsteps from the outside gradually approached. Is the leader coming? Haiden, holding his somewhat side-like weapon, said with a smirk. In response, no. Kisame suddenly spoke. Huh? Hayden was taken aback. This is... Kakuzu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. There, at the final entrance, two figures dressed in black robes and wearing black gloves slowly appeared before the Akatsuki members. Uchiha. Kakuzu's forehead broke out in a bead of sweat. Madara. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Who are you? Deidara questioned with his hands on his hips. If you come to the wrong place, let me send you to Lord Evil God. Hayden licked his lips, looking oddly excited. This posture. Kisame heard Uchiha Itachi just mention a name, and seeing the two almost identical figures, his heart began to race uncontrollably. I heard. That man split Konoha in half with one slice. Is it true? Leader. Just then, Conan suddenly knelt on one knee before the two individuals. Instantly, the members of the Akatsuki organization were shocked again. Hey, woman, what are you doing? Hayden pointed his scythe-like weapon at Conan, who was kneeling on one knee. In response, swish, a shuriken of 8 blades shot out like a thunderbolt, knocking Hayden away. Finally, with a bang, the massive shuriken pinned Hayden against the wall. In an instant, the immense force caused the entire underground base to tremble. What the hell? Deidara shouted, ready to retaliate. Don't move. Scorpion suddenly stopped Deidara. Brother Scorpion, what are you saying? Deidara looked at Scorpion, confused. Meanwhile, Scorpion and the others all looked at the two individuals with grave expressions. Until, everyone remember from now on. We too are your new leaders. Chapter 50, the first step to unifying the ninja world. In front of the Akatsuki members, Chen Yiban stepped forward and announced, the leader has changed. Upon hearing this, the Akatsuki members, including Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, and Deidara, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Not to mention how two Uchiha Madaras suddenly appeared. One of them might be a clone. But a new leader? Uchiha Madara? What is going on? Tap, tap. At this moment, seeing that Chen Yiban had finished speaking and they had not yet reacted, only Conan remained kneeling on one knee, and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward. Then, with arms crossed, he asked, who has an opinion? In this way, Madara asked coldly and domineeringly. And then, clang, as he closed his eyes for a moment and opened them again, a pair of light purple Rin-negan appeared in his eyes. Nanny, the Rin-negan of the previous leader? Deidara, Sasori, and Kakuzu were instantly shocked, looking at Uchiha Madara, who had his arms crossed in front of him, and that familiar light purple Rin-negan. Uchiha Itachi and others couldn't help but doubt. The previous leader was killed by these two Uchiha Madaras. Then the previous leader's Rin-negan was taken away, and the power of the Rin-negan. The Akatsuki members basically knew how powerful it was. Otherwise, why would Pain be the leader of the Akatsuki? And at this moment, the Rin-negan was on that legendary ninja, the former Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. This. If you inquire about the recent events in Konoha, you can see how powerful the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is. Now, he has a pair of Rin-negan. Damn it, who would dare to have an opinion against the leader? Maybe just, hey, you two look exactly the same. Who are you? And where did your Rin-negan come from? What happened to our previous leader? Deidara was still slow to realize who the two men in black robes in front of him were. Until, Uchiha Madara. He is the legendary ninja. Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, who was not far from Deidara, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Nanny? Deidara was startled. In the next moment, he looked again at the two men in front of him and suddenly realized it seems they really do look alike. Except for the lack of a red armor, they almost matched the description of Uchiha Madara, who easily defeated the Konoha ninja village in recent rumors. Uchiha Madara. Deidara's expression also became serious. Leader. At this moment, Kakuzu had already bowed his head, submitting to the two Uchiha Madaras. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, and others couldn't help but glance at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you're not helping me take revenge, and you're actually submitting to him as the new leader? Hayden, with his immortal body, was a bit interesting, as he forcefully pulled out the huge shuriken that had pierced his body and began to complain to the already bowed Kakuzu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 5 black rods flew over. Instantly, they pinned Hayden, who had just escaped from the shuriken, firmly against the wall of this underground base. Moreover, the special power of the black rods directly restricted Hayden's chakra and strength, leaving him completely unable to break free, nailed to the wall like a decoration. The one who attacked was Uchiha Madara, who had activated his Rin-negan. So fast, Kakuzu, Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, and others secretly marveled at Uchiha Madara's attack. I ask, who has an opinion? Uchiha Madara slightly tightened his right fist. Instantly, boom, the astonishing and terrifying chakra suddenly erupted. The powerful aura instantly suppressed the Akatsuki members. Except for Conan and Kakuzu, even Uchiha Itachi, along with all the other Akatsuki members, were almost forced to kneel by the terrifying chakra pressure, struggling to stay standing. However, even those who managed to hold on, without immediately kneeling, were all showing expressions of pain, unable to resist. At this moment, if someone were to kill them, they would have almost no power to fight back. Is this terrifying chakra the strength of the legendary ninja? Kakuzu, holding on, bitterly smiled. Madara, Uchiha Itachi's gaze was filled with suspicion and confusion. Why is the chakra of these two Uchiha Madaras in front of him different from the chakra of the Madara he had seen before? It feels like this one in front of him is even stronger. Is it because the previous Madara has now obtained the Rin-negan? So, Uchiha Itachi had no idea. The one he had encountered before was Uchiha Obito. It wasn't the real Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban stood behind Uchiha Madara, quietly watching with a faint smile. Soon, Uchiha Madara felt it was about time and appropriately withdrew the chakra pressure. At the scene, the Akatsuki members suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With such chakra and the Rin-negan, as the leader, I have nothing to say. Immediately, Sasori was the first to respectfully express his stance. Brother Sasori. Deidara glanced at his teammate Sasori acting this way, shrugged, and said, since Brother Sasori has submitted, then I will too. Yes, leader. Uchiha Itachi, who spoke little, slightly lowered his head and uttered two words. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara becoming our leader is certainly qualified. Kakuzu expressed himself differently. Hey, you guys are all traitors. Nailed to the wall, Hayden could still talk. However, basically no one paid him any attention. Then, the previous leader primarily wanted to capture the nine-tailed beasts to implement a certain plan. I wonder your intention is. Kakuzu hesitated and glanced at the two Uchiha Madaras. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, and even Hayden, who was pinned to the wall, couldn't he help but look at the two Uchiha Madaras. Especially Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to know what Uchiha Madara, who had already taken Konoha, was planning to do by now, subjugating the Akatsuki. In response, Uchiha Madara turned around, exchanged a glance with Chen Yiban, and after they smiled at each other and nodded, he said, our goal, the ninja world, unification. The two Uchiha Madaras said in unison. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, Deidara, Sasori, and Hayden were all taken aback, looking at the two Uchiha Madaras in front of them. They actually want to unify the ninja world? Are they out of their minds? How is that possible, right? At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his black eyes wide open, suddenly spoke up. Let me introduce a new member of the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Nagato. Chapter 51. Uchiha Shirsue's left eye acquired. Afterward, a discussion was held with the members of Akatsuki about preparations for unifying the ninja world and a rough plan. Among them, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara's requests were somewhat similar to Akatsuki's previous action plans, to capture the tailed beasts. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara meant that this could be done simultaneously while attacking the 5 great nations. After all, the tailed beasts are mostly under the control of the 5 great nations. Oh, the Land of Fire can be excluded since half of the 9 tails is already in Chen Yiban's hands. As for the other half of the 9 tails, it seems I should find a time to meet that so-called Orochimaru from the original Naruto series. Alright, let's leave it at that. In fact, the plan hasn't changed much from what you all had before. Additionally, from now on, all financial matters, whether income or expenditure, will still be handled by Kakuzu. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara were sitting at the main position in the base, and, at this moment, Chen Yiban spoke to the members of Akatsuki in front of him. Yes, leader. Kakuzu expressed his willingness to serve. Okay, you can go back to your own tasks now. However, I hope you pay more attention to the affairs of the ninja world, especially the situation of the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. If you find out that any Jinchuriki has left their original village, come and inform us. At that moment, Chen Yiban rested his chin on one hand and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, all the members of Akatsuki nodded in unison. During this time, Hayden, Nagato, and Conan were also present, especially Hayden, who seemed a bit unconvinced but truly had no confidence to refute anything. There was no way. Although he believed in the evil god, the power of Uchiha Madara completely left him without the ability to fight back. His immortal body seemed so ridiculous and laughable in front of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara remained silent, quietly watching Chen Yiban issue orders and arrange various affairs. Anyway, Uchiha Madara felt that Chen Yiban was making no mistakes, so he let Chen Yiban take the lead. All right, you can disperse now. Oh, Itachi, stay. In the end, when Chen Yiban waved his hand to signal everyone to leave, he glanced at Uchiha Itachi, indicating for him to stay a little longer. The others merely looked curiously at the two, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi, before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Nagato and Conan, who were teamed up, also left together. Thus, only Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Itachi remained in the discussion base. Leader? Uchiha Itachi looked inquiringly at Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, especially Chen Yiban. Itachi wondered what he wanted to ask by keeping him behind. Itachi's identity had always been that of spy, which made him a bit sensitive. After all, at this moment, he was facing the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Although Itachi didn't understand why the other party maintained a shadow clone, turning into two Uchiha Madara. But, no matter what, Uchiha Itachi was mentally prepared to run as soon as things went wrong. As for confronting them directly, Uchiha Itachi thought, I'm not stupid. Why would I confront someone with an eternal Manjiki Sharingan with my ordinary Manjiki Sharingan? Am I seeking death? Recent rumors clearly stated that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was over 200 meters tall in its complete form. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo was at most the half-formed Yatagarasu stage, reaching only about 30 or 40 meters. Compared to over 200 meters, he truly felt embarrassed. It's you, isn't it? As a junior of the Uchiha clan, you slaughtered your own kin for Konoha. At this moment, the previously silent Uchiha Madara suddenly looked at Uchiha Itachi and said this. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, especially the phrase, for Konoha, Uchiha Itachi's heart shook. Did the Uchiha Madara in front of him know the truth about the night of the Uchiha massacre? Is he the same person as the previous Madara, Obito? Uchiha Itachi was in a mental whirlwind. Once his clan had betrayed him as well. Therefore, regarding traitors, he had a bit of a desire to kill them. Hee. Uchiha Madara wore a faintly contemptuous smile as he looked at Uchiha Itachi and spoke words that made Itachi increasingly nervous. Almost in the next second, Uchiha Itachi was about to activate his Manjiki Sharingan and make a run for it when Uchiha Shurasue's left eye. It's with you, right? Suddenly, Chen Yiban, who was next to Uchiha Madara, also spoke up. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was once again astonished as he looked at the two Uchiha Madara in front of him. Why? Uchiha Itachi didn't understand why they knew this secret. Did they deduce it from past events? At this moment, don't worry about why. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Chen Yiban directly activated the Rin-negan. His light purple, eerie gaze released an inexplicable oppressive stare at Uchiha Itachi. Another Rin-negan. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned. Uchiha Madara had opened the Rin-negan before, and now Chen Yiban also activated it. Itachi secretly took special note of the positions of the two Uchiha Madara. The current Chen Yiban was the one who hadn't attacked before. But at this moment, he could also open the Rin-negan. What the hell? Is this a fake? However, he couldn't understand why the other party maintained the situation of having a shadow clone. Also, did he really have to hand over Shurasue's eye? Hee. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's hesitation, Chen Yiban revealed a cold smile, and then said, Sasuke is in my hands. A direct kill. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately revealed his Manjiki Sharingan. But he completely dared not attack Chen Yiban, originally wary of the strength of the two Uchiha Madara. Now, because of Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi was even more hesitant. Caw. Quickly, Uchiha Itachi sighed and chose to summon the Summoning Crows. In the original series, the crow with a Manjiki Sharingan on its head appeared. In response, suddenly, as soon as the Summoning Crow appeared, its head was instantly taken off. Then, the head of the crow with Uchiha Shurasue's Manjiki Sharingan was brought before Chen Yiban by an invisible, imperceptible presence. What's going on? Uchiha Itachi was confused. Uchiha Madara, however, knew that Chen Yiban had released a Rin-negan, shadow. Whoosh! At this moment, Chen Yiban smiled in satisfaction and directly stored Uchiha Shurasue's left eye in the system space. That Manjiki is quite special. Uchiha Madara beside him couldn't help but curiously ask. Chen Yiban nodded with a smile. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, couldn't help but clench his fists in unwillingness. Chapter 52. The Fourth Shinobi World War. It has begun. The next day, Akatsuki Organization, Underground Base, a certain room. Uchiha Sasuke slowly awakens from his slumber, only to find himself inexplicably in an unfamiliar room. Where's the teacher? The second pillar instinctively thinks of Chen Yiban. Just then, are you awake? Behind the second pillar, a voice he was incredibly familiar with, often heard in the demon, suddenly rang out. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke is momentarily stunned. In the next second, as the second pillar slowly turns around, he sees it is indeed that familiar figure from the demon, whom he had met in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shifts from being dazed to having his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next moment, the Chidori in his hand has already formed. Itachi, the second pillar, upon seeing Uchiha 1 against 7, immediately loses control. In this moment of anger, he jumps off the bed, wielding Chidori, with the lightning power surging towards Uchiha Itachi's heart. But bang! At the moment the second pillar charged, Uchiha Itachi simply made a move, suppressing the immature second pillar's Chidori and pinning him against the wall by his throat. This scene is strikingly similar to their encounter in Konoha from the original plot. Sasuke, you are really weak, because your hatred for me is still far from enough. Gripping the second pillar's neck, Uchiha Itachi coldly speaks with his pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. Shut up! Uchiha Sasuke angrily shouts. His pair of identical 3 Tomo Sharingan activates. At the same time, squeak, 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 one hand is controlled by Uchiha Itachi, but the second pillar manages to gather Chidori with his other hand. Just a few days before, in Konoha, under the training with Chen Yiban's wooden clone, although the second pillar hasn't learned any new ninjutsu, he has become increasingly proficient in using Chidori. He can now switch freely between using lightning release Chidori with either hand. At this moment, his other hand quickly forms Chidori, then directly attacks the Uchiha Itachi right in front of him. To this, Uchiha Itachi still maintains a calm demeanor, but inside, he can't help but feel a slight surprise. Has he actually become so proficient with Chidori? Moreover, his Sharingan has already reached 3 Tomo. Uchiha Itachi feels a hint of relief in his heart. However, Manjiki Sharingan, clang, Uchiha Itachi, who had been indifferent all along, suddenly activates his Manjiki Sharingan. Then, the powerful ocular power of Manjiki Sharingan instantly breaks through the defenses of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke collapses. Forgive me, Sasuke. On the other side, Konoha, Hokage building, rooftop. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flying Thunder God technique. Numerous figures suddenly appear out of nowhere on the large platform at the top of the Hokage building in Konoha. Uchiha Madara, with his deep black eyes, gazes at the entire scene of Konoha before him, seemingly murmuring with a hint of sentiment. Hashirama, stepping out ahead of the others, walks to the edge of the rooftop railing. Uchiha Madara speaks to himself while crossing his arms. Seeing this scene, Chen Yiban, who is behind with the others, shows a slight smile, but does not wish to disturb Uchiha Madara at this moment. So this is Konoha. At this time, among the Akatsuki members who came along, Conan softly comments on the village scenery from all directions. I just visited with Mr. Itachi not long ago, and didn't expect to come back to Konoha so soon. Ha! Kisame Hashigaki sneers. Is this the village where Jeriah Sensei is? Nagato also shows a reminiscent expression. Conan glances at Nagato, seeing that his longtime partner has now fully recovered and can walk freely, feeling happy for him. However, those 2 Uchiha Madara have still taken away Yahiko's body, and it seems even his soul. The condition is to wholeheartedly assist them in achieving complete unification of the Shinobi world and stability after the unification. They said that once successful, they could resurrect Yahiko, allowing the 3 former partners to reunite in the Shinobi world. This condition, neither Conan nor Nagato can refuse, mainly because Yahiko's body and soul are held by one of the 2 Uchiha Madara. Conan and Nagato have no choice but to obey the orders. What a hassle. Boss, if we want to unify the entire Shinobi world with your and our strength, it's completely enough. Why come to Konoha? Deidara complains. The Akatsuki members, except for Uchiha Itachi, have almost all followed the 2 Uchiha Madara to Konoha at this moment. Itachi's identity in Konoha is indeed sensitive. Itachi had requested Chen Yiban not to follow along. Chen Yiban did not refuse. After all, they just need to come over for the subsequent actions. At this moment, hearing Deidara's complaint, because I want them to completely submit. In the upcoming campaign, the 2 of us will showcase our true power. Let every ninja in the entire Shinobi world witness, until every single one is convinced. This is called military unification. Chen Yiban, with his black pupils, looks at the Akatsuki members before him and speaks thus. Hearing this, Conan, Nagato, Sasori, and the other Akatsuki members can't help but cast deep glances at the Uchiha Madara in front of them at this moment. Madara. Suddenly, a graceful figure accompanied by a team of Umbu ninjas appears. It is indeed Konoha's fifth Hokage, Tsunade. It is evident that the chakra of each person, especially the two Uchiha Madara, is extremely powerful. The sudden appearance of these people on the rooftop of the Hokage building cannot be unnoticed by Tsunade, who is in her office below. Madara, what are these people? What do you want to do now? Tsunade looks at the two Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki members before her, first stunned for a moment. Then she becomes extremely displeased. Although the Akatsuki organization is not yet as infamous as it was during the original plot's capture of the tailed beasts, it has already gained a reputation in the mercenary ninja world. Tsunade has also heard of it. This black and red cloud robe, isn't it said to be the Akatsuki organization, known for its powerful members among the mercenary ninjas? You bastard Madara, what are you bringing these outlaws to my Konoha for? During this time, regarding Tsunade's arrival, the Uchiha Madara over there coldly glances at her with his black pupils. To this, listen, from now on, there will be no Hokage in Konoha. Even, there will be no Konoha because we are going to establish a new super nation. We will unify the entire Shinobi world. Chapter 53. Madara's direct attack. The heavenly obstruction shakes the stars. Just now, Jeriah and Kakashi followed Tsunade to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Due to the current situation in Konoha, Jeriah did not leave the village. He had just sensed that a large number of individuals with incredibly powerful chakra had suddenly entered Konoha. Especially, the chakra responses of two of them were strong, terrifying, and familiar. Uchiha Madara. At this moment, hearing Chen Yiban's words, Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, and even the Umbu ninjas behind them were all shocked, staring at Chen Yiban in front of them. You, what did you just say? Tsunade asked, her face filled with uncertainty. What did she just hear? Saying that Konoha would no longer have a Hokage was one thing. But this man in front of her actually said he wanted to unify the entire ninja world? Madara, are you crazy? Tsunade thought directly that Chen Yiban was insane, without considering whether it was possible. Jeriah and Kakashi also sensed the madness of the Uchiha Madara in front of them. At the same time, facing the two Uchiha Madara and the cold gazes of the Akatsuki members, both Kakashi and Jeriah felt a deep sense of oppression. Moreover, why were there two Uchiha Madara? Was it a shadow clone again? I heard you once had a younger brother you cared for deeply, but he later died in war. At this moment, Chen Yiban suddenly mentioned this while looking at Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face immediately filled with anger, feeling that this man in front of her was deliberately mocking her past familial ties for amusement. So, you want to create more death and war? Is that it? Madara. Tsunade shouted angrily. War is also for peace, as long as someone has that strength. You may not have that capability, but don't lump us together with you. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara coldly said to Tsunade, who was proud and defiant. You. Tsunade was left speechless. There was nothing she could do. His power was indeed formidable. What if I say I can revive your brother? At this moment, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke out like this. Nanny. Tsunade was instantly stunned. Not the low-level so-called reincarnation of dirt, but a true resurrection, Chen Yiban added. Hearing this, Tsunade's pupils constricted even further. The image and smile of Hashirama Senju uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Hashirama. Tsunade's beautiful eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Tsunade, don't believe such words. How could the dead possibly come back to life? Jeriah reminded her in time. Huh, then why am I, Uchiha Madara, still existing in this world? The real Uchiha Madara, with his arms crossed, wore a proud smile. Instantly, Jeriah fell silent. Tsunade's eyes brightened as she looked at Chen Yiban, the two identical existences of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, should have been dead. He is the example of resurrection. He stands here. What more is there to say? Jiraiya-sensei, it's been a long time. At this moment, Nagato and Conan, who were beside them, suddenly called out to Jeriah. Jeriah was momentarily puzzled. He hadn't immediately recognized Nagato and Conan, but they both addressed him as Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato, Conan. Soon, Jeriah reacted and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. You are still alive. That's great. You joined the Akatsuki? After a brief moment of surprise, Jeriah was shocked. Join the Akatsuki? You could say that, but the Akatsuki was originally created by us and Yahiko together. Nagato directly dropped a bombshell on Jeriah, who had just reunited with them. Nanny. Jeriah's face was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Tsunade calmed down and looked at Nagato and Conan with surprise. She never expected that the few inconspicuous children Jeriah had saved back then would become the founders of a now somewhat infamous assassin organization. Truly, the world is unpredictable. However, the Akatsuki is not a benevolent organization. Nagato, Conan, what? What has happened to you? Jeriah found it hard to accept. Do you also agree with this guy's thoughts, talking about unifying the ninja world? Jeriah continued to ask in astonishment. Why not, Jeriah-sensei? Conan replied calmly. Conan. Jeriah looked at his former two disciples, feeling incredibly strange. Until, enough of the nonsense. Will you obey, or watch Konoha be destroyed? Just choose one. At this moment, Madara showed no patience. He directly revealed his light purple Rin-negan eyes. Then he coldly stared at Tsunade, Jeriah, Kakashi, and the group of Umbu ninjas. It was a direct threat. That is, the Rin-negan? Jeriah, Tsunade, and Kakashi all looked in shock at Madara's eyes at this moment. They couldn't believe that the legendary sage of six paths, his eyes appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Moreover, even more incredibly, he had just transformed from ordinary eyes. This meant it was very likely that these were Madara's original eyes, not taken from someone else. But how could that be? Isn't the Uchiha clan known for the Sharingan? How could he possess the power to transform into the Rin-negan? Thinking like this, Jeriah, Tsunade, and Kakashi were all stunned. Jeriah had just been in doubt, suspecting that Madara had stolen Nagato's Rin-negan since Nagato's Rin-negan was missing and had turned into a pair of ordinary eyes. But thinking about the transformation, Jeriah didn't think so anymore. But why? Why does Madara possess the Rin-negan? Swish. At this time, Madara did not give them much time. He directly moved his mind, and half of the Susanoo second stage immediately emerged. Moreover, the four large hands of the double-faced, four-armed second stage began to slowly form seals along with Madara's body. What are you trying to do? Tsunade, Jeriah, and Kakashi all looked tense. Uchiha Madara's power was too terrifying. Every casual move caught everyone's attention, let alone such a major action. And just when the three of them and the Umbu ninjas were all uncertain and didn't know what Madara was doing, while also not daring to act rashly, boom, a meteorite several hundred meters in size slowly broke through the clouds, appearing above the entire Konoha. In an instant, Tsunade, Jeriah, and Kakashi were left with their mouths agape, looking dumbfounded. Clang. Next to them, an Umbu ninja couldn't hold onto his sword, which fell to the ground without him noticing. This, not only the people of Konoha, but also the members of the Akatsuki were all momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Chapter 54, the second one. At this moment, in the hidden leaf village of the Fire Country. In the central street of the village, suddenly, many ninjas and villagers of Konoha felt a dark shadow looming over them. It was as if a massive cloud was covering the sky. What is happening? Is it going to rain? Many residents of Konoha, filled with confusion, couldn't help but look up towards the sky. Then, every person who looked up widened their eyes in disbelief. What exactly is this? On the street, Mitarashi Anko, who had just bought a dango, was looking up with a face full of incredulity. The same situation was seen by what is happening. On the same street, in a different spot, Haruno Sakura was walking and also had a look of disbelief on her face as she gazed at the sky of Konoha. In the Hyuga clan, "Father, look at the sky." Hinata Hyuga ran over to find Hayashi Hyuga, only to see him standing outside the courtyard, shocked and looking up. At this moment, it could be said that almost everyone in Konoha, as long as they weren't blind, saw the heart-stopping scene in the sky. A gigantic meteorite was slowly descending over Konoha. No one dared to imagine what would happen to Konoha when it actually fell. Moreover, could their ninjutsu stop something like this? Why did a meteorite suddenly appear in the sky over Konoha? On the rooftop of the Hokage building, is this the true power of the boss? Looking at the enormous meteorite slowly descending from the sky above Konoha, Deidara from the Akatsuki could not help but exclaim in shock. The legendary power of the shinobi world Azura, Uchiha Madara. Is this also a form of art? The eternal pursuer of art, Sasori, looked at the massive meteorite descending from the sky and couldn't help but mutter, "Art." At the same time, he felt a sense of dread. If this thing really falls, how many people will survive? The Rin-negan can actually achieve this level. Nagato, with the Uzumaki lineage, was also greatly shocked. Although he had used the Rin-negan to perform a similar technique, the Shinra Tensei, it was different, completely different. Uchiha Madara's move, Tenpenki, summoned a meteorite from the sky almost instantaneously. It didn't require the slow accumulation like Shinra Tensei. Could it be that the Rin-negan truly belongs to Uchiha Madara, as they said? Nearby, Conan was also looking up, her heart filled with astonishment. She didn't know how the power of the meteorite's rapid descent compared to her originally planned technique, super large explosive tags. But it was clear, with this move, she wouldn't survive. At this moment, Madara, what have you done? Stop it now. Tsunade rushed in front of Uchiha Madara, second stage, her eyes wide with fear. If this attack falls, how many lives will Konoha lose? Ninja art, summoning technique. Jeriah, in shock, quickly reacted and summoned the two great toads of Mount Myaboku. Phew. Soon, Fukasaku and Shima, the two great toad sages, appeared in a puff of white mist. How is it him again? Upon arriving, Fukasaku and Shima looked at the two figures of Uchiha Madara with uncertain expressions. The previous battle in Konoha had made the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku fully aware of how terrifying the power of a legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, truly was. At this moment, they hadn't expected. They had just returned to Mount Myaboku and were summoned by Jeriah again. And how is it him again, Uchiha Madara? Chen Yiban stood by with his arms crossed, wearing a look of amusement, then glanced at the two little toads that had just appeared with a smile. Instantly, Fukasaku and Shima couldn't help but swallow hard in nervousness. It truly felt like being wrapped in a giant snake. Huh. Chen Yiban, with his dark eyes, smiled lightly. With Uchiha Madara doing the work, he knew he didn't need to exert himself. He just needed to watch quietly. During this time, both little toads, due to being tense about Uchiha Madara, didn't notice the scene in the sky over Konoha. You two, please help me quickly enter Sage Mode. Jeriah looked at the two great toad sages in front of him. Okay. The two little toads nodded and leaped onto Jeriah's shoulders. At the same time, little Jeriah, how come Konoha is fighting with that living Ashura again? This is really dangerous. And why is it so dark? ISNT at daytime? Sage Shima, after getting onto Jeriah's shoulder, couldn't help but voice her complaints. But she didn't see. Her partner, at this moment, had a face full of disbelief as he looked at the sky over Konoha. This, until Sage Shima also looked up at the sky of the Hidden Leaf Village, she was instantly dumbfounded. Little Jeriah, don't tell me. You plan to deal with that thing? Sage Fukasaku felt numb. A falling meteorite. How could? This is just two. Sage Shima was also stunned. You two, after I enter Sage Mode, I will use a super large Rasengan with all my strength to see if I can destroy it. We cannot let it fall completely, Jeriah said urgently. Upon hearing this, the two great toad sages suppressed their immense shock and replied. Understood. They then began to assist Jeriah in entering Sage Mode. Mount Myaboku's toads? Huh. Inside the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara glanced at the situation on Jeriah's side with a hint of disdain. Then he didn't care at all. Hey boss, we're still here? At this moment, among the Akatsuki members, Kakazu couldn't help but speak up. Watching the terrifying meteorite getting closer and closer, Kakazu felt like he wanted to run away. Damn, this power is too exaggerated. Not just Kakazu, Deidara, Sasori, and Kisame all wore expressions of extreme fear. They were all feeling like leaving Konoha at this moment. Except for, with the power of the evil god, I am immortal. Haiden, however, was a bit insufferable. But looking at the super scene of the meteorite falling, Haiden was also stunned for a long time before he reacted. However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to anyone's opinions. You can all try to break the situation. If anyone really has the ability, breaking this one is nothing to fear. Because I can summon a second one. Inside the body of the Susanoo's second stage, Uchiha Madara had a cold and proud smile as he spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, except for Chen Yiban, almost everyone looked at Madara inside the Susanoo with astonished eyes. Jeriah, during the process of entering Sage Mode, heard Madara's words and couldn't believe it. Their essay. Second one. What a joke. Chapter 55. Second Super Achievement Lottery. The second one. On Jeriah's shoulder, the two toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima, paused in their actions to help Jeriah enter Sage Mode upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words. Damn, the second one? You. At this moment, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara and the other, Chen Yiban, who was standing with arms crossed, both looking like the same person, with a look of astonishment on her face, almost speechless. To this, Madara smirked with a hint of malicious amusement, saying, wanna see? As he spoke, Madara even slowly raised his hands again, preparing to perform a hand seal. Enough. Tsunade could no longer allow Uchiha Madara to continue summoning the second one, and immediately exclaimed to stop him. Then, what do you really want, Madara? Tsunade asked angrily, looking at the two Uchiha Madara in front of her. Only then did Uchiha Madara slowly lower his hands that were about to perform the hand seal to summon the second super meteorite. And even the first giant meteorite that had been slowly descending in the sky gradually stopped its downward trend, slowly hovering about 300 meters above Konoha. 300 meters. Too close. During this time, what? God, what on earth is happening? The people of Konoha, seeing the giant meteorite that seemed so close in the sky, rushed out of their homes, their terrified gazes all looking up at the giant star in the sky. Everyone was terrified to the extreme, because at a distance of 300 meters, the terrifying giant meteorite seemed like it could completely crash down to the ground of Konoha at any moment. If it really fell, how many people would die? Could they survive? Everyone looked at the giant star above them, unable to suppress their deep fear and terror. However, for a moment, they didn't know what to do. The ninja of Konoha wanted to do something to resist the meteorite hovering 300 meters above, but due to the insufficient attack range, they could only watch helplessly. Thus, extreme despair and fear enveloped the ninja village of Konoha at this moment. At this time, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Jeriah had quickly entered Sage Mode. In his hand, the super giant Rin-negan was continuously gathering and taking shape, a huge energy sphere radiating light. However, upon seeing the gigantic meteorite in the sky stop descending, Jeriah did not act immediately, fearing that he might make matters worse. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki organization also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the meteorite stop descending. This included Hayden. Although his immortal body would not die no matter what at first, if he would be crushed into pieces, he would still die after a while without nutrients. Besides, why would he want to be crushed into pieces? For fun? Looking at the size of the meteorite in the sky, if it fell, it would probably hurt a bit, right? Therefore, seeing the giant meteorite stop descending, Hayden couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban heard Tsunade's questioning. After Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his hands that were forming the seal, his Rin-negan gaze glanced at Chen Yiban beside him. Chen Yiban turned to Tsunade with a slight smile. In a few days, all the ninjas of Konoha will join us in conquering the other 4 great nations. Do you really want to unify the entire ninja world? Tsunade was shocked. Isn't what we've said clear enough? Uchiha Madara coldly said as he withdrew Susanoo. Tsunade, you cannot agree. Jeriah wanted to say something. Jeriah, do you have any way to deal with the second meteorite? Tsunade directly interrupted Jeriah's words. Jeriah was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, there could be a third one. There are many of these things in the outside world, and the Rin-negan can continuously summon them. Uchiha Madara said, slightly looking up at the 1010 Jinxing meteorite hovering in the sky, speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Tsunade clenched her fists in unwillingness and anger. In the end, she still helplessly relaxed her fists. I agree. Tsunade compromised. Good. Chen Yiban smiled upon hearing this. Then, the two Uchiha Madara exchanged glances and nodded. This was the second step after subduing the Akatsuki organization. Konoha, take it down. Next, it would be the other 4 great nations, the 4 great ninja villages. Just wait. When we come knocking, I hope you all can be as sensible as Tsunade is now. Otherwise, it will be one general success. Thousands of bones wither. Congratulations, you have subdued the land of Fire Konoha Ninja Village, achieving a super achievement. Congratulations on obtaining. Super Achievement Lottery 1 time. Current number of lottery chances. Beginner Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 12 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time. As soon as Tsunade compromised, a system prompt that only Chen Yiban could see appeared in the void at the right time. It seems, as long as the Kage of the village bows down, the system directly determines that the entire village has surrendered. Moreover, although Chen Yiban had been watching the show earlier while Madara was exerting his strength, because of the two Uchiha Madara, Tsunade's compromise to Uchiha Madara indirectly meant that she had bowed down to him, Chen Yiban. Thus, the achievement lottery was obtained. And it was still a super achievement. Chen Yiban glanced at the system prompt in the void, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl slightly. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise, making him feel satisfied. Additionally, when he had previously imprisoned Black Zetsu, there was also an advanced achievement lottery, which Chen Yiban had forgotten to check. So now, upon taking a look, Chen Yiban found that he had also accumulated 2 advanced achievement lottery chances. Boom! At this moment, Madara's Rin-negan slightly narrowed. And with a thought, the huge meteorite in the sky began to rapidly move away from the ground. Finally, it flew back into outer space. Since Tsunade had compromised, Uchiha Madara also withdrew Tenjinshi. Upon witnessing this scene, countless ninjas and civilians in Konoha let out a huge sigh of relief, with some even unable to help but smile before collapsing to sit on the ground of the street. Phew! Here, at the Hokage building, Kakashi couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. Tsunade also couldn't help but show a charming smile. However, at this moment, although you are a descendant of Hashirama, you are ultimately just a mere woman. According to what we just said, from now on, there will be no land of fire, no Konoha, and certainly no Hokage. This world will be controlled by us two Uchiha Madara from here on. Madara, with a proud gaze from his Rin-negan, looked at Tsunade and then suddenly said coldly, "You." Tsunade clenched her pale fists, wanting to punch him. At the same time, Tsunade felt inexplicably that the two Uchiha Madara in front of her seemed a little different, but for a moment, she couldn't pinpoint what was different. Chapter 56, Let Baiju Search. After being forced to compromise due to the pressure from the two Uchiha Madaras, Tsunade had no choice but to continuously summon the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade had no other options. The two Uchiha Madaras were truly about to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War, and no one in Konoha could withstand even one Uchiha Madara. Moreover, for some unknown reason, now there were two Uchiha Madaras. Tsunade considered the possibility that one was a shadow clone, but as a ninja and a highly skilled medical ninja. In the following 2 days, Tsunade discovered it seemed that neither of them was a shadow clone. They both seemed to be the real Uchiha Madara, because in these 2 days, both Uchiha Madaras have been eating, drinking, and sleeping in Konoha. No shadow clone could be that real, right? And did he really have the need to play such tricks? But how could there be two Uchiha Madaras? Or could it be a special ocular technique of the Rin-negan? For the past 2 days, Tsunade had been curious. In fact, it wasn't just Tsunade who was curious. The members of the Akatsuki organization who were following the two Uchiha Madaras in Konoha were also curious. And they even knew about the existence of two Uchiha Madaras earlier than Tsunade. At first, they all thought one was a shadow clone, but the two Uchiha Madaras had always been present, and none of them had disappeared like a shadow clone would. Unavoidably, they began to overthink. They couldn't help but suspect that Uchiha Madara had used some kind of jutsu more mysterious than the shadow clone technique to create a second version of himself. Additionally, 2 days ago, although Tsunade reluctantly compromised with the two Uchiha Madaras, she felt that this war should end quickly. Why? Simply because Uchiha Madara is too strong. Damn, once that hundreds of meter-sized meteorite was summoned, which ninja village could withstand it? Or rather, how many could withstand it? At that time, Uchiha Madara had said, if they could withstand one, he would summon a second, even a third. Moreover, there are many more from the sky, and with the power of the Rin-negan, he could continuously summon them. Damn, which ninja village could handle that? Could they compromise like Tsunade did 2 days ago? Would they really let the entire ninja village bear the impact of falling meteorites? Are you crazy? How many people would die? Besides, even if we don't mention meteorite rain, what about Susanoo? That's Susanoo, over 200 meters tall, that could split Konoha in two with a single strike. What ninja village could withstand that? And those dozens of shadow clone Susanoo. Honestly, just thinking about it is despairing and powerless to resist. Therefore, this so-called Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade knew just by thinking, it would end quickly. Thus, although she compromised, Tsunade felt her choice was correct. There was no ninja in the entire ninja world who could match the current Uchiha Madara. Even if her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, were truly resurrected, he would not be a match for the current Uchiha Madara. After all, he now possessed the legendary sage of Six Paths Eyes, the Rin-negan. It feels like the current Uchiha Madara can't even be considered immortal. Is the ninja world going to be unified? If it really could be, maybe that would be a good thing. At this moment, while handling official duties in her office, Tsunade rested her delicate hand on her fair chin and suddenly murmured, "Lady Tsunade, do you really think so?" Beside her, her assistant Shizen looked at Tsunade with surprise at her desk. "I don't know, but anyway, war's not a good thing," Tsunade said, pursing her lips. On the other side, in a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, "Boss, you go first." Deidara from the Akatsuki organization was sitting with everyone, and then used public chopsticks to pick up some fragrant grilled meat to give to Madara. However, looking up at the two Uchiha Madaras at the main seat, Deidara suddenly felt a bit confused. Which one should he give it to? Because of Madara's strength. Deidara seemed completely convinced. At this moment, He might want to express some respect for Madara's terrifying power, but having two Uchiha Madaras was genuinely a headache. Huh. Nearby, Kisame, Conan, and Nagato couldn't help but laugh at Deidara's dazed expression. All right, we'll take care of it ourselves. In the end, it was Chen Yiban who smiled and replied, oh yeah. Finally, Deidara awkwardly put the grilled meat into his own bowl. Leader, Konoha's movements have been a bit slow. At this moment, Kisame suddenly spoke while looking at the two Uchiha Madaras. It has indeed been 2 days since Konoha village started gathering ninjas, and there has been no progress. I haven't sacrificed anyone to the evil god for several days. I really want to kill a few Konoha people to offer to the evil god. Haiden looked at the staff in the barbecue restaurant with a silly grin. Tomorrow is the deadline. Viside Chen Yiban, Madara coldly said with his arms crossed in front of him. Baiju's actions have also been a bit slow. Chen Yiban said somewhat perplexedly about other matters. Baiju, Conan, Nagato, and Sasori couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Baiju has another task? Oh right, I haven't seen Baiju and Kuroju for several days. The members of the Akatsuki organization thought. At this moment, the barbecue restaurant was exceptionally quiet. Besides the table of Chen Yiban and the others, there were almost only the boss and the staff left in the restaurant. It was because of the arrival of the two Uchiha Madaras and the Akatsuki members that it felt like there was no one else in the restaurant besides Conan. Especially the two Uchiha Madaras made all other customers in the barbecue restaurant almost too scared to enter. Moreover, if they weren't really afraid of provoking the legendary super ninja, Uchiha Madara, the staff and the boss would have wanted to escape. Just thinking about that barbecue restaurant that was turned into ruins by Susanoo, the boss outside the private room was constantly praying, please let everything be safe. Please let everything be safe. Please let everything be safe. Inside the room, the barbecue was basically cooked, and Chen Yiban and the others had started using their chopsticks. In the end, even Madara ate a lot of grilled meat. After a few days of interaction in Konoha, the members of the Akatsuki organization felt, although the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is powerful and has a proud personality, and is now the leader of them all, he doesn't seem very difficult to get along with. Of course, it would be even better if Chen Yiban could return Yahiko's body and soul to Nagato and Conan. However, after a few days of interaction, Nagato and Conan gradually found themselves trusting the two Uchiha Madaras a bit more. For example, assisting in unifying the entire ninja world, and afterward, they could revive Yahiko. Nagato and Conan's spirits began to lift a bit, even if it was for Yahiko. Lord Madara. At that moment, a white figure emerged from the ground in the private room, slowly surfacing from the floor. Baiju, the members of the Akatsuki organization were a bit surprised. Lord Madara, we found what you wanted, Baiju said as he approached the two Uchiha Madaras. Chapter 57, 6 Tomo Sage Mode, Sukuyami. In the 2 days since Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki members returned to Konoha, Chen Yiban had actually used 1 super achievement and 2 high achievement lottery draws. Specifically, super achievement lottery draw, Eye Power Sublimation, high achievement lottery draw, Sukuyami, Mastery of Sage Mode. Among them, the special sublimation of Eye Power seemed to promote the further evolution of the Rin-negan. Chen Yiban has awakened the 6 Tomo Rin-negan. Indeed, it resembled Uchiha Sasuke's 6 Tomo from the original story. Furthermore, Chen Yiban could activate the 6 Tomo with both eyes. As for the 2 high achievement lottery draws, Sukuyami, there isn't much to say. However, Mastery of Sage Mode allowed Chen Yiban to enter the Sage state just like Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Hashirama, and Jeriah, gaining powerful Sage Chakra. Moreover, if Chen Yiban could acquire 10 Tails Chakra now 6-Path Sage Mode and 6-Path Sage techniques would blossom accordingly. In these 2 days, Chen Yiban also learned Yin-Yang Release from Uchiha Obito, as well as other techniques that the original Obito's combat template lacked. For example, Yin Release, Lightning Style, Storm Release, Light Fong, etc. Chen Yiban also taught Uchiha Obito the Flying Thunder God technique and the method to master Sage Mode, even entering Sage Mode himself to deliver natural chakra into Uchiha Obito's body to help him quickly master Sage Mode. To this, one can't help but exclaim, Obito's talent is truly perfect. Whether it was Flying Thunder God or Sage Mode, Uchiha Obito mastered them at an extremely fast speed. It can be said that, as long as they have 10 Tails Chakra, even just a portion of it, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Obito could both unleash 6-Path Sage Mode and 6-Path Sage techniques. Additionally, previously using 3 medium achievement lottery draws was only enough to fuse 1 Kaleidoscope Sharingan Kamui Void. The other Kinui kaleidoscope, along with the two kaleidoscope Sharingan Kodoa Mitsukami from Uchiha Shisui that were already acquired, Chen Yiban did not have enough capital to fuse before. Just right. In these 2 days, having 12 medium achievement lottery draws, Chen Yiban immediately allocated 3/4 to fuse 3 kaleidoscope Sharingan into his 6 Tomo Rin-negan. The 6 Tomo Rin-negan can almost perfectly integrate all abilities of the Rin-negan and Sharingan. After fusion, Chen Yiban now possesses all the eye techniques: Rin-negan Boundary Prison, Heavenly Hand Power, Kodoa Mitsukami, Kinui, Sukuyami, Amaterasu, and Kagutsuchi. Let's set Uchiha Obito's initial kaleidoscope techniques as Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, just like the second pillar, since both have been reincarnated from Indra. At this moment, in the back mountain of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, Chen Yiban, and the members of the Akatsuki organization, along with a large group of white Zetsu, all appeared in the back mountain of Konoha. In front of everyone, several coffins were placed. Izuna, and, looking at the multiple coffins in front of him, the usually proud Uchiha Obito couldn't help but show an excited expression. Beside him, seeing this scene, Chen Yiban stepped forward and patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder. Uchiha Obito suppressed the excitement in his heart, exchanged a glance with Chen Yiban, and nodded. Let's resurrect Izuna first. His strength might help us in the upcoming 4th Great Ninja War faster. The other little guys will wait. After we completely unify the ninja world, we can resurrect them to see the ninja world we have unified by force. How about that? Chen Yiban proposed while looking at Uchiha Obito beside him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito thought for a few seconds and ultimately agreed to Chen Yiban's suggestion, nodding again. All right. Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Then, you can proceed. Chen Yiban's black pupils looked towards the white Zetsu body standing with the Akatsuki members. Yes, Lord Obito. The white Zetsu body immediately stepped forward and nodded. Then, the white Zetsu body directly controlled 10 other white Zetsu. Ninjutsu Life Transfer Technique. 10 white Zetsu simultaneously cast the top-tier forbidden technique to transfer life force. Clang. Instantly, the life force of the 10 white Zetsu began to gather, forming a massive green light that rapidly concentrated and gathered into one of the coffins. Over here, Uchiha Obito's eyes were fixed tightly. He seemed to be afraid of any mistakes. It felt like he was about to pop out his Sharingan or even Rin-negan. Behind, feeling that even the 10 white Zetsu were struggling a bit, Ninjutsu Life Transfer Technique. 20 the white Zetsu body directly had 20 other white Zetsu step up to transfer life force. Thus, the initial 10 white Zetsu suddenly had much less pressure. Until, alright, Lord Obito, the white Zetsu performing the life transfer were very fatigued but stopped the casting action, and the white Zetsu body looked towards the 2 Uchiha Obitos beside him. Izuna. Uchiha Obito's face showed anticipation, and he couldn't help but take a step forward. However, the coffin seemed to be quiet for the moment. But soon, bang, boom. Just like when Uchiha Obito was revived by Rin-negan's rebirth, someone inside the coffin violently kicked the lid open. Uchiha Obito couldn't wait, leaping forward. Izuna, you have been resurrected. Your voice and chakra. Is it you, brother? The person in the coffin seemed to be a bit incredulous. Izuna. At this moment, Chen Yiban also approached. Your voice and chakra. Why is it also you, brother? The person was confused. Can the dead really be resurrected? Over here, members of the Akatsuki organization, including Deidara, Kisame Hashigaki, and Haiden, looked surprised. Izuna, it's me. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but want to embrace that person. However, Chen Yiban pulled Uchiha Obito back, because he noticed that Uchiha Izuna had lost his eyes. Even his clothes were almost rotting away. White Zetsu, Chen Yiban said. Understood, Lord Obito. One among the countless white Zetsu stepped forward. Then, SSSS, just like Vortex white Zetsu, changing form like a piece of clothing, emerged onto Uchiha Izuna's body. Brother, Izuna, without eyes, felt a bit uneasy. Izuna, there's no danger. Uchiha Obito immediately reassured. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban had already taken out 3 Tomo Sharingan from the system's internal space. Then, green chakra surged in his hands as he began to use a rough form of medical ninjutsu to place the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Thus, Uchiha Izuna slowly opened his eyes and saw the 2 Uchiha Obitos in front of him. Brother. The next moment, Izuna rushed to embrace both Uchiha Obitos. Izuna. 2 Chapter 58, 2 Uchiha. Happy, Izuna. Konoha. Hospital. Outside the operating room. It really is possible to revive the dead. And another Uchiha has appeared. This is really troublesome. Jeriah, looking at the brightly lit operating room, couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and Uzumaki Naruto were present. Revive. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback upon hearing Jiraiya's words. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and then explained, I heard that just now, in the back mountains of Konoha, two Uchiha Madara used some forbidden technique to resurrect their deceased brother, Uchiha Izuna. Uzumaki Naruto looked shocked. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Shikamaru. Then why don't we let that bastard Madara revive all the people who were killed in Konoha before? Yamanaka Ino, who was also outside the operating room, suddenly exclaimed in annoyance. This, such a forbidden technique, even a legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, probably wouldn't be able to use it casually. Kakashi analyzed. But he also killed Asuma, didn't he? And Guy, Shizen, didn't they all die because of Madara? Yamanaka Ino's companion, Yuhi Kurenai, interjected sharply. It was clear that Kurenai harbored a deep resentment towards Uchiha Madara, or rather, Uchiha Obito. Hearing this, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Nara Shikaku fell silent. This matter seems difficult to handle. During this time, Uzumaki Naruto was actually stunned when he heard about the possibility of reviving the dead, and an inexplicable hope arose in his heart. He thought, who are my parents? Are they no longer in this world? Can they be revived too? The question is, how to revive them? At this moment, inside the operating room, so you're Hashirama's descendant. You better not try anything funny, otherwise. Looking at Tsunade, who was preparing to correct Izuna's ocular veins, Uchiha Madara had a threatening look on his face. Because Obito's medical ninjutsu isn't very effective, Uchiha Izuna's 3-tomo Sharingan still cannot be freely opened and closed. It needs Tsunade's correction. At this moment, both Uchiha Madara and Obito were in the operating room, watching the surgery about to begin. If you're worried, you don't have to come to me for the surgery. Tsunade shot a displeased glance at Madara. All right, with us here, she wouldn't dare do anything, Obito said as he looked at Uchiha Madara. The previous Kodowa Mitsukami was a temporary control. The recovery period. Obito explained that it only takes 3 months, but it isn't time yet, so it can't be used again for now. And the other one is even more intense. Even Obito's ocular power, after use, seems to take about a year to recover. Moreover, using it on Tsunade now seems unnecessary. With both Uchiha Madara here, would she still dare to act recklessly? Just obediently correct Izuna's ocular veins. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna lay on the operating table, looking at his 2 older brothers beside him, with a happy smile on his face. Izuna, don't resist. Obito's Sharingan appeared in his eyes at this moment. All right, big brother. Izuna understood and nodded in response. The next moment, Obito directly cast a Genjutsu to hypnotize Izuna, putting him into a deep sleep. This can also be considered anesthesia. After all, the surgery is about to begin. Just obediently correct Izuna's eyes, and afterwards, I can help you revive someone. Obito glanced at Tsunade and began to make promises. You're serious? Tsunade exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to grab Uchiha Madara's arm. Because the 2 Uchiha look identical, Tsunade grabbed the wrong person. It was him who said it. Uchiha Madara shrugged off Tsunade's delicate hand, looking as if to say, don't touch me. Let's correct the eyes first. Obito crossed his arms with a faint smile. That's a promise. Tsunade suddenly revealed a charming smile. After that, it was simple. Correcting the ocular veins was a piece of cake for Tsunade. She quickly completed the surgery perfectly. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara stayed in the ward with Izuna, while Obito was pulled out of the ward by Tsunade. All right, I did it. It's your turn to fulfill your promise. Outside the ward, Tsunade looked at Obito with her beautiful big eyes, full of hope. You also want to revive your brother? Obito guessed. Yes, my brother Nawaki. Tsunade nodded heavily. The hope and expectation in her eyes became more and more apparent. All right, find the coffin that contains his body, and leave the rest to me, Obito said directly. Really? Thank you. Tsunade excitedly grabbed Obito's hands. Although he could understand her feelings, Obito, who didn't want to be pulled and tugged, pushed away the overly excited Tsunade. Ahem. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Tsunade realized and felt a bit awkward. They were still enemies before. And Tsunade even cursed Obito to choke to death while eating. Now, she was happily thanking him in front of him. It felt really unpleasant. We had you gather the Konoha ninjas. You've been working on this for almost 3 days now. At this moment, Obito coldly glanced at Tsunade. It's almost gathered. Some have gone out on missions. Calling them back will also take time, won't it? Tsunade found an excuse. Then you better hurry up. Tomorrow is the last deadline. We can wait. Obito said, "All right, it should be gathered by tomorrow." Tsunade nodded with a smile. In fact, it could have been gathered earlier, but she was just too lazy to be so proactive about what he ordered. However, now for the sake of reviving Nawaki, she still had to work hard to please him. Then that's fine. Obito nodded again. No way. After Tsunade left, Obito returned to the ward and told Uchiha Madara about his conversation with Tsunade, only to suddenly hear Uchiha Madara's denial. What do you mean, no way? Obito was taken aback. Izuna's body isn't ready yet. He just had surgery and needs to rest. Uchiha Madara glanced at Izuna on the bed and said this. Hearing this, Obito had a somewhat helpless and amused expression. Just not long ago at the barbecue restaurant, Uchiha Madara himself said, "Tomorrow is the last deadline. Now, no way. Izuna just had surgery. His body can't handle it." Oh dear. Thinking this, Obito couldn't help but shake his head. What are you thinking about? Uchiha Madara seemed to know what Obito was thinking at this moment and coldly glanced at him. None of your business. Obito crossed his arms, locking eyes with Uchiha Madara. The air seemed to spark with tension. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Izuna, whose eyes were covered with a white cloth, didn't know when he had woken up. At this moment, listening to his two older brothers bickering, Izuna couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 59. The Shocking Rebirth, Tsunade's Bow of Thanks. Time has passed, and another day has gone by. Originally, they could have set off yesterday to conquer the other 4 great ninja villages. However, Uchiha Madara was concerned about his brother, Uchiha Izuna, and decided to delay for a few more days. Chen Yiban was not in such a hurry. Furthermore, due to his special memories, he was willing to give Izuna time to recover to a better state. Unfortunately, Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan no longer existed. Now, he could only use the 3 Tomo Sharingan that had been transplanted and adjusted by Tsunade. Without the Manjiki Sharingan, Izuna's combat power compared to his former self during the Warring States period was inevitably much weaker. Chen Yiban was thinking about whether he could draw something from the system that would help Izuna regain his Manjiki Sharingan. But for now, Izuna had to use the 3 Tomo Sharingan given by Chen Yiban. Additionally, after the surgery, Izuna had only rested in the hospital for 1 day before insisting on being discharged. At this moment, it was already the afternoon of the 2nd day. The location had returned to the back mountain of Konoha. Today, the back mountain of Konoha was still lively, with not only Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and members of the Akatsuki organization, but also Uchiha Izuna, who had removed the white cloth from his eyes and was currently following his 2 older brothers here. Moreover, Tsunade, Jeriah, Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Yuhi Kunai, Mitarashi Anko, and many other elite ninjas from Konoha had received the news and gathered at the back mountain at this moment. The reason was, "Is this your brother's coffin?" Chen Yiban murmured as he looked at a coffin in front of him. Yes. Tsunade was staring intently at the coffin she had spent an entire day finding. Inside it was none other than her brother, Senju Roketree. To this, all right, I will do what I said next. White Zetsu. Chen Yiban glanced at Tsunade beside him and then called out. Understood, Lord Madara. The body of White Zetsu and many other White Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground. Now, after many days, there were already over 50,000 White Zetsu in the depths of the back mountain of Konoha. They had been continuously transferred from outside over these days. As they watched the strangely shaped White Zetsu emerge from the ground, Izuna, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jeriah, Yuhi Kunai, Shizune, and others couldn't help but watch with curious eyes. They wanted to see how this incredible act of resurrecting the dead was achieved. In the next moment, Chen Yiban gave the main body of White Zetsu a glance, and the latter immediately understood to control the other White Zetsu. Ninjutsu. Rebirth Technique. 50-50 White Zetsu simultaneously performed the forbidden technique. Previously, when resurrecting Nagato, 10 White Zetsu had performed rebirth, and almost all of them withered. The day before yesterday, when resurrecting Uchiha Izuna, 30 White Zetsu had worked together. Perhaps due to the larger number of practitioners and sufficient life force, only 5 or 6 White Zetsu ended up dying. This time, the main body of White Zetsu directly had 50 other White Zetsu simultaneously perform this forbidden technique. Let us see if they can reduce the number of deaths. Clang. Then, 50 White Zetsu simultaneously performed the rebirth technique, their life forces instantly converging into a massive beam of light. Then, it rushed into the coffin that Tsunade had found. Roketree. Tsunade's eyes were filled with anticipation. The state looked quite similar to Uchiha Madara from the day before yesterday. The rebirth technique, huh? This is the super forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead. So that's how it is. it actually uses its own life force. Watching the process of the white Zetsu performing the technique, Jeriah, Kakashi, Narashikaku, and others could see some clues. Resurrection. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno had also come over and were now watching in astonishment. Especially Naruto, whose expression was complex. He might have thought again. Could his parents also be resurrected? Unfortunately, Chen Yiban would not resurrect others unconditionally. Brother, was I also revived like this back then? Uchiha Izuna, at this moment, looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Such a thing was indeed incredible, especially since he had just been resurrected not long ago. He felt deeply moved looking at the scene before him. Izuna, I will not let anyone hurt you again, Uchiha Madara said, gripping Uchiha Izuna's shoulder, his eyes shining with determination. Brother. Izuna looked at his older brother beside him with gratitude. Then, Izuna turned to Chen Yiban, the other older brother, with the same grateful gaze. Not long after, bang, 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 there was a sound coming from the coffin. It seemed that someone inside was rapidly knocking on the coffin lid. 50 white Zetsu had also stopped their actions of performing the technique. Then, it could be seen, only 2 white Zetsu had died. The rest were just slightly fatigued and weak. However, after receiving life force replenishment from the outer path golem, they could fully recover. At this time, Tsunade, holding a bundle of things, heard the sounds coming from inside the coffin. Tsunade couldn't help but let tears roll down her cheeks. In the next moment, she immediately reacted and leaped up, bang. With a punch, she sent the coffin lid flying. Finally, she saw the face of the person inside the coffin, who looked a bit flustered, as if he had been trapped inside the coffin. Rope tree. Tsunade stepped forward and immediately embraced the boy. Sister. The boy looked a bit confused and lost. It wasn't until he heard Tsunade crying on his shoulder that he gradually began to realize. Did I really come back to life? To this, it actually really resurrected a person who had once passed away. Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, Kakashi, and others were completely shocked as they witnessed everything happening before their eyes. At the same time, they felt a strange hope, since resurrecting the dead is real. Then those who were killed before in Konoha, such as Asuma, Kurinai Yuhi, Shikumanara, Niji Hyuga, and others, might have hope too? Even Kakashi couldn't help but think of his father, Hatake Sakumo. Naruto Uzumaki felt the same, and Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, and even Jeriah. Who could resist the temptation to fantasize at this moment? Rope tree, change your clothes. Here. Tsunade suppressed her excited emotions and handed the bundle of things she was holding to her brother in front of her. Because Chen Yiban had casually mentioned earlier that resurrecting someone who had been dead for a long time might have signs of decay on their clothes. So, the bundle Tsunade was holding contained clothes. Senju Rope Tree smiled and nodded, then continued to put on the new clothes inside the coffin. On the other side, Tsunade suddenly walked straight to Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and then, under everyone's gaze, wiped her tears and directly bowed to him. No matter what, thank you for Rope Tree's resurrection. Chapter 60. The Blocking Sunset Red and Red Bean, the Painting Cake Chen Yiban. Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade-chan, who bowed to thank Chen Yiban, Jiraiya's expression was quite complex. He couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. Ha! Over here. Uchiha Madara sneered coldly, and then said, Izuna, there's nothing to see here. Let's go. I'll accompany you to practice and help you get familiar with your eyes. Grabbing Uchiha Izuna's arm, Madara turned and left. If it weren't for Izuna wanting to watch, Madara wouldn't have come at all. Brother, let's wait for another brother later. Izuna hesitated a bit. No need, Madara said domineeringly, directly pulling Izuna away. He didn't even give Izuna time to say goodbye to Chen Yiban. During this time, looking at Tsunade's sudden bow, Chen Yiban couldn't help but notice the large expanse of white in front of her chest as she bowed. After a moment of shock, Chen Yiban quickly averted his gaze. I'm just fulfilling a promise. He casually dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Thus, all right. Both leaders have left. Let's go too. Deidara, looking at the two departing Uchiha Madara with respect, couldn't help but follow. It's not like we're going to kill anyone. How boring. Haiden thought about killing people to offer sacrifices to his evil god every day. At this moment, Nagato and Conan exchanged smiles, filled with hope. Nagato had witnessed the successful resurrection of the dead twice through reincarnation, and Conan had seen Nagato resurrected with 3 successful reincarnations. So, regarding Yahiko's resurrection in the near future, they were indeed filled with hope. Now, they just looked forward to the ninja world being unified soon, and then Yahiko could be resurrected, and they could live together in a peaceful, unified ninja world. That would surely be wonderful. Mainly, the two Uchiha Madara had the supreme power to truly achieve the unification of the entire ninja world. This was the real hope. Subsequently, Nagato and Conan nodded at each other. It seemed that from this moment on, the two genuinely began to want to obey and follow the two Uchiha Madara from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Yiban might not have expected that by resurrecting Senju Rope Tree, he indirectly gained people's hearts. However, there was indeed trouble. Stop. Just as Chen Yiban had not gone far and had not completely returned from the back mountain to the prosperous streets of Konoha, he saw two graceful figures blocking the way. It was Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko. In response, Chen Yiban said nothing, only casting a cold glance at them. Hey, dare to block our way? Do you believe I'll sacrifice both of you to the evil god? Haiden stepped out from behind Chen Yiban, carrying his weapon. Similarly, there were also members of the Akatsuki organization like Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori, Nagato, Conan, and others. In an instant, an invisible killing intent pressed towards Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko. Immediately, the two women couldn't help but take a couple of steps back, but they still held their ground. Matter, you killed so many people in Konoha before. Shouldn't you also resurrect them? Sunset Red, braving the pressure from the Akatsuki members, looked at Chen Yiban, who was wearing a black robe and had long hair reaching his waist with her red eyes. Asuma, Guy, Yugao, and Shikaku all died because of you. Mitarashi Anko echoed similarly. Less nonsense. At this moment, Deidara stepped forward and said, "Get out of the way or I'll blow you two Konoha women to pieces." Saying this, Deidara made it clear he was about to use his explosive clay. But, Deidara, didn't we say that there will be no more Konoha and no Hokage in the future? Chen Yiban suddenly glanced at Deidara in front of him and said, "Got it, boss." Deidara awkwardly replied. He then appropriately stepped aside for Chen Yiban. Haiden also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly moved out of the way. Thus, looking at Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko, Chen Yiban said, "You two too, don't let me hear the so-called Konoha again. Because in the future, Konoha will no longer exist. Soon, the entire ninja world would only have one country." Clang. As he spoke, Chen Yiban surprisingly revealed a pair of 6-tomo Rin-negan. The terrifying eye power instantly intimidated Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko, making them step back several paces. "You." The two women looked at Chen Yiban's eyes, which were neither exactly Rin-negan nor Sharingan, with uncertainty. They couldn't help but feel a mix of amazement and fear, because the aura of eye power they could clearly sense was simply terrifying. After the intimidation, Chen Yiban, with his 6-tomo Rin-negan eyes, looked at Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko. "Want to resurrect the dead? Fine. In a few days during the 4th Great Ninja War, let me see your performance. If you can satisfy me, resurrecting 1 or 2 dead people is not out of the question." Chen Yiban began to paint a beautiful picture. "You? Are you serious?" The two women's eyes lit up at once. Sunset Red's expression changed from fear to one of delight. Is there really hope? Not only for Asuma, who had died not long ago, but also for a long-deceased father and mother. Could they also have hope? As they thought this, smiles appeared on the faces of Sunset Red and Mitarashi Anko as they looked at the black-robed Chen Yiban, feeling inexplicably that he might not be a devil after all. Moreover, beneath the long bangs was a remarkably handsome face that couldn't be ignored. So handsome, Sunset Red might have felt a bit conflicted. However, Mitarashi Anko, looking at the powerful presence and cold demeanor of Chen Yiban, who had just given them hope, found herself somewhat entranced. The legendary, super-strong Uchiha Madara was indeed charming. Had she not approached him with a mindset of hatred before, she might have discovered his merits much sooner. "Then you must keep your word." Sunset Red looked at Chen Yiban with her red eyes. Too much nonsense. Chen Yiban withdrew his 6-tomo Rin-negan and turned to leave. Behind him, Conan, Nagato, Kisame Hashigaki, and other members of the Akatsuki organization all followed. Soon they arrived at the former Uchiha clan's territory. These days, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and the members of the Akatsuki organization had been living in this former Uchiha territory in Konoha. There were plenty of vacant houses here now. If there were any liked but damaged houses, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara could easily use wood release to quickly repair them. So they were living quite well. Clang, bang. Just as they returned, Chen Yiban and the Akatsuki members heard the sounds of clashing metal. Indeed, beside the clan territory, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were each wielding blades, sparring with each other. The two brothers had activated their 3-tomo Sharingan, and as their swords clashed, sparks flew. It was as if they were truly in a life-and-death battle. Watching from the side, Deidara, Haidin, and others looked astonished. Damn, no wonder he's so strong. It turns out they trained so fiercely between brothers. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. 2 fire style, dragon flame, song technique. 2 The power of this fire style is terrifying. The members of the Akatsuki organization were left stunned. Moreover, those who didn't know would really think that there was a grudge between the brothers. Chapter 61, The Fourth Great Ninja War, begins. Time has passed for several days as Uchiha Madara worries about Uchiha Azuna's condition. Until 7 days later, in Konoha, under the active cooperation of Tsunade, elite ninjas have gathered over 1,500. This does not even include the root ninjas. If counted all together, Konoha finally gathered over 2,000 ninjas. Now, the civilians of Konoha are basically aware that the Fourth Great Ninja War is about to break out. Moreover, this time, the ninja war will be unprecedented. All 5 great nations and all the small nations of the ninja world will be involved, and it is initiated by their fire country's Konoha Ninja Village. During this time, many countries in the ninja world have already received the news, especially the other 4 great nations of Earth, Wind, Water, and Lightning, who are said to have intentions to unite against this largest-scale war in history, instigated by Uchiha Madara after his resurrection. It is rumored that Uchiha Madara possesses a certain divine technique that allows him to split himself in 2. So now, there are 2 Uchiha Madaras in the world. The various nations of the ninja world are in despair. One Uchiha Madara is already terrifying. Now there are 2. Truly, let be destruction. I'm tired, really. At this moment in Konoha, on top of the city walls, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna. The 3 superpowers stand atop the high walls of Konoha. The 3 brothers embrace their arms in front of them, looking down at the scene below. Below, a large group of Konoha ninjas and countless white Zetsu are continuously stepping out of the Konoha gate, rushing to the battlefield. In this way, Madara, Ban, and Izuna stand tall on the high walls, overlooking the endless line of ninjas leaving the village. The unification of the ninja world will begin today. Gazing at the long line of ninjas below, Uchiha Madara speaks proudly with his arms crossed. With my power and that of my 2 brothers. Uchiha Azuna's gaze is resolute. Beside him, Chen Yiban shows a faint smile. I heard that the other 4 great nations have started to unite against us. Do you 2 think they can hold us off? Saying this, Chen Yiban's lips curl into a cold, proud smile. To this, you 2 brothers don't need to intervene. I could defeat the so-called ninja alliance by myself. Uchiha Azuna's eyes gleam with a crimson light. Clang. A pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan appears in his eyes. Izuna, your eyes. Uchiha Madara looks at Uchiha Izuna's eyes with surprise. Uchiha Izuna has actually awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan again. Izuna. Chen Yiban is slightly astonished. I am your brother. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna opens his pair of crimson kaleidoscope eyes, now revealing a sunny smile. Then, clang, a massive blue Susanoo, taller than the Konoha city walls, rises beside the gate. Instantly, all the countless Konoha ninjas walking out of the gate gasp in amazement. The fear that was previously instilled by Chen Yiban's shadow clone, Susanoo, resurfaces. Even many white Zetsu involuntarily take several steps back in confusion. Thus, the line suddenly halts, even becoming a bit chaotic. To this, don't be afraid. Keep moving. From now on, I will be responsible for supervising you 2 brothers. Amidst the dozens of meters tall blue Susanoo, Uchiha Izuna calls out to the bewildered Konoha ninjas and white Zetsu. Keep marching. Saying this, Uchiha Izuna within Susanoo's form flashes a terrifying crimson light. Yes, yes, countless Konoha ninjas feel uncertain but dare not resist. So they continue to line up and move forward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna drives the massive Susanoo, stepping heavily as he moves slowly with the line. During this time, it places tremendous pressure on the entire ninja team. But at the same time, it is also a form of encouragement. After all, the power that Uchiha Izuna is currently displaying will be what they will use to face the ninjas from other countries. Uchiha Izuna is on their side. So, the stronger the teammates, the less pressure they will face on the battlefield. Right? Who is he? How does he also possess Madara-sama's Susanoo and even Sharingan? I heard he is the brother of Madara-sama, Uchiha Izuna. Is it really so? He seems so strong. I still think Madara-sama is the most powerful. It is said that the meteor that appeared in the sky above our Konoha village was summoned by Madara-sama. This is one With the strength displayed by Madara-sama and his brother Izuna-sama, no one in the entire ninja world can compete. Therefore, even though this ninja war is unprecedented, it can definitely be concluded quickly. I also think so, because there is no one who can match Madara-sama, and now this is Izuna-sama. Hey, I heard that Madara-sama has awakened the legendary sage of 6 paths eyes, the Rin-negan. Nanny. In a long line, many Konoha ninjas cannot help but whisper while walking, glancing at the enormous blue Susanoo beside them. Don't whisper. Inside Susanoo, Uchiha Izuna's gaze is solemn. Yes, Izuna-sama. The ninjas immediately straighten up. Seeing the scene, from a distance on the wall behind, the two Uchiha can't help but smile slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. At this moment, many figures leap onto the wall at the same time. It is Nagato, Conan, and Kisame from the Akatsuki organization. Madara-sama. After leaping onto the wall, the members of Akatsuki immediately bow in respect. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara both nod slightly. Great, it's finally time to start killing. I haven't offered good sacrifices to the evil god for a long time. But before others could say anything, Hayden, full of excitement, looks ahead at the long line of ninja troops. The war is about to begin. Hayden is thrilled about this. The leader wants to unify the ninja world, not to offer sacrifices to your evil god. Next to him, Deidara glances at Hayden and speaks in a low voice. But it is an opportunity to make a lot of money. Recently, the money in Konoha's treasury has been very satisfactory. I wonder how other countries' treasuries are? Kakuzu sneers. Nagato, and I will follow Madara-sama's orders. Conan glances at Nagato beside her and speaks. Me too. Kisame, holding the wrapped samahata, reveals his sharp teeth. In response, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara exchange glances, then both nod slightly. All right, let's go. Chen Yiban finally smiles and speaks. Immediately after, swish, 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 everyone leaps down from the tall wall, landing steadily back on the ground. At this moment, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and the members of the Akatsuki organization turn around and saw behind them Tsunade, Kakashi Hitaki, Shikaka Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Kurenai Yuhi, and many other recognizable ninjas from Konoha, who had already been waiting by the gate for Chen Yiban and the others to come down. Ready to set off? Tsunade stepped forward and smiled at the two Uchiha Madara. In response, Madara said nothing and simply turned to leave. Let's go. Chen Yiban lightly gestured forward with 2 fingers and smiled. Meanwhile, the other 4 great nations had gathered together in the desert area near the Wind Country, forming a massive ninja alliance to counter the power of the two Uchiha Madara. Thus, the 4th Great Ninja War began. Chapter 62, To Die and Dance or to Surrender. Choose. 2 days later, in the vast desert near the Land of Wind, tents are scattered across the sandy ground for dozens of kilometers, with thousands upon thousands of makeshift tents erected. At this moment, nearly all the ninja countries of the ninja world, led by the 4 great nations, have gathered in this desert. The number of ninjas gathered from various ninja countries, big and small, exceeds 100,000. Besides the 4 great nations of earth, water, lightning, and wind, smaller countries like Star, Waterfall, Snow, Iron, and Grass have also responded to the call of the 4 great nations, now congregating in this desert. Almost the entire ninja world has formed a massive ninja coalition with a number exceeding 100,000. At this moment, inside the main Commander-S tent, bang, that bastard Madara. He actually dares to send troops to fight? The hot-tempered Raikage, A, is currently looking at the intelligence report on the desk in front of him, furious. This is because he has just received news that 2 Uchiha Madaras from Konoha had already mobilized 2 days ago. It is estimated that they're already close to the battlefield. Regarding this, Uchiha Madara, does he really think that his side's power is enough to contend against all the ninjas in the ninja world? Even if he is the legendary ninja. Beside him, sitting at the desk, Mizuka Tsurumi Mei also spoke up at the right moment. Compared to the original plot, Tsurumi Mei, who has just taken over as the 5th Mizukage after the death of the 4th Mizukage, is now about 4 to 5 years younger. A similar situation applies to the current Kazekage, Gaara. Originally, even if the 4th Kazekage had died, Makagai and others intended to let the changed Gaara take the 5th position. It should have waited for Gaara to grow a bit more. But, for the same emergency appointment reason, because the actions of the 2 Uchiha are practically a declaration of war against the entire ninja world. Therefore, both Gaara and Tsurumi may find themselves in similar situations, both becoming Kage in times of crisis. Among them, Gaara is the youngest. The bastard Madara has always been so arrogant. At this moment, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, said in a deep voice as he reminisced about something. No matter how strong the legendary Uchiha Madara is, can he really contend against almost all the ninjas in the ninja world? The unrecognized leader of the Star Country, the Star Shadow, spoke at this moment. In addition, sitting at the desk are the supreme leaders of various ninja villages from snow, grass, iron, and other countries. Some are deep in thought and have not spoken. What strategy should we formulate to deal with the so-called two Uchiha Madaras that have emerged in the rumors? At this time, Gaara, looking at the overly young Gaara from his seat, spoke up. Upon hearing this, the other Kages present, as well as leaders from smaller countries, couldn't help but glance at Gaara. This generation's Kazekage is too young. Raikage looked at Gaara with a hint of pride. Is the purpose of our meeting now to discuss my age? Gaara asked calmly and without arrogance. Raikage grunted, no longer responding. Meanwhile, Tsuchikage Inoki, just waking from his reminiscence and combining it with the latest intelligence, began to speak. Konoha is now under the control of the two Uchiha Madaras, and the Nine Tails has also been controlled by them. Our best course of action is to persuade Konoha to turn back. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death. Inoki said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone showed a contemplative expression. It is said that Uchiha Madara has also obtained the legendary Rin-negan of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing even more terrifying power. I wonder if it's true? Terumi May said with a smile. Legend has it that the Rin-negan of the Sage of Six Paths possesses the power to control life and death, a terrifying technique of creation and destruction. The leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, said thoughtfully. Bang! Raikage suddenly slammed his hand on the desk again and shouted, "Don't boost others' morale while diminishing your own. We are now a super coalition of almost all the ninjas in the ninja world. Even if there are 10 Madaras, what is there to fear?" As he spoke, Raikage excitedly stood up from his seat. Seeing this scene, Inoki couldn't help but chuckle. Raikage, your morale is good. Our land of water has not said we will surrender without a fight. Terumi Mai smiled confidently. Then, persuading Konoha's ninja village to join us in resisting Uchiha Madara will be our first strategic step. Gaara slowly spoke. Naruto Uzumaki. During this time, a figure with yellow hair flashed through Gaara's mind. I hope we don't meet again on the battlefield. Just then, swish, a coalition ninja flashed into the main tent from outside. And, Lords Konoha, Madara, they are coming. The ninja who appeared suddenly knelt on one knee and reported loudly. So soon, upon hearing this, everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, I wonder if you will melt easily. Terumi May lightly brushed her fair lips, chuckling inwardly. On the other side, in the desert, just a few miles away from the ninja coalition, a team composed of Konoha ninjas and over 50,000 white Zetsu is slowly approaching. During this time, swish, 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 3 powerful figures have now descended from the sky, landing about 1,000 meters outside the coalition camp. It is Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Asuna. The 3 commanders have arrived first. At the same time, the eyes of all 3 are currently in the state of Sharingan. They cross their arms in front of them, staring with a fierce gaze at the massive ninja coalition camp not far ahead. As the white Zetsu and Konoha's ninjas caught up, the ninja coalition from various nations also poured out of their camp in droves, numbering in the tens of thousands like a swarm of ants. Thus, ultimately, the side led by Chen Yiban, Uchiha and Uchiha Asuna faced off against the massive ninja coalition, forming a confrontation of as fierce as fire and water. Meanwhile, the remaining 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki have all appeared on the battlefield of the ninja coalition at this moment. To this, I announce that the 4th Great Ninja War has now begun. Therefore, whether to die in the dance with me, Madara, or to willingly surrender, make your choice. You rabble. Madara directly activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and slowly stepped onto a large rock, then shouted arrogantly at the tens of thousands of ninja coalition members. Chapter 63. Izuna. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Blood Freeze. Choose you rabble. As the 2 armies faced off, Madara stepped forward alone, charging ahead against the tens of thousands of ninja allied forces, shouting fiercely. He crossed his arms, standing on a rock, exuding an overwhelming and arrogant aura. His eyes, a pair of eerie yet beautiful blood red, eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, made countless ninjas in the allied forces feel an inexplicable sense of dread from hundreds of meters away. That is, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Are his eyes the so-called kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Such a chilling and terrifying chakra. On the other side, among the allied forces, countless ninjas wearing ninja forehead protectors looked at Madara, who was hundreds of meters away, feeling an immense pressure weighing down on them. So much so that they couldn't help but swallow hard. Thus, the aura of Uchiha Madara alone overshadowed the entire ninja alliance. Is that really the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara? Are there really two? At the forefront of the ninja alliance, Gaara, Meiterumi, and others looked curiously at Madara, who was dressed in red armor with long hair down to his waist. Rabble? I don't know if you'll easily be melted, but you're too arrogant. Then, Meiterumi was the first to step forward and respond to Madara's remarks with a light shout. That's right. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly defeat the power of our alliance of so many people. We now have over 100,000 brave ninjas. Inoki also stepped forward to boost morale. He emphasized the number and bravery of the ninja alliance. Indeed, that's right. We now have over 100,000 ninjas. So what if you were a legendary ninja? We will fight to the death alongside you all, Kages. Come on, we are not afraid of you. Countless ninjas in the alliance were rallied by Inoki's words. Seeing this scene, indeed a group of rabble. You have made the worst choice. Uchiha Madara slowly clenched his fists, his expression extremely cold. A pair of eternal kaleidoscope eyes radiated infinite killing intent. The unification of the ninja world is my goal. Those who stand in my way die. Chen Yiban also began to step forward under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurinai. Since you won't listen to words, then I will kill you. Fear, dread, submission. However, suddenly, as Chen Yiban walked up to Uchiha Madara, a hand suddenly grabbed both of them. Izuna. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara turned back, both puzzled at the person holding them from behind. At this moment, Uchiha Izuna said, "Brothers, do not let anyone from our side take action. I want to challenge all the ninja allied forces alone." Looking at his two brothers, Uchiha Izuna smiled lightly. "Is that so?" Chen Yiban nodded in understanding and smiled lightly at Izuna. "Izuna, you have just been revived not long ago, and your new kaleidoscope Sharingan has just awakened still." Uchiha Madara, however, still felt uneasy. "Brother, your younger brother is not that weak." Uchiha Izuna's gaze was incredibly firm. "Is that so?" "I understand." Uchiha Madara finally nodded. "Be careful, Izuna." Both Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara warned in unison. "Ah." Izuna smiled gently as he stepped forward, passing between his two brothers. Uchiha Izuna's eyes turned icy, filled with battle intent and killing intent. "Come to battle, you weaklings huddling for warmth." The next moment, Uchiha Izuna stood alone, facing the 100,000 ninja allied forces. "Arrogant," Raikage shouted in anger. "What a handsome man. Is he also an Uchiha?" Meiterumi said to herself, crossing her arms. "Rude boys won't be liked by girls." Inoki's granddaughter, Kurozetsu, suddenly formed a hand seal, Earth Release, Earth Dome. The next second, using chakra to find a sharp rock beneath the sand, she hurled it toward Uchiha Izuna, who was leading the charge. Whoosh! Uchiha Izuna simply tilted his head slightly, dodging the attack aimed at his face. "Boss, should I go help him?" Deidara approached Ban and Madara, eager to join. "Wait, since Izuna wants to play alone, let him play for a while." Chen Yiban waved his hand, rejecting Deidara's assistance. All right." Deidara seemed a bit disappointed. He also wanted to be the first to go. On the other side, she kill him. Raikage ordered a ninja beside him. "Yes, Lord Raikage." The ninja, named she immediately rushed out with a sharp blade. "Big brother won't let me take the lead." "Idiot." "Jerk." The 2.5 years of practice had Killer Bee singing and dancing. "Quiet." Raikage directly gave Killer Bee a smack on the head. At this moment, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Blood Freeze. Uchiha Izuna slowly revealed a pair of blood-red Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Zing! When a ninja from the hidden cloud named rushed within 30 meters of Uchiha Izuna, the latter activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's ocular technique. In an instant, the ninja named she suddenly stopped moving. Then, bang! He fell to the ground dead. Behind him, Darui, Omoi, and many other ninjas from the hidden cloud exclaimed in shock. Raikage was astonished and furious. "Bastard! What did you do?" Meanwhile, countless ninjas from the allied forces at that moment looked at Uchiha Izuna and felt a chilling sensation. Because the ninja named she had died without anyone knowing how. All they knew was that he fell to the ground the moment he entered the enemy's 30-meter range. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Kakashi, Tsunade, Yuhi Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, and all the Konoha ninjas looked at Uchiha Izuna's back, their eyes wide in disbelief. What just happened? In response, it's an ocular technique of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It must be some kind of ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, with a range of 30 meters. Everyone, remember to keep a distance of 30 meters from this enemy. Make sure not to enter his 30-meter range, or else you will die. It was still the old man Inoki who understood a bit, reacted quickly, and analyzed and warned all the ninjas in the alliance. The legendary ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is actually so terrifying. The morale of the ninja alliance that had just risen now turned into shock and horror towards Uchiha Azuna. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara, is this the ocular technique of Azuna's current kaleidoscope Sharingan? Chen Yiban, is it the ocular technique that controls the temperature of the blood in a person's body? Interesting. Just now, the blood in that shoe was completely frozen. Blood freeze? This is indeed a very terrifying ocular technique. Chapter 64. Uchiha Azuna vs. Ninja Alliance. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara both opened their blood-red Sharingan, using their powerful insight and slight perspective ability to see the internal condition of the fallen cloud ninja named Shi. They realized that the moment Shi entered within 30 meters of Azuna, his blood froze almost instantly. The result was instant death. After all, the blood in vital organs like the heart froze instantly, and it seemed even the blood in the brain had coagulated. How could a person possibly survive under such circumstances? Blood. It was blood as blood was frozen in an instant. At that moment, on the side of the Mist Village, beside Mizuki Chirumi Mei, the Mist Jonin Ao opened one of his Byakugan eyes. With the Byakugan's perspective ability, Ao could see more clearly than Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, who possessed Sharingan. He saw everything that happened when the ninja named Shi rushed out and subsequently fell to the ground. A kaleidoscope Sharingan technique that freezes blood? Truly a terrifying clan. Chirumi Mei couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone, be careful. Remember, his eye technique's range is about 30 meters. Inoki reminded again. Then, we should fight at a distance from him. Gaara said. During this time, Gaara glanced at the Konoha team on the opposite side and did not see Naruto Uzumaki. Didn't he participate in this war? He thought to himself. Gaara felt a bit regretful, but more relieved, because he didn't want to see that guy under these circumstances. He didn't want to be enemies on the battlefield again. Exactly. Hearing Gaara's voice, Inoki nodded in agreement. Everyone, let's maintain our distance and try to launch long-range ninjutsu attacks. But be careful not to fall for the genjutsu of those Uchiha. Inoki reminded the Ninja Alliance with his experience. At the same time, Earth-style, Earth Dome Prison. Inoki activated the Earth-style ninjutsu his granddaughter had just used. In the next moment, countless sharp and massive rocks were found beneath the ground by his chakra and hurled toward Uchiha Azuna, 100 meters ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, Uchiha Azuna leaped and swiftly dodged the sharp stones. After avoiding all the sharp stones, Uchiha Azuna drew his ninja blade. Whoosh, he began to charge alone at the massive ninja alliance with incredible speed. Behind Azuna, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan was fixed on him, constantly worried that Azuna would get hurt. Madara was ready to help Azuna at any moment. Azuna's awakened kaleidoscope ability is strong. He should be fine. Looking at Madara beside him, Chen Yiban smiled faintly. To be honest, with the kaleidoscope technique Azuna has awakened now, if he is not careful, even a 6-pads level powerhouse might be caught off guard. After all, freezing someone's blood in an instant is terrifying to think about. In response, Uchiha Madara did not reply to Chen Yiban's words. He remained silent, focusing his Sharingan on Azuna, who was charging straight toward the massive ninja alliance. On the other side, stop him. We must not let him get close. Seeing Uchiha Azuna rushing over, Inoki shouted loudly. Meanwhile, many ninjas in the alliance couldn't help but feel fear at the sight of Uchiha Azuna's rapidly approaching figure. Instinctively retreating, the number was overwhelmingly more than 100,000. At this moment, they were afraid of just one person coming from the opposite side. It shouldn't be like this. But, thinking of Uchiha Azuna's eerie and terrifying kaleidoscope ability to freeze others' blood and kill them, countless ninjas in the alliance couldn't help but feel afraid. Earth-style. Inoki was the first to unleash chakra, condensing countless sands into massive rock walls in front. Then, he pressed all the walls toward the rushing Uchiha Azuna, determined to crush Uchiha Azuna into meat paste. In response, Uchiha Azuna, in a flash, focused his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Clang! A powerful blue chakra violently erupted. Almost the next second, it quickly condensed into a massive Susanoo. Moreover, as the dozens of meters tall blue Susanoo emerged, it bang, 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 smashed all the incoming earth walls with punches. Susanoo. Inoki frowned. Such a powerful and chilling chakra. Terumi Mei's gaze flashed with surprise. However, Dissolution Technique. Dissolve monster. Realizing this, Terumi Mei immediately used her bloodline limit technique. Fire style. Great fire destruction. Within the massive Susanoo, Uchiha Izuna unleashed fire style to counter. Finally, the incredibly strong impact of the great fire destruction collided with the terrifying corrosive dissolution, instantly generating a large amount of corrosive steam in front. It easily corroded countless fine sands on the ground. Many ninjas at the scene couldn't help but gasp. This is amazing. On the Konoha side, Senju Rope Tree, who had just been revived and arrived on the battlefield, couldn't help but exclaim. Watching Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo great fire destruction, Rope Tree felt that the opponent was really strong. Moreover, daring to face so many allied ninjas alone made Rope Tree feel respect. However, at that moment, a lot of sand gathered and quickly wrapped around Uchiha Izuna. It was Gaara's power. Because the sand directly rose from the ground, Izuna was caught off guard as he watched many sands wrap around his Susanoo like a massive python. Everyone now, the moment they wrapped Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo, Gaara shouted loudly. Here it comes. Idiot. Bastard. Killer Bee directly transformed into half-tailed beast form and then condensed the tailed beast bomb. Boom. Finally, it was quickly launched toward the bound blue Susanoo. As the saying goes, everything happened almost within a few seconds. Uchiha Izuna felt as if in the blink of an eye, a massive tailed beast bomb was approaching the face of Susanoo. Izuna, Uchiha Madara, was anxious. Chen Yiban slightly furrowed his brows. At a critical moment, Blood Chi Fei, clang, Uchiha Izuna, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, activated his eye technique again. Whoosh! Suddenly, the tailed beast bomb was affected by some powerful force, causing its size and speed to drop sharply. In that instant, bang! Izuna controlled Susanoo to break free from Gaara's sand, and then a massive chakra blade emerged in Susanoo's hand, directly slicing through the weakened tailed beast bomb. An intense explosion immediately erupted in the middle. How is this possible? Why can his kaleidoscope, Sharingan, still affect the power of the tailed beast? Anoki exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 65. Izuna is injured. Madara enters the fray with anger. Oh! Seeing the moment when Uchiha Izuna releases eye technique once again, Chen Yiban couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Izuna, Uchiha Madara, shifted from worry to a slow smile, saying, It seems that Izuna has obtained a good pair of eyes. Madara was pleased with his little brother's achievements. Chen Yiban nodded in agreement and couldn't help but analyze. Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan should not only control the temperature of others' blood, to be precise. It should control the activity of all energy and thermal energy. Blood Chi Fei can reduce the fluctuations of all energy and heat, including blood. This truly is a very good pair of eyes. Chen Yiban began to show interest. Uchiha Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan technique was indeed very special. If used correctly, even a 6-paths level powerhouse could suffer greatly if caught off guard. However, there are range limitations. 30 meters, right? But it's still very powerful, this eye technique. If the opponent weren't Uchiha Izuna, Chen Yiban would want to go up and take his eyes for himself. He could merge them into his own. Well, he could still look forward to whether the system would allow him to draw a lottery for Blood Chi Fei in the future. Cheating shameless. Bastard. Idiot. The tailed beast transformed Killer Bee watched as one of his tailed beast bombs was effortlessly negated by the opponent and couldn't help but start rapping again. Swish just then, while the ninja coalition was filled with uncertainty. A shuriken of 8 trigrams flew out from the smoke and dust, heading straight for Killer Bee. The tailed beast transformed Killer Bee was momentarily stunned, and as he reacted to defend, he exclaimed, Boom! Several giant tails with armor swept away the attack of the shuriken of 8 trigrams. It turned out to be the 3 tails Jinchuriki. Unlike the 4th Mizukage from the original series, the current 3 tails Jinchuriki was a stranger from the Hidden Mist Village. Chen Yiban's arrival had brought some changes to this world. Hey, thanks, my good buddy. Killer Bee looked at the 3 tails Jinchuriki and continued to express his gratitude in a rap. You're welcome. The 3 tails Jinchuriki shook his head lightly. Be more serious. Raikage A spoke up. At that moment, swish, 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 swish. A series of shuriken of 8 trigrams continuously shot from the dissipating smoke towards the ninja coalition. So many. Zulfast. Quickly block these things. Earth style. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the shuriken of 8 trigrams was incredibly fast. Countless ninjas in the coalition, Even after quickly reacting to release chakra and form earthen walls, still couldn't keep up. Boom, boom, boom. And the shuriken of 8 trigrams exploded like bombs, continuously wreaking havoc among the ninja coalition. In an instant, the coalition suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the shuriken of 8 trigrams kept shooting forward, continuously controlled by Uchiha Susanoo. Bastard! Raikage unleashed his lightning release chakra mode, and like a bolt of blue lightning, he appeared beside another incoming shuriken of 8 trigrams and kicked it away. This thing is surprisingly strong. Then, even the Raikage in lightning release chakra mode was astonished by the power of the shuriken of 8 trigrams. Where are the wind release ninjas? Anoki shouted at that moment. Here! In the next second, many Wind Country ninjas, including Temari from Sunagakure, began to form hand seals and release ninjutsu. Wind release, Kamaitachi. Wind release. Wind kill formation. Wind release. Many ninjas started to release various wind release techniques simultaneously. Boom! In the next second, a strong storm began to blow away the dust in front of them. At the same time, the powerful wind forced Uchiha Susanoo back, causing it to stagger under the wind blades. Good opportunity! Just then, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki seized the chance. They all entered a semi-tailed beast transformation and quickly condensed their tailed beast bombs. The 8-tailed beasts, in order to counter Uchiha Madara, surprisingly chose to help the Jinchuriki. Swish, 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 swish. Following that, wave after wave of tailed beast bombs continuously bombarded Uchiha Izuna's blue Susanoo. Even Gaara timely controlled the sand again, binding the blue Susanoo. Damn it! Uchiha Izuna's expression turned angry. Blood Chi Fei. Then he activated his Manjiki Sharingan's technique once again. But, there are too many tailed beast bombs. Uchiha Izuna instead suffered a backlash from the technique, blood tears flowing from his eyes. And the unimpeded tailed beast bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, they all landed on the blue Susanoo. A series of explosions. Continuous detonations. Until Susanoo was shattered. Uchiha Izuna, amidst the remnants of his Susanoo, covered his bleeding eyes, gasping for breath. To this, did you see that? This is the strength of our ninja coalition. Anoki, the old Tsuchikage, flew up into the sky. Then, dust release, original world separation technique. Anoki launched his killing move at the bleeding-eyed Uchiha Izuna below. A massive force of dust release crashed down like a giant pillar toward the bloodied Uchiha Izuna. Boom! Soon, a giant pit, erased by the power of dust release, appeared at the original location. But, sorry, knees and I really am not strong enough. Here, in front of many Konoha ninjas, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara were beside Uchiha Izuna, who was being supported by Madara, expressing his unwillingness. This scene, how could it be, left everyone present, whether Tsunade, Kakashi, or Anoki, Gaara, and Raikage in shock. What happened? How did Uchiha Izuna end up over there? What has happened? Anoki, currently in midair, slowly retracted his dust release power, his expression filled with doubt. Until, was that the Flying Thunder God technique? Raikage looked at Uchiha Madara across, exclaiming in surprise. Nani, Anoki, Meitarumi, Ao, Temari, Darui, and countless other coalition ninjas were all stunned. The time-space ninjutsu created by Konoha's second Hokage, which made the fourth Hokage famous. Flying Thunder God? Gaara murmured. How could it be? Madara. How could he use the Flying Thunder God technique? Anoki expressed disbelief. However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara, after ensuring that Izuna was unharmed, he handed Izuna over to Chen Yiban. Then, tap, tap, he stepped forward slowly, one step at a time, toward the 100,000 ninja coalition on the opposite side. The killing intent and anger in his eternal Manjiki were hard to conceal. Next, it's my turn to fight you all. Chapter 66, Uchiha Madara versus Ninja Allied Forces. At this moment, Uchiha Madara stood alone before the 100,000 ninja allied forces several hundred meters away. However, a strong sense of oppression and momentum felt as if a gentle breeze was brushing against their faces. So close at hand, it gave the 100,000 ninjas an indescribable sense of pressure. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, as they watched another figure in red armor emerge. The ninja allied forces felt an inexplicable tension. Almost everyone knew. In this war, the strongest were those two Uchiha Madaras. To stop this war, it was likely necessary to defeat those two Uchiha Madaras. But at this moment, only one Madara had emerged. Before the battle even began, the allied forces felt the intense killing intent emanating from Uchiha Madara. Countless ninjas in the allied forces couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Some even couldn't help but put their hands together in prayer. In response, Madara, "You're really still alive?" Inoki, looking at the Uchiha Madara who walked out alone, recalled some unpleasant past. His expression grew increasingly grim, extremely serious. This aura, truly astonishing. Terumi couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary ninja?" Gaara murmured to himself, "Oomph. Do you really think you can stand against our 100,000 ninja allied forces alone? It will be just like before," Raikage said with determination. However, upon hearing this, "Before? Are you talking about Asuna?" Uchiha Madara erupted. His pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan unleashed a terrifying power. Roar, Susanoo, in its formative stage, emerged and howled towards the sky. Then, with a clang, under the violent outburst of his ocular power and chakra, the Susanoo continued to grow in size. In just a few seconds, a complete Susanoo towering over 200 meters stood on the battlefield. In response, looking at the blue energy giant standing on the battlefield, the rumors were true. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is really like this. How is this possible? How can we win against such a monster? The 100,000 ninja allied forces were all stunned. Countless ninjas gaped in disbelief. Although there were rumors, no one believed it without seeing it with their own eyes. This is the same one seen in the village. It's really so big. On the Konoha side, countless ninjas were also shouting in uncertainty. Nisan, Uchiha Izuna. At this moment, Izuna, whose eyes were still stained with blood, looked in shock at the complete Susanoo ahead. Although he had been revived for many days, it was actually Izuna's first time seeing the complete Susanoo. Instantly, like countless other ninjas, he was shocked. It's completely different from that person's tailed beast transformation, Gaara exclaimed in astonishment. It's completely different. Terumi seemed to respond. On the side of the ninja allied forces, at this moment, no one was not alarmed. Inoki felt as if he had returned to the time when he was incredibly weak, facing Konoha's founding Madara. Unable to resist. This man before him is too strong. This kind of power. The two-tails Jinchuriki, who was in the tailed beast transformation state, also exclaimed in surprise. Originally, her personality was quite proud, but at this moment, she was left only with awe. How absurd. Raikage felt both shocked and unwilling. It seemed the game was about to end soon. Chen Yiban's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, as expected. The next moment, within the crystal of the complete Susanoo's head, Uchiha Madara focused his thoughts, and the Susanoo immediately positioned one hand on the hilt of its sword. It was preparing to draw its sword and strike. Not good. All-tailed beast Jinchuriki quickly stopped him. Seeing the stance of Susanoo, Inoki immediately shouted. It was rumored that not long ago, Uchiha Madara, with his Susanoo towering over 200 meters, split Konoha in half with a single sword. The power was terrifying if he swung his sword among the ninja allied forces. And with the size of the complete Susanoo, dust release would hardly have any significant effect. At this moment, they had to rely on all-tailed beast Jinchuriki to combine their powers for the tailed beast bomb. In response, Gaara and Killer Bee from one tail to 8 tails. The 8 Jinchuriki who had completely entered tailed beast transformation quickly began to gather the tailed beast bombs. Until disappear, Uchiha Madara coldly said. In the next instant, he slashed with his sword. A terrifying force instantly plowed an astonishing ravine into the ground before him, and the blade's light burst forth with infinite terrifying power, charging toward the 100,000 ninja allied forces. Fortunately, at this time, the 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki also finally gathered the huge tailed beast bombs. Then they all launched them to counter the terrifying blade light from the complete Susanoo. However, clang! In an instant, the 8 massive tailed beast bombs were almost cut apart. Subsequently, the blade light of Susanoo struck among countless ninjas in the allied forces who couldn't escape. Clang boom! In an instant, countless ninjas among the allied forces didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated under the blade light. Even those nearby were swept away by the aftershock of the blade light, falling to the ground and spitting blood. Ugh! The 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki, the 4 Kages, and the leaders of other small ninja villages were all sent flying and spitting blood under the power of the blade light. With just one strike, the opposing ninja allied forces suffered countless casualties. Looking again, a massive ravine had appeared on the opposite side. It was indeed carved out by Susanoo's sister. The recently revived Senju rope tree, at this moment, held his sister Tsunade's hand, his face filled with disbelief. Is this the opponent of my grandfather, Senju Hashirama? This is the power that humans can possess? And how many people died on the other side with this blow? In response, Tsunade couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Although she had seen the terror of this move in Konoha before, at this moment, she was still shocked by its terrifying power. It's too frightening. Even the strong attack released by the eight-tailed beast Jinchuriki was directly cut through by it. The complete Susanoo, surpassing the tailed beasts, wielding the power to annihilate all existence. What? Is this the strength of your ninja allied forces? Then, can you still continue to dance? Uchiha Madara shouted coldly from within the crystal of the complete Susanoo's head. In response, the eight-tailed beast Jinchuriki and the various Kages all struggled to stand up from the ground, each looking at the complete Susanoo before them, which was over 200 meters tall, with expressions of shock and uncertainty. Chapter 67. Spiritual Arts, Outer Path, Golem. Bastard fool. The tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee rose up and hurled a tailed beast ball at the arrogant Uchiha Madara, who was in his complete Susanoo form. However, with a thought, Uchiha Madara lightly waved the blade in his Susanoo's hand. Zing! In an instant, the tailed beast ball was sliced open, causing it to explode midway. Damn! Watching the seemingly invincible Susanoo in front of them, Inoki, Terumi Mei, and Raikage felt both anger and helplessness. Especially Raikage and Inoki, one mastered Dust Release, while the other was proficient in Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Yet, faced with the complete Susanoo, they felt almost powerless. Am I still a Kage? Why am I so weak? The ninjas on the scene couldn't help but start to doubt the significance of their past efforts when confronted with the complete Susanoo at this moment. Dust Release Original World Separation Technique. Inoki still refused to give up, flying into the air and unleashing his ultimate technique against the massive Susanoo. However, as soon as the light of Dust Release shot out, zing boom, Susanoo slashed out again. The terrifying blade light almost instantly shattered Inoki's Dust Release power. If it weren't for Gaara pulling Inoki back with sand in time, the old man would have been decimated in midair. During this, the blade light of Susanoo swept overhead. Countless ninjas in the allied forces felt as if a giant beast had flown over them, the gust of wind stinging their cheeks. This power! A dream! Ha! I must be dreaming. Among the allied forces, some ninjas began to doubt whether this moment was real. In response, Zing Dong, Susanoo, with heavy footsteps, slowly approached the allied ninja forces. With each step it took, the despair in the hearts of countless ninjas grew stronger. Meanwhile, the ninjas and samurai from the four great nations and other smaller nations watched the giant complete Susanoo approaching step by step. All wore faces of despair and powerlessness. Faced with a complete Susanoo that could easily slice through tailed beast balls, what could their powers do? Only helplessness and despair. Look at this. Tailed beast 8 tails. At this moment, the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee, or rather the 8 tails, unleashed a technique, wrapping itself with multiple tentacles and starting to spin at high speed. Boom! Instantly, a massive, sandstorm-like windstorm formed and blew towards Susanoo. The momentum even made Uchiha Madara in Susanoo slightly stunned. At the same time, the view ahead was blocked by the sandstorm. Lava Release Lime Solidification Technique. And at this moment, led by Kurozetsu, the Rock Village ninjas who understood lava release simultaneously unleashed their Kekkei Jinkai techniques. Instantly, large amounts of grayish-white lime-like substances surged forth. Water Release. Following that, the ninjas from the Mist Village, led by Terumi Mei, unleashed Water Release. Whoosh! A large amount of water combined with the lime-like lava release surged toward the blue giant Susanoo under the cover of the 8-tail sandstorm. Fire Release. Then, Rapid Solidification. In an instant, it seemed to seal Susanoo's movements. Tailed Beast Ball. Finally, the 7-tailed beasts simultaneously gathered their power to form an enormous tailed beast ball as their final killing move. The already formed ball shot toward the Susanoo at that moment. The size of that tailed beast ball was like the moon falling down. Not much smaller than the complete Susanoo. Just looking at it was terrifying. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort. Then, one hand of Susanoo broke free from the lime solidification and directly swung the Susanoo blade. Zing! The blade light shot out, ready to slice through the enormous tailed beast ball. Dust Release Original World Separation Technique. At the critical moment, Inoki flew into the sky again, unleashing Dust Release against the blade light. He aimed to counter this attack. Similarly, Gaara also took advantage of the sand to control a large amount of sand to block it. Although it didn't completely negate Susanoo's blade light, it changed its direction. But then, with a swish, the the blade light flew elsewhere. Thus, that enormous tailed beast ball completely arrived in front of the complete Susanoo. In response, although Uchiha Madara had many ways to evade, such as using Flying Thunder God, the excitement in his eternal Mangeki Sharingan's gaze glimmered as he raised both hands of Susanoo and directly clashed with it. Boom! The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted under the gaze of countless eyes. In an instant, it felt as if the entire desert was violently shaking. Brother, Uchiha Izuna voiced his concern. Don't worry, Izuna, that guy can't possibly die under such an attack. He won't even be injured. Chen Yiban patted Izuna's shoulder and laughed. Of course, Uchiha Madara hasn't even used Rin-negan. He's just playing around. However, he'll probably have to get serious now. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Enko, Nara Shikaku, and others from Konoha were thinking that it would be best if Madara died. Yet, they also didn't want him to die right now, because they didn't know if one Madara would die. Would the other Madara die too? Asuma, Yuzuki Yugao, Moonlight Night Breeze, and Guy had not been revived yet. Madara can't die at this moment. Therefore, everyone from Konoha felt very complicated. Also, this attack, the power is truly terrifying. A mushroom cloud appeared, and the entire desert seemed to tremble violently. Uchiha Madara can't still be alive, right? Wind release. After the ninjas on both sides used wind release to disperse the dust, they indeed saw the blue giant body in a supermassive crater. It was indeed the complete Susanoo. However, the massive body showed some battle damage. But Uchiha Madara within Susanoo was indeed unharmed. You guys are quite capable. Uchiha Madara coldly chuckled with his eyes closed amidst the damaged Susanoo. During this, Susanoo began to dissipate as Uchiha Madara withdrew it. However, this game can come to an end. As Uchiha Madara said this, zing, a pair of light purple Rin-negan appeared in his eyes. That was the Rin-negan of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Madara, that bastard, actually possesses such legendary eyes. Inoki, watching Uchiha Madara's eyes from afar, couldn't help but express his doubts. Rin-negan, does he want? Tsunade couldn't help but think of the 10 tails. But, spiritual arts, outer path golem. Chapter 68. The 8-tailed beasts enter the mouth of the demon statue. Summoning technique. Outer path demon statue. With one hand slapped on the ground, Uchiha Madara let out a low shout. Immediately, summoning runes began to emerge from his palm and quickly extend. Until, clang puff, a large cloud of white mist suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Roar. Immediately afterward, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the desert. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas from both sides finally saw a gigantic humanoid figure resembling a withered tree summoned behind Uchiha Obito, howling at the sky. It was the Outer Path Golem, the empty shell of the 10 tails. The game is about to officially end. Seeing that Outer Path Golem has been summoned by Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban over here shows a faint smile. He knows that everything will quickly come to a conclusion. During that time, whether it was Izuna, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurenai from Konoha, or Inoki, Meitarumi, and the rakeage from the ninja allied forces with their hundreds of thousands of troops, everyone showed a look of uncertainty and surprise upon seeing the appearance of the Outer Path Golem. What kind of monster is that? An existence like Uchiha Madara, summoned with powerful monsters, must have some impressive qualities. Moreover, this monster resembling a giant dead tree looks incredibly frightening. Regarding this is not good. It's that thing. Damn it, Madara, you actually summoned that thing. The Rin-negan, with the Rin-negan, Madara really managed to summon that ghostly thing. Bastard. I don't want to be taken back. At this moment, all 8-tailed beasts shouted in anger. They recognized that the Outer Path Golem was the empty shell of the 10 tails. They could basically guess what Uchiha Madara was going to do next. It must be to capture all their tailed beasts into the Outer Path Golem and even become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Does 8 tails know what this monster summoned by that bastard Madara is? At this moment, Raikage glanced at the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee, then asked with confusion. Meanwhile, Inoki, Tsunade, and others also looked over, all wanting to know something. Idiot bastard. Xiao Ba said that's the empty shell of the 10 tails, and that Madara wants to resurrect the 10 tails by collecting all 9-tailed beasts. Killer Bee expressed surprise, saying that the rap style has changed a bit. Nanny. Killer Bee was shocked, and the others were even more astonished. 10 tails! Inoki exclaimed. Above the 9-tailed beasts, there's still the 10 tails? Collecting the 9-tailed beasts can revive the 10 tails? Also, The monster that Uchiha Madara summoned at this moment is actually the shell of the 10 tails. At this moment, the countless hidden ninja alliance members were stunned. And at this moment, I once told the 9 tails, your tailed beasts are merely temporary chakra manifestations. And now, I, Madara, will make you return to one. Uchiha Madara stood in front of the outer path golem and said with a proud and cold smile, what a beautiful thought. In the case of Gaara's tailed beast transformation, Shikaku, the one tail, is currently roaring at Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, the 8-tailed beasts are all on high alert, closely watching Uchiha Obito and the outer path statue. However, the corner of Banya's mouth curled up slightly. Immediately after, with a swish, he leaped onto the top of the outer path demon statue, will grave boundary hell. Zheng, a pair of blooming with the charm of eye techniques. What is he planning to do next? On the other side, the coalition of ninjas and the 8-tailed beasts did not dare to act recklessly, and they had no idea what Uchiha Madara had done. Until bang, the first strike. A guardian crane is hit and falls. Bang bang. The second strike, the third strike. The fourth strike for Tails of Sun Wukong, 7 tails of Zhoming. Fall down. Finally, bang 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 bang. 8 however, all 8-tailed beasts were knocked down by an invisible presence that could not be seen or felt. I can post a picture now. For a moment, the tailed beasts couldn't even get up from the ground. Old Purple, Gaara, B. Onoki, Raikage, Temari, and Kankuro all looked in astonishment at the 8-tailed beasts that suddenly collapsed on the ground for no apparent reason. What exactly happened? Zhao Meiming felt an inexplicable sense of great fear. The opponent launched an attack, yet the people on their side fell without even sensing it. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Are you human or a ghost? And Madara, well, it's time to start wearing collars. Beasts. With a pair of Rin-negan eyes wide open, Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with excitement. The next moment, clang, he controlled the outer path golem from atop its head. Suddenly, whoosh 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 whoosh. In the next instant, 8 chakra chains immediately shot out from the mouth of the golem. In the end, they all bound the necks of the 8 fallen tailed beasts, without exception. Moreover, the action did not pause and was executed directly. Just as the ninja allied forces were barely aware of what had just happened. Whoosh. The one tail was first pulled out of the Jinchuriki's body. Then it was swallowed by the golem's mouth. But Gaara, who had lost the one-tail Shikaku, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat in midair. Then, his vitality began to fade rapidly. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exclaimed in surprise. The current Gaara was no longer the bloodthirsty Gaara of the past. Now, he was the Kazekage, and more importantly, their younger brother. At this moment, Gaara has lost his tailed beast. For Jinchuriki, it's death. However, the action of pulling the tailed beast with chakra chains hasn't stopped yet. Yujito. The second target of the chakra chains was the 2 tails. The Raikage wanted to save it, but BM. Just as the Raikage, under the lightning release chakra mode, charged forward, an invisible attack struck him, sending him flying back, coughing up blood. Big brother. Killer Bee gasped in surprise, but found himself unable to resist. Lord Raikage, Omoy, and the others quickly rushed to rescue the Raikage. Meanwhile, the 2 tails was forcibly extracted from its Jinchuriki, Yujito, and immediately swallowed by the demonic statue. The Raikage, spitting blood, wore an expression of sheer fury. Next, it's the 3 tails dissolution technique, dissolving monster technique. Terumi Mei activated her Kekiai Genkai technique, attempting to melt the chakra chains of the Geto statue. However, she found it nearly ineffective. Rantan. The druid also unleashed his bloodline limit, attempting to break the chakra chains binding the 8 tails. He similarly found it impossible to break them. When the other ninjas came over to counterattack, an unseen presence blocked and neutralized all the attacks from the coalition's ninjas. So, the 3-tail, 4-tail, 5, 6, and 7 were consecutively swallowed by the golem. All the Jinchuriki are constantly losing their vitality, until the last 8 tails, bye. The Raikage shouted angrily. Idiot, bastard. Killer Bee is about to be completely swallowed by the monster's belly. There's no way to resist. Dust release. Original world stripping technique. Onoki unleashes the largest chakra within him to condense the bloodline elimination technique. Then, hiss, a certain presence that cannot be seen or felt in the air, directly blocked and absorbed the dust technique. In the end, the 8 tails was also swallowed into the belly of the magic statue. Regarding this, it went very smoothly. Now it can begin. Another me. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban exchanged a glance with Uchiha Madara, revealing a smile. Immediately after, Summoning Technique. Chapter 69, The Ten Tails. Then, Chen Yiban leaped to the side of Uchiha Madara, next to the Outer Path Golem. Then, Summoning Technique. Chen Yiban, with the same stomp on the ground. Jinpu. Another large cloud of white mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield. What has he done this time? The 8 tails have been captured, and the Ninja Alliance is in a state of panic. Seeing Chen Yiban perform the summoning technique again, countless ninjas are filled with both shock and fear. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is too powerful. The Uchiha Izuna, who came out to challenge earlier, is on a completely different level. Although Uchiha Izuna is also very powerful, especially with that eye technique, Blood Chi Fei. However, it's still different compared to Uchiha Madara. The Wheel Grave's boundary directly blocked countless ninja from the allied forces from saving their tail beasts, and they didn't even know what kind of existence was blocking them. Without the Rin-negan and the power of the 6 paths, they couldn't see, couldn't perceive, and couldn't attack the Wheel Grave. However, the shadow of the Wheel Grave could attack them. It's extremely unfair. Countless ninjas in the allied forces were filled with intense fear towards Uchiha Madara. The morale that was initially sparked by Noki and a few others had now dwindled to almost nothing. Just then, the white mist was swept away. A piercing roar followed closely behind. Multiple tails are constantly waving away the dust and mist. Is it the 9 tails? Seeing another gigantic monster summoned by Chen Yiban, it turned out to be the 9 tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts. Many ninja coalition members, including Yamaki, were all astonished and puzzled. The 9 tails has actually become the opponent's summoning beast. Also, if we add the 9 tails, wouldn't that mean we have gathered all 9-tailed beasts? What Bayo just said, the so-called 10 tails. Could it really appear in the ninja world? Madara. As soon as the 9 tails appeared, it roared and was about to attack Chen Yiban. With a clang, Chen Yiban's pair of crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan directly immobilized the 9 tails impulse, preventing its raised claws from coming down. Faster, Madara. Kaibai gritted his teeth. Quickly, Kaibai was also shocked to see the outer path golem beside him. Madara, what are you going to do? Kaibai was anxious. Huh. In response, Chen Yiban had not yet spoken, while Uchiha Madara, atop the golem, allowed a cold smile first. 9 tails, you've already said it. You are just a dispersed part chakra. Now, with our 2 motors, we will bring your 9-tailed beast back together to become the 10 tails. Saying this, Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with excitement. You, don't joke around. Damn it, the 9 tails. The 9 tails stared wide-eyed. Hee. Uchiha Madara sneered arrogantly. Then, with a thought, he slowly formed hand seals, and the outer path golem immediately released chakra chains from its mouth again. In an instant, it locked around Kurama's neck. Then, he planned to devour Kurama, just like he had devoured the 8 tails. Upon seeing this scene, hurry up and stop him. Absolutely do not let it devour the 9 tails, or no one knows what will happen. Anoki shouted in shock, not knowing what the 10 tails truly was. Anoki absolutely did not want the 10 tails to appear in this world. Whoosh! Soon, 2 gigantic hands made of sand grabbed the chakra chains that were about to capture Kurama. It turned out to be Gaara. Huh? Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara both frowned. Shikaku, the 1 tail, was swallowed by the golem. How is it that Gaara, the Jinchuriki, is still alive? Until Chen Yiban saw an old figure in the coalition that had lost its vitality, he finally understood. Chiyo. It seems just like in the original drama. Just now, Chiyo used the forbidden technique rebirth jutsu to save Gaara, sacrificing herself. Fire style, lightning style, wind style. Then, countless ninjas among the allied forces began to continuously unleash ninjutsu attacks on Uchiha Obito, determined to prevent the 9 tails from being devoured. Period. Useless. Chen Yiban sneered coldly and passed by. Then, would release. Advent of a world of trees. In a series of hand signs, the ninjutsu was released. The next moment, rumble. Countless massive trees broke through the sand and soil, sweeping towards the countless ninja coalition on the opposite side, like super giant pythons. How could it be? It's actually would release. Ono was shocked. Grandpa's would release. How could he? Could it be that? Tsunade first had the same doubts, then remembered that some of the flesh and blood on Chen Yiban had been transplanted by her. Among them, wasn't one of them the flesh and blood of her grandfather? Hashirama Senju. This guy. Tsunade saw that the already unbeatable Chen Yiban had now even gained the power of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, and she felt both angry and helpless. In the legend, the first Hokage. On the opposite side, countless ninja coalition members were shocked as they watched the massive would release easily break through their techniques. Then, the wood release first crushed the preceding ninjas into minced meat. Then, through a certain characteristic of wood release, it absorbed their chakra, causing the wood release to grow larger. After that, it continued to attack the countless ninjas within the Allied forces. Slaughtered 3,564 ninjas from the Allied forces, obtained a basic achievement lottery 356 times, killed the Hidden Mist Village Ninja, AO, and obtained a medium achievement draw, slaying the Hidden Cloud Village Ninja, Omoi, Azabuyi, slaying the Hidden Sand Village Ninja Maki, Kankuro, slaying. Yet, the ninja Allied forces suffered countless casualties. Gaara and Temari looked at Kankuro, who died under the wood release, with disbelief. Old man, don't scare us. Black Earth pulled Inoki out from the ruins. The old man is quite resilient. He is still alive, although barely. Just now, Inoki actually used his last bit of chakra to perform dust release. But it was useless. The tree attacks from wood release were too numerous and massive. Dust release was powerless, especially when Inoki had so little chakra left. On the other side, a howl. The Nine Tails has disappeared. The 10 Tails opened all its eyes, roaring towards the sky. The sound was incredibly mournful and terrifying. Kaibai's already been. Noki, Terumime, Reikage, Agara, and others have crawled up from the ground, looking somewhat hopelessly at the outer path golem that is howling to the sky. Chapter 70. The 10 Tails, the Divine Tree, the Bud and Sage Mode. Roar. On the battlefield at this moment, the outer path golem has opened all its eyes, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The roar seems to come from a beast of hell, instilling an inexplicable fear in those who hear it. At the same time, it can be seen that the outer path golem has begun to rapidly evolve and transform, indeed swiftly shifting towards its original 10 Tails form, or rather, towards the form of the original Divine Tree. It's big one. Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara both were expressions of anticipation and excitement. In the end, roar. Amidst the smoke and dust, the colossal beast with 10 tails, the 10 Tails, emerged in its first form. Its 10 massive tails swayed slowly. That is, the 10 Tails. On the battlefield, everyone was left dumbfounded. Whether it was Konoha's Tsunade and Kakashi or the opposing allied Shinobi forces Noki, Gura, and the Reikage, everyone was utterly shocked at this moment. This chakra, it was simply, countless Shinobi were overwhelmed by the terrifying chakra emanating from the 10 Tails. It was absolutely fearsome. This chakra, I can hardly believe it. At this moment, the two Uchiha Madara exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Then, they simultaneously jumped onto the head of the 10 Tails in its first state. Zheng, activating the power of the Rin-negan, he began to control the 10 Tails in its initial state. Instantly, two tree-like appendages of the 10 Tails connected to the backs of Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara. Thus, the 10 Tails was completely under the control of the two Uchiha Madaras. Nisan, Uchiha Izuna, among the Konoha crowd, not far away, watched his two older brothers with eager anticipation and admiration. What were they planning to do? Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, Noki, Mei Terum, everyone on the battlefield stared intently at the two Uchiha Madaras atop the 10 Tails head. At this moment, who still had the heart to continue fighting? Not to mention the 10 Tails plus two Uchiha Madaras. Even just one Uchiha Madara would be more than they could handle. The Reikage recalled how not long ago he had boldly claimed that with so many shinobi in the allied forces, they wouldn't fear even 10 Uchiha Madaras. Now, thinking back, he couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Damn it, the Reikage was filled with intense resentment. The enemy's strength was utterly terrifying. Killer Bee, Yujito, and countless other Kumogakure shinobi who had just perished under the wood release. There was nothing the Reikage could do to avenge them. The enemy was so powerful, it was inhuman. Others, like Gaara and Shikamaru, feel the same way. Although they want to take revenge for the dead, at this moment, they do not dare to act recklessly. Each of them looks in astonishment at the giant beast wielding 10 tails. During this period, the two Uchiha were pouring their power into the body of the 10 Tails in its initial state. Soon, the 10 Tails evolved again. Whoosh, quickly, a massive tree trunk surged straight up from the back of the 10 Tails. Following that at the very top, a flower bud slowly appeared in the sky. However, it had not yet bloomed. So what exactly is it? Anoki looked at the continuously evolving 10 Tails, feeling a deep sense of fear. Everyone should feel this way. Anxious. Extremely anxious. Apart from the two Uchiha Madaras on the scene, almost no one knows what will happen next. This is what makes countless ninjas the most uneasy. The powerful aura emanating from the gigantic body of the Nine Tails is becoming increasingly terrifying. However, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara noticed that the flower bud had not yet bloomed. It seems that the incomplete Nine Tails still cannot make the flower bloom immediately. Chen Yiban has identified the problem. This is your oversight. Uchiha Madara glanced at Chen Yiban, as if he had finally found an opportunity to mock this another self, who allows his strength to still be above me. Oof. Especially looking at the sixth Tomo Rin-negan in Chen Yiban's eyes, Uchiha Madara slightly frowned. As for that, well, it doesn't matter, right? At most, it just means waiting a little longer. After all, it will bloom eventually. Chen Yiban just smiled faintly and let it pass. These so-called ninja allied forces can't interfere with our plans. As he spoke, Chen Yiban's Rin-negan cast a disdainful glance at the group of ninja allied forces ahead. He was quite contemptuous. We can also do something. With our power, we can urge it to bloom and bear fruit as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara wants to accelerate the blooming of the god tree. Our power. Chen Yiban was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly smiled it off. If too much energy is consumed, it might not be possible to suppress the Ten Tails later. Wait a minute, Madara. Are you referring to natural energy? What did Chen Yiban finally guess? He looked surprised at Uchiha Madara beside him. Sage mode. On the side, Uchiha Madara had already brought his hands together. With a clang, he almost instantly entered Sage mode. A golden sage mask appeared on his face. Then, boom, continuously absorbing natural energy, and then through the wooden pipe linked to the Ten Tails behind, transmitting natural energy to the Ten Tails. Huh, as expected of you. Chen Yiban praised with a sentence. Then, immortal mode. Zheng. Immediately following, he also entered the Sage mode in an instant. In the end, the two Uchiha Madaras continuously drew natural power from the earth and air, and then together delivered it to the Ten Tails, the divine tree. As a result, with the immense natural energy continuously supplied by the two Uchiha Madaras, the Ten Tails is actually growing in size. It's evolving. Moreover, the flower buds on top are slowly blooming. The Eye of the Moon is also being gently released. In this way, the two Uchiha Madaras did not exhaust too much of their own chakra, but continuously fed the Ten Tails god tree with the natural energy they kept absorbing. And seeing this scene, aren't we going to do something? Gaara, looking at the constantly evolving Ten Tails and the budding flowers of the god tree, couldn't help but voice his doubts. Its chakra, just like its body, was still expanding. This power, Madarumi, was already stunned. The so-called power of Akage is simply nothing in front of this legendary Ten Tails. Everyone, we must stop the actions of those two Uchiha Madaras. Ohayaki straightened his body and shouted to the countless ninja allied forces behind him. The power of the Ten Tails is too terrifying. We absolutely cannot let it complete its evolution. That would be too scary. Noki has very little chakra left, so at this moment, he can only shout a few words. At this time, swish, after resting for a while, Uchiha Izuna has now arrived in front of the Ten Tails, facing the coalition of 100,000 ninjas. Don't interfere with the actions of my two older brothers. Saying this, Uchiha Izuna activated the blood prison, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, once again. Do you think you can stop our coalition of 100,000 ninja by yourself? The Raikage stepped forward and shouted angrily. Karabi and the countless deaths of the Cloud Village ninjas had left Raikage AI filled with rage at this moment. However, swish, 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 just as the Raikage finished speaking, multiple figures leaped forward one after another, landing beside Uchiha Izuna. Among them were Tsunade, Kakashi, Kurenai Waihai, and Anko Mitarashi from Konoha, as well as Nagato, Conan, Deidara, and other formidable members of the Akatsuki organization. If you want to disturb our leaders, you'll have to get through me first. Oomph. Deidara took out the explosive clay and laughed. Brat. Noki glared at Deidara, grinding his teeth in anger. Chopter shidem jishont yeden, tentails sil tentails zinchuruki. Deidara, you little brat, get out of the way. Ohayagi looked at his former disciple Deidara across from him, his old face flushed with anger. Deidara, do you know what you're doing? Haido also helplessly stared at Deidara, who stood together with the Konoha people. To this, he said, sorry, old man, Haito, I want to help my boss achieve the great goal of unifying the ninja world. Deidara, holding explosive clay, continued to block all the ninja alliance with a smile on his face. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, thousands of elite ninjas from Konoha also arrived one after another behind Tsunade and Kakashi, standing in front of the Ten Tails God Tree to block the 100,000 ninja alliance. The Ninja Alliance originally had a massive force of over 100,000. Although some were killed by Chen Yiban, Uchiha Madara, and the three brothers of Asuna, there were still around 100,000 troops left. During this time, Inoki was secretly gathering chakra and restoring his strength, preparing to launch Dust Release again. The current number of people in Konoha, along with the Akatsuki members Nagato, Conan, Deidara, Haiden, and others, is only about 3,000. Compared to the 100,000 ninja allied forces, the difference in numbers is just too great. However, whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, countless white absolutes surged out from the ground. The number was similarly vast, nearly reaching 100,000. With the addition of such 100,000 white absolute to the original team of Konoha, the forces of both sides were instantly balanced. In front of the Ten Tails Divine Tree, the ground is covered with white Zetsu and numerous ninjas from the Leaf Village. On the opposite side, there are also 100,000 ninja allied forces. Thus, this desert has become extremely crowded. During this period, the two Uchiha Madara were completely too lazy to care about anything else. They were constantly gathering the natural energy from the nearby land and air, and then continuously transmitting it through the wooden pipes connected to their backs into the body of the Ten Tails God Tree. Under such circumstances, at the top of the God Tree, a huge Eye of the Moon was visibly blooming in the flower buds. One could almost see a hint of red in the Eye of the Moon. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. Attack! Raikage A, in a fit of rage, charged ahead at the forefront. Lord Raikage, your injuries. Dare we couldn't help but voice his concern as he watched the wounded Raikage act so recklessly. He then immediately rallied everyone from Kimogakure to follow. Charge! Let's go, everyone! Then, Noki, Meiterum, Gaara, and others also waved their hands, commanding the numerous shinobi from their respective villages to charge. Damn it, if we die, then we die. The 100,000 ninja coalition didn't have many cowards. Soon, the ninja army charged forward. Ha ha ha! Let me sacrifice all of you to the great evil god. Haiden from the Akatsuki organization, facing the charging army of 100,000 ninja, not only shows no fear, but is exceptionally excited. Come on. Kisame Hashigaki unwrapped the bandages from Samahada, revealing a cold smile full of sharp teeth. For Nagato, Nagato formed hand seals with both hands, while Conan activated her paper style. Nearby, among the Konoha shinobi, Tsunade Haim rolled up her sleeves with heroic grace, ready to unleash her monstrous strength. Kakashi slowly raised his right hand as the lightning style, Chidori, began to condense. As the setting sun began to gather chakra to release an illusion technique, Yamanaka Ryuko summoned countless venomous snakes to slither towards the opposite side. Nara Shikaku activated the shadow manipulation technique, while the members of the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan and prepared to unleash the 8 trigrams palm and even the heavenly spin. Thus, boom, 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 boom. Soon, a battle of 100,000 versus 100,000 erupted. The scene was in utter chaos. Various escape techniques and Kekiai Jinkai techniques erupted and were unleashed continuously. In an instant, countless casualties fell on both sides. During this period, the most bizarre was White Zetsu, because after infiltrating the ninja allied forces, White Zetsu could transform into the forms of the 4 major ninja villages or other smaller ninja nations, blending in and then continuously launching sneak attacks and assassinations. Suddenly, the ninja allied forces were thrown into chaos. Start doubting your partners. Damn it. Raikage watched as the people on his side gradually began to doubt each other, feeling both angry and helpless at the same time. White Zetsu's transformation ability was too overwhelming. It could perfectly mimic chakra, aura, scent, and more. In the original story, if it weren't for Kimimaro joining the battlefield, the Ninja Alliance would have definitely been plagued by constant mutual suspicion. In such a situation, with 100,000 ninja allies doubting each other, who would still have the mind to attack the enemy? In this battle, Konoha Tsunade Kakashi and Yuhi Kurinai dedicated themselves to helping the two Uchiha Madaras fend off the disturbances from the 100,000 ninja allied forces. This allowed the two Uchiha Madaras to gather natural energy for the blooming of the god tree without any worries. Don't even think about interfering with the two brothers. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Blood Chi Fei. During this period, Uchiha Asuna also did his utmost to fend off the attacks from the ninja coalition for his two elder brothers. The Manjiki Sharingan was used multiple times to unleash ocular techniques. The eerie Blood Chi Fei caused the enemy ninjas approaching Uchiha Asuna to have their blood frozen in an instant. Then, the enemy ninjas fell one after another around Asuna. Not long after, clang, the divine tree has fully bloomed. The eye of the moon blossoms. The sky, the moon slowly turns blood red. Thus, the time has come. On top of the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara's pair of Rin-negan eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement at this moment. Then you can begin. Beside Uchiha Madara, Chen Yiban smiled and looked at him. You, Uchiha Madara, also looked at Chen Yiban at this moment. Are you really going to give me the opportunity? Stop wasting words. Chen Yiban hugged his arms in front of him, still smiling. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara took one last look at Chen Yiban, and the next moment. Then I won't say much more. Uchiha Madara's expression tightened. Whoosh whoosh. Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban both leaped up simultaneously, leaving the top of the 10 tails with the divine tree. Brother, Uchiha Izuna, seeing Chen Yiban returning to Konoha alone, couldn't help but retreat to Chen Yiban's side. Where's the other brother? Izuna looked at Uchiha Madara, who had not returned with Chen Yiban in front of the 10 tails, and couldn't help but ask with some confusion. He wanted to obtain the strongest power and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chen Yiban then patted Kwanai's shoulder and smiled as he explained, the 10 tails. Jinchuriki? Kwana felt a sense of awe. At this moment, noticing the actions of the two Uchiha Obito, both sides of the ninja army had already stopped fighting. Oh no! Seeing the divine tree fully bloom, the moon inexplicably turns red, and the feeling of unease in the hearts of many, including Anoki, Gaara, Tsunade, and the raikage, grows stronger. Meanwhile, in front of the massive 10 tails divine tree, Uchiha Madara declares, clang, 10 tails coffin seal. Hand signs. Chapter 72. Angry Uchiha Madara. Chen Yiban's deception. At the next moment after Uchiha Madara formed the seal for the 10 tails resurrection, the 10 tails god tree suddenly reacted violently. The enormous body of the 10 tails began to shrink continuously towards Uchiha Madara's body, ultimately flooding entirely into Uchiha Madara's body, until all the 10 tails entered Uchiha Madara's body. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara began to manifest a gray-white sage of 6 paths cloak. His originally black long hair gradually transformed into a head of white hair. Both hands and feet transformed into a pitch-black state. On the back, the sleeves and hem of the clothing revealed 6 runes with 9 black hook jade. Additionally, whoosh, 9 black, Tao-seeking jades also suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara, closely following him. Also, Uchiha Madara's left hand, I don't know when, was already holding a black 6-path staff. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has transformed into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. 10 tails mode. Wait, that's not right. There's a faint golden eyeshadow appearing around the spot's eyes. That's the Sage mode's Sage face. At this moment, Uchiha Madara is in 6-path Sage mode. Or rather, 10 tails Sage mode. This is definitely a form that surpasses 6 paths Sage mode Naruto Uzumaki in the original series. On the battlefield, countless ninjas stared blankly at 10 tails Sage mode, Obito Uchiha, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Only what a powerful and perfect force it truly is. With a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan eyes, Chen Yiban murmured to himself with an excited smile. At this moment, 10 tails Sage mode Obito, the energy it displayed, made Chen Yiban, who possessed the Rin-negan under Sage mode, unable to help but feel astonished and amazed. The power exhibited by 10 tails Sage mode is simply unimaginably formidable. However, the reincarnation Sharingan has not been activated yet. I need to wait a little longer. Chen Yiban, suppress the impulse in my heart. I need to wait a bit more. Immediately following Ban, it can continue. Seeing 10 tails Sage mode, Obito seemingly captivated by his own power at this moment, Chen Yiban couldn't help but remind him eagerly. The 10 tails Sage smiled with excitement and nodded. Then, amidst the attention of the crowd, whoosh, it flew straight up into the sky. Confront the blood-red moon. Snap! 10 tails Sage. Obito faced the blood moon and peeled back the white, keratinous shell of the 10 tails on his forehead. In an instant, clang, 9 tails Rin-negan. Activate! At this moment, right now, Chen Yiban, gazing intently at the 10 tails Sage mode in the sky. Resonance. Chen Yiban activated a certain ability, or rather, used a certain item. In the next moment, Chen Yiban underwent a transformation identical to that of 10 tails Sage mode, Madara. 6 paths attire, 9 truth-seeking orbs 6 paths staff, and black 9 Tomo 6 paths runes appeared on his back and the sleeves of his clothing. His hair also gradually turned into a flowing mane of white. Even on the forehead, a 9 tails reincarnation Sharingan slowly blooms. There are also golden eyeshadow in the Sage mode, which appears around the eyes. highlighting the pair of 6-tomo Rin-negan beneath the Sharingan. Chen Yiban has now magically transformed into Ten Tails Sage mode, and it's stronger than Uchiha Madara's. Because Chen Yiban also possesses a pair of Rin-negan with 6-tomo that Madara doesn't have. Clang! At this moment, holding a 6-path tin staff, the figure stands in the sandy soil. Ha 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 ha! The Ten Tails Sage, Chen Yiban, laughs wildly to the sky. In the sky, Uchiha Madara, in almost the same posture, felt something at that moment and looked towards Chen Yiban. How is this possible? At that moment, Madara, who had already evolved into the Ten Tails Sage mode, was shocked. He couldn't understand. How'd he do it? At this moment, Uchiha Madara in Ten Tails Sage mode looked down at Chen Yiban, who was laughing wildly in a nearly identical 6-paths form. Uchiha Madara was starting to doubt his life. Similarly, actually, at the scene, Ohyuki, Tsunade, Gaara, Kakashi, Turumime, Raikage, and everyone present were completely stunned to see Chen Yiban transform into the form of Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone was utterly confused. What exactly is he? Wasn't the Ten Tails just absorbed by that Uchiha Obito? Why can this pattern also? Don't mention the hundreds of thousands of ninjas on both sides at this moment. Nearly 100,000 white Zetsus were all stunned. One Ten Tails, creating two Ten Tails Jinchuriki? What the hell is going on? Nissan, Uchiha Izuna. I can't understand my two big brothers anymore. But, Nissan, you've become so strong. You guys are amazing. No matter what, brother has gained the strongest power. Izuna said, this is the most important thing. At this moment, however, 6-paths Obito, whoosh, suddenly crashing down to the ground. Damn it. You already possess the power of the Ten Tails. Yet you hid it from me. You deceived me too. The 6-paths of pain felt an inexplicable anger at this moment. Just now, had he surpassed another version of himself for just a brief moment? How hateful. How hateful. Unforgivable. Huh. 6-paths Chen Yiban, with a helpless smile, said, all right, Marta, I haven't hidden anything from you. This is a specialized technique I possess. Temporal resonance. A simple introduction is, I can resonate with your power in this time and space, allowing me to possess what you have. However, once activated, it cannot be used again within a death limit of 3 years, and it cannot be used on the same person twice. Lu Dao Chen Yiban chuckled and said, there is actually such a technique. Lu Dao Ban and the countless surrounding ninjas all showed expressions of shock. In fact, this was just something that Chen Yiban had obtained during the system's daily lottery over the past 10 days. The daily lottery of the system has no level restrictions. One could either soar to great heights or only win a pack of tissues. The so-called temporal resonance is actually template resonance. Since Chen Yiban possesses the Uchiha Ban's combat power template, he can resonate. However, the same Uchiha Ban can only allow Chen Yiban to resonate with his combat power once. And after using it, there is a mandatory 3-year cooldown. Then you also took advantage of me. Lu Dao Ban raised the Lu Dao staff in his hand, pointing with a displeased expression at the Lu Dao Chen Yiban in front of him. Haha, stop being childish. I am you, and you are me. Do we still need to distinguish between each other? Chen Yiban smiled and said, only we can truly be honest with each other and understand one another, right? The 6 paths of Chen Yiban continued to deceive. Chapter 73. 2 Ten Tails Jinchuriki, an unresisting ninja alliance. At this moment, 2 Ten Tails Jinchuriki appeared in the ninja world, both possessing the power of Ten Tails Sage mode. Listening to Chen Yiban's persuasion, Uchiha Madara, who was also in Ten Tails Sage mode, appeared quite dissatisfied. And Chen Yiban said, this power, Madara, don't you feel exhilarated? At this moment, Chen Yiban in Ten Tails Sage mode looked excitedly at his body clad in the 6 paths robe. Power, his strength had increased by an unknown number of times. This wasn't just the state of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but rather Ten Tails Sage mode. It combined a resolute belief and domineering will to unify the ninja world, the power of all-tailed beast Sage mode, the choice of fate and reincarnation that the world also desires for the ninja world to be unified. This achievement led both Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara to possess an incredibly strong form. This was a mode that couldn't be cultivated and chose its own master. It bore similarities to Naruto Uzumaki's 6 paths Sage mode in the original story. Powerful, Chen Yiban felt that under direct confrontation, he could easily kill his former self. This power intoxicated Chen Yiban at this moment. To this, Uchiha Madara replied, it was quite enjoyable at first, but seeing you, it's not so enjoyable anymore. The 6 paths Madara still felt a bit aggrieved towards Chen Yiban. However, I can understand. Just as Chen Yiban was about to persuade him a bit more, Six Paths Madara suddenly came to a realization. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Chen Yiban had given him, Uchiha Madara, the opportunity to absorb 10 Tails and the Divine Tree. And Chen Yiban merely performed template resonance at the last moment of his success as Uchiha Madara. He hadn't taken any of the current Six Paths Madara's power. It was truly a win-win solution. Therefore, although he was a bit resentful just now, Six Paths Madara quickly figured it out. Just as you said, only you and I can truly be honest with each other and understand one another. Looking at Chen Yiban, who had the same Six Paths form as himself, Uchiha Madara continued to smile slowly. Six Paths Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile at this moment as well. Then, he reached out his hand towards the Six Paths Madara beside him. Tap. In the next moment, after both Six Paths Madara and Chen Yiban truly understood each other's hearts, they shook hands. During this time, countless ninja alliance members were in distress. Now, what to do? Mizukage Terum may smiled bitterly. Over there, too, Ten Tails Jinchuriki had appeared. The original normal Uchiha Madara was already not a match for them. Now, they had both powered up to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki state. And there were two of them. What the hell is going on? Beside them, Gaara Inoki, and even the hot-tempered Raikage, they were all looking at the two Six Paths Madara, each one speechless. Finally, all the remaining 80,000 ninja alliance members stood there with faces full of shock, helplessness, bitterness, and despair, all silent. Wordless. That got the people from Konoha. Looking at the nearly identical Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth and smile bitterly. Especially Chen Yiban. His speed of becoming stronger truly shocked Tsunade to the point of numbness. Originally, his power was already strong enough to make all the Konoha ninjas feel despair. Later, he had Tsunade help transplant flesh from her grandfather Hashirama Senju and another unknown person. Thus, he became even stronger, seemingly possessing the wood-release power that her grandfather Hashirama once had. Even later, he even obtained the Rin-negan. At this moment, he had absorbed the Ten Tails Divine Tree, becoming so powerful that even chakra could not be sensed. Tsunade had no idea how strong he had become. But, looking at those two identical Uchiha Madara, clad in Six Paths robes, with white hair flowing, holding the Six Paths staff, and 9 mysterious black orbs hanging behind them. Most importantly, the 9-tomo Rin-negan Sharingan. On their foreheads made one feel that it contained an incredibly terrifying power. Now, they made Tsunade even more reluctant to have any thoughts of resistance. It seemed that today, the ninja world was truly going to be unified. No one could contend against the two Uchiha Madara in this state. Tsunade thought to herself like this. Brother. At this moment, Uchiha Izuna jumped in front of his two brothers with a look of great surprise. Brother, you. Excitedly looking at the two Six Paths Madara, Izuna was thrilled but didn't know what to say. Mainly, he couldn't sense the chakra of his two elder brothers at this moment. To this, Six Paths Madara said, Izuna, you take a rest over there. The next is up to us too. Stepping forward, Six Paths Madara gently patted Izuna's shoulder. Then, he glanced back at Six Paths Chen Yiban, who nodded in agreement. Thus, in the next second, the two Six Paths Madara slowly floated into the sky in front of the amazed eyes of Izuna. Finally, they arrived in the air before the remaining 80,000 ninja alliance members. Each of their 3 eyes overlooking the 80,000 ninja alliance members and the various village leaders below. So, are you really planning to fight us in this state? Six Paths Chen Yiban, with a pair of light purple 6-tomo Rin-negan and a red 9-tomo Rin-negan on his forehead, coldly laughed as he looked down at all the ninja alliance members. He really didn't know what strength or confidence the ninja alliance members had to resist him and Uchiha Madara now. Was it really foolishly resisting to the death? That would be too stupid. Damn it. Raikage, looking at the two beings high above, gritted his teeth in anger. Do we really have to continue? Terame, looking 4 to 5 years younger than in the original story, had completely lost her fighting spirit at this moment. Hearing this, Gaara, Noki, and even Raikage, could not respond. If it were just their own matter, they would definitely resist to the death. But what about the 80,000 ninja alliance members? The ninjas from their respective villages? What about their lives at this moment? If they continued to resist, who knew how many people would die? Just now, a mere Uchiha Madara who hadn't yet become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, with a would release, had already caused heavy losses to the entire alliance. Now, there were 2 Uchiha Madara, both in the form of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Continue to resist? The leaders couldn't help but wonder. Tell me, How do we resist? Continue to dance to death, or obey us? Tell me your choice. Six Paths Madara, holding the Six Path staff, pointed at the 80,000 ninja alliance members below. Coldly said, Chapter 74. The nations submit. The ninja world will be unified. As for Uchiha Madara's ultimatum in the Ten Tails Sage mode, the 80,000 ninjas of the Ninja Alliance looked at each other, the shadows still hesitating to make a decision. Onoki, Terumi, Gaara, and several other shadows were at a loss for words, as if still holding onto a last glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Madara sneered coldly. Huh? Still clinging to a sliver of luck? Are you? Then let me, Uchiha Madara, show you what true despair is. With a proud smile on his face, Six Paths Madara slowly began to form hand seals under the watchful gaze of Chen Yiban. I wonder how the Ninja Alliance will react to this. Chen Yiban thought with a hint of malicious anticipation. He is forming seals. What does he want to do? Before anything happened, countless ninjas in the Alliance already began to panic. Damn it. Onoki looked at the two identical figures in the sky, shocked to find he didn't even dare to fly up and meet their gaze. Everyone, brace yourselves. Gaara warned the allied ninjas. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Why did it suddenly get dark? Ninjas in the Alliance instinctively looked up at the ominous sight above. Then, in an instant, their pupils constricted, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Onoki, Gaara, Terumi, and Raikage looked up to see a massive object blocking out the sun, and they were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread that left them nearly speechless. Boom! A super-large meteorite, larger than 10,000 meters, burst through the clouds, looming over everyone's heads. This is even bigger than the one that fell on Konoha. In Konoha, Tsunade, Kakashi, Hinata, Hyuga, and countless other ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, realizing that this meteorite was indeed over 10,000 meters in size, almost boundless to the naked eye. The meteorite summoned by Uchiha Madara in Konoha was only a few hundred meters. Yet that few hundred meters had already caused panic among the entire village. Compared to the one in the sky now, that earlier meteorite was nothing. Our power is on completely different levels. Temari from Sunagakure looked up at the enormous meteorite with extreme shock, then uttered a classic line from the original story. Onoki, Raikage, Gaara, and Terumi were all wide-eyed and speechless at this moment. Clang! In the ranks of the 80,000 Ninja Alliance, countless ninjas dropped their weapons in disbelief. How ridiculous. Ninjas from the Alliance looked up at the enormous meteorite blocking out the sun, one by one letting out desperate bitter laughs. During this time, boom, 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 the massive meteorite over 10,000 meters continued to sink slowly, even before it fell completely. Its terrifying pressure was enough to make the 80,000 Ninja Alliance struggle to stand. Enough. Madara. Finally, Onoki stepped forward and shouted at the two Six Paths Madaras in midair. Then he added, We concede. Onoki spoke his final words, seemingly drained of all strength, his head hanging low. Indeed, he chose to submit to the two Six Paths Madaras. What appeared to be a choice was, in fact, no choice for Onoki at all. After all, it was impossible to pit the 80,000 Ninja Alliance against two Ten Tails Jinchuriki who had absorbed the power of the Ten Tails and become unfathomably strong. Old man. Beside him, Kurozetsu and Akatsuchi glanced at Onoki, surprised that he truly chose to compromise. But the father and daughter could understand, because those two Uchiha Madaras were already stronger than humanly possible. Looking at the gigantic meteorite still blocking out the sun, they both thought so. Congratulations. You have conquered the land of Earth, Iwagakure, achieving a super achievement. Congratulations on receiving Super Achievement Lottery 1 time. Current lottery chances, Beginner Achievement Lottery, 356 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 17 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 1 time. As Onoki bowed his head, Chen Yiban saw a system prompt visible only to him. Just like when Tsunade chose to submit in Konoha, as long as the shadow of the village bows down, the system directly determines the conquest as successful. Six Paths Chun and Six Paths Madara both smiled with satisfaction at this moment. When they saw Onoki bow his head, countless ninjas from Iwagakure dropped their weapons completely. Iwagakure had fully submitted. Seeing that ninjas from Iwagakure had thrown down their weapons, the ninjas from the other 3 major villages and smaller nations looked to Gaara, Terumi, Raikage, and others. Ninjas of Kirigakure, put down your weapons. Water Shadow Terumi also helplessly smiled and made her choice. Water Shadow Sama. CHJ glanced at Terumi, but in the end, He followed orders and laid down his weapon. Flounder. Then, nearly all ninjas from Kirigakure followed suit and dropped their weapons. After that, Gaara bowed his head. Immediately, countless ninjas from Sunagakure followed suit, throwing down their blades and ninja tools. Many ninjas from Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure sighed in relief, because they saw that the enormous meteorite in the sky had stopped sinking and was hovering high above. Next, the leaders of minor nations like Kusagakure, Tetsu, and Takigakure wisely chose to bow down and submit. Chen Yiban continuously saw system prompts. It is worth mentioning that the submission of minor nations only yields a higher achievement lottery, while the 5 great nations get the super one. In the end, originally, the 4 great nations leading the Ninja Alliance were now left with only the Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Raikage, his temper was clearly unwilling. Seeing this, so, the choice of Kumogakure is death? Six Paths, Chen Yiban, holding the six-path staff, wore a cold and indifferent smile. His Rin-negan gaze, looking down at Raikage, a below. Chapter 75. The Ninja World Unifies. The 3 eyes of Six Paths, Chen Yiban, glinted with coldness as he held the six-path staff, overlooking the crowd of Cloud Village ninjas below, including Raikage AI. In the meantime, a super-giant meteor summoned by Six Paths Ban hovered in the air, continuing to exert immense psychological pressure on the countless Ninja Alliance members. If that meteor, over 10,000 meters in size, really fell, who could escape? Facing the question from Six Paths, Chen Yiban, Raikage AI fell into a long silence. Unwilling, but eventually waved his hand, signaling all the Cloud Village ninjas behind him to lower their weapons. Instantly, many Cloud Village ninjas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that their Raikage would lead them into battle against the 2 Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Ban. How could they possibly win? Just a moment ago, a single Uchiha Ban, who was not even a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, had almost completely overwhelmed the entire Ninja Alliance. Now there were 2, both possessing the power of the Ten Tails. What could they do? It was either surrender or die. Although there were those in Cloud Village who were fearless, it didn't mean that everyone was unafraid of death. Most Cloud Village ninjas hoped their Raikage would choose to bow down. After all, they couldn't really lead almost all the elite ninjas of the village to their deaths, could they? Especially when fighting against 2 Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. What was the difference from seeking death? Raikage Darui, Omoai, and others, although they harbored ambition in their hearts, ultimately chose rationality and laid down their weapons and ninja tools. Surrender. At that moment. Congratulations, you have subdued Land of Lightning Cloud Village, achieving a super achievement. Congratulations on receiving. Super Achievement Lottery 1 time. Congratulations. You have subdued 5 great nations, 5 great hidden villages, achieving a special heavenly level achievement. Congratulations on receiving. Heavenly level achievement lottery 1 time. Congratulations, you have subdued Ninja Alliance, achieving a super achievement. Congratulations on receiving. Super achievement lottery 1 time. Current lottery chances. Basic achievement lottery, 356 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 17 times. Advanced achievement lottery, 8 times. Super achievement lottery, 5 times. Heavenly level achievement lottery, 1 time. The system notifications kept appearing. Very good. Chen Yiban smiled more joyfully upon seeing this. It made people mistakenly think he was simply satisfied that Cloud Village had finally submitted. A wise choice. Six Paths Ban also had a slight smile. However, wait. Raikage AI suddenly pointed at the 2 Uchiha Ban in the sky. Cloud Village had admitted defeat. But at this moment, I'm still the Raikage and I want to fight you, even if it means death. Raikage AI actually wanted to challenge the 2 Six Paths Ban, even knowing that the outcome would likely be his own death. But considering Karabi and all the Cloud Village ninjas who had just died, Raikage declared, Cloud Village can surrender. But as the Raikage, he only had the path of death to choose. To this, a foolish choice. Six Paths Ban, who had just praised Raikage, now gave such an evaluation. However, courage is commendable. Six Paths Ban reversed his tone again. Interesting. Six Paths Chen Yiban also smiled faintly. Raikage, Anoki Gaara, and Terumi May looked at Raikage with expressions that seemed to contain a hint of persuasion. They hoped he would reconsider. There was no need to knowingly seek death. Meanwhile, the Cloud Village ninjas were also astonished. Watching Raikage AI, my mind is made up. Raikage stubbornly insisted, and at the same time, all Cloud Village ninjas listen. Even if I die in battle, you are not allowed to resist in any way. Do not let all the ninjas of the village die. Raikage turned to the Cloud Village ninjas behind him and commanded, After speaking, without waiting for the Cloud Village ninjas to respond, "Madara, are you brave enough to fight me?" Leaping out, Raikage AI shouted at the two Uchiha band in the sky. Seeing this scene, some ninjas couldn't help but admire Raikage's willingness to face death. But having courage, yet, it is meaningless. In the air, under the Ten-Tail Sage mode, Chen Yiban's three eyes were filled with disdain. In the next second, Moon Eye Heaven's center. With the Ten-Tail Sage mode activated, the red Nine-Tails Rin-negan on Chen Yiban's forehead unleashed its power. Clang! In the next moment, Raikage vanished from sight in an instant. How could this? Raikage, what happened? How is this possible? Raikage was directly transported to another space by Chen Yiban using the power of the Rin-negan, shocking countless ninjas present. Damn Madara! Inoki's face was filled with uncertainty. He was shocked by the power of the two Uchiha band, while also relieved that he hadn't actually brought the entire Rock Village to confront these two Uchiha band in such a state. Otherwise, it would have been just like Raikage, not knowing how he died. Kankuro, Gaara, Temari, and the siblings hung their heads in despair. The opponent had become strong enough to no longer be considered human, and Kankuro and Maki's grievances against the fallen Sand Village ninjas were beyond their ability to avenge. Slay Raikage AI, obtain an advanced achievement lottery once. It's over. Chen Yiban Suppo Koldi. Hashirama, my dream, can be realized. In the Ten-Tails Sage mode, Ban couldn't help but murmur with emotion. Next, then the Ten-Tails Sage Band glanced at the giant meteor still floating in the high sky. In the next second, holding the six-path staff, his black-clad hand suddenly waved the staff. Clang, directly sending the meteor back into outer space with an invisible force. At the same time, 3 months. I give you 3 months to return and gather all the ninjas and civilians from your countries and villages to the original land of Fire Konoha. Let the ninja world achieve complete unification. In 3 months, if any country or village's people have not arrived, kill. In the Ten-Tails Sage mode, Chen Yiban's pair of Six-Tails Rin-negan, Nine-Tails Rin-negan were filled with coldness as he looked down upon the countless ninjas in the alliance from above, issuing a deathly ultimatum. Thus, in the following 3 months, the entire ninja world underwent a complete transformation. The ninja world no longer had the so-called 5 great nations, nor any other countries or villages. In the end, there existed only one nation in the ninja world, a supernation that gathered all countries and villages, controlled by the 2 strongest beings, unprecedented in history. Chapter 76. All methods return to one. The entire ninja world becomes Madara's sphere of creation. 3 months later, upon receiving the news and not daring to resist the 2 Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara, the major powers of the ninja world all came to the original land of Fire's Konoha, submitting to the rule of the 2 Uchiha Madara. This included the Land of Waves, which had not appeared among the Ninja Alliance, as well as ninjas and civilians from the Rain Village. It can be said that almost all the ninjas and civilians of the ninja world concentrated in the Land of Fire. This made the entire Land of Fire incredibly lively and even congested within just 3 months. During this time, any ninja or civilian force that was foolish enough to resist unification, either Uchiha Izuna and the Akatsuki organization or the ninjas of the 5 great nations would be sent to slaughter them, or Madara would directly take action to wipe them out. As long as they were unwilling to submit, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara would not waste words. Kill. The 2 Uchiha Madara had an unwavering goal: the unification of the ninja world. Anyone or any force that dared to resist or obstruct this goal would not receive any so-called persuasion or negotiation. They would directly go over or send the ninjas under their control from the 5 great nations to carry out a thorough slaughter. No nonsense. Thus, after 3 months, the ninja world achieved a true great unification. All countries and villages gathered in the Land of Fire, with the Land of Fire as the center, continuously constructing houses in all directions. Gradually, a supernation emerged within this ninja world. Everyone also knew the leaders of this supernation had two identical existences: Uchiha Madara. Afterwards, still standing on top of the Hokage building in the original Konoha, Chen Yiban looked down at his supernation, slowly revealing a satisfied smile. The next moment, congratulations, you have completely achieved ninja world unification, attaining the heavenly rank achievement. Congratulations on receiving heavenly rank achievement lottery, 1 time. Current various lottery chances: basic achievement lottery, 725 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 33 times. Advanced achievement lottery, 14 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 6 times. Heavenly Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Looking at the system prompt that only he could see, Chen Yiban's smile became even brighter. Above the super rank, the Heavenly Achievement Lottery, it truly made one feel excited. Chen Yiban smiled to himself. Then, well, system, let me see what kind of surprises the so-called Heavenly Rank Achievement Lottery can bring me. Initiating the Heavenly Lottery, Chen Yiban seemed to be speaking to the air. In response, Heavenly Rank Achievement Lottery starting. In progress. Congratulations. You have drawn from the Heavenly Rank Lottery pool. Sphere of Creation, Ninja World, transforms the entire ninja world into your own eye of the moon sphere of creation, allowing you to extract the chakra of everyone in the ninja world at any time. With system assistance, even if you are in another world, you can still extract the chakra power of everyone in the ninja world. Congratulations, you have drawn from the Heavenly Rank Lottery pool. All methods return to one, purifies, optimizes, and unifies all your various powers, thoroughly transforming them into your own power. Oh, Chen Yiban showed a look of surprise upon seeing the lottery results. He hadn't expected to draw these 2 items. With the system's assistance, transforming the entire ninja world into his unique sphere of creation, and extracting everyone's chakra, even if he was in another world? Goodness, this is to turn everyone in the ninja world into his milk cows. As for completely purifying his various powers to become a true all methods return to one, it seemed simple, but was exactly what Chen Yiban needed right now. Not to mention anything else, just the 10 Tails power within him. Although Chen Yiban is currently a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the power of the 10 Tails ultimately does not truly belong to him. At least the will of the 10 Tails and even the 9-tailed beasts resides within him. Chen Yiban remembers in the original story how Kagaya Otsutsuki was struck by Naruto Uzumaki's spiral shuriken infused with the chakra of various tailed beasts, and the powers of the tailed beasts within her immediately resonated with Naruto's attack. The impact was significant. Chen Yiban might very well experience a similar situation in the future. Also, Chen Yiban possesses the powers of Ashura Otsutsuki, Indra Otsutsuki, and Hashirama Senju within him. During this time, the faces of Ashura and Hashirama have been on his chest due to cell transplantation. If he could completely purify them into his own power, perhaps he could also erase their faces from his body. Most importantly, after all methods return to one, Chen Yiban's power would almost no longer have any hidden dangers. The power he obtains would completely become his own. Thinking this, Chen Yiban almost said fuse immediately. But then he realized he still had many lotteries to complete. He should finish all the lotteries before using all methods return to one. After all, what good things could he draw that could be fused into his body? So, all methods return to one must be used at the end to maximize benefits. Thus, looking at the countless ninjas and civilians in his supernation below, Chen Yiban began to let the system fuse Sphere of Creation, Ninja World, for him. Clang! In the next moment, under the state of 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the eye of the moon on Chen Yiban's forehead reacted extremely vigorously. It was forming some kind of contract with the entire ninja world. Ultimately, at the moment when a certain contract was established. 6 paths, Chen Yiban laughed wildly toward the sky. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Chen Yiban felt at this moment that he had become the god of this world. He could freely dominate the life and death of all existences in the ninja world. He could also instantly plunder anyone's power. As long as the opponent is within this ninja world, on this planet, their fate is in Chen Yiban's hands. Whoosh, just then, a figure dashed to the back of 6 paths, Chen Yiban. Orochimaru, I have seen Lord Madara. The one who came was none other than the cold Lord Orochimaru, who was once known alongside Tsunade and Jeriah as the 3 Sannin. At this moment, he flashed to Chen Yiban's back and immediately bowed respectfully. At the same time, Lord Madara, I have completed the tasks you 2 instructed. At any time, I can take the souls of those few from the Shinigami. He, Orochimaru, whose hands were almost incapacitated, smiled at Chen Yiban before him. In response, the 6 paths form of Chen Yiban, with his pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan and the 9 Tomo Rin-negan on his forehead, glanced coldly at Orochimaru, who was speaking. Instantly, the aura emitted by the Rin-negan and the Eye of the Moon made Orochimaru's smile freeze in shock. Madara, Lord Madara. Looking at those 3 eyes containing terrifying power, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Go find the other me. At that time, let the 9 tails fuse as well. The 6 paths, Chen Yiban spoke coldly as he withdrew his gaze. Since the major countries and villages of the ninja world have submitted and come to the land of Fire's Konoha, this naturally includes Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru himself also remained in the Super Nation led by the two Uchiha Madara. Chapter 77. The Kingdoms of Two Uchiha Madaras. Half a month later, the Super Kingdom belonging to the two Uchiha Madaras was growing larger, and the situation had basically stabilized. One Super Kingdom was becoming increasingly impressive. Meanwhile, Orochimaru used some method to steal the souls of all past Hokages from the Shinigami. Among them, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had the other half of the Nine Tails. When Konoha's Yellow Flash was reincarnated using Edo Tensei, Six Paths Madara directly controlled Minato with a black rod. Then, without even catching up with Senju Hashirama beside him, he broke the seal within Minato's body, extracted the Nine Tails, and finally fused it into his own body. In this way, Madara completely gathered all the powers of the tailed beasts. Hashirama. After that, Madara excitedly looked at Senju Hashirama, who had also been reincarnated using Edo Tensei. You are, Madara. On the side, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the reincarnated Minato were all shocked as they looked at Madara, who was now in the form of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Madara. Senju Hashirama was astonished as he looked at Uchiha Madara in this state. To this, Madara replied, Hashirama, my former dream has been realized. In the underground shrine of the Uchiha clan, Six Paths Madara sneered. Then, the power emanating from his three eyes and his own aura shocked the four former Hokages. Another month later, Chen Yiban had basically used up some of the higher-level lottery chances. Even most of the lower-level lottery chances had been exchanged for higher-level ones. Then, he used them one by one to draw lots. Among them, he had 725 lower-level achievement lottery attempts. Chen Yiban exchanged them for 7 higher-level lottery attempts. 4 medium-level achievement lotteries, he had 33 attempts, which he also exchanged for 3 higher-level lotteries. Thus, his higher-level achievement lottery reached 24 times. Yet again, Chen Yiban exchanged them for 2 super-level lotteries. Finally, the lottery he used was 8 times of super-level achievement lotteries. The items drawn from the 8 super-level lotteries were Tailed Beast, Kurama, Manjikyu Sharingan Technique, Double Kamui, a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Madara, Tailed Beast, Kurama, Ten Tails Shell, Outer Path Golem, Indra Ashura's Partial Power 5, Sealing Power from the Hokage World Absolute Immunity to Sealing Power, Tailed Beast, One Tail Shikaku. In this way, the 8 super-level lotteries were all used up by Chen Yiban. In fact, the things he drew were not very useful to him at this point. First, Chen Yiban fused the drawn Kurama to fully complete the 10 tails within him, even achieving super completeness, because now, Chen Yiban had half of the young Nine Tails the power of a complete Nine Tails obtained from a lottery. It could be said he had 1.5. Then, he fused the sealing power of the Hokage world and absolute immunity to sealing power. From then on, Chen Yiban would not fear any sealing techniques in any Hokage timeline. On the contrary, he could seal others. After this, Chen Yiban looked down on everything else. He already had Kamui. Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan was no longer needed as he had the 6 Tomo Rin-negan and even the 9 Tomo Rin-negan. Outer Path Golem, another Kurama, One Tail Shikaku, Indra and Ashura's Partial Power 5, Chen Yiban, tasteless. Thus, he did not use the subsequent items himself. Instead, he gave them to Uchiha Izuna. The Kamui, Uchiha Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan, was all given to Izuna because he no longer needed them. In this regard, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara called Tsunade again to perform another eye surgery for Izuna, and this time it was an eye transplant. The Uchiha Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan, obtained from the lottery, was transplanted into Uchiha Izuna's eyes for the fusion of ocular power and techniques. Then, after a few days, Uchiha Izuna's Tomo Sharingan opened. I remember at that time, Uchiha Madara asked Chen Yiban, why does the transplanted Sharingan given to Izuna feel like it has my ocular powers response? To which Chen Yiban wanted to say, of course, it's another pair of your Manjikyu Sharingan obtained from a lottery. It was just transplanted into Izuna in the form of 3 Tomo. Really? Just a coincidence. At that time, Chen Yiban casually brushed off Uchiha Madara. You bastard. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Uchiha Madara harbored resentment towards Chen Yiban. Additionally, it must be mentioned that Tsunade was very dedicated while helping with the surgery. After all, Chen Yiban had resurrected Senju Rope Tree for her. Moreover, shortly after Senju Hashirama obtained the E9 Tails, he was also revived after being attacked by hundreds of white Zetsus using forbidden techniques, costing the lives of several white Zetsus. When changing Azuna's eyes, Senju Hashirama was also present. Even because during the Ninja Alliance incident, the ninjas of the Land of Fire, Konoha, performed quite well. Therefore, after the establishment of the kingdom, Chen Yiban kept his promise, gradually allowing the white Zetsu's main body to control the revival of many ninjas who had died in Konoha before, such as Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Moonlight Kakashi, Yuzuki Yugugo, and many other Konoha ninjas. In this way, Tsunade's grievances against the two Uchiha Madaras diminished, even to the point of disappearing. Hence, when helping with the surgery, she was very dedicated. Later, Chen Yiban thought, now that he had obtained another outer path golem from the lottery, should he cultivate some low-level white Zetsus without self-awareness, just for the purpose of reviving the dead? After thinking of this idea, Chen Yiban immediately began to take action. Combining the outer path golem with Senju Hashirama's cells, he started to create low-level white Zetsus without self-awareness, specifically for reviving the dead. Then, he would have the resurrected dead in the ninja world to serve as his necessary livestock when needed. During this period, Chen Yiban also began to use All Laws Return to One. Instantly, he gained various abilities, all transformed into his true power. Within him, the will of the 10-tailed beasts was completely extinguished. Chen Yiban was no longer considered a 10-tails Jinchuriki, because everything had become his true power. The event in the original story where Kaguya Otsutsuki was attacked by Six Paths Naruto, causing the tailed beast power to resonate, would not happen to Chen Yiban. On Chen Yiban's chest, the faces of Senju Hashirama and Shura disappeared. They all became Chen Yiban's real power, with no hidden dangers left. 6 months later, Chen Yiban's so-called disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, returned with a pair of Tomo Sharingan, identical to Azuna's, searching for Chen Yiban. Afterward, Chen Yiban formally accepted Uchiha Sasuke as his disciple. Subsequently, he gave the powers of Ashura Indra obtained from the lottery to both Sasuke and Izuna respectively. At the same time, with the help of the two Uchiha Madaras. In the following 3 years, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Sasuke successively awakened their Rin-negan, and in 3 years' time, the kingdoms under the two Uchiha Madaras became increasingly stable and large, to the point that the Land of Fire could no longer accommodate so many citizens. Chen Yiban borrowed the power of Six Paths Madara and even extracted most of the chakra from the majority of people in the ninja world. He transformed the original desert environment of the Land of Wind into a beautiful land of green mountains and clear waters. A paradise, because of the beginning sphere space, ninja world. As long as Chen Yiban had enough chakra and ocular power, he could change everything in the entire ninja world at will. Thus, the originally desolate desert was surprisingly turned into a superb residence resembling a paradise with the help of Madara and the chakra of the entire ninja world. Immediately, the nation began to expand toward the original Valley of Wind. The citizens within the nation no longer lacked places to build houses and live. While the ninjas of the entire ninja world were astonished by Chen Yiban's power, they also grew increasingly in awe of the two leaders, Uchiha Madara. The peaceful and prosperous era beneath the nation slowly unfolded before the entire world. This guy, seeing Chen Yiban's power, Uchiha Madara felt a bit unconvinced, yet had to admit it. Chen Yiban smiled and passed by. Afterwards, the two stood on top of the tallest building in the nation, overlooking the countless citizens under their control. So, should we give this country we control a name? Madara suddenly glanced at Chen Yiban beside him and said, "A name?" Chen Yiban hadn't thought about that. Eternal. Madara spoke 2 words and then smiled at Chen Yiban. "What do you think?" "Oh, Madara, I think it sounds good." Suddenly, another voice rang from behind. "Hashirama." Madara turned to glance at the newcomer. "And Tobirama." Suddenly, he saw Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama coming over. Ever since Senju Tobirama was revived, Uchiha Izuna had been at odds with him. Of course, Senju Tobirama was no match for Uchiha Izuna. Not to mention the Sharingan and Rin-negan, Madara had taught Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode to Izuna, who had also learned it. Madara even granted Izuna a portion of the power of 6 paths. Sure enough, when Chen Yiban saw Senju Tobirama, he noticed that the latter was bruised. "Izuna, don't go too far," Senju Tobirama said angrily. "Huh?" Uchiha Izuna sneered. "Then, brother, what are you talking about?" Looking at Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara, Izuna instantly transformed into a warm and sunny smile. This made Senju Tobirama's expression darken. "Oh, he said he wants to name the country Eternal. What do you think, Izuna?" Chen Yiban smiled lightly. "Eternal? I really like it. Izuna nodded with a smile. Is that so? Chen Yiban rubbed his chin, then looked up at Uchiha Madara, Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama. Then, let's call it eternal. Afterwards, the few of them walked to the edge of the building's railing and immediately saw countless citizens in the nation below cheering and raising their hands upon seeing their leaders above the building. Madara, congratulations to you all. At this time, Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara beside him with a knowing smile. I will forever protect this nation. Eternal nation. Uchiha Madara's Rin-negan gaze was incredibly resolute. Thus, in the Eternal Nation, under the control of several powerful beings, the past hatred of the ninjas was gradually forgotten, and the grudges between them became smaller and smaller. Until in the blink of an eye, 10 years later, Chen Yiban left the ninja world. He went to another Hokage timeline. Chapter 1 Answer me. Are you willing? In another Naruto dimension, the world of Naruto dimension, ninja technique, summoning jutsu. And at this moment, the former 5 Kage from the ninja world, dozens of them, are simultaneously performing the summoning technique. They have all been summoned to the human world by the Sage of Six Paths in a spiritual form from the spirit world. In order for Naruto Uzumaki to successfully seal Kagaya and Black Zetsu in the starting ball space, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, and others can return to this original world space. The Sage of Six Paths summoned them to help, thus combining the chakra of the former 5 Kage and dozens of powerful ninjas. Puff! In the next moment. Just like in the original story, Naruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura Haruno, and others all return to the original ninja world space. Even among them is Uchiha Obito, who is just about to be completely sealed in the starting ball space. However, at this moment, the Uchiha Obito of this timeline has lost the 10 tails and is on the brink of death, barely hanging on, his hair disheveled and spread out on the dirty ground. This Uchiha Obito, lying on the ground, gives off a strangely tragic feeling. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki is happily sharing the joy of successfully sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki with Kakashi, the reanimated Minato, and even the 9-tailed beasts. And Uchiha Sasuke, with a silent expression, is preparing to say the so-called revolution, just like in the original story. At this moment, he doesn't even care about the dying Uchiha Obito. Until, tap, tap, Senju Hashirama slowly walks over to the dying, tragically beautiful Uchiha Obito. Hashirama. The weak Obito speaks feebly. Senju Hashirama looks at his former close friend, who is on the brink of death, and slowly nods. Hashirama, my dream is shattered. Uchiha Obito, at this moment, even his eyes are filled with powerlessness and weakness. Yet, it is even more filled with a tragic feeling. At this moment, Naruto, Uzumaki, Kakashi, and the other Kage just notice that Uchiha Obito has not yet completely died. Immediately, Uchiha Sasuke moves to completely finish off Obito, but the Sage of Six Paths slowly waves a staff in his hand to stop Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, with one Sharingan and one Rin-negan, glances at the Sage of Six Paths. In the end, he stops. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama looks at Uchiha Obito with a complex gaze. Madara, you are too hasty. Future matters should still be left to the younger generation to accomplish. I believe that the future will only get better. Hearing this, the dying Uchiha Obito weakly smiles. Hashirama, you are still so naive. However, perhaps this is the right way. As he speaks, Uchiha Obito grows even more fatigued and weak. He can barely keep his eyes open, as if he is on the verge of death. Perhaps we can drink together as friends in another world without any worries, Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Meanwhile, around them, the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, the reanimated Kage, and even a 9-tailed beast that just escaped from Kagaya's body. All watch Hashirama and Uchiha Obito's last conversation in this world. We. Uchiha Obito seems to have truly only one breath left, and before he can finish speaking, his eyes begin to close completely. Are you willing? Just then, a voice that seems to come from another world suddenly arises in the air. Everyone is startled. The Sage of Six Paths can't help but slightly furrow his brow. The next second, bang! The reanimated Senju Hashirama is kicked away by something. The reanimated Hashirama flies back several hundred meters, with most of his body shattered, finally crashing into a massive god tree trunk. Then, tap, tap, a cold figure dressed in a black robe, with long, wild hair similar to Uchiha Obito's on the ground, slowly walks over to the dying Uchiha Obito. You. Seeing the appearance of a newcomer, the dying Uchiha Obito's eyes can't help but show a hint of surprise and uncertainty. His eyes, which were about to close completely, seemed to reopen slightly due to extreme shock. Although he is still so weak, on the brink of death. Similarly that is, how is this possible? Around the scene, Naruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi, the nine-tailed beasts, the former five Kage, and even the Sage of Six Paths all have astonished looks in their eyes. Because another, Madara. In Sage of Six Paths mode, Naruto Uzumaki looks at the person who suddenly appears beside the dying Uchiha Obito and can't help but voice his astonishment. And the person who comes to the side of the dying Uchiha Obito is none other than creation Madara Chen Yiban. He left the Eternal Kingdom timeline, but unexpectedly arrived in another Naruto dimension. Or rather, a parallel world? What exactly? The dying Uchiha Obito wants to ask why. But, on the brink of death, Obito can't even say a complete sentence. Yet his gaze lies on the creation Madara beside him, filled with surprise and disbelief. I ask, are you willing? At this moment, creation Madara, in the form of Chen Yiban, looks at Uchiha Obito lying on the ground and coldly speaks. Uchiha Obito's increasingly vacant pupils look at Chen Yiban at this moment. On the other side, the reanimated Hashirama, having restored his reanimated body, returns to the scene, but also looks in astonishment at the two Uchiha Obitos. Madara. The reanimated Hashirama can't help but have various guesses in his heart. Others also can't help but speculate. Is the Uchiha Obito possessed by Kaguya not the real one? But that doesn't make sense. If it's a clone, can it truly allow Kaguya Otsutsuki to be resurrected? What the hell is going on? I ask, are you willing? Immediately, answer me. Creation Madara's voice is cold, but a pair of crimson Sharingan suddenly appears in his eyes. The Uchiha Obito on the ground seems to be drawing upon the last bit of life in his body, until Madara will never be willing. Uchiha Obito uses the last bit of strength left in his body to shout out what seems to be the last sentence of his life. Then in the next moment, he is about to completely lose consciousness. Very good. Clap. Chen Yiban grins and shouts loudly. At the same time, his left hand slams down on Uchiha Obito's chest. His right hand, combined with Uchiha Obito's hand, surprisingly forms the Six Paths, Ten Tails coffin seal. Boom, Then, Uchiha Obito lets out a painful scream. Chapter 2, the original protagonist, is cheating Kin 2. Chen Yiban, with his right hand, holding on to Uchiha Madara's left hand. Six Paths, Ten Tails coffin seal. Chen Yiban, with his left hand pressing on Uchiha Madara's chest. Ten Tails Divine Tree Attach. System slot no. 77. Ten Tails Divine Tree 4. Now, system slot number 77. Ten Tails Divine Tree 3. On the ground. Uchiha Madara's painful roar was extremely intense. Chen Yiban's right hand, along with Uchiha Madara, formed the Ten Tails coffin seal, while his left hand continuously delivered the massive Ten Tails Divine Tree from Chen Yiban's left hand to Uchiha Madara's heart and throughout his body. Because he was receiving power again in a near-death state. Uchiha Madara felt pain. Boom! Uchiha Madara, amidst his roar, unleashed an overwhelming amount of chakra, causing a massive explosion. The scene shocked Naruto Uzumaki and the others. Damn it, stop it. Uchiha Sasuke used Heavenly Hand Power. He instantly appeared next to Chen Yiban, and then Shadow Power Chidori was about to strike Chen Yiban. But bang! An unseen force instantly knocked Shadow Power Sasuke away. Shadow Power Sasuke flew back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. During this time, he was shocked to see dozens of shadows that were almost identical to the previous Uchiha Madara, guarding Chen Yiban and Uchiha Madara at this moment. That is, Uchiha Madara's wheel-tomb shadow. Six Paths Naruto sensed it as well. At the same time, no, it's different. Why does it feel like there are so many more shadows than Madaras? Six Paths Naruto felt there were actually dozens of wheel-tomb shadows over there. 16 of them. Meanwhile, Six Paths Sage, with his Rin-negan, clearly saw this and couldn't help but furrow his brow in grave concern. Beside him, the nine-tailed beasts inexplicably felt fear. And in the next moment, zing! Uchiha Madara donned the Six Paths cloak again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 black truth-seeking balls appeared behind Uchiha Madara. He also wielded the Six Paths staff, the light purple Rin-negan and the crimson Nine-tomo Rin-negan. 3 eyes radiated endless ocular power. As this man re-established himself, boom, the incredibly powerful Ten Tails power erupted. He has become, seeing Uchiha Madara transform back into Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Activating the Moon Eye, Sakura Haruno looked terrified. This, Naruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, and the others, each looked extremely astonished. What on earth? Even the six-path sage found it hard to believe. Clearly, the Ten Tails Divine Tree, his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, had been sealed again. Why? Why can Uchiha Madara still become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki once more? It seemed that just now, another Uchiha Madara exuded the aura of the second Ten Tails Divine Tree in this world from his left hand. But how is this possible? At this moment, the six-path sage was filled with uncertainty and confusion. On the other side, not only am I not dead, but I have also become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki again, regaining such powerful strength. At this moment, Uchiha Madara could hardly believe it. Moreover, the 16 Chen Yiban wheel tombs surrounding him made Uchiha Madara gaze incredulously at Chen Yiban, who was almost identical to him. And it's not over yet. At this moment, Chen Yiban, already with a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan, opened, extended his right fist towards Uchiha Madara, who had transformed back into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing this scene, the retransformed 6-path Madara first glanced in surprise at Chen Yiban's pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan, pondering for a few seconds. Then, Madara deeply looked at the other self in front of him who looked exactly like him. In the end, he chose to extend his own fist. Tap! The two Uchiha Madara's fist bumped. Chen Yiban smiled. In his heart, information, items transfer. Information selected. Sage Mode Mastery, Truth-Seeking Ball Creation, Flying Thunder, God Technique Mastery, Yellow Springs Bilateral Board. Spiral Sphere Series Mastery, Nine-Tailed Beast Abilities Mastery, Memories About the Eternal Kingdom. Item selected. Manjiki Sharingan Blood Chi Fei, Manjiki Sharingan Kamui, Optimized. Rin-negan Techniques, Heavenly Hand Power, Optimized. Ocular Power Elevation, Sealing Power, Absolute Immunity. Items and information selection successful, starting transfer. In the outside world, it seemed like only a moment had passed. Uchiha Madara and Chen Yiban bumped fists, and then Madara looked at this other self, Chen Yiban, with a face full of suspicion. Another version of me from another world? The Eternal Kingdom. Other worlds, is it really that beautiful? Holding the six-path staff, Uchiha Madara showed a bitter smile. Then in the next moment, whoosh, instantly entered Sage Mode. A massive amount of natural energy continuously flowed into the current 6 paths Madara. Golden eye shadow immediately appeared around his pair of Rin-negan, indeed like a sage's face. Ten Tails Sage Mode. Unfortunately, the will of this world chose Naruto Uzumaki, and 6 path Sage Mode only belongs to Naruto Uzumaki. Therefore, Uchiha Madara lacked the enhancement of the world's will. But with the complete Ten Tails and possessing Sage Mode, it was enough to make up for the difference. Madara, do not make mistakes again. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei, Tobirama, temporarily ignored Chen Yiban, wanting to first persuade the original Uchiha Madara. To this, Hashirama, I indeed still can't accept it. 6 paths Madara glanced back at Senju Tobirama not far away, his face showing a cold and sinister smile as he spoke. In that instant, zing, an ordinary Rin-negan evolved into 6 Tomo Rin-negan. At the same time, whoosh 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 8, 6 paths Madara, wheel tomb shadows, appear beside the current 6 paths Madara, adding to the 16 from earlier Chen Yiban. In total, 24 wheel tomb shadows. Seeing this scene, Shadow Power Sasuke looked shocked. 6 paths Naruto couldn't see, but sensed the number of wheel tombs and was immediately filled with disbelief. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. The 6 paths sage furrowed his brows deeply. Thank you. Another me. 6 paths Madara looked at Chen Yiban. Let me see your next choice. Chen Yiban smiled coldly. To this, bang. Using the farther-reaching heavenly hand power, he pulled Shadow Power Sasuke. 6 paths Madara instantly kicked out. PFF. Causing Uchiha Sasuke to immediately spit blood and fly away. 6 paths Madara, good. Chapter 3. If it can kill you once, it can kill you twice. Sasuke. Watching Sasuke inexplicably get moved and then struck by 6 paths Madara, spitting out blood, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi, and others exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! In the next second, under the 6 paths Sage Mode, 6 paths Naruto flew over at high speed and caught the bleeding Sasuke. Then, the power of 6 paths began to flow, healing Sasuke's wounds. During this time, Sasuke that just now was, while assisting in the healing, 6 paths Naruto was surprised and hesitated to speak. It's my heavenly hand power. Sasuke regained consciousness, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then his Rin-negan and Sharingan fixed their gaze on 6 paths Madara and Chen Yiban across from him. Why? Why does he have your left eye's ability? Six Paths Naruto was astonished and couldn't understand. I don't know either. However, Naruto, you better be careful next, I feel. Madara's heavenly hand power has a longer control range than mine. Sasuke frowned, somewhat displeased. Nanny. Six Paths Naruto was even more surprised. Madara is indeed a disaster. Tobirama Senju, at this moment, was shocked and regretful. Regretting that when he spoke his last words to his brother Hashirama Senju and the dying Uchiha Madara, didn't he immediately go and kill that guy? Now it's good. The opponent seems to have obtained something from another Uchiha Madara, and now he appears to be stronger than ever before. Moreover, looking at Six Paths Madara's face at this moment, a sage face pattern appeared. It was obvious that he had autonomously entered sage mode and possessed the ability to absorb natural energy. Such a Madara, even without the Rin-negan and the power of the Ten Tails, with his former Manjiki Sharingan power combined with his current sage mode, he would probably not be weaker than his brother, Hashirama Senju. This is truly terrible. Damn it. Tobirama Senju truly regretted not directly killing Uchiha Madara just now. However, what Tobirama Senju didn't know was, even if he had really sent Uchiha Madara off just now and killed him, the so-called other Uchiha Madara in their eyes, he, Chen Yiban, could also resurrect Uchiha Madara. So it was useless. At this moment, Six Paths Madara, with a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan and a 9 Tomo Rin-negan, 3 eyes releasing an incredibly powerful ocular energy. Holding the Six Paths staff, he stared at Six Paths Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke over there. I will deal with these two, the others. At this moment, Six Paths Madara's 3 eyes glanced at Chen Yiban, who also possessed a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan. Then he hesitated to speak. Leave it to me, Chen Yiban said with a smirk. Then, I will act without restraint. In the next moment, Six Paths Madara directly rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke at high speed. To this, Madara, haven't you awakened after being absorbed by Kage before? Looking at Six Paths Madara rushing over, Naruto Uzumaki shouted. You don't get to lecture me. Six Paths Madara said coldly. Even, whoosh whoosh whoosh, several truth-seeking orbs were shot by Six Paths Madara towards Naruto and Sasuke in front. Naruto, be careful of his heavenly hand power, Sasuke warned, opening one of his 6 Tomo Rin-negan. He was indeed worried that Six Paths Madara would use his heavenly hand power to swap positions with the flying truth-seeking orbs and catch them off guard. I know. So, just don't let them get close. Six Paths Naruto's gaze was determined. Boil release, great power unmatched. In the next moment, Six Paths Naruto activated the power of 5 tails, Mu King. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful steam containing strong Six Paths chakra rushed towards the several flying truth-seeking orbs. However, whoosh, in the previous second, Six Paths Madara had already activated heavenly hand power to swap places with one of the flying truth-seeking orbs. And, boil release, great power unmatched. After the space swap, under the 10-tail sage mode, Six Paths Madara threw a punch just like Six Paths Naruto. Bang boom. The two's great power unmatched collided with each other, almost canceling out the force. How is this possible? Why does Madara now even have Mu King's ability? Six Paths Naruto truly couldn't believe it. The previous Uchiha Madara, even when he was the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, did not possess the abilities of the 9-tailed beasts. Why now? It must be because of another Madara. A Rin-negan Sasuke glanced over at Chen Yiban. At the same time, feeling that this Madara had entered the range of his heavenly hand power, and the Rin-negan shadow was still far away. Whoosh, Rin-negan Sasuke immediately chose to strike first, activating heavenly hand power to swap places with a rock behind Six Paths Madara. And the moment he arrived behind Six Paths Madara, he once again gathered lightning release, Chidori, preparing to ambush and stab into Six Paths Madara's heart. Whoosh! Just then, a Rin-negan shadow, Six Paths Madara, suddenly appeared close to Six Paths Madara's back in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Clang! Chidori was directly blocked by the black rod in Rin-negan shadow, his hand. Also at this instant, Blood Prison, Rin-negan shadow, in the state of 6 Tomo Rin-negan, activated the Manjiki Sharingan ability. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt himself fall into an endless ice cellar. His entire body felt painfully cold. Then he shockingly realized. Uchiha Sasuke was astonished to discover. His whole body's blood was nearly frozen, feeling incredibly cold. If it weren't for the slight remaining power of Six Paths in within him, he would have probably turned into an ice corpse in that instant. And although he did not immediately become an ice corpse, Uchiha Sasuke's bodily functions were inevitably delayed due to the coldness of his blood. To this, Six Paths Madara, with the six-path staff turned in hand, directly stabbed the sharp end into the heart of the Uchiha Sasuke behind him. Instantly, Uchiha Sasuke coughed up blood mixed with ice shards. This scene made Sakura Haruno Kakashi and others nearby exclaim in shock. Madara, Hashirama Senju, and even the six-path sage wanted to step in. But tap tap. With a pair of six Tomo Rin-negan, Chen Yiban blocked the way of the six-path sage, Hashirama Senju, and others. Your opponent is me, Chen Yiban said with a sinister smile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, dozens of Rin-negan shadows continuously appeared beside Chen Yiban. You. The six paths sage looked warily at Chen Yiban, who had a total of 16 Rin-negan shadows. Madara, can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Sasuke. At this moment, the sharp end of the six paths staff stabbed into the heart of the second pillar. And six paths Madara turned to look at the dying second pillar, then coldly spoke. Chapter 4. In the middle of heaven, Yomi's Harabada. The doubting life of six paths Naruto. Looking at the dying Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, six paths Madara glanced at his Rin-negan. The power of your eyes is indeed impressive. So, immediately, six paths Madara prepared to take his Rin-negan, even though the current Uchiha Madara already possessed Tensei. Sasuke. But at that moment, six paths Sage Mode Naruto flew over, unleashing the power of the Nine Tails mode, mixing golden chakra with six paths power to form a giant chakra hand, reaching out to grab the second pillar. It seems he really wants to save the second pillar. But swish, 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 suddenly, seven Rin-negan Tensei appeared, blocking and repelling six paths Naruto. Indeed, Rin-negan Tensei can also use Tensei, allowing for free spatial movement. Six paths Naruto was easily knocked back by several Rin-negan Tensei shadows. Whoosh, but it turned out to be just a shadow clone. The real Naruto Uzumaki, magnet release, Rin-negan. The real six paths Naruto dashed at incredible speed to six paths Madara's side, then activated the sealing power of Shikaku, the one tail, once again. The Rin-negan in his hand not only possessed the attraction of magnet release, but also had sealing power and immense destructive force. To this, magnet release, Raisen Shuriken. The moment six paths Madara turned to face six paths Naruto, Raisen Shuriken of the same magnet release nature, but even more powerful appeared in his hand. Nanny. Six paths Naruto was once again shocked by six paths Madara. He actually possesses the power of Shikaku. Could it be that the current Uchiha Madara has mastered the abilities of all the tailed beasts? Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. Boom! The Raisen Shuriken and Rin-negan collided with each other. Can a Rin-negan withstand the Raisen Shuriken? Although six paths Sage Naruto Uzumaki had the blessing of the will of this world, six paths Madara, possessing the complete power of the Ten Tails divine tree, was enough to make up for the difference. So in the end, it was six paths Naruto who was blasted away. Even though in the end, six paths Naruto protected himself with his own sage art, he was still knocked back by six paths Madara's power, crashing into the giant tree of the divine tree. Whoosh! At that moment, a kunai with unique runes flew towards him. Immediately after, swish, a golden figure appeared, teleporting with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His goal also seemed to be to save Uchiha Sasuke. Soon, as Minato arrived, he grabbed the shoulder of the controlled Uchiha Sasuke and without hesitation activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, preparing to return to Senju, Tobirama, and the others. Clang. Indeed, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Sasuke both disappeared next to six paths Madara. This country is won, as expected. Over here, standing up from the giant tree, he crashed into Naruto Uzumaki clutched his slightly pained chest, then was about to praise his father. But just as the words were on his lips, he paused. That, in six paths Sage Mode, with an incredibly strong perception. Six paths Naruto suddenly couldn't sense the aura of his father Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Sasuke anywhere on the battlefield. The vanished Minato and Sasuke hadn't returned to six paths Sage, Senju Tobirama, and the others. What happened? Wait, could it be? Six paths Naruto, filled with suspicion and worry, suddenly thought of something. He looked in astonishment towards six paths Madara. In the meantime, the situation was very grim. That was my mother, Kagaya, Otsutsuki's ability. In the middle of heaven, both six paths Madara and six paths Sage spoke simultaneously. At this moment, a 9 Tomo Rin-negan was shining with a strange brilliance on Madara's forehead. Clearly, just now at the last moment, Minato Namikaze had not successfully activated the Flying Thunder God technique to save Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, Six Paths Madara directly transported both of them to a certain space and in the middle of heaven. Although Sasuke's eye ability is quite good. But anyway, because of another me, Madara, already possess Tench Rick. So, Sasuke's Rin-negan, forget it. Besides, Sasuke should die as well. Six Paths Madara coldly smiled as he looked at Six Paths Naruto. Bastard, with a body glowing with golden light and adorned with Six Paths runes. Six Paths Naruto clenched his fists, gazing furiously at Six Paths Madara in the distance. Naruto next. It's your turn. With three eyes open, Six Paths Madara wore a cruel grin. At the same time, the infinite Sukuyami plan will continue. However, I need to use a technique that the other me just gave me. Reverse. Infinite Sukuyami. Looking at the countless ninjas still tied up like mummies on the giant tree, Six Paths Madara spoke again. I will definitely stop you. Six Paths Naruto's gaze was resolute as he clenched his fists. Is that so? Six Paths Madara's voice eerily appeared behind Six Paths Naruto. Yomi Sarabada. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki's body was covered in goosebumps. Swish in the next moment. A storm release. Light Fong slashed at him. Six Paths Naruto nearly pushed the reaction ability and agility of Six Paths Sage Mode to the limit at that moment, barely managing to turn his head to dodge the beheading strike. Six Paths Naruto didn't have time to be shocked that the current Six Paths Madara not only possessed Kagaya Otsutsuki's in the middle of heaven, but also that kind of Yomi's Harabada that allows for free spatial traversal. Could it be that the abilities that Kagaya Heim had previously are now possessed by this Uchiha Madara? Damn! And at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without giving Six Paths Naruto extra time, Six Paths Madara, Rin-negan Tensei immediately followed and attacked him. Lava release. Raisin Shuriken. Six Paths Naruto quickly infused the power of Four-tailed Son Goku into his Raisin Shuriken, and instantly the fiery lava release Raisin Shuriken was rapidly formed in his hand. He then hurled it at the approaching Rin-negan Tensei shadows. But Kamui, Six Paths Madara's pair of six Tomo Rin-negan, suddenly focused. Whoosh, in an instant, he swallowed Six Paths Naruto's lava release Raisin Shuriken into a dark space. Is this Obito's Mangeki Sharingan ability? As the lava release Raisin Shuriken was swallowed by Kamui, Six Paths Naruto completely doubted his life. What exactly did that other Uchiha Madara give the original Uchiha Madara? How could the current original Uchiha Madara become so absurd? Moreover, it's not just the type of ability. Six Paths Naruto felt that the current Uchiha Madara had significantly enhanced power, speed, and agility. Is it because of Sage Mode? Up close, seeing the golden sage face on Six Paths Madara's face, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened. Summoning Technique. At that moment, on the other side, Six Paths Sage formed hand seals again and activated the Summoning Technique. Are we going to recall Uchiha Sasuke and Namake's Minato from the other dimension? Chapter 5 Infinite Sukuyami Release. Summoning Technique. The Sage of Six Paths once again utilizes the chakra of the previous 5 Kage to activate the Summoning Technique. With a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan, Chen Yiban saw it but did not intervene. Poof! In the next moment, with a burst of white mist, Uchiha Sasuke and Namake's Minato were summoned back to the ninja world. Dad, Sasuke. Over here, Six Paths Naruto chose to temporarily distance himself from Six Paths Madara and his 8 Rin-negan Rebirth, then saw from afar that Namake's Minato and Sasuke had been summoned back. Six Paths Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit happy and spoke out. At the same time, under Six Paths Sage Mode, Naruto Uzumaki's super strong perception was always alert to Six Paths Madara and his 8 Rin-negan Rebirth shadows on his side. At this moment, Six Paths Madara was also staring with his 6 Tomo Rin-negan, with a 9 Tomo Rin-negan on his forehead. Slightly turning his head to glance at the situation on the Sage of Six Paths side, he immediately saw the 4th Hokage and Sasuke, who had just been transported to the heavenly realm, being summoned back again by the Sage of Six Paths with the chakra of the previous 5 Kage. What is the other me thinking? Seeing that Chen Yiban showed no intention of stopping the Sage of Six Paths, Six Paths Madara couldn't help but murmur. Well, whatever. It's your business over there anyway. Soon, Six Paths Madara smiled indifferently. Then, with 3 eyes, he focused on the Six Paths Naruto in front of him. This battle will only have one outcome. Either you die or I, Madara, will be defeated. Let us start again. Let us compete. Raising the Six Paths staff in his hand, Sage of Six Paths Madara pointed at the Six Paths Sage Mode Naruto across from him. Damn it! Watching Madara regain his power and even become stronger, Naruto felt a bit angry being blocked. Clang! At that moment, suddenly, a light appeared in the palm of one of Six Paths Naruto's hands. it vanished in an instant. Huh. Six Paths Naruto looked at his raised hand. This is the Six Paths power that was just recalled by the Sage of Six Paths. Six Paths Naruto was now looking at the Six Paths Yang power, mark that had appeared on his hand with a surprised and unexpected expression. Sasuke, remembering something, Naruto glanced at the Sage of Six Paths in the distance. Sure enough, over there, Sasuke, who had just been pierced through the heart by Six Paths Madara, had already recovered and was standing, looking at his palm, just like Naruto Uzumaki at this moment. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke had also regained the Six Paths Yin power from the Sage of Six Paths, with the Yin mark reappearing on his hand. Sasuke. On the side, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi, and others couldn't help but smile happily at the recovery of Sasuke. Sage of Six Paths, are you going to continue watching from the sidelines? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been saved again, suddenly asked the Sage of Six Paths in a questioning tone rather than thanking him. Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths sighed and said slowly, originally, as a deceased, I shouldn't interfere in your struggles, but the situation has developed to this point, and I can no longer remain uninvolved. Great. With you here, even if Madara becomes stronger, he is not unbeatable. Hearing the Sage of Six Paths words, Senju Tobarama on the side happily said first, Sasuke, go and make hand seals together with the reincarnated chakra of Ashura, Naruto Uzumaki, to release the people of the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths glanced at Sasuke beside him and suddenly said, facing two Madaras with the Eye of the Moon and Rin-negan, even if I, the old man, step in, I may not be able to compete. We need the strength of everyone to unite. Seeing Sasuke's inquiring gaze, the Sage of Six Paths explained again. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke, who had once again recovered, did not say anything further but charged towards Six Paths Naruto. Clang swoosh, once close enough. Sasuke activated Heavenly Hand Power to swap spaces and arrived next to Six Paths Naruto. During this time, Six Paths Madara could have stopped them, but just watched as Naruto and Sasuke reunited. Were you thinking another me? Six Paths Madara did not pay attention to Naruto and Sasuke for a moment, but turned to look at Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban had not made any moves. He didn't even try to stop the Sage of Six Paths from summoning back Sasuke and the fourth Hokage. Six Paths Madara was a bit puzzled about Chen Yiban's intentions, but he didn't know that Chen Yiban was simply dismissive. Just like how Six Paths Madara was currently indifferent to letting Sasuke and Six Paths Naruto meet. Just now, Chen Yiban had absolutely no intention of stopping the Sage of Six Paths summoning technique. Even knowing that the Sage of Six Paths was letting Uchiha Sasuke join Six Paths Naruto to release the ninjas trapped in the infinite Sukuyami. Chen Yiban had a wicked smile on his face, arms crossed in front of him. He just watched calmly, as if no matter how many enemies came, Chen Yiban was not afraid at all. Infinite Sukuyami release. As soon as Naruto and Sasuke reunited, they almost immediately made hand seals together. Then they released the infinite Sukuyami. Suddenly, cough, 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 the entire ninja world, countless people who had been tied up on the giant trees, were freed one by one after Naruto and Sasuke completed their hand seals. Soon, countless ninjas from the ninja world, including Tsunade, Orochimaru, Raikage 8, Killer Bee, Maitomi, Gaara, and many others, emerged from the infinite Sukuyami. However, each of them had a dazed expression, unable to respond. In fact, most of them were reluctant to leave. Only those who had entered the infinite Sukuyami knew how beautiful it was inside. So at this moment, being awakened, how many people were truly happy? And how many felt a sense of loss and reluctance? Granny Tsunade, Gaara, Uncle Raikage, Grandpa Noki, everyone, please pull yourselves together. The war is not over yet. We need to unite to fight against the enemies before us. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths flew in front of Tsunade, Maitomi, Inoki, and others, and loudly shouted, Naruto! Thus, Tsunade, Gaara, and the others who had just emerged from the infinite Sukuyami slowly came to their senses. Then, one by one, they stood up and looked towards the current battlefield. Immediately, two Madaras, a clone, Gaara, seeing Chen Yiban and Six Paths Madara, was startled for a moment. Then he felt that one of them was just a clone. During this time that is, seeing Chen Yiban's creation Madara appearance. Inoki's deep memory in his mind was awakened. That is not a clone. Two real Madaras have actually appeared now. Moreover, they both possess Rin-negan. Uchiha Sasuke also came before all the ninjas. Nanny. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. On the other side, whoosh, while the Sage of Six Paths was keeping an eye on Chen Yiban, Six Paths Madara suddenly flew to Chen Yiban's side. Another me? What are you thinking? Six Paths Madara asked, looking at Chen Yiban beside him. Chapter 6. Chen Yiban's Spirit Communication Technique. Everyone's astonishment. Another me. What are you thinking? Didn't we agree that you'd be in charge here? Because Chen Yiban had been inactive, the current Six Paths Madara felt no dissatisfaction, but was also unsure of what Chen Yiban was thinking. To this, I'm just simply indifferent. Chen Yiban, with a pair of 6 Tomo Rin-negan, glanced at the Six Paths Madara beside him with a faint smile. You guy, you're even more arrogant than I am. Well, it makes sense. After all, you are another me from a different world, possessing even greater power than I do. Six Paths Madara suddenly smiled and crossed his arms. You say, dying together counts as unity, teamwork? Chen Yiban suddenly spoke out. Oh, hearing this, Six Paths Madara couldn't help but glance at this other version of himself from another world. Then, well, I think it should count. The two Uchiha Madaras both smiled coldly at that moment. The countless ninjas who had just recovered from the infinite Sukuyami and were regrouping felt a hint of fear in their hearts upon seeing this. And Six Paths Madara, who had just allowed Naruto and Sasuke to break the infinite Sukuyami, looked at the Six Paths sage across from him, seeing that the old sage seemed to show great caution towards Chen Yiban. Do you have confidence in dealing with the legendary Six Paths sage? Six Paths Madara couldn't help but ask again. I'm not planning to make a move right now. Chen Yiban replied. You want me to face the entire ninja world, including the Six Paths sage and everyone else, alone? Six Paths Madara looked at Chen Yiban in surprise at this moment. But it's possible. With my current power as Madara, it's not impossible. Six Paths Madara surprisingly did not refuse. However, you got half of it right, Chen Yiban said calmly. The three-eyed Six Paths Madara was slightly taken aback. So what do you mean? I will find you a few helpers. That way, it will be more interesting. Chen Yiban smiled darkly. Helpers? Interesting. I also want to know in this world, what helpers do I, Madara, still have? Six Paths Madara self-deprecatingly smiled faintly. Meanwhile, during the conversation between the two Uchiha Madaras, the Six Paths sage Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and the spirits of past Kage gathered with Six Paths Naruto, In-Power Sasuke, and the Ninja Alliance. Thus, in front, thousands of ninjas. On the opposing side of the two Uchiha Madaras, the two Uchiha Madaras were practically challenging the entire world. Madara, let go of your obsession. I miss the old you. Hashirama Senju made one last effort. He tried to persuade Uchiha Madara to come back. But Hashirama, the old me, has already died by your hands in the Valley of the End. ISNT that right? Six Paths Madara said coldly, pointing his six-path staff at Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju was left speechless. The current me can either die, or I will plunge the entire world into the infinite Sukuyami. There are no other choices. Six Paths Madara's 3 eyes, with the 6 Tomo Rin-negan and the 9 Tomo Rin-negan, were filled with unwavering determination and madness at this moment. Madara, Hashirama Senju understood. The once close friend, Uchiha Madara, had indeed been killed by him in the Valley of the End. Madara, I must stop you. Hashirama Senju resolutely spoke out. Good. The Six Paths sage smiled slowly beside him. Then, Outer Path, Samsara Rebirth Technique. The Six Paths sage surprisingly activated the Samsara Rebirth Technique of the Rin-negan, a super forbidden technique that exchanges life for life. The next moment, clang, 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 clang. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 4 Hokage of the past, were all revived. We, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the other 3 looked in shock at their revitalized bodies. Their original reanimated forms had completely transformed into true life at this moment. They really came back to life? Thank you, legendary predecessors. Hashirama Senju bowed in gratitude to the Six Paths sage. Dad, beside him, Naruto Uzumaki was overjoyed to see Minato Namikaze revived. However, thinking of what happened to Nagato after using Samsara Rebirth, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but look worriedly at the Six Paths sage. Yet, he saw that the Six Paths sage showed no signs of negative effects. In fact, there are still some things I need to give you. The Six Paths sage, having just used Samsara Rebirth, not only showed no harm, but also radiated the light of Six Paths power from both hands. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The power of Six Paths swiftly flew into the bodies of the revived Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, and many other powerful figures. Instantly, besides Naruto and Sasuke, many others temporarily gained the power of Six Paths. This power, Hashirama Senju, Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, and many others who received the power of six paths all marveled at the immense strength now within them. To this, after using Samsara Rebirth, not only were there no expected side effects, but it could even grant other ninjas the power of six paths. One could only say that the legendary Six Paths Sage is indeed impressive. Here, seeing the situation on the Six Paths Sage's side, Six Paths Madara couldn't help but express some surprise. At this level, we can do it too. Chen Yiban maintained a faint smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Six Paths Madara glanced at him. And, Chen Yiban, since the opponent is ready, it's time for me to call over some helpers for you. The old man over there likes to summon others, right? Now, it's our turn to summon. With his hands emitting a faint glow, he spoke as if to himself. What are you going to do? Six Paths Madara casually asked beside him. Do you need my help? No need. Chen Yiban slowly formed hand seals. Then clap. His right hand slammed down onto the ground. Summoning technique. Clang. A large cloud of white mist suddenly appeared on the scene. Upon seeing this, everyone realized that the Madara over there seemed to be doing something again. Six Paths Naruto immediately alerted everyone as he looked at the large cloud of white mist that suddenly appeared in the distance. This chakra. The Six Paths Sage sensed something, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his face. Just then, tap, tap, from within the white mist, footsteps slowly echoed. A powerful figure was the first to step out from mist. This. How is this possible? Another Madara. Chapter 7. Long time no see, father. How is this possible? Another Madara. At this moment, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, Gura, and many other ninjas who had just gained the powerful Six Paths power from the Sage of Six Paths all stared in shock at the powerful figure emerging from the large cloud of white mist. It was none other than the third Uchiha Madara in this world at this moment. That is the Uchiha Madara from the previous Hokage timeline. Chen Yiban actually summoned him. It makes sense. After all, the entire ninja world from the previous Hokage timeline had turned into Chen Yiban's starting sphere space. Even if he crossed to another world, Chen Yiban could maintain a close connection with the entire ninja world of Hokage timeline 1 anytime, anywhere. Moreover, if Chen Yiban needed to, he could extract chakra and all kinds of energy from all living beings in the starting sphere space ninja world, also known as Eternal Kingdom. He could even summon the powerful beings from Eternal Kingdom to another world, just like at this moment. Thus, the Uchiha Madara from the previous Hokage timeline had also arrived in this Hokage timeline too, along with the original Uchiha Madara from this world and Chen Yiban. At this moment, there were 3 Uchiha Madaras in this world. The countless ninja coalition members who had just escaped the infinite Sukuyami looked at the 3 Uchiha Madaras, who, although dressed differently, looked almost identical, and everyone was dumbfounded. Just the appearance of 2 Uchiha Madaras was already. And now, there is another one. Damn it. Not to mention the ninja coalition, even a 9-tailed beast could not help but go berserk at the sight of 3 Madaras coexisting. This situation. At this moment, even the Sage of Six Paths was starting to doubt life. Another me? The Six Paths Madara himself was also looking surprised and astonished. He never expected that Chen Yiban, this other self, would summon another version of himself from another world at this moment. What's going on? Explain it. Another me. The Uchiha Madara from Timeline 1 looked at the countless ninja coalition members in front of him, especially when he saw the Sage of Six Paths. He displayed a hint of surprise and disbelief. This was his first time seeing the legendary Sage of Six Paths. But for some reason, Madara from Timeline 1 immediately recognized that old man was indeed the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, Madara glanced back at Chen Yiban beside him. And just this glance led to Madara 1, Madara 2, and Chen Yiban. The 3 Madaras looked at each other. Both Madara 1 and Madara 2 were looking at each other. Just as Chen Yiban was about to speak with a slight smile, unexpectedly, a gentle and slightly amused male voice emerged from the still, dissipating white mist. Boom! At that moment, the Six Paths Madara from this timeline felt a sudden roar in his mind. This voice is Susanoo. Is that you? The next second, the Madara from Timeline 2 looked a bit flustered and excitedly gazed into the last remnants of the white mist. At this point, tap, tap, footsteps softly echoed. Then, a handsome man dressed in a black robe, like Chen Yiban, slowly walked out from the nearly dissipating white mist, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was none other than Uchiha Izuna. The Uchiha Izuna from Timeline 1. Brother, as he stepped out of the white mist, Uchiha Izuna first glanced at Chen Yiban and Madara from Timeline 1, before finally looking at Madara from this world, Timeline 2. He smiled slightly and softly called out, In response, Madara from this world directly used heavenly hand power to pull Izuna to himself in an instant. Then, holding both of Izuna's arms, Madara too stared intently at the Uchiha Izuna right in front of him. Izuna is real, brother. Izuna had previously had two older brothers, so he wasn't surprised to see another one and continued to smile at Madara from Timeline 2. The next second, Madara too directly embraced Izuna in his arms. This time, I will not let anyone hurt you again, Izuna. Madara too firmly voiced his determination while holding his younger brother, Izuna, in his arms. Meanwhile, Madara from Timeline 1 began to understand what was happening in this world. At the same time, seeing and hearing Madara from Timeline 2 embracing Izuna and saying those words, Madara from Timeline 1 completely understood and smiled faintly. On the other side, that person and Sasuke, Six Paths Naruto, upon seeing Uchiha Izuna, could not help but show a face of confusion and astonishment. Because Izuna looked so much like Sasuke, that is Uchiha Izuna, the brother that Madara once loved dearly. Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama both spoke up to explain. At the same time, the two brothers were also very surprised. Did the formerly deceased Uchiha Izuna come back to life too? During this time, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Izuna, who indeed looked very much like him, and slightly frowned. At this moment, this chakra, the last person in that white mist, could it be? The Sage of Six Paths looked at the nearly dissipating white mist, his expression a bit inexplicably complex. Old man Sage, what's wrong? Naruto Uzumaki sensed the Sage of Six Paths' unusualness and couldn't help but ask. The Sage of Six Paths did not answer, but had already seen the figure in white robes that finally appeared after the white mist completely dissipated. How can there be another one? Who is that guy? Among the crowd, the Raikage, who had just gained the Six Paths power together with Senju Hashirama, was also looking curiously at the last man in the white mist. During this time, seeing that man, the Sage of Six Paths could no longer maintain absolute emotional stability. Originally excitedly holding Izuna, Madara from Timeline 2 also sensed something and looked at the man who appeared after the white mist completely dissipated. At this moment, long time no see, father. The man in white robes slightly closed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. Clang. Opening his eyes, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan shone with a crimson brilliance. Although the eyes were just in the 3 Tomo state, the power emanating from them surpassed all ordinary Manjiki, comparable to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Upon seeing his appearance, so it really is you? Indra, the Sage of Six Paths, furrowed his brows, his expression extremely complex. At this moment, Chen Yiban said, haha. Now this is interesting, isn't it? Chapter 8. Father, can I kill you? Indra, after the white mist completely dissipated, the figure that appeared made Sage of Six Paths frown and sigh. The emotions in his eyes were extremely complex. Unexpectedly, you not only resurrected, but even gathered with several of your reincarnations. Sage of Six Paths sighed. At this moment, Father, can I kill you? Indra smiled, looking handsome and gentle. However, his words sent chills down the spines of countless ninjas present. He is the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, Indra. At this time, Naruto looked at Indra, who was gazing back at him from a distance with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, his face filled with astonishment. He felt that the other party was truly chilling. The smile seemed gentle, but the aura was extremely terrifying. Sage of Six Paths, didn't you say that this life's Indra reincarnator is me? What's going on now? Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha looked at Indra with suspicion. Then questioned Sage of Six Paths Indra, do you still hate me? Sage of Six Paths didn't answer Sasuke, but sighed again while looking at Indra. Maybe. Indra smiled faintly, and then said, now if I can, I simply want to kill you, father. Indra appeared very polite. His smile seemed filial, but the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan revealed an infinite killing intent. Next to him, you. How could you even do something like this? The Six Paths Obito from time-space looked at Indra standing right in front of him and couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Then, he incredulously looked at Chen Yiban. Obito couldn't believe that Chen Yiban had even resurrected Indra and summoned him. To this, how is it? Are you satisfied with the 3 helpers I found for you? Chen Yiban grinned wickedly at Obito from time-space. Well, I have to say, I can't say I'm dissatisfied. Time-space Obito glanced at the Uchiha Izuna beside him and smiled happily. I never agreed to help. Suddenly, time-space Obito crossed his arms in front of his chest, glancing at Chen Yiban with some displeasure. Is that so? Chen Yiban looked at Obito from time-space, then said, "Fine, then you can watch the version of yourself, Izuna, and Indra in this world play. After it ends, I will send you back to the Eternal Kingdom." Chen Yiban said this without giving in to time-space Obito. Obito from time-space suddenly felt even more dissatisfied as he looked at Chen Yiban. Finally, as expected, "I just can't get along with you." Whoosh, complaining continuously, but with the Ten Tails mode and Sage mode fully activated. He entered Ten Tails Sage mode. Just like Obito from time-space had his 9-tomo Rin-negan, 6-pads cloak, the 9 truth-seeking balls on his back, and the 6-pad staff in his hand, all manifesting one by one. Moreover, Obito's original Rin-negan had now also evolved into 6-tomo Rin-negan. Thus, Obito was also indicating his willingness to join the battle. Of course, how could he, Uchiha Obito, just watch from the sidelines while others fought? Given his combative nature, he couldn't stand it. Additionally, Obito from time-space had a combat power above that of Obito from time-space. Although both were in Ten Tails Sage mode, Obito from time-space, like Chen Yiban, had received assistance from time-space Eternal Kingdom. Just like the Sage mode Naruto from this world, he had an additional layer of combat power granted by the world's will. So, whoosh 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 whoosh, Obito from time-space pointed his 6-pad staff at all the people opposite him and, without saying a word, directly unleashed Rin-negan Tensei Shadow. Immediately, a total of 12 Rin-negan Tensei appeared beside Obito from time-space. That was 4 more than the Rin-negan Tensei of Obito from time-space. Glancing at Obito from time-space, he couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. It was an extremely frustrating feeling of clearly being the same Uchiha Obito, yet losing. At this moment on the opposite side, his shadows were no longer 4, but 12. Sasuke Uchiha, with one eye open, revealing a 6-tomo Rin-negan, could clearly see all of Obito from time-space's Rin-negan Tensei. Although the number of Rin-negan Tensei for both Uchiha Obitos individually could not surpass Chen Yiban's number. Together, they totaled 12-8, exceeding the strongest Chen Yiban's 16 Rin-negan Tensei. Now, the Rin-negan Tensei of Uchiha Obito was not the same as before. They could use ninjutsu, even Tenchi-ten. Their combat power was exceptionally formidable. I can feel that the certain beings on the opposite side are Madara's so-called Rin-negan Tensei. Kakashi also received the gift of 6 paths power from Sage of 6 Paths and could sense the Rin-negan Tensei. It felt as if dozens of Madaras had appeared. Damn it! Senju Tobirama also sensed the Rin-negan Tensei and angrily said, "Everyone, we must stop Madara and the others." Sage Senju Hashirama's eyes were resolute. Senju Hashirama was not only resurrected, but also gained 6 paths power, making his combat power surpass any previous period. Yes, we have the Ninja Alliance technique. We will definitely win. Sage Naruto glanced at Sasuke beside him and smiled. In response, Sage Minato Namikaze from the side, having activated Sage mode at the right moment, looked at the determined Naruto with a sense of relief in his heart. At that moment, zing! Uchiha Izuna's eyes shone with 6-tomo Rin-negan power. At the same time, golden chakra, similar to Naruto Uzumaki, appeared around him. Moreover, behind him, the 9 Black Tomo Ninja Clan symbols shone brightly in the golden chakra. 6-pad Sage Art Bloom. Furthermore, the face paint of Sage mode slowly emerged around Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Sage mode, Izuna. Next to him, Obito from time-space looked at the power that Izuna now possessed, his face filled with both surprise and joy. During this time, whoosh bang! With a violent roar, Indra impatiently launched a punch filled with infinite killing intent towards Sage of 6 Paths. Although Sage of 6 Paths blocked it with the 6-pad staff in his hand. But this power, Indra's strength made Sage of 6 Paths feel alarmed. Indra, you actually have the Rin-negan too? Looking up, Sage of 6 Paths saw Indra's eyes right in front of him, which were also a pair of light purple Rin-negan. Rin-negan Moon God. Just as he thought, Indra saw his punch blocked by Sage of 6 Paths and directly activated the ocular technique of his Rin-negan. Zing, tap 13, whom CT, Rin-negan Sukuyami. Indra, whose eyes had transformed into a pair of light purple Rin-negan, stared at his father, the Sage of 6 Paths, who was right in front of him. He then directly activated his Rin-negan technique, Sukuyami. In the next moment, an invisible force burst forth in all directions. Immediately, bang 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 bang, within a 100-meter radius, many powerful ninjas, including 6 Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, 6 Paths Hashirama, and 6 Paths Tobirama, suddenly felt their bodies become incredibly heavy and their legs buckled. They immediately crouched down on the ground. Bang bang bang. Six Paths Naruto had several chakra orbs behind him that all fell from the air to the ground. This is just like when we were in Kagaya's gravity space. Six Paths Naruto looked in surprise at Indra in front of the Sage of Six Paths. It was his Rin-negan technique. A Rin-negan Sasuke with six tomo gritted his teeth and resisted the gravity, analyzing the situation. Indra's Sukuyami was creating a small gravity area within a 100-meter range around him. Within this area, almost all life, except for himself, would be suppressed by supergravity. Damn it, the Raikage, A, who had just received the power of the Sage of Six Paths, wanted to showcase his strength, but suddenly found himself crushed by an invisible supergravity, unable to stand up. However, although the Sage of Six Paths staff and the chakra orbs under him had also fallen to the ground, the Sage of Six Paths himself seemed not to be affected by the supergravity of Sukuyami. Is it because he is a spiritual body? Upon seeing several former shadows who were also within the 100-meter range, but similarly unaffected by the supergravity, it seemed that spiritual bodies could indeed be exempt from the effects of Sukuyami. Is it similar to the gravity space ability of my mother? At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths looked at the murderous Indra in front of him and murmured to himself. "Humph." Indra coldly scoffed. Just as he prepared to launch another technique, whoosh, a figure suddenly moved through space and appeared behind Indra. It was Rin-negan Sasuke in Kagaya's gravity space. Sasuke could also use heavenly hand power for a surprise attack. This moment was merely a reproduction of his previous action. The next moment, Rin-negan Sasuke, wielding a black Chidori infused with Six Paths in power, was ready to pierce Indra's heart from behind. Whoosh, at that moment, another figure that ordinary ninjas could not see appeared behind Sasuke, who was ambushing Indra. It was a Rin-negan shadow of this world's Madara, and this Rin-negan shadow also wielded a black Chidori, ready to pierce through Sasuke's heart from behind. Rin-negan Sasuke was taken aback. Finally, whoosh boom, the Sage of Six Paths unleashed a powerful Six Paths power, pushing back both Indra and the Rin-negan shadow. Rin-negan Sasuke, at the last moment, was timely caught back by Six Paths Naruto's giant hand of Kurama's chakra. Thus, neither side gained any advantage. At the same time, because Indra was pushed back by the Sage of Six Paths power, Six Paths Naruto, Hashirama, and others were timely freed from the effects of Tsukuyami's supergravity and stood back up. I didn't expect that after you died, you could still have such power. Father, after retreating, Indra, with a pair of Rin-negan beside Chen Yiban, looked coldly at the Sage of Six Paths opposite him. Would release, would dragon technique. At this moment, the resurrected Hashirama tentatively released the would release ninjutsu. The next moment, a massive wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, roaring as it charged towards several figures, including Madara and Indra. To this, Indra showed a disdainful expression. Clumsy tricks. Rin-negan Indra, with a look of contempt. Clang again. The supergravity of Tsukuyami directly pressed Hashirama's wooden dragon to the ground, making it almost immobile. Whoosh, following that a black lightning blade, similar to Sasuke's sharp spear but of an astonishing length, easily cleaved the wooden dragon, which was pinned down by supergravity, into pieces. Seeing this scene, Hashirama slowly lowered his previously clasped hands, his eyes heavy with concern. So strong. Many in the Ninja Alliance couldn't help but exclaim in awe upon witnessing it. Although they had received the power bestowed by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, facing such an enemy, Kagaya Otsutsuki, although also granted a portion of the Six Paths power by the Sage, felt no confidence when looking at such a powerful Indra. Moreover, the three Uchiha Madara seemed to be the strongest. This sentiment was shared by this world's Tsunade, Inoki, Gaara, and many others. The enemy is too strong, especially the three Uchiha Madara, who have completely transcended common sense. Kill. Indra, with a terrifying killing intent, was the first to rush out like lightning after being pushed back. Spiral, Shuriken. Six Paths Naruto gathered his Six Paths power to form a huge spiral, Shuriken, and threw it at the rapidly approaching Indra. To this, whoosh, another figure surpassed Indra and arrived in front of him. Immediately, Shinra Tensei, using the basic ability of the Rin-negan, he activated it in mid-air as the spiral Shuriken approached. Boom! It directly sent the spiral Shuriken flying back, almost causing an explosion among the Ninja Alliance. Fortunately, Six Paths Naruto timely opened his chakra hand in Kurama mode and caught the returning spiral Shuriken, allowing countless ninjas in the Alliance to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking again, it turned out that the figure who had just surpassed Indra and performed Shinra Tensei was Uchiha Izuna, who had awakened the Six Paths Sage technique. I don't remember asking for anyone's help. Indra glanced at Uchiha Izuna beside him. Well, I volunteered. Izuna replied with a slow smile. Ha, whatever you want. Indra also had a proud smile on his face. So together? Izuna asked. To this, whoosh, Indra also had 9 black tomo symbols appear behind him, indicating the blooming of the Six Paths Sage technique. Whatever, Indra said coldly. Seeing this, Uchiha Izuna smiled again. Then, the two stood together, their Rin-negan gazes filled with cold pride as they stared at the ninja alliance, which included the Sage of Six Paths. Then, clang, 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 behind Indra and Izuna, 9 black chakra orbs slowly emerged. Uchiha Izuna, Tobirama, come and fight. Chapter 10. This blade is for you, Izuna. At this moment, hearing Uchiha Izuna shout, Senju Tobirama's face showed a serious expression. Looking at Uchiha Izuna's stance, everyone could feel that the enemy was incredibly strong. With the Six Paths power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, Senju Tobirama could clearly sense how powerful Uchiha Izuna was now. Thus, upon hearing the opponent coming towards him, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gravity in his heart. The current Uchiha Izuna was no longer the one he had just severely injured with the Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone, be careful of Indra's Rin-negan techniques. Try not to let Indra get too close. The Sage of Six Paths reminded. Naruto, let's use the sealing technique we used to seal Kaguya. Rin-negan Sasuke looked at Sage of Six Paths Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. I was thinking the same thing. However, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara unbelievably has 3 of them. Let's seal as many as we can, Sasuke said. At that moment, they're coming. A ninja from the allied Shinobi forces exclaimed. Naruto and Sasuke looked ahead again, only to see Indra and Uchiha Izuna rushing towards them. Moreover, after Indra and Izuna activated their Six Paths Senjutsu, they no longer ran. Instead, they flew at high speed towards the massive allied Shinobi forces. Tailed Beast Bomb. 9 the Nine Tails plus the other 8 tailed beasts each quickly condensed a tailed beast bomb at the same time. Then, 9 gigantic tailed beast bombs were hurled towards the rapidly flying Indra and Uchiha Izuna. To this, whoosh, Indra and Izuna each thought, and one of the tailed beast balls behind them immediately flew to the front and transformed into a black shield. They surprisingly blocked the power of the 9 tailed beast bombs, even dispersing them. What? The 9 tailed beasts exclaimed in surprise. At this time, would release Birth of the Domain. Senju Hashirama infused the Six Paths power given by the Sage of Six Paths into his chakra, and then activated Birth of the Domain. Soon, they saw gigantic trees that were more resilient and larger than ever before surging forth from the surrounding land like giant pythons. Then, they charged towards Indra and Izuna. I told you, don't use such clumsy tricks, Indra said disdainfully. Then, in the air, he attempted to suppress the giant trees with the gravitational force of Suki no Kami, just like before. Clang! Suki no Kami suddenly activated. Boom, 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 indeed. The front giant tree fell to the ground in an instant. However, the number of giant trees summoned by Birth of the Domain was too many. The ones in front were suppressed by gravity, but the ones behind kept coming. As long as Senju Hashirama did not stop releasing chakra, the giant trees summoned by would not stop. And Indra's Suki no Kami seemed to have a time limit. Soon, once the time limit passed, the countless giant trees that had been suppressed by gravity immediately came alive like resurrected giant pythons, wrapping around Indra. Shinra Tensei. At a critical moment, Uchiha Izuna raised his hand with a calm expression, unleashing the basic ability of the Rin-negan. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force shattered many of the incoming giant trees. But at that moment, dust release, original world separation technique. 2 the formless spirit and Inoki, the old man, together unleashed the dust release to bombard Uchiha Izuna, who had just used Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Izuna had just used Shinra Tensei and hadn't had time to react. When he saw Indra blocking in front of Izuna, sealing technique, absorption, clang whoosh. The next moment, 2 blasts of dust release were completely absorbed by Indra alone. Seeing this scene, the absorption ability of the Rin-negan. How terrifying, Inoki said angrily. I didn't expect Izuna and Indra to cooperate so seamlessly. The space-time Madara in the back watched the cooperation between Indra and Izuna, unable to help but murmur in surprise. In the Eternal Kingdom, when we were idly sparring with each other, we occasionally divided into teams. Indra and Izuna had been teammates many times. Nearby, Chen Yiban smiled and explained. I see. The space-time Madara nodded in understanding and added, regarding the existence of other worlds, while feeling incredible, I truly envy the lives you have in your world. Thinking about my solitude in this world, Madara indeed envied the lives of the two selves in Eternal Kingdom. Ha! Chen Yiban chuckled. Then, he glanced at the two Six Paths Madaras beside him. By the way, aren't you two going to join the fun? Chen Yiban couldn't help but ask. Let Asuna play first. The two Six Paths Madaras said in unison, hearing themselves say the same thing as the other self. They even glanced at the almost identical other self. Then, they turned back to the battlefield, ready to support Uchiha Asuna at any moment. Fine. Do as you please. Chen Yiban shook his head. On the other side, Uchiha Asuna glanced at Indra, who had also helped him. Before Asuna could speak, countless giant trees from Wood Release surged forth once again. In release, Thunderstrike. Indra, with a hint of impatience in his Rin-negan eyes, directly unleashed black lightning. He shattered the last giant tree of Senju, Hashirama, into pieces. And amidst the countless wood splinters, several special kunai slowly fell. Whoosh! In the next moment, two figures suddenly attacked. It was Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze. The two seemed to have just inserted the special kunai into the giant tree of Wood Release. Then let them follow the giant trees towards Indra and Uchiha Asuna. Finally, at the moment when the enemies were likely to let their guard down, they suddenly appeared, and the two immediately launched an attack, each targeting Indra and Uchiha Asuna. Izuna, the space-time Madara couldn't help but rush forward. But Tobarama, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Senju Tobarama, holding a kunai, charged towards the nearby Uchiha Asuna. But instead of seeing panic on the opponent's face, he saw a cold smile. In an instant, Senju Tobarama realized that his ambush had instead backfired. Clang Blood Curse Technique. Uchiha Azuna's eyes transformed into scarlet pupils. At this moment, he suddenly unleashed the technique of his Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, Senju Tobarama felt as if he had turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Stab! The tail beast ball transformed into a black rod, directly piercing into Senju Tobarama's heart. Tobarama, this blade is for you. Chapter 11, Sage of Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star. Tobarama, this blade is for you. At this moment, Uchiha Asuna turned the truth-seeking orb into a black rod and thrust it into the heart of Senju Tobarama, coldly speaking. At the same time, you think you know who I am? Indra, looking at the black rod he created from the truth-seeking orb, piercing Minato Namikaze, spoke with the same arrogance. It was indeed Senju Tobarama, who was ambushed using the Flying Thunder God technique, and both he and Minato were defeated in an instant, especially Senju Tobarama. Just like in the original story, when he ambushed Uchiha Madara, trying to scheme against others, but instead fell into someone else's trap. Uchiha Asuna had been severely injured by the Flying Thunder God technique before. Would he make the same mistake again? Moreover, in the Eternal Kingdom, and during the time-space battles, Senju Tobarama had also fought against Uchiha Asuna. He was already very familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, both Uchiha Asuna and Indra also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of ambushing them when they let their guard down? You think too much. Cough. X2 Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze both coughed up blood at this moment. Besides, if it weren't for the Sage of Six Paths granting some of the Six Paths power to many strong individuals, Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze would have turned to ashes under the attack of the truth-seeking orb. However, even with a bit of Six Paths power, both Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze were basically finished. Especially Senju Tobarama. First, he was hit by Blood Shinon, and then the black rod of the truth-seeking orb pierced his heart. The little bit of Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths couldn't save him. Tobarama. Dad. Teacher. Over here, Senju Hashirama, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kakashi all exclaimed in shock. Cough. It seems that I and the second Hokage have failed. Minato Namikaze, who was pinned to the ground, weakly coughed up blood again. Shut up. Indra, with a pair of disdainful Rin-negan eyes, coldly responded. The next moment, whoosh, summoning another truth-seeking orb from behind, it transformed again into a black rod. It was indeed Indra holding the black rod, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Minato Namikaze. To this, the Six-Paths Sage Mode, Naruto, empowered by the will of the world, could not just stand by. Swoosh! In the next instant, Six-Paths Naruto flew over at an incredible speed. Clang! At the last moment, using Kurama's chakra, he blocked the deadly strike from Indra aimed at Minato Namikaze. You unharmed, Dad. Six Paths Naruto glared angrily at Indra. Huh. Indra, with a pair of Rin-negan eyes, slowly revealed a disdainful smile. Foolish little brat. Since you're here, don't leave. Rin-negan. Moon God. Indra activated his Rin-negan technique once again. Instantly, super gravity returned. Sasuke. At this critical moment, Six Paths Naruto shouted loudly. It's ready. Rin-negan Sasuke rushed into a certain range at high speed. Then, ding, universal pull. Finally, at the crucial moment, he managed to pull back Six Paths Naruto, Minato Namikaze, and Senju Tobirama together from afar. Boom boom, almost at the same time. Two black rods from the truth-seeking orb were pinned down at the spot where Minato Namikaze and Six Paths Naruto had just been. It was indeed Indra's attack. However, the people had been moved away by Rin-negan Sasuke using universal pull. Indra's attack missed. Universal pull. What a bothersome ability. Indra, feeling a bit annoyed, spoke in a tone that seemed indifferent. And evidently, in the Eternal Kingdom, Indra had already fought against Chen Yiban and the others. Knowing how troublesome universal pull could be, Dad, over here, back on the opposite side, Six Paths Naruto began to check Minato Namikaze's condition. Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, also immediately jumped over to check Tobirama's wounds. And Rin-negan Sasuke, it seemed to be the first time he performed multi-person spatial displacement. He covered his left eye, showing a hint of fatigue. The power of the left eye. Uchiha Sasuke felt that he had pushed the power of his left eye a bit too hard, and there was a slight pain in his Rin-negan. Whoosh, suddenly, just as Six Paths Naruto and the others were pulled back, another figure floated out from Indra's body through some incredible ability. It was the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths. Is it because Indra is the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? The Sage of Six Paths could actually float out from Indra's body over a distance. Oh, over here, Chen Yiban and the two other Six Paths Madaras were slightly surprised. Old man, Indra's face showed a mix of shock and anger. To this, Earth Explosion Star, the Sage of Six Paths, as soon as he floated out from Indra's body, immediately clapped his hands on Indra's back, directly activating the seal. He was indeed trying to deal with Indra first and then take on the three troublesome Uchiha Madaras. This scene was witnessed by countless ninjas on site, and they all anticipated it. Even the Sage of Six Paths felt he had succeeded. However, the three Uchiha not far away were all laughing at this moment. Then, Father, please remove your dirty hands. Indra stood firm, gazing mockingly at his so-called father, the Sage of Six Paths, who had just tried to seal him with his light purple Rin-negan eyes. The Sage of Six Paths was stunned at this moment. Earth Explosion Star, actually ineffective? How is this possible? The Sage of Six Paths found it hard to believe. On the opposite side, the expressions of the Ninja Alliance members all froze. Ding! Suddenly, Indra waved his hand in disgust, and a black lightning bolt struck down. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths reacted quickly, retreating in time, and even disappearing immediately. Whoosh! In the next second, the Sage of Six Paths floated out from Six Paths Naruto's body. It seemed that this old man could indeed move within the bloodlines of Indra, Naruto, Uzumaki, and other descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The old man should also be able to emerge from Uchiha Sasuke's body. Even, he could appear from the two Uchiha Madara's bodies. However, as for Chen Yiban, don't even think about it. After, all laws return to one. All of Chen Yiban's power belonged solely to him. It was almost unrelated to anyone else. The Sage of Six Paths couldn't emerge from Chen Yiban's body. What happened just now, Sage of Six Paths? Rin-negan Sasuke asked while recovering the power of his left eye, inquiring about what had just happened. The Earth Explosion Star, cast by the Sage of Six Paths, actually failed? I also don't quite know, but it seems that all sealing techniques are ineffective against Indra now. The Sage of Six Paths had an extremely serious expression. Nani, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi, and Sakura Haruno all exclaimed in shock. Chapter 12, Indra Susanoo. Is the sealing technique ineffective? Then what should we do next? Hearing the conversation between the Sage of Six Paths and Sasuke, on the side, the recently freed Minato Namikaze frowned. After all, to deal with the three Uchiha Bitos, it seemed they could only rely on sealing techniques, as mentioned by Naruto and Sasuke earlier. And now, if Indra can't use sealing techniques, then the three Uchiha Bitos can't either, right? No sealing. This is really bad. Before the Sage of Six Paths and the others could respond, Tobirama Senju looked at his brother Hashirama Senju with a heavy heart. The latter was already lifeless. Uchiha Asuna had used both the Blood Shinon and Truth-Seeking Ball Black Rod on Hashirama. Thus, he couldn't have survived. Minato Namikaze was alive because when Indra made his final strike, Sage Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke acted in time. Otherwise, both would have died from the surprise attack on Indra. Lord Second Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha, witnessing Hashirama Senju, who had just been revived, die again, couldn't help but show expressions of shock and sadness. It seems I can't hold back any longer. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yiban across from him. His eyes were filled with deep caution. Originally, he thought about keeping some trump cards before Chen Yiban made his move, but now it seemed they no longer had the qualification to hold back. Then, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Hoo-hoo. The Sage of Six Paths once again performed the summoning technique. Soon, 3 white mists appeared. Father, you are indeed insidious. Indra's eyes were cold and filled with undisguised hatred. What does this old man want to do? How interesting. Chen Yiban watched from a distance, looking quite relaxed and comfortable. If we're to say it, this old bastard might actually be the source of all the wars. The 2 Uchiha Obitos with 3 eyes both showed murderous intent towards the Sage of Six Paths. After the white mist dissipated, everyone saw the Sage of Six Paths had summoned 3 coffins. Clap. Immediately after, the Sage of Six Paths clasped his hands together. Outer Path, Reincarnation Birth Technique. The Sage of Six Paths once again performed the Rin-negan's reincarnation birth. Seeing this, the opposing Chen Yiban sneered and couldn't help but murmur, resurrecting himself with reincarnation birth. This bastard really knows how to play. Gather. Sure enough, the next moment, the Sage of Six Paths let out a loud shout as his soul merged into one of the 3 coffins. Clang, clang. The coffin that the Sage of Six Paths spirit entered glowed, and the one on the left also shone with light. Oh dear! Sage Naruto felt a tingling sensation in his body. Whoosh! Then, a soul flew out from within Naruto Uzumaki and merged into the final coffin. Clang! Finally, the 3 coffins simultaneously radiated the brilliance of resurrection. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, under the uncertain gazes of everyone, the 3 coffins exploded. As the dust from the explosion settled, 3 powerful figures stood tall on the scene. That is, at this moment, Indra, who was blooming with the Sage of Six Paths power, clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger and fighting spirit. Ashura. Indra suddenly shouted in rage the next second. Among the 3 resurrected individuals, one was indeed his brother, Ashura. The other 2 were the Sage of Six Paths himself and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The last one, Otsutsuki Hamura. Chen Yiban, with his pair of 6-tomo Rin-negan, looked coldly at the last person. The 3 resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths, apart from himself, were Otsutsuki Hamura and Ashura. They were the Sage of Six Paths' brother and youngest son. Brother. Just revived. Ashura heard Indra's furious shout. Father. At the same time, Ashura also saw the Sage of Six Paths. And Otsutsuki Hamura. Brother. You actually chose to resurrect yourself and me. At this moment, Hamura also looked at the Sage of Six Paths, surprised. Who are you? Ashura glanced curiously at Otsutsuki Hamura beside him. He is my brother. Your uncle, Otsutsuki Hamura. The Sage of Six Paths said. Uncle Hamura? Ashura was a bit surprised. Brother, what exactly is going on? The opposing group, this chakra. Otsutsuki Hamura had already noticed Chen Yiban and the others. The power of the 3 Uchiha Obitos astonished Otsutsuki Hamura. Just like Mother, Hamura noticed the 3-eyed Jinchuriki stance of the Sage of Six Paths Obito, which was the power of his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Brother, how could this be? Obito, all in 3-eyed forms, and although Chen Yiban didn't have 3 eyes, the chakra on him was immense. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hamura was completely shocked. Hamura, Ashura, the situation is urgent. We need to find a way to seal the chakra reincarnators of the 3 Indras on the opposite side. The Sage of Six Paths said succinctly. It seems your world has really fallen into chaos. Brother. Hamura helplessly shook his head. Naruto, they can't be. Rin-negan Sasuke glanced at Sage Naruto beside him, then looked at the Sage of Six Paths and the others, hesitating to speak. The soul that flew out from my body should indeed be the Sage's youngest son, Ashura. After all, the Sage of Six Paths mentioned that his son's power was within me. Sage Naruto said, It seems we've gained a few helpers. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Not to mention the 3 Uchiha Obitos. Just dealing with Indra and Uchiha Azuna was already extremely tricky. If we don't have a few helpers, we really wouldn't be able to handle this. Brother. At this moment, Ashura cast a complex glance at his furious and battle-ready brother, Indra. Ashura. Indra could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in his heart, and at that moment let out a final roar towards the sky. Immediately, clang, the purple Susanoo burst forth violently. Its height instantly surpassed 500 meters. Settle. Finally, as Indra slightly clenched his fist, the violent energy of the purple Susanoo stabilized, and then Susanoo's body grew larger once again. In the end,
The height of the purple Susanoo, over 700 meters. Chapter 13, Indra versus Shura, Madaras versus Otsutsuki brothers. Fierce battle. Wow, so huge.
looking at the towering purple Susanoo in front of him, which stands over 700 meters tall, countless ninjas in the ninja coalition stared in awe. Ashura. At this moment, inside the massive over 700 meters tall purple Susanoo, Indra looked down from above at the three people below. Especially at Ashura. To this, brother. Seeing the familiar power and familiar person in front of him, Ashura's expression was quite complicated. Do I still have to fight you, brother? Ashura, feeling sentimental for a moment. Soon. Then, father, Uncle Himura, I'm going. Ashura's face was resolute. In the next second, he slowly clenched his fists. Whoosh! A burst of golden, powerful chakra erupted, finally transforming into a beast-like giant form, similar to the huge energy body of the Nine-Tails Golden Chakra. Its size was almost on par with Indra's Susanoo. Moreover, it was in a three-headed, six-armed posture. That is, the Nine-Tails? Over here, Six Paths Naruto looked surprised. No, that is Ashura's power. It's just similar to mine. Two beside him, Yan Kurama and the In Kurama within Six Paths Naruto spoke up simultaneously. It's very similar to Naruto's previous chakra form. Rin-negan Sasuke also couldn't help but murmur as he looked at Ashura's golden chakra. And at this moment, Indra and Ashura, brother. The two brothers gazed at each other. Then, each controlled their own power. Susanoo instantly drew out the giant Susanoo blade and slashed at Ashura's golden chakra, which was almost as massive as itself. Ashura also focused his thoughts, and his three-headed, six-armed golden chakra beast form immediately swung its giant claws. Boom! The two sides collided, unleashing an immense and powerful force. In an instant, the shockwave sent countless ninjas from the ninja coalition flying far away. Even Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, and the shadow clones empowered by Six Paths were pushed back repeatedly by the powerful shockwave. Such powerful strength. Kurozetsu couldn't help but exclaim. Even with some Six Paths power, the gap compared to true strong ones is still too great. Bang! Under the powerful impact, the purple Susanoo lunged forward and delivered a punch to the golden three-headed, six-armed beast-like chakra, sending Ashura back a few steps. However, while being pushed back by the tremendous force, Ashura controlled his golden beast-like chakra and quickly condensed an energy ball similar to Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom! Finally, it directly slammed into Indra's purple Susanoo, instantly causing Indra to stagger back several steps. Ashura, brother. After that, the two brothers roared and charged towards each other again. Thus, they continued to unleash an astonishing battle. The surrounding battlefield began to crack continuously under the powerful fight between the two. Countless ninjas from a ninja coalition fled as if their lives depended on it, quickly distancing themselves from the battle area between the two brothers. These former strong warriors are truly terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Himura, the two brothers, leaped up in unison. Finally, the two brothers landed in front of the two Six Paths Madara. Chen Yiban at the back rested his chin on a large rock, watching the scene in front of him with a satisfied smile. During this, he said, "Oh, are you going to challenge us too? Well, fighting against the legendary sage of Six Paths and his brother seems quite interesting. It's definitely piqued my interest to dance." The two three-eyed Six Paths Madara looked at the Six Paths brothers who had just arrived before them, and the two Six Paths Madara smiled proudly. "Madara, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't make the same mistake again." The Sage of Six Paths felt a bit of pressure as he looked at the two Six Paths Madara, who each had 3 eyes, all possessing the Moon Eye and the Rin-negan. Therefore, he wanted to give one last persuasion, although it seemed to have no meaning. Enough with the nonsense. As expected, Time-Space Madara first showed a look of disdain. Then, the two Six Paths Madara, with their 6 eyes, looked at the Sage of Six Paths among the Six Paths brothers, filled with killing intent. The source of chaos in this world, if you think about it carefully, is not Otsutsuki Kagaya, but you Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Time-Space Madara, holding the Six Paths staff, pointed at the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, from a distance of several meters. "Madara, kill everyone who dares to resist." Madara, then let the world enter infinite Sukuyami. The two six paths Madara spoke in unison. Infinite Sukuyami? Madara, you should already know the truth about infinite Sukuyami. Why are you still so obsessed? The sage of six paths sighed. To this, what we're talking about is reverse infinite Sukuyami. The two six paths Madara shouted in unison. At the same time, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two six paths Madara simultaneously released, in release, lightning style, bombarding the six paths brothers in front of them. The densely packed black lightning immediately struck towards the six paths brothers with incredible speed and power. To this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Himura remained calm, simply summoning the truth-seeking ball from behind to form a shield, directly blocking the two six paths Madara's, in release, lightning style. However, whoosh, the two six paths Madara suddenly used heavenly hand power to teleport beside the six paths brothers at that moment. Clang, the boundless powerful ocular technique immediately unleashed. Mooneye, Heaven's Center. Not good. The moment the two six paths Madara appeared, the sage of six paths exclaimed in his heart. Then, before Heaven's Center unleashed, whoosh, the sage of six paths left his brother Otsutsuki Himura behind and disappeared. Otsutsuki Himura was surprised to see the two six paths Madara, who had abilities similar to his mother, sending him into the alternate space of Heaven's Center. However, summoning technique. The sage of six paths emerged from Rin-negan Sasuke's body and immediately performed the summoning technique. Clang Pu. After a burst of white mist, Otsutsuki Himura was summoned back by Otsutsuki Kinshiki from the space of Heaven's Center. Seeing this, this damned old man is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. The two six paths Madara revealed somewhat crazy smiles. Their killing intent towards the sage of six paths grew stronger. As long as the sage of six paths is not dead, the flower of reverse infinite Sukuyami cannot bloom smoothly. And at this moment, six paths Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke finally arrived in front of Uchiha Azuna. Since Indra and Ashura were fighting together, the six paths brothers were battling the two six paths Madara. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke prepared to work together to deal with Uchiha Azuna first. However, Uchiha Azuna showed a relaxed and comfortable smile, even jokingly saying to Naruto and Sasuke in front of him, "Is it a bit unfair, 2 against 1? Chapter 14, the most terrifying and eerie enemy. Uchiha Azuna. 2 against 1. Isn't that a bit unfair? Uchiha Azuna, with a faint smile, said half-jokingly to Naruto and Sasuke in front of him. There is no fairness or unfairness on the battlefield. Sasuke, who possesses a Rin-negan with 6 Tomo, said coldly as he faced Uchiha Azuna alongside six paths Naruto. Is that so? Uchiha Azuna smiled meaningfully. Sasuke, don't be careless. It's best to keep a certain distance from him. Six paths Naruto, wary, looked at Uchiha Azuna ahead, because Senju Tobarama's death was a bit suspicious. Although they temporarily did not know the specifics of Blood Chi at this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke were cautiously keeping a distance of over 50 meters from Uchiha Azuna. At this moment, Uchiha Azuna coldly smiled. Then, whoosh, Uchiha Azuna's pair of Sharingans slowly transformed into Rin-negan as he gazed at Naruto and Sasuke, who were dozens of meters away. Seeing the change in Uchiha Azuna's eyes, Naruto and Sasuke's vigilance heightened. Naruto, get ready to move. Rin-negan Sasuke prepared to activate his Rin-negan technique, Tenshin SH10. He intended to pull Uchiha Azuna over from a distance, and then both Naruto and Sasuke would deliver a fatal combined attack. But Rin-negan, Blue Mirror. Uchiha Azuna activated his Rin-negan technique first. The next moment, they saw, hiss, Uchiha Azuna's Rin-negan appeared like a mirror, reflecting the figures of Naruto and Sasuke in the mirror surface. Then, it was reflected into reality. 2 groups of blue energy slowly emerged from a ripple in space. What is that? Six paths Naruto couldn't help but wonder. Behind him, countless ninjas from the coalition who had temporarily distanced themselves from the battlefield also looked surprised and confused at this scene. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, with 1 Rin-negan and 1 Sharingan, observed the 2 blue energy masses with keen insight, but for a moment, he couldn't discern anything. Until, whoosh, the 2 blue energy masses transformed into 2 figures. When they stood before everyone, Naruto and Sasuke, as well as all the ninjas watching, displayed expressions of astonishment. They saw Uchiha Azuna's Rin-negan technique, Blue Mirror, projected another Uchiha Sasuke with a Rin-negan and another Naruto in six paths form. Suddenly, Two identical Uchiha Sasukes and Naruto Uzumakis appeared on the battlefield. What ability did the opponent use? Behind, Tsunade's brows furrowed in serious concern. In the meantime, this is fair. Uchiha Izuna, with a pair of light purple Rin-negan, looked at the mirrored Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto and said with pride, Naruto. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was first surprised to see the identical version of himself, then glanced at Six Paths Naruto beside him. Hearing this, the originally shocked Naruto reacted. Clenching his fists, just fake Sasuke, let's defeat them. As he spoke, Six Paths Naruto quickly formed a magnet release, Rin-negan imbued with sealing power. Almost simultaneously, Rin-negan Sasuke's black Chidori also appeared in his hand. Then whoosh, Rin-negan Sasuke used Tenshin Sh10 to pull the blue mirror body, Naruto, over to the space between them. Rin-negan Sasuke, Naruto. Six Paths Naruto, coming. The black Chidori in Rin-negan Sasuke's hand and the magnet release Rin-negan in Six Paths Naruto's hand both shot towards the blue mirror body. Naruto pulled over between them. However, just as they were about to succeed, whoosh, Six Paths Naruto vanished. Then clang. The blue mirror body, Naruto, holding a black staff of the truth-seeking ball, blocked the attack from the remaining Rin-negan Sasuke's black Chidori imbued with Six Paths in power. And on the opposite side, clang. Six Paths Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the blue mirror body, Sasuke, and almost simultaneously held the magnet release Rin-negan, countering the attack of the blue mirror body Sasuke's black Chidori. How could this be? Six Paths Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke, both shocked, exclaimed. Even the onlookers were dumbfounded. Indeed, the two blue mirror bodies possessed nearly identical abilities to the real Naruto and Sasuke. Tenshin Sh10, the truth-seeking ball black staff, black Chidori. It's likely that the magnet release Rin-negan and various Rin-negan techniques that Six Paths Naruto could use, the blue mirror body, Naruto could probably do as well. Just now, it was clear that Rin-negan Sasuke had used Tenshin Sh10 to pull over the blue mirror body Naruto. However, the blue mirror body Sasuke could also utilize Tenshin Sh10 to pull the real Naruto over to his side. Damn it! Six Paths Naruto glared angrily at the blue mirror body Sasuke in front of him. Just then, Blood Chi Fei. Clang. Six Paths Naruto was now within 30 meters of Uchiha Izuna. Instantly, the Manjiki Sharingan technique activated. In an instant, even under the Six Paths Sage mode, Naruto Uzumaki, unaware of the specifics of Blood Chi Fei, also fell victim at this moment. In a flash, it felt as if his entire blood was frozen, turning him into an ice sculpture. Although Six Paths Naruto's configuration prevented him from dying, for the moment, he was completely immobilized. In this opportunity, the blue mirror body Sasuke would not let slip. The black Chidori gathered once more. Then, it charged straight towards Six Paths Naruto's face, aiming for a lethal blow. At the critical moment, whoosh, Rin-negan Sasuke, entangled with the blue mirror body Naruto, had no choice but to use Tenshin Sh10 again, rescuing Six Paths Naruto. Then, he quickly distanced himself from the blue mirror body Naruto. But, whoosh, based on the distance limit, the blue mirror body Sasuke appeared at the exact spot where Sasuke had just been, and continued to wield the black Chidori, charging towards Rin-negan Sasuke, who was retreating with the temporarily immobilized Six Paths Naruto. Because he was holding Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's speed couldn't match that of the attacking blue mirror bodies. In such a critical moment, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, now possessing part of the Six Paths power, Noki timely intervened from the rear. The powerful dust release force immediately attacked the blue mirror bodies of Naruto and Sasuke,
forcing the two fakes to stop their pursuit and retreat. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Minato Namikaze's timely Flying Thunder God arrived, taking Naruto away. Thus,
he safely returned to the ninja coalition. Tsunade immediately came forward to check and treat Six Paths Naruto. Meanwhile, Rin-negan Sasuke, panting, looked warily at Uchiha Izuna in the distance, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Sasuke truly did not expect that so far, among the enemies before him, the most bizarre and possibly the hardest to deal with was actually Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 15, Reverse Infinite Sukuyami. What? Is this the so-called technique of the Ninja Alliance? Is it at this level? At this moment, Uchiha Izuna seemed to mimic his brother's posture, crossing his arms in front of him, gazing coldly and arrogantly at Naruto and Sasuke across from him, as well as the countless ninjas in the Alliance, who possessed parts of the Sage of Six Paths power. Uchiha Izuna's Rin-negan gaze was increasingly filled with disdain for the Ninja Alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, damn it, bastard, Don't get too cocky. The likes of Gaara, Tsunade, Meitarumi, and Raikage, among many other ninjas in this world, all expressed extreme anger. Raikage was so furious that he wanted to burst out in lightning release chakra mode and kill Uchiha Izuna. Raikage, at a critical moment, Six Paths Naruto, with Tsunade's help, recovered and timely spoke to stop Raikage. Everyone, do not approach the guy over there recklessly. Otherwise, you will die. Six Paths Naruto looked at Uchiha Izuna with a grave expression. Just now, Six Paths Naruto had been hit by Izuna's technique, Kaleidoscope Sharingan I technique, Blood Chi Fei, and nearly died. At that moment, it felt as if all his blood had been frozen in terror. Those who have not experienced it personally cannot understand how terrifying the feeling of being infinitely close to death is. Furthermore, Uchiha Izuna's Rin-negan I technique, Blue Mirror, was also extremely bizarre. Uchiha Izuna, this enemy is incredibly powerful, and his abilities are exceedingly strange. Later, Six Paths Naruto briefly explained to everyone about the situation after being hit by Blood Chi Fei. Thus, Raikage and others finally understood how terrifying and powerful this enemy, Uchiha Izuna, truly is. Damn it! Raikage clenched his fists unwillingly. They had just received a part of the Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths. Yet because of one Uchiha Izuna, they were rendered helpless and did not even dare to approach the enemy. This is a disgrace. A disgrace. In response, Raikage, although we cannot get too close to the enemy, we can still use long-range ninjutsu to counter the enemy. Tsuchikage Inoki floated over at the right moment and patted Raikage on the shoulder, saying this. For now, it is indeed best to use long-range ninjutsu to attack and keep our distance from the enemy. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. However, Sasuke, there are two imposters over there. It seems that maintaining distance won't be easy. Six Paths Naruto frowned and said, It's okay. Relying on everyone's strength, we fear no enemy. Tsunade, who was beside Hashirama Senju, shouted loudly. Tsunade. Hashirama glanced at his granddaughter Tsunade with some relief. Then he performed wood release, wrapping trees around and protecting the remains of Tobirama Senju. Then, he clasped his hands together, and Hashirama entered sage mode. Everyone, please step away from me for the time being. Hashirama turned back and glanced at Tsunade and many other ninjas, saying this. He is indeed preparing for something big. Grandpa. Tsunade nodded heavily after looking at her grandfather Hashirama. The next moment, swish, 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 countless ninjas in the alliance retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from Hashirama. Then, Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands. Hashirama erupted with his immense chakra natural energy part of the Six Paths power, granted by the Sage of Six Paths Boom. Rumble. Rumble, an enormous Thousand Hands Buddha, instantly stood tall. Finally, under the gaze of all, the height of the Thousand Hands Buddha reached a terrifying over 1,800 meters. The gigantic body even startled the two Six Paths Madara and the Otsutsuki brothers who were fighting on the other side, as well as Indra and Shura. They could not help but look towards Hashirama, who was unleashing the Thousand Hands Buddha at this moment. This guy, Uchiha Izuna, looked in astonishment at the power that Hashirama was displaying at this moment. Is this the legendary god of ninjas, true power? The ninjas of the Alliance were also stunned. Grandpa. Tsunade looked in amazement at her grandfather at this moment. Truly, this power is astonishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on with admiration. Thus, a single Hashirama shocked the entire field. The next second, more was seen. Boom, 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 boom. Countless would release giant hands crashed towards Uchiha Izuna. In response, Uchiha Izuna commanded the two blue mirror bodies, Naruto and Sasuke, to fend off the numerous giant hands of the Thousand Hands Buddha while he temporarily retreated. The blue mirror bodies, Naruto and Sasuke, each unleashed their powerful attacks. Susanoo, various powerful spiral shurikens. However, under the countless would release giant hands, the two blue mirror bodies could not withstand it. Moreover, it seemed that the time limit for using Rin-negan I technique, Blue Mirror, had just expired, and the imposter Naruto and Sasuke immediately disappeared. Thus, the overwhelmingly powerful giant would release hands all crashed towards Uchiha Izuna. Super Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Izuna, after retreating, unleashed the power of the Rin-negan. Boom! A powerful repulsive shockwave immediately crashed against the countless would release giant hands coming in. Bang! Thuk! Thuk! Crack! Countless would release giant hands were destroyed. But Hashirama's continuous explosion of power meant that the would release giant hands kept coming. Even Super Shinra Tensei could not destroy them all. In the end, Uchiha Izuna summoned all the truth-seeking orbs to form circular shields to protect himself. Boom, boom, boom. Countless would release giant hands crashed against the shields made from the truth-seeking orbs, creating a tremendous sound. At the same time, dust release, wind release, spiral shuriken, lightning release, tail beast bomb, Naruto and Sasuke, the various major Kages and the nine-tailed beasts, all strong beings possessing parts of the Six Paths power, rushed in to help Hashirama at the right moment. Thus boom, 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 under the relentless bombardment. Even the truth-seeking orbs could not withstand it. Layer upon layer cracked. During this time, Hashirama, you are truly impressive. Just possessing part of the Six Paths power, yet you can unleash such might. The members of Team Chen looked at the power Hashirama unleashed and couldn't help but voice their admiration. However, Izuna's power is not just this. Chen Yiban smiled faintly while supporting his chin. Just then, the 9 truth-seeking orbs transformed shield shattered. Then, revealing Uchiha Izuna, who had just been hiding inside the truth-seeking orbs. At this moment, Uchiha Izuna was wearing the Six Paths cloak with black Tomo symbols appearing at the collar and sleeves. Holding the Six Paths staff, and his originally normal Rin-negan had evolved into 6 Tomo Rin-negan. A 9 Tomo Rin-negan appeared on his forehead. Witnessing the scene how is this possible? Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, and all others were in disbelief. How could another Ten Tails Jinchuriki appear? At this moment, bang! Shura was struck away by Indra and crashed into a mountain. Shura, the power between us, is no longer on the same level. Indra, at this moment, is actually wearing the Six Paths attire like Izuna, with the Rin-negan of the Nine Tails activated. Nanny, the Otsutsuki brothers were shocked to see the changes in Izuna and Indra. However, due to a lapse, they were both sent flying by the 2 Six Paths Obito's Lune Shadow and crashed into a large stone. Then, the 4 Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Izuna, and Six Paths Indra gathered together. Reverse Infinite Sukuyami. 4 Clang. Chapter 16, Chen Yiban. Change of players. Seeing Indra and Uchiha Izuna both becoming Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Six Paths Naruto, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Rin-negan Sasuke, and all the others had not yet had the time to feel shocked. When the 4 Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails gathered together, then, reverse infinite Sukuyami. 4 Six Paths, Madaras 6 Paths, Indra's 6 Paths, Izuna. The 4 of them simultaneously formed seals towards the moon. Zing! Immediately, the 9 Tomo Rinne Sharingan on their foreheads erupted with boundless ocular power. Then, through the crimson moonlight, it illuminated the entire world. It seems the game is about to end. Over here, Chen Yiban, who had been comfortably watching the battle while sitting on a flat boulder, slowly smiled. Sure enough, the next second, countless ninjas from the allied forces, who had just escaped from the infinite Sukuyami, once again had their eyes shimmering with the ripples of the Rin-negan, falling back into the infinite Sukuyami. Moreover, countless roots of the divine tree surged from all directions, binding those who entered the infinite Sukuyami into a mummified position once again. One by one, they were all hung back up on the giant trees, falling into the beautiful dream of infinite Sukuyami. Sinking, however, Kakashi, Tsunade, Hashirama Senju, Inoki, Terumi Mei, and other powerful figures who had received part of the Sage of Six Paths power, did not fall into the infinite Sukuyami again. Madara, the roots of the divine tree would turn everyone who entered the infinite Sukuyami into white Zetsu. Do you really want to destroy this world? Six Paths Naruto, looking at the countless ninjas who had fallen back into the infinite Sukuyami, couldn't help but angrily question the 2 Madaras. In response, don't get it wrong. What we are releasing at this moment is the reverse infinite Sukuyami. Time-Space Madara spoke coldly first. Then, the Time-Space Madara added, to put it simply, it is a reversed version of the original infinite Sukuyami. Originally, the roots of the divine tree absorbed people's power, but now, they continuously absorb energy from the earth and air, transforming it into the nourishment for each individual in the infinite Sukuyami. Therefore, those who enter reverse infinite Sukuyami will not die, nor will they turn into white Zetsu. They will eternally live in a beautiful dream. A dream where there are no losers, no wars and deaths, and no suffering. Speaking this, Time-Space Madara had a crazed smile. I have succeeded. The savior of the world. At the same time, pointing the six-paths staff in his hand at the last group of powerful figures who had not fallen into the reverse infinite Sukuyami due to possessing the six-paths power. You all should also enter such a beautiful dream. A world without death, without war, and without losers. Isn't that a wonderful dream? And I, Madara, will henceforth endure eternal solitude, guarding each and every one of you who has entered the infinite Sukuyami. Hearing this, the Otsutsuki brothers on site, Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, Kakashi, Tsunade, and other powerful figures felt a chill in their hearts. Madara, you have completely gone mad. Hashirama Senju was shocked by Madara's choice, even inexplicably feeling a bit of sympathy. Was it because of Madara's words? I will endure eternal solitude. Madara, no matter how beautiful a false dream is, it is still false. It's not real. At this moment, Six Paths Naruto stepped forward and spoke loudly to the opposing Madaras. Upon hearing what is false and what is real, Time-Space Madara spoke, his three eyes fixed on Six Paths Naruto and the others, asking, how do you determine what is real and what is illusion? How can you be sure that your previous world was real? Moreover, how do you know that at this very moment, you're not all falling into the infinite Sukuyami? Suddenly, Six Paths Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Madara, this is meaningless. True peace should not be sought from dreams, but should be realized in reality. Otsutsuki Kagaya, trying hard to persuade. Enough already. Father, I'm even happier that you are not entering the infinite Sukuyami, because I want to personally kill you. At this moment, Indra, with three eyes full of killing intent, suddenly spoke. Indra, looking at Indra in the form of the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed in her heart. Big brother, we must stop them. Otsutsuki Kinshiki still believes that the infinite Sukuyami will only destroy the world. We will defeat them together and rescue those who have entered the infinite Sukuyami. Reikage clenched his fists and said, as for marriage, I still prefer it in reality. Terumi Mei said with a relieved smile. The beautiful dream of the infinite Sukuyami is too beautiful, beautiful enough to be a bit frightening. And seeing these people stubbornly resist, you want to die one by one in this dance? I can fulfill you. The two Madaras revealed their killing intent. Since you insist on not entering the infinite Sukuyami, then, to prevent any accidents that could affect the stability of reverse infinite Sukuyami, just all die. Tap, tap. Just at this moment, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from behind the two Madaras, Six Paths Indra and Six Paths Izuna. The four understood and turned to look back. Sure enough, they then saw the previously sitting Chen Yiban on a large rock step by step walking over. Upon seeing this scene, could it be that he wants to make a move at the last moment? Watching Chen Yiban walk over step by step, the four couldn't help but have the same thought in their hearts. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Otsutsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, and all others saw the most mysterious Chen Yiban moving. Each of them couldn't help but frown, feeling inexplicably tense as they watched Chen Yiban step by step walk to the middle of the four Madaras. And as Chen Yiban approached, the two Madaras, Six Paths Indra and Six Paths Izuna, the four of them instinctively gave way to Chen Yiban, allowing him to take the center position. Then, before the four of them could ask anything, Chen Yiban said, next, change of players. Chen Yiban, with a wicked smile, said directly. And then, swish, in an instant, the outer path outer garment, the truth-seeking ball, the Six Paths staff, and the sleeves and collar of the Six Paths outer garment all revealed black Tomo Six Paths runes. Finally, zing, a Rinnegan Sharingan, unlike that of the four Madaras, possessing 9 golden Tomo, appeared on Chen Yiban's forehead. Moreover, at this moment, Chen Yiban's pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan transformed into a stunning pair of 9 Tomo Rinne Rebirth eyes, with a slightly purplish-blue hue. Chapter 17, Unmatched. This power. Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, and Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Gaara, Kakashi, and other powerful ninjas all stared in shock at Chen Yiban, who had taken on the 10 Tails Jinchuriki form. The Otsutsuki brothers, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki, looked at the formidable Six Paths Chen Yiban standing before them, their eyes filled with suspicion and disbelief. This power is even more exaggerated than Kagaya Otsutsuki's. Six Paths Naruto sensed the terrifying power that Chen Yiban possessed, his face filled with astonishment. Not just chakra, but his ocular power. His eyes are different from other Madaras. Rin-negan Sasuke also saw and felt the incredible ocular power emanating from Chen Yiban's 3 eyes. especially Chen Yiban's golden Mangeki Rinne Sharingan and a pair of Nine Tails Rinne Rebirth eyes. The appearance and the aura of these three eyes made Rin-negan Sasuke feel a chill down his spine. Compared to Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the two Six Paths Madaras, Indra and Azura, their chakra and ocular power were simply incomparable to the current Six Paths Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, because they possessed a portion of the Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths, Kakashi, Tsunade, Inoki, Raikage, Termime, Gura, and other powerful ninjas could also sense the terrifying chakra that Six Paths Chen Yiban had at this moment. In an instant, they glanced at their own arms, and the hairs on their arms stood up. Fear. Even before fighting Chen Yiban, an overwhelming sense of fear swept through each and every one of them. You. This guy. The space-time Madara was equally astonished, looking at the Six Paths Chen Yiban, although he had expected him to be very strong. However, Madara truly did not expect that his counterpart from another world would be this powerful. Not to mention, just Chen Yiban's 9 golden Mangeki Rinne Sharingan and a pair of Nine Tails Rinne Rebirth eyes. The difference in the appearance of these three eyes alone was enough to leave Madara in a state of suspicion. Furthermore, the chakra power within Chen Yiban made everyone awake on the battlefield feel terrified. This guy, Nissan, has become stronger again. Madara, Indra, and Azura all simultaneously thought of this. Ha! I seem to sense it. You are in fear. At this moment, with one eye possessing 9 golden Mangeki and a pair of Rinne Rebirth eyes, Six Paths Chen Yiban looked arrogantly and coldly at the Otsutsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, and the remaining powerful figures. A power more terrifying than Mother. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was in awe of Chen Yiban's chakra. To this, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Obediently enter the infinite Sukuyami. 2. Dance with me for a while. Then, welcome your death. Six Paths Chen Yiban continued to coldly laugh as he spoke with his 3 unmatched eyes. And then, whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of truth-seeking balls appeared one by one, a bit late. In the end, a total of 49 truth-seeking balls appeared behind Six Paths Chen Yiban, along with the Six Paths staff in Chen Yiban's hand. That makes exactly 50 truth-seeking balls. This means Chen Yiban possesses at least 5 Ten-Tails Divine Tree powers. No wonder the Black Mangeki Moon Eye was forcibly evolved into a Super Moon Eye with 9 golden Mangeki. It must have absorbed at least 5 Ten-Tails, stacking and amplifying at least 5 Moon Eyes of ocular power, ultimately forming a golden Mangeki Super Moon Eye. Six Paths Chen Yiban then focused his thoughts, combining the 49 truth-seeking balls into 9. After all, having 49 black orbs following him was a bit too much. It ruined the aesthetic. 9 feels just right. And, at this moment, faced with the 2 choices given by Six Paths Chen Yiban, you, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, stepped forward. Just as he was about to say a word, suddenly, clang, Six Paths Chen Yiban's pair of Nine Tails Rinne Rebirth eyes slightly narrowed, and a terrifying supergravity instantly pressed down on the entire scene. It was the Rin-negan Moon God, previously used by Indra, and Chen Yiban actually possessed it as well. Moreover, boom, the range was even wider, and the gravity was even more terrifying. On the scene, whether it was the Otsutsuki brothers, Six Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, Kakashi, or Hashirama, everyone fell to their knees. The ground beneath them could not withstand the terrifying supergravity and began to crack and collapse. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, unable to move even an inch. During this time, anyone who looked at other places, such as those suspended in the infinite Sukuyami, could see that those mummified individuals were completely unaffected. Clearly, Chen Yiban's Moon God was not only more powerful than Indra's, even the control was more precise. The supergravity almost exclusively targeted the awake Otsutsuki brothers and the likes of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi, and Hashirama. Other places were completely unaffected. This guy, Indra, was a bit displeased. He had clearly obtained the Rin-negan ocular technique first, yet someone else was using it better than him. Who would feel good about that? And Chen Yiban, think carefully before you speak. Looking at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had just taken a step forward to speak, Chen Yiban coldly said, "Damn." Otsutsuki Kinshiki was now kneeling on the ground, finding it hard to stand up. Beside him, Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Kagaya was the same. Chen Yiban's Moon God had gravity that was much heavier than when Indra used it. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Yiban had paid special attention to the Otsutsuki brothers, with gravity doubled compared to others. Then, seeing the furious yet unwilling to submit expressions. If that's the case. Rin-negan heavenly hand power, swish from a distance. Chen Yiban directly pulled over the previously most indignant Raikage AI. Immediately after, stab, Kekii Jinkai, joint kill Ashbone, directly turned Raikage AI into ashes before he even had time to react to the pain. The first one. 6 paths, Chen Yiban's 3 eyes exuded endless coldness. Chapter 18 Chen Yiban. Then, just kill them all. Hiss 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 before our eyes. Beneath the shared killing ashbones, Raikage AI instantly fell to the ground like a pile of ashes. Chen Yiban's shared killing ashbones, with its power to extinguish life, was even more terrifying than Kaguya Otsutsuki's. Almost anyone hit would turn to ashes in an instant. Raikage Uncle, Raikage Sama, over here. Under the super gravity pressure of the Rin-negan, Moon God, Naruto, Uzumaki, Inoki, and Tsunade could only watch helplessly as Raikage AI died in an instant. You bastard. 6 Paths Naruto glared angrily at the 3-eyed 6 Paths Chen Yiban. Ha! In response, 6 Paths Chen Yiban revealed a hint of a ruthless smile. Since you are unwilling to enter the infinite Sukuyami, you are a hindrance, an existence filled with uncertainty. There is no choice. You'll have to die. 6 Paths Chen Yiban, with a cold face, showed a cruel smile that made everyone present feel their hearts race. They felt that this Uchiha Madara was even more terrifying than the previous 2 6 Paths Madaras. It was not just about strength, but also because of his evil nature. At this moment, congratulations, you have slain the Raikage AI who possess part of the 6 Paths power, achieving a super extraordinary feat reward. 1 super extraordinary feat lottery. However, Chen Yiban received a super extraordinary feat lottery for killing Raikage AI. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Kaguya Otsutsuki giving Raikage AI part of the 6 Paths power, then killing Raikage AI should have only been a high-level achievement, right? Thus, jokingly speaking, Yiban should thank the Sage of 6 Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki at the same time. At this moment, the 3-eyed 6 Paths Chen Yiban was a bit tempted to fuse the 3 10 tails, divine trees, in the system slots with Kakashi, Tsunade, and the others in front of him. Then kill. Wouldn't that make the achievement even higher? Haha, forget it. Too much trouble. So, now, is there anyone willing to enter the infinite Sukuyami? Or rather, who wants to be the second one? The 3 eyes coldly gazed at the crowd pressed down by the moon goddess supergravity as 6 Paths Chen Yiban, holding the 6 Paths staff, coldly asked. Hearing this, the crowd, suppressed by the supergravity, fell into silence. They were unwilling and wanted to resist, but 6 Paths Chen Yiban was too strong. The previous 6 Paths Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Indra were already formidable enough. Chen Yiban was stronger than them. The powerful chakra emanating from his body was overwhelming enough to extinguish any courage to resist, especially when 6 Paths Chen Yiban simply used Rin-negan, Moon God, to suppress everyone, including the Sage of 6 Paths. Tsunade, Kaguya, Turumi Mei, and others couldn't help but feel shocked and despairing. In response, Madara, the Sage of 6 Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki, struggled to slowly straighten their bodies under the oppression of the supergravity. But before Kaguya Otsutsuki could finish her words, zing, the super Rinne Sharingan, on Chen Yiban's forehead, with 9 golden tomo, suddenly focused. Heavenly Realm directly sent Kaguya Otsutsuki and her brother, Otsutsuki Himura, sending the 2 brothers out of this world. At the same time, whoosh 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 whoosh, 10 Rin-negan, shadows, each possessing a golden tomo Rinne Sharingan and a pair of 9 tomo Rinne Rebirth eyes, appeared around 6 Paths Chen Yiban just in time to the Heavenly Realm to deal with those 2 brothers. 6 Paths Chen Yiban coldly spoke. Upon hearing this, all 10 Rin-negan, shadows, nodded in unison. Then, they all used their golden tomo Rinne Sharingan to enter the space of the Heavenly Realm. Confirmed. They were going to kill the Otsutsuki brothers. Thus, you still haven't answered my question. Who is willing to enter the infinite Sukuyami? Or, who wants to be the second fool to die in my hands? 6 Paths Chen Yiban turned his gaze back to 6 Paths Naruto, Rin-negan Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, and the others. Bastard. 6 Paths Naruto clenched his fists in anger. He even secretly exerted force, trying to break free from the moon god's supergravity. However, the gravity exerted by the moon god, cast by 6 Paths Chen Yiban, was far heavier than the pressure released by Indra. Even under the Sage of 6 Paths mode, 6 Paths Naruto found it difficult to contend with that terrifying supergravity. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was also struggling to activate the Flying Thunder God technique under the supergravity. It was actually Rin-negan Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. Six Paths Naruto was stunned for a second before immediately reacting, gathering all his strength into a spiral shuriken in his hand. Whoosh! The next moment, Rin-negan Sasuke used Rin-negan Heavenly Hand power to instantly appear behind Six Paths Chen Yiban together with Six Paths Naruto. Moreover, Rin-negan Sasuke had a black Chidori in hand, while Six Paths Naruto had a magnetic release spiral shuriken. Both were ready to attack Chen Yiban from behind at this moment. They probably thought that even if they couldn't kill Chen Yiban with a surprise attack, at least they could force him to lift Moon God, right? However, clang! The Rin-negan shadows appeared out of thin air, blocking their attacks. And stab, stab, more shadows from the Rin-negan underworld suddenly appear behind Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, then shared killing ash bones, directly pierced into their bodies. Furthermore, stab, 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 stab. Following closely, the 22 Rin-negan shadows successively killed the shared killing ash bones into the bodies of Six Paths Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke. In response, Six Paths Naruto and Rin-negan Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiss, 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 their bodies had already started to decay. I have already given you a chance. At this moment, Six Paths Chen Yiban, surrounded by 22 Rin-negan shadows, coldly watched as Naruto and Sasuke were pierced like a beehive and quickly began to decay. And in no more than 1 or 2 seconds, Naruto and Sasuke didn't even have time to say anything before they turned to ashes. Naruto, Sasuke, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Tsunade, Sakura, and others cried out in shock. Madara, Shinra Hashirama, also looked angrily at Chen Yiban. At this moment, holding the Six Paths staff, Six Paths Chen Yiban slowly revealed the last hint of a smile. Then, you all choose to be the second, right? Good. Rin-negan. Just kill them all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Chen Yiban's words fell, the 20 Rin-negan shadows immediately activated Rin-negan Heavenly Hand power, pulling all of Shinra Hashirama and the others over without exception. Stop, 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 stop. Bloodline limit. Shared killing ash bones massacre. Chapter 19. Your Excellency, let's drink together. Congratulations, you have slain the world's favorite Naruto, Uzumaki and Sasuke, Uchiha, achieving 2 celestial level achievements. You have received 2 celestial level achievement lottery draws. Congratulations. You have slain Hashirama Shinja who possessed some of the Six Paths power, achieving 1 super level achievement. You have received 1 super level achievement lottery draw. Congratulations. You have slain Hashirama Shinja who possessed some of the Six Paths power. Congratulations. You have slain Tsunade. Congratulations. Current lottery draw counts. Beginner Achievement Lottery, 3 times. Intermediate Achievement Lottery, 2 times. Advanced Achievement Lottery, 7 times. Super Achievement Lottery, 17 times. Celestial Achievement Lottery, 4 times. On the ground, ashes everywhere. Chen Yiban, however, has reaped abundant rewards. For Celestial Lottery draws, seeing that there are 4 Celestial Lottery draws, Chen Yiban took notice. At this moment, whoosh, 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 10 Will-Tomb shadows returned from the space of Heaven's Decree. As they returned to this space, they all nodded to Six Paths Chen Yiban, meaning the Otsutsuki brothers have been dealt with. Thus, Chen Yiban completely understood how the 4 Celestial Lottery draws came about. 2 world favorites, the Otsutsuki brothers. You this guy. The original timeline's Six Paths Obito approached Six Paths Chen Yiban at this moment. Then, looking at the number of wheel tombs around Chen Yiban, it actually reached an astonishing 32. Indeed, it was because of the 10 that had just returned from Heaven's Decree, the 22 that were just beside Chen Yiban, totaling 32 wheel tombs. For this, the original timeline's Obito felt quite envious, a bit uncomfortable. This guy Chen Yiban is somewhat exaggeratedly strong. One day, I will definitely surpass you. The timeline one Obito also walked over and said with a sneer. Both Obitos felt a bit displeased with the strongest Chen Yiban. Huh, you've been saying that for nearly 10 years now. Chen Yiban teased. You. Upon hearing this, timeline one Obito was momentarily speechless and finally turned away. Sure enough, I just can't get along with you. Chen Yiban smiled and ceased to speak. Brother, you are too strong. Uchiha Izuna smiled at Chen Yiban. Where's that old man? At this time, Indra approached. Dead. Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Is that so? Indra's expression was somewhat complex. What a pity. I originally wanted to kill my father myself. And Azura too. Looking at the pile of ashes left by Azura on the ground, Indra's 3 eyes were filled with coldness. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly the world rumbled continuously. as if the heavens and earth were angry. This is the two six paths Obitos, Indra, Izuna, and even Chen Yiban all showed puzzled expressions. Until the original protagonist has died, the heavenly Tao of this world is enraged. Beginning suppression. Suppressed. The next moment, the world returned to calm. Six paths Chen Yiban smirked slightly. His strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, and the system was also getting stronger day by day. The mere heavenly Tao of Naruto, with a flip of his hand, it could be suppressed. It's all right now. Afterwards, Chen Yiban withdrew from six paths mode, looking at the two six paths Obitos, Indra, and Izuna beside him. The reverse infinite Sukuyami has also been perfectly realized. Next, it's your responsibility. Are you determined? Restoring to the founding Obito form, Chen Yiban, dressed in a long black robe, looked at the original timeline's six paths Obito. Of course, decades ago, Madara was already mentally prepared. The timeline 2 Obito resolutely responded. Chen Yiban nodded. Meanwhile, the timeline 1 Obito also glanced at the 2 Obito with appreciation and said, "Well, as expected of another world Esme. I acknowledge you." Each other. The 2 Obitos crossed their arms in front of them and smiled faintly. Chen Yiban then burst into laughter, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder, and suddenly said, "Let us find a place and have a drink." Upon hearing this, Izuna replied, "Okay, brother. Timeline 1 Obito, when it comes to drinking, you might not win against me. Indra, whatever." Finally, the original timeline's six paths Obito looked again at those suspended above the giant tree. Within the reverse infinite Sukuyami, "Let us go." One person stepped out first. During this time, the six paths mode also slowly receded, returning to normal. "Let's go, Izuna." Chen Yiban patted Izuna's shoulder and then leaped out. "Yes." Uchiha Izuna immediately smiled in response and leaped up to follow. "Brother." In the meantime, Izuna didn't forget to call back to the timeline 1 Obito behind. "Coming." Timeline 1 Obito smiled faintly and then flew over. In the end, only Indra was left standing still, Doton. He thought to himself and performed the earth release technique. A stone coffin, formed from the gathered soil, closed over the ashes of Ashura. Then it sank underground. Ashura. This is all over. Indra murmured to himself in the end. Whoosh. He turned and flew away. Later, using their flying abilities, Chen Yiban and the others arrived at this world as Konoha. Along the way, they saw that everyone in this world had entered the beautiful dreams of reverse infinite Sukuyami. After arriving in Konoha, the 5 of them found a tavern. They began to drink to their heart's content. Chen Yiban, timeline 1 Obito, timeline 2 Obito, Izuna, Indra. The 5 of them hardly ate any food and drank like crazy. Thus, the 5 of them drank wildly for 7 days and nights. On the night of the 7th day, just after clinking glasses with Indra, Chen Yiban actually felt a slight dizziness. Because he hadn't intentionally used chakra to resist the alcohol, after 7 days and nights, Chen Yiban was a bit tipsy. "Another me. It seems you're not very good at drinking." Ha. The 2 Obitos were laughing out loud together. Chen Yiban laughed too, because they were clearly about the same, yet they were still mocking him. Meanwhile, Izuna had already fallen asleep at some point. Hashirama. At this time, the original timeline's six paths Obito came holding a large jar of wine, arriving on the streets of Konoha. He looked at the current Konoha, at the countless people entering reverse infinite Sukuyami from all directions. He laughed out loud. His laughter was both mad and mournful. Then he raised the jar of wine in his hand and poured the strong liquor into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Chen Yiban, timeline 1 Obito, and Indra all understood his emotions. They could also understand his loneliness. In the end, the 3 remained silent and silently raised their jars together. "Your Excellency, let's drink together." Chapter 1. The Enchanting Female Ghost. In an alternate ancient world, at this moment, under the hazy moonlight of a bright, full moon, in an unknown, dense forest, swoosh, a figure dressed in a black tight-fitting robe suddenly appeared in this world, within the forest. This world, what is it? Chen Yiban, with a pair of blood-red eyes emitting a faint crimson glow, stood there, looking around at the towering trees under the night sky, and couldn't help but murmur. At this moment, he is in a state after having lived for over 30 years in the world of Naruto, Eternal Kingdom before leaving that world. Now, Chen Yiban, having lived 2 lives, is over 50 years old. However, due to possessing the power of the 10 Tails, divine tree, he has long surpassed the ordinary limits of life and death. Though he is already several decades old, He still retains the youthful and stern demeanor and appearance reminiscent of Madara Uchiha from the beginning of his appearance in Naruto Konoha Village. Almost no change in his looks compared to the original Chen Yiban. And now, it is because Chen Yiban has had enough of the Naruto world. He has taken advantage of the system and has now arrived in a new world. However, at this moment, having just arrived in this world for only about a minute, Chen Yiban temporarily does not even know what kind of world he is in. He wonders whether it is a world similar to Naruto that he is familiar with. Suddenly, before Chen Yiban could ask the system, he was startled. This world, this natural energy, no, this is not the same kind of natural energy from the previous world. However, it feels even more profound and expansive than the so-called natural energy of the Naruto world. Even, there seems to be a sense of inexplicable mystery. Chen Yiban very sensitively felt that all around him, even the air, soil, and trees in this entire forest were filled with a rich energy. This energy is even more abundant and mysterious than that of the Naruto world. It seems to be a different kind of natural energy of a higher level. What would happen if I absorbed this energy from the air? At this moment, Chen Yiban, who did not know how strong he had become, couldn't help but show a hint of greed. It is evident how vast and rich the natural energy contained in the air of this world is. Suddenly, just as Chen Yiban was about to enter sage mode to absorb the natural energy of this world, he unexpectedly heard a sound around him that resembled a female ghost crying. The voice was deep and melodious, yet in this desolate wilderness, it sounded incredibly eerie and terrifying. An ordinary person would have likely been frightened by now. But, just by looking at Chen Yiban's blood-red Sharingan, one could tell he is not an ordinary person. In the next second, the figure of Chen Yiban, dressed in a black robe with long hair down to his waist, revealed a look of disdain. Trying to play tricks in front of me? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, several figures in white clothing floated past him and then disappeared into the trees ahead. An ordinary person would have likely fled in fear. Yet, due to the powerful insight of his Sharingan, Chen Yiban saw the ropes hanging behind those white-clad, ghostly figures in the darkness. Boring. Chen Yiban rolled his eyes in disdain. Whoosh! Suddenly, the other side dared to throw a white silk, seemingly trying to bind Chen Yiban. With an almost expressionless face, Chen Yiban casually reached out and grabbed the flung white silk. Then, he felt the silk tightening in his hand, as if the owner of the silk was trying to pull it back from behind a large tree ahead. Perhaps they even wanted to pull Chen Yiban down with it? Want to compete with me in strength? This is getting interesting. Chen Yiban smiled. The next second, he gently exerted force, directly pulling the silk back behind him and discarding it. At the same time, the original owner of the silk behind the tree not only lost, but ended up being pulled down from the trunk due to being unable to compete with Chen Yiban's strength. They fell from a considerable height to the ground, crying out in pain. Seeing this, how can a ghost fall from a tree? Chen Yiban, with his blood-red eyes wide open, crossed his arms in front of him, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He heard the surprised cry of the person who fell earlier. It was clearly a woman. Just then, Yuechi, are you okay? A worried voice from another woman came from a nearby tree. Sister, I'm fine. The girl who was pulled down from the tree by Chen Yiban slowly got up from the ground and replied. Then subconsciously, she looked at Chen Yiban in front of her. But the moment she looked at him, she was instantly shocked and frozen. His eyes, indeed, it was Chen Yiban with his Sharingan. The faint red glow emanating from his pupils stood out remarkably against the backdrop of the night, resembling the eyes of a true demon. Suddenly, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Although they had just intended to dress up as ghosts to scare others, now they were the ones scared by the person they intended to frighten. Following that, don't move. And many figures in white clothing, wearing evil ghost masks, jumped down from the tree trunks, each readying their crossbows, aiming at Chen Yiban 5 meters away. During this, upon seeing Chen Yiban's blood-red eyes, they were all surprised. Yuechi, are you really not hurt? At that moment, a graceful figure arrived next to the girl who had just fallen from the tree, asking with concern. She was also dressed in white, wearing an evil ghost mask. It seems they were all part of a group trying to scare people here. If you dare, you can give it a try. However, if I don't die, you will. Looking at them one by one, aiming their crossbows at him, Chen Yiban still had his arms crossed in front of him, his expression cold as he looked at them, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. Chen Yiban is not a good person. At this moment, sister, look at his eyes. The girl named Yuechi grabbed her sister's hand, her gaze somewhat uncertain as she looked at Chen Yiban across from her. She found Chen Yiban's Sharingan, glowing blood red in the dark, to be extremely strange. Chapter 2 King Fang Fuyueki. You, are you human or a ghost? At this moment, the sister looked at Chen Yiban, who was 5 meters away, with a pair of glowing crimson Sharingan eyes and asked. During this time, she felt a bit nervous. After all, in this desolate wilderness, seeing someone like Chen Yiban with a pair of glowing crimson eyes. If it weren't for the fact that there were many of them, she probably would have turned and run. At this moment, Chen Yiban thought, interesting. You are pretending to be ghosts. You're questioning whether I am human or a ghost. How amusing. With his arms crossed and shaking his head, he appeared to be quite helpless. Miss Qing Feng, I think it will be better for us to shoot him directly. Just look at his glowing red eyes. Even if he is not a mountain spirit or ghost, he is definitely not a good person. At this time, some men dressed in white and wearing evil ghost masks beside them suggested killing Chen Yiban directly. After all, Chen Yiban appeared alone in this remote wilderness, and his eyes were not only blood red but also glowing. Who would consider such a person human? No. The sister immediately shook her head and denied it. What if he is not a ghost or a bad person? Wouldn't that be a case of wrongful killing? Saying this, she took a step forward and cupped her hands towards Chen Yiban, who was 5 meters away. Your Excellency, we only pretended to be ghosts to scare you off, and we had no other malicious intent. We hope for your understanding. She explained to Chen Yiban in a polite manner, dignified yet respectful. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban remained silent. Yet, he stared at her and the others with his glowing crimson Sharingan eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone gradually lowered their bows and crossbows. Noticing where Chen Yiban's crimson gaze was focused, the sister immediately understood and turned back to let everyone lower their weapons. Miss Qing phoned this. The others still had some reservations. Naturally, they were not at ease with Chen Yiban. Listen to my sister. Everyone put down your weapons first, said the woman named Yuechi to those around her. Thus, the others had no choice but to slowly lower their bows and crossbows aimed at Chen Yiban. You have saved your life. With a glance at those people, Chen Yiban spoke defiantly. You. Chen Yiban's words instantly made those people dissatisfied. However, the leader among them was the woman named Qing Feng in front. If she did not speak, they would not act against Chen Yiban. At this moment, Qing Feng and Yuechi took off the evil ghost masks they were wearing, revealing their true appearances. During this time, Chen Yiban initially looked disdainfully at the men holding bows and crossbows, but when he saw the sisters take off their masks and instinctively looked over, Chen Yiban couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In his heart, he thought, Wang Zhuxian Li Jiasin, the Fu sisters, 2 of the many famous actresses from Xiangjiang. No way. However, Chen Yiban quickly regained his composure, and in his heart, he self-denied. This world is not the former Blue Star or Dragon Country. They are not actresses in this world. For a moment, Chen Yiban unconsciously stared at the sisters, thinking to himself. At the same time, system. Chen Yiban secretly called out in his heart. Current world, a Chinese ghost story too. Indeed, I didn't expect to arrive in such a magical world this time. Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Yiban felt enlightened. However, what do the 3 dots at the end of the system's text prompt mean? Could it be that there's more than one world? Chen Yiban knew that the A Chinese Ghost Story series has 3 parts. The plot before him should be from the second part, because Chen Yiban vaguely remembered that Li Jiasin appeared only in the second part. Your Excellency? At this time, Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yuechi saw that Chen Yiban had been staring at them with his glowing crimson eyes after they took off their masks, and finally, the elder sister Fu Qingfeng couldn't help but lower her head slightly and asked in confusion. Beside her, the younger sister Fu Yuechi looked even more frightened being stared at by Chen Yiban's eerie eyes. After all, just now, only she, Fu Yuechi, had a strength contest with Chen Yiban through a tug of white silk. She had undoubtedly lost to Chen Yiban without a doubt. It is known that as the youngest daughter of the minister Fu Tianxiu, Fu Yuechi, like her sister, has practiced martial arts since childhood. The sisters both possess remarkable skills, and even have some lightness skill. Ordinary men, whether in strength or martial arts, 3 to 5 of them cannot defeat the sisters. However, just now Chen Yiban, Fu Yuechi felt, his strength is definitely not something an ordinary mortal could possess. Perhaps, the man whose face was unclear in front of them is truly a mountain spirit or ghost. Sister, let us not bother with him, shall we? Fu Yuechi wanted to distance herself from Chen Yiban. To this, you pretended to be ghosts to scare me away, right? Well then, I simply won't leave. Chen Yiban suddenly showed a faint smile, exuding a somewhat cynical demeanor. You. The men holding bows and crossbows were now truly angered and felt like shooting an arrow at him. You are indeed not a good person. Fu Yuechi, holding Fu Qingfeng's hand, glared at Chen Yiban, whose appearance was blurred under the moonlight. "You are right," Chen Yiban said, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upwards, acknowledging her accusation. Immediately, those men reloaded their bows and aimed at Chen Yiban, who was 5 meters away. "Everyone, don't act impulsively." Fu Qingfeng raised her hand to stop the crowd behind her, and then looked again at Chen Yiban, whose appearance was a bit unclear. "Your Excellency." Fu Qingfeng gazed at Chen Yiban with the eerie crimson pupils, wanting to say something more. But delicious, delicious, delicious. A black shadow suddenly rushed towards Chen Yiban from behind at high speed. The explosive speed startled the group of men holding bows and crossbows, and one even accidentally shot an arrow that flew past Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yueqi, heading straight for Chen Yiban. Whoosh! Chen Yiban's Sharingan eyes were filled with disdain, and he lightly leaped to evade both attacks. At the same time, as he jumped away, Chen Yiban's 3-tomo Sharingan clearly saw the arrow pierced through the chest of the black shadow that was originally attacking him. There was virtually no obstruction as it passed through the shadow. Chen Yiban became a bit interested. Could it be that he is truly a mountain spirit or ghost? The next moment, fire release. Great fireball technique. Chapter 3. Sage mode activated, absorbing the spiritual energy of the cultivation world. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Chen Yiban leaped to dodge the attacks from both sides, he immediately formed a hand seal with one hand upon landing. Now, Chen Yiban could release any ninjutsu with just one hand sign. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chen Yiban's mouth bulged, and he unleashed a giant fireball over 7 meters in size, swirling and rolling as it rushed toward the ghostly figure. During this time, seeing Chen Yiban's swift movements and witnessing him spit out the fireball, Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and others were left dumbfounded. However, the black ghostly figure ignored the great fireball, passing through it without any obstruction, and launched a claw attack toward Chen Yiban's face. Clearly, its target was very specific. It was Chen Yiban. Moreover, the ghost seemed to possess an innate ability akin to divine might, intangibility. Chen Yiban's ninjutsu attack, as well as the arrow shot by the people near Fu Qingfeng and her sister, passed right through it without any effect. It remained unharmed. It was evident that physical attacks and ordinary chakra ninjutsu were ineffective against it. At that moment, without hesitation, Chen Yiban quickly leaped again, dodging the ghost's claw. He landed on a nearby tree trunk that was over 10 meters tall. Wow! Fu Yueqi was shocked, her cherry lips slightly agape. A light jump, and he could reach over 10 meters high? What kind of lightness skill is this? So amazing. Sister Fu Qingfeng also couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. Is that a monster? At this moment, the men holding crossbows looked at the ghost, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Could it really be a monster? Standing on the trunk of a tree over 10 meters high, Chen Yiban stared down with his crimson, glowing Sharingan, his expression one of great interest. Simultaneously, clang, as the seemingly not very intelligent ghost attempted to fly toward him again, Chen Yiban's 3-tomo Sharingan slightly narrowed. The power of his gaze unleashed. Suddenly, the ghost's entire movement to ascend halted abruptly. It was indeed caught in the illusion of the Sharingan. Hey, why isn't that monster moving? Over here, the men with crossbows noticed the ghost suddenly frozen in place, and someone couldn't help but mutter. Did he do something? Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yueqi looked up at Chen Yiban on the tall tree. At this moment, they realized Chen Yiban was indeed not an ordinary person, but he didn't seem to be a mountain spirit or ghost either, because he had just spat fire. He felt more like a legendary immortal. Roar! Suddenly, the ghost broke free from the illusion control of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Then it howled at the sky. Immediately after, they saw, hiss, 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 the ghost's form ballooned. From its original human size, it swelled to a colossal height of 7 to 8 meters. It casually waved its hand and smashed the tree where Chen Yiban stood. Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and the others were horrified and retreated repeatedly. They couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed the ghost's sudden growth. They had truly encountered a mountain spirit or ghost. In response, whoosh, Chen Yiban left the tree and landed back on the ground. He then slowly turned to face the now gigantic ghost. You really want to dance? With a pair of crimson, blood-like, eerie yet beautiful 3-tomo Sharingan, Chen Yiban spoke coldly. Roar! Delicious! The massive ghost seemed to regard Chen Yiban as food. Heh, you want to eat me? Go ahead and try. Chen Yiban coldly smiled. In the next moment, the enormous black beast charged toward him with heavy steps. At this moment, Sage mode. Chen Yiban clasped his hands together. Instantly, A golden sage visage began to emerge on his face. Simultaneously, clang boom, the abundant spiritual energy present in the air and soil of this mountainous area surged and poured almost entirely into Chen Yiban's body. This natural energy was truly marvelous. Chen Yiban felt a bit intoxicated. He realized that the strength he had struggled to improve over the years in the Naruto world had now been elevated. The level of life had once again broken through to new hope. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly halted its charge toward Chen Yiban. Then, delicious, it changed. Not delicious. Not delicious anymore. Not delicious. It clearly sensed a change in the power level within Chen Yiban. And as it shook its head in self-talk, it not only stopped advancing, but also began to retreat slowly, trying to distance itself from Chen Yiban. At this moment, whoosh, 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 9 Tao-seeking pearls suddenly floated into view. Moreover, at this moment, the Tao-seeking pearls underwent a transformation. The 9 small black orbs began to each bear a few strands of golden patterns. On the black spheres, they appeared particularly prominent. Additionally, each of the 9 Tao-seeking pearls was now surrounded by a faint golden spiritual energy. Interesting, with a sage visage now gracing his face. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile. And at the moment the 9 spiritual Tao-seeking pearls appeared, not delicious anymore. The gigantic ghost, without hesitation, turned and fled. Seeing this, now I want to stop dancing? Too late. Chen Yiban's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Whoosh boom, in the next instant, with a thought, a spiritual Tao-seeking pearl imbued with golden spiritual energy shot forward. Then whoosh thud. This time, the attack was effective, and the upper half of the black beast was knocked off, leaving only one hand and a small part of its body remaining. It was gradually being consumed. The effect of the Tao-seeking pearl's consumption was persistent. Delicious. At this moment, the giant beast could not overpower Chen Yiban and was heavily injured. Whispering to itself, it charged toward Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and the crowd it previously disregarded. Quick, shoot arrows. Don't let that monster come over, Fu Qingfeng exclaimed, realizing the situation immediately. But, whoosh, an unbelievable golden lightning sword crossed dozens of meters, decapitating the giant beast. Then, as they watched the massive head of the beast, now less than 10 meters away, smoothly fall, Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and the others armed with crossbows were left speechless. They then looked at Chen Yiban, who was now gazing at them with his crimson Sharingan, holding a golden spiritual Chidori sharp spear. They were utterly dumbfounded, unable to regain their senses for a long time.